An 80-year-old man still wants to play poker every day, to verify if his abilities are still intact. A young girl unexpectedly engages in a battle with him, simply because he is a failed time traveler. The two worlds are completely different, busy until the age of 80. He could only reluctantly become a security guard in the residential area but unexpectedly activated the Chao Zhe system. By deeply communicating with women, he can obtain various rewards including lifespan. Looking at the light screen in a daze, with only 1 day left in his lifespan, the system is done for. Who would be interested in an old man, especially when feeling powerless? Received a beginner's gift package, getting stronger with age. In an instant, his body is filled with strength, performing a backflip effortlessly, slowly revealing his edge. Then the gun shoots out like a dragon. But with only 1 day left in his lifespan, he must find a way to stabilize. He decisively picks up his phone and takes a picture of a small card, while setting up surveillance to prevent any unexpected incidents. At that moment, there was an urgent and forceful knock on the door. It's only been 3 minutes, is it this fast? Feeling suspicious, he looks through the peephole. He sees a beautiful woman standing outside, with a somewhat intriguing and bewildering expression. Could this be the plot mentioned in the order? He quickly opens the door, and at that moment of opening the door, the other person immediately collapses into his arms. This level of initiative, he assumes she's already in character. After laying her on the bed, he carefully sizes her up once again, using 2 words to describe. It's like a burning mountain peak, incredibly beautiful. I never expected that the person who came as a woman 10 times more beautiful than the one on the card. At the moment of touching each other again, a message suddenly appeared in my mind. Detected the right target, Lin Wanru, the heiress of the Lin family, and the female CEO of Linhai Pharmaceuticals. I was dumbfounded. I remember the name. Linhai Pharmaceuticals is a large company with a market value of nearly 10 billion. Being the CEO and also the heiress of the Lin family, why would someone come here alone, and so unguarded? I looked at the bed that was so out of place with mine. At that moment, Lin Wanru cautiously sat up, then she directly hugged your neck and pulled me down onto the bed. I was even more dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? A beauty in my arms, the scent of orchids making my mouth dry. Wait, miss, please behave yourself. I am not that kind of person. Don't treat me like this, it's not right. After everything ended, I stared blankly at the sleeping Lin Wan, then looked up at the ceiling. Ding! Host completed the beginner mission. Successfully intercepted Dragon King Yanancheng's beloved. Lin Mani rewards the host with 5 days of life and automatically comprehends the ancient Tai Chi boxing technique. Is this really Dragon King Yanancheng? Could it be the kind of Dragon King from past novels? If they find out in the future, then I will have nowhere to be buried alive. The system informs that ordering takeout has no effect. One must communicate deeply with someone like Lin Wanyu to increase lifespan. After some hesitation, you quickly check the rewards. Besides the mission reward, the system also allows her to automatically comprehend the ancient Tai Chi boxing technique. As you stand up, with a single thought, your body automatically starts practicing the boxing technique. A gentle punch actually produces a sound of breaking wind. Each move seems to contain artistic conception. This could establish a new school of martial arts. Just as you were feeling happy, Lin Wanyu woke up, holding his head, sat up, and looked around in confusion. At this moment, he realized he was completely naked. Still in an unfamiliar place, looking at the glaring fireworks on the bed, Lin Wanyu felt like the sky was falling, his breath suddenly becoming rapid. At this moment, he heard an elderly voice beside him. Turning his head, he saw an old man in his declining years. He looked like an old vagrant. Could it be this old man? Lin Wanyu's eyes suddenly turned red, tears swirling in his eyes. He was about to say something, but you spoke first. You don't need to say anything. I've already told you, I'm not that kind of person. Even if you have my body, you won't have my heart. If you force me like this, there won't be a good outcome. Lin Wanyu was confused by this conversation. It's not like I'm forcing you. Aren't you the one playing the victim here? Seeing Lin Wanru looking confused, you immediately presented the evidence. Quickly pulled up the surveillance footage, and in the end, it was you speaking inappropriately. Lin Wanru, feeling dizzy, recalled going to discuss business today, drinking a cup of tea handed to her by the other party, and realizing something was wrong. She struggled with all her might to escape. All the way, he felt increasingly restless, finally arriving at a door. Afterward, there were only fragments of memories. The footage showed that he was indeed the one who took the initiative, blushing and wishing to disappear, unexpectedly benefiting that old rascal. Now thinking back, it must have been his cousin's doing. Watching Lin Wanru seemingly recollecting, you raised an eyebrow and said, "Pity my pure yang body maintained for over 80 years, now I can't cultivate immortality." How do you plan to compensate me? Hearing your words, Lin Wanru was so angry she almost spat blood, clearly being taken advantage of by the other party, yet he acted like he was the one at a loss. What a despicable old wall lamp. Just then, someone knocked on the door suddenly. Lin Wanru heard it and was about to shout, but you quickly covered her mouth. The old man spoke up, "Young lady, let's not talk about whether you forced me. If you insist on shouting, then I'll have to resort to extreme measures and make a gesture of sharing the documents." At this time, on various unspeakable platforms, a certain female CEO would openly post inappropriate videos of that old man, the consequences of which are unimaginable. Upon learning about this, Lin Wanyu whitened her eyes. That old man is really despicable. Falling into his hands this time is a complete disaster for herself. She could only nod helplessly. It was only then that I went to open the door, hearing the increasingly urgent knocking. Peering through the peephole, I saw a heavily made-up woman standing outside the door. After opening the door, the woman immediately spoke, "Sir, the takeout you ordered has arrived." Upon hearing this, you slapped your forehead, only then realizing that you didn't actually want to eat takeout. Maybe it's better to forget about it. The woman didn't dwell on it, just made a sound and then turned to leave. She was still thinking to herself, would an old man like him drop dead while eating takeout? Would that be considered suicide or accidental manslaughter? By now, Lin Wanyu had changed into casual clothes, but her eyes were still slightly red, looking at you with a lingering resentment. After all, it was her daughter's first bridal sedan. You also felt helpless and said, "Since it has already happened, there's nothing we can do. I've maintained the pure yang body for over 80 years, while you probably only have about 20 years. My loss is much greater than yours." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyu almost turned and left. I have never seen such a shameless person. How can this old man remain unfazed? Just as she was about to explode at the audacity of his words, suddenly, the door was knocked again, and a group of people outside were searching for something, still mentioning, "Are you sure that woman ran this way?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru's face turned pale. "They are coming after me. If they catch me, it will be a total disaster. I might as well die." You frowned. Could it be that they are the cause of your recent unease? It's better to be safe than sorry. Let me go and distract them. As soon as the door opened, several tough-looking thugs were standing outside. The leader, Manga, spoke up, "Hey, old man, have you seen a woman come here?" At that moment, Lin Wanru, hiding in the inner room, heard it. "I have seen a woman." She immediately froze. This old man just sold her out with one sentence. The thugs suddenly got excited upon hearing this. "We found her so quickly." "Quickly, where is that woman? You spoke again, what do you want with her?" Mago was taken aback by your urgency, then quickly made up a story. "She's my wife. I caught her cheating outside and chased her here. Please, sir, be kind and tell me where she is." You furrowed your brow, "That's your wife? You two don't look compatible in age. He's nearly 90 years old this year. Isn't this nonsense?" Mago immediately became unhappy. 90 years old? That's not who you said it was. You pretend not to know. What you guys said is not true. Mrs. Lu from the South City Market just walked past my door. I was planning to propose to her this year, but she chose you, this little troublemaker. Inside the house, Lin Wanyu also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It turns out this old man is not trying to betray me, but pretending to be crazy, trying to deceive their way through. However, Magu got angry and grabbed you by the collar. "I was asking about a young woman. Are you trying to make fun of me?" He raised his fist as if to hit. Oh no, this old man is about to get beaten up. After they finish fighting, they might barge into the room. Just as Lin Wan, in the midst of anxiety, she heard a sudden commotion outside. You covered your chest in pain, shouting "Ouch, my chest hurts," repeatedly, about to lie down on the ground. Seeing the old man on the verge of collapse, Mago and the others were terrified. Could he really have died at their hands? Watching the old man convulsing on the ground, they promptly retreated. Feeling that the thugs had gone far enough, Lin Wanyu immediately rushed out and embraced you. "Old man, how are you feeling?" But no matter how he acted, there was still no response, which made Lin Wanyu extremely anxious. At this moment, you slowly opened your eyes, looking very weak, but still managed to speak. "Miss, I know I was wrong. I'm almost done for. Don't worry about me, save yourself. Before I die, I still have a wish. I want to ask for your forgiveness for what happened just now. I'm sorry." Seeing you like this, Lin Wanru also felt a twinge of compassion, but there's still a hurdle in his heart. "But I've made up my mind. Old man, I forgive you. You can rest assured and leave." Just as Lin Wanru was about to shed tears with his eyes closed, suddenly he heard a burst of laughter. You played dead like a carp. He got up directly from the ground. You asked for it. Lin Wanru was completely baffled, looking at your triumphant face. After a while, he realized, are you playing dead to seek sympathy? This old man is really cunning. But now you're pushing your luck again. Miss, since you've forgiven me, I owe you. Let's call it even. Then let's talk about what you owe me next. Lin Wanru's eyes widened. What do I owe you? Look at you playing these mind games. Your coercion has caused immeasurable harm to this old man, depleting my mental strength. It not only drained my energy but also made me, a man who has been pure for over 80 years, lose the most precious thing. Do you think you should compensate me? Lin Wanru reluctantly returned to school. So, how should I compensate you? Just a bit for mental damages, nutrition fees, I don't ask for much. Just compensate a bit. Lin Wanyu was so angry that she went into a fit of rage, acting like a little woman, and started pinching your waist-soft flesh, both of them running around the room. It's just like flirting and quarreling. A gentleman settles things with words. If you lay a hand on me again, I'll speak up, and Jai will know what you've done. Lin Wanyu was stunned for a moment, recalling the things they had said before, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Their face turned red in an instant. You shameless old bastard. Just then, the door was knocked on again. Outside the door, Go, old man, open up quickly. We've checked the surveillance. That girl is in your room. If you don't open up, we'll kick the door down. This really frightened Lin Wanyu. They were at a loss, but just when they were panicking, they saw you calm and composed. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't hide it from you. I'm a master of the mixed Yuan Xingyi Thunder Tai Chi Fist. I'll resolve the fight with a few punches and kicks as expected. Lin Wanyu was still in a state of extreme anxiety, thinking about using the original form Thunder Tai Chi Fist. The old man can't be surnamed Ma, right? What should we do when those hooligans rush in? Soon after, we heard a few screams. You looked at the hooligans lying on the ground. Young man, don't use so much force. I advise you to learn from this. We should value harmony, uphold morality, and not engage in such actions again in the future. Ma Gu and little chick pecking rice for nodded repeatedly, completely losing their previous arrogance. He knew he was in trouble today. After you scolded him, he ran off in a hurry. Lin Wanru watched the whole process, and after coming out, she leaned towards you. Judging from your expression just now, she has already concluded in her heart that this old man is definitely not simple. Who exactly are you? Facing this question, you just smiled indifferently, thinking you are just a bad old man. Lin Wanru probably won't tell him the truth in her eyes, very mysterious. Although there was a bit of an incident between the two earlier, Lin Wanru quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of those unhealthy images from her mind. He did save her after all, and she still feels a hint of gratitude towards you. But then you heard him speak again beside her. Miss Lin, I can tell you have an extraordinary temperament. You must be from a wealthy family. I see there's no one looking after you. It wouldn't be good if you encountered bandits again. Why not hire me to protect you? Lin Wanru was stunned for a few seconds. Although this old man doesn't seem serious, his skills indeed appear to be quite good. His elderly appearance is also an excellent cover, but considering what happened between them before, there's always a hurdle in her heart. I don't have many requirements, just food and accommodation will do. At this moment, you leaned into Lin Wanru's ear and spoke, then whispered a small request. As soon as she heard it, Lin Wanru's eyes widened. You actually want me to exercise with you every day? You old rascal. I thought you were a good person, she said and slammed the door as she left. Seeing Lin Wanru leave in a hurry, you quickly chased after her and said, it doesn't have to be every day. Every other day, 3 days, 4 days, if not, even 5 days would be acceptable. Let's discuss it again. After coming out from your house and standing by the car, he became angrier and was about to turn around and scold the old man again. Suddenly, a car came speeding with screeching brakes, crashing directly into his Maserati. A middle-aged man quickly got out of the car. Surprisingly, it was Uncle Zhang, who knew his parents. Recognizing each other, Uncle Zhang was happy, but also apologetically said, sorry, I was driving a bit hastily. Seeing a familiar face, Lin Wanru waved her hand repeatedly, saying it was just a small matter. I'll call someone to tow it away for repairs. No, I crashed your car. I'll find someone to fix it for you, he said as he walked over. In an instant, Uncle Zhang unexpectedly pulled out a folding knife and stabbed towards him. Lin Wanru was caught off guard, only able to watch as the blade came towards him, with the thought that this might be the end. The expected piercing pain did not come. In the blink of an eye, an old yet powerful hand thrust out from the side, grabbing the folding knife and preventing it from moving forward. The move that blocked this strike was none other than a timely intervention. Uncle Zhang fell to the ground, realizing he was no match, quickly dropping the knife and stumbling away. At this moment, Lin Wanru kept looking at his hand, appearing somewhat panicked. Your hand is bleeding. but you didn't pay much attention, dismissing it as a minor injury. However, Lin Wanru was very nervous. Your palm is pierced, how can that be a minor injury? Saying this, he quickly returned to the car, took out the emergency medical kit. He gently lifted your injured hand, and you felt a warm sensation spreading from your hand, as if his hand was as delicate as a piece of sheep fat. It feels quite nice. Just as you were thinking this, suddenly a sharp pain came, causing him to take a sharp breath, and upon closer inspection, it turned out iodine had spilled on the hand. Seeing you frown, Lin Wanyu quickly reassured you that disinfection can indeed be a bit painful. Just bear with it for now. You pat your chest. This slight pain is nothing. If we're talking about pain, the previous you was actually in more pain. I also feel heartache for this old man. Lin Wanyu didn't react at first, but when she did, her face flushed with anger. You old rascal, talking nonsense again. Despite the scolding, his hands didn't stop moving, carefully disinfecting your hand before bandaging it. He even tied a slightly cute bow on the bandage. It should be fine now. Of course, doing all this wasn't because she had any special feelings for him, it was purely because he got injured saving her. She felt guilty, that's why she personally bandaged him. That was the only reason, Lin Wanyu thought. At this moment, your voice sounded, Miss Lin, old man, I saved your life again. It's really not good to have no one protecting you. Maybe you should consider it. I actually dared to bring up the matter from before. Lin Wanru was about to get angry, but then suddenly restrained herself. Upon careful consideration, she realized there were few people in the Lin family she could trust. Just earlier, even Jiang Shu, an old friend of her parents, was willing to turn against her and take drastic measures. Without a doubt, it was the doing of her cousins. Who can she really trust? At least she knows the intentions of the old man in front of her. As for others, it's hard to say. Therefore, she might have to rely on the skills of this old man. However, Lin Wanru also secretly vowed that if there was any chance, she must get rid of this old man. She absolutely cannot let him manipulate her. After much consideration, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Upon hearing this, you suddenly became excited. Are you serious? Looking at your excitement, Lin Wanru nodded, but her demeanor suddenly changed. I also have a few conditions. If you don't agree, even in danger, I won't comply. I raised an eyebrow, remained silent, and gestured for him to continue, making sure not to be noticed by others. Secondly, you can't lay a hand on me casually, at least not in public. Thirdly, if I'm not available, you can't force me. After some thought, these three conditions didn't seem too difficult. Besides, I had no other choice at the moment. If I didn't agree, my lifespan would only be a few days. Where else could I find a suitable target? So he readily agreed and said, all right, come with me. I'll take you back to where you're staying. As you got on the car, you looked at the Maserati that had just been hit and raised a question. Of course not. Saying this, Lin Wanyu made a phone call, and soon a specialist came to handle the accident. At the same time, a Cadillac also pulled up. Is this the life of wealthy people? You couldn't help but feel emotional. After that, he got into Lin Wanyu's car and drove away from here. Before long, the two arrived in front of a villa. After Lin Wanyu got out of the car, she greeted them to come in. Just as they entered, they saw Lin Wanyu being embraced by a woman who looked similar but appeared more gentle, asking, what's wrong, Wanyu? How did it end up like this? Lin Wanyu's clothes are a bit messy now, with several holes in her stockings, looking a bit disheveled. Lin Wanyu just smiled at her. It's nothing. I just accidentally fell, sister. It turns out the other person is Lin Wanyu's sister. It's evident that Lin Wanyu didn't want her to worry, so she didn't mention the matter of her jade seal. How could you be so careless? Hearing this, the other person finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up but with a hint of doubt, asked, is this gentleman the one? He is the new butler I just hired. Lin Wanyu hurriedly explained, I saw him alone on the road looking quite pitiful, so I agreed to give him a job, and he is quite nimble. Is that so? The sister looked a bit puzzled, but since it was her younger sister who said so, she naturally trusted completely. Old sir, what is your name? You politely extended your hand. I am Gongi, you can just call me Lao Gong. This seems a bit inappropriate, I'll just call you Iba. Hello Iba. My name is Lin Ro, and he also smiled and extended his hand. At the moment of holding hands, Gongi felt that Lin Ro's touch was softer, but compared to Lin Wanru, each has its own merits, but at the same time, the system's prompt also sounded, Ding found a suitable target. Lin Ro, the daughter of the Lin family, a platform with millions of fans, Gongi was stunned when he heard this. I couldn't tell, I didn't expect Lin Ro to be a million fan level anchor. At this time, the system's voice sounded again, releasing a task to capture Lin Yong within 3 months and have in-depth communication with him. After completing the task, a seaside villa will be rewarded. Jo Chen didn't expect that the system would give him a long-term task. Although the system indicated the target was suitable, if he really wanted to capture and have in-depth communication with him, it would probably take some effort. This couldn't be rushed. We can only plan for the long term. After exchanging greetings, Lin Wanru settled Jo Chen in a guest room on the first floor. You will stay in this room in the future. Then he went to take a bath and change clothes. When he habitually wrapped himself in a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom, unexpectedly, Lin Wan ran into Jo Chen head-on. At this moment, Lin Wan was shrouded in a misty atmosphere, dressed in a silk bathrobe, half covering her face with a lute in her arms. Her fair skin seemed to appear and disappear, instantly reminding Jo Chen of their intimate encounter before. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lin Wan suddenly remembered there was an extra person at home. He glared fiercely at Jo Chen, then blushing, immediately went back to his room. He changed into a set of home clothes. Later, the three of them had dinner together. To Jo Chen's surprise, despite Lin Raozang being a wealthy young lady, her cooking skills were impressive. The dishes she prepared were not only visually appealing but also very delicious. Jo Chen couldn't help but salivate. Your skills are really impressive. I've lived for so many years and tasted countless dishes, but your cooking easily ranks in the top 3. Oh, Zhou Laoning, you're too kind. Lin Raozang felt embarrassed by the praise. Then Jo Chen started a conversation based on this topic. He began chatting with Lin Raozang, watching as the two of them engaged in a lively conversation. Lin Wan couldn't help but become vigilant. After dinner, when Lin Raozang went to tidy up, he approached Jo Chen and whispered, "Strange old man, I must warn you, do not have any ideas about my sister. Do you hear me?" Jo Chen, however, didn't think much of it. What do you mean by having ideas? We are just friends with a significant age difference. Don't get any funny ideas. It's true. If you don't believe me, look how serious my eyes are. You're not a serious person at all. Lin Wan didn't want to deal with Jo Chen and went straight back to his room. Later in the evening, as Lin Wan was about to sleep, he heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, Lin Wanru saw it was Jo Chen. "Strange old man, why are you knocking at this hour?" she asked. Jo Chen just nodded. "You guessed right, so of course I have to do it." Lin Wanru was full of question marks. It took him a while to react. This old man was being ambiguous, which made him embarrassed. "Why are you like this? Hey, you promised it yourself before. Why do you want to back out now?" Jo Chen was confident and composed. Lin Wanru's momentum suddenly diminished. "Who said I'm backing out? It's not convenient right now." "Alright, if you're unwilling, I won't force you," Jo Chen sighed. He turned to leave, shaking his head. "The world isn't worth it. Saved someone's life twice, got stabbed, yet not even a thank you." Lin Wanru suddenly felt guilty. Jo Chen's words were true. This old man saved him twice and even got stabbed. To be honest, how many people in this world are willing to take a blow for someone else? The ways of the world are harsh, and he has seen plenty of it. At that moment, he suddenly heard Jo Chen muttering, "I should go talk to Lin Ro at night. She's talented and has a pleasant way of speaking. I really enjoy chatting with her." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru immediately became anxious. "What, this old man wants to go talk to my sister?" In her imagination, this wasn't just chatting. It was clearly walking into a lion's den. Seeing Jo Chen about to leave, he quickly stopped him. "Wait," Jo Chen turned around. "What's wrong?" Lin Wanyu bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and then seemed to give up, saying, "Come in." In the middle of the night, Lin Ro was falling asleep when he suddenly felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He always felt. It seems like younger sister Lin Wanyu has encountered something. So he came to the outside of Lin Wanyu's room, wanting to ask about the situation. Through the door, Lin Ro felt like there was some movement inside. Is she still not asleep at this late hour? Lin Ro knocked on the door, and the movement inside seemed to stop suddenly. It's really strange, Lin Ro couldn't help but think. Who is it? Is it sister? Lin Wanyu's voice came out. It's me, Lin Ro replied. Sister, why are you coming to me so late? Lin Ro honestly replied, nothing, just felt like something was off with you today. I'm a bit worried, have you encountered something? No, I didn't encounter anything today. Really? Really? Sister, just relax. Alright, you should go to bed early too. If you sleep too late, you'll be tired tomorrow. Okay, I got it. Sister, you should also go to bed early. After hearing Lin Wanyu say this, Lin Ro finally relaxed. But as she lay back on the bed, he suddenly felt a bit strange. Why did he feel like Wanyu's voice was strange? Moreover, her speech was stuttering. He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, ultimately attributing it to an illusion. With these thoughts, he drifted into dreamland. The next day, Lin Ro prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Jo Chen got up early, while Lin Wanyu slept in later than usual. She changed her outfit, wearing a white top and a black fitted side-slit skirt. With her long hair down, she looked both capable and elegant. Wanyu, did you not sleep well last night? Lin Ro asked with concern, but Wanyu denied it. Lin Wanyu didn't dare to reveal the real reason. Seeing Zhou Chen, he glared at him fiercely, then couldn't help but regret it. He had thought Zhou Chen was just an old man. He estimated it wouldn't take much time, but who could have known? It went from after 10 o'clock until dawn, and in the end, he couldn't bear it. Seeing Zhou Chen still full of energy, Lin Wanyu couldn't help but complain in her heart. Damn old man, at his age, why is he still so lively? Last night, when his sister suddenly knocked on the door, it startled him. Luckily, he managed to play it off. He silently vowed to play a prank on this old man when the opportunity arises. Zhou Chen ignored him and instead enjoyed the breakfast prepared by Lin Ro. At the same time, he was reviewing last night's system rewards. Successfully taking over, engaging in deep communication, lifespan increased by 5 days, completed novice task 2, acquired the brand new ability of mastering god-tier medical skills, unlocked the function to view the target's favorability at any time, current remaining lifespan 10 days, in addition to the lifespan reward. There is also mastery in divine level medical skills. According to the system, although this mastery in divine level medical skills cannot bring back the dead or turn bones into flesh, it's close enough. Even if one is at death's door, they can still be saved. As for the favorability rating, Zhou Chen looks towards Lin Wanru. The system immediately responded, Lin Wanru's current favorability rating is at a full 100 points. Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. After all, Lin Wanru's favorability towards her was not negative, which was enough to astonish her. After checking the record of the increase in favorability, she discovered that it coincided with the time of deep interaction. Could it be that Zhou Chen looked towards Lin Wanru, and Lin Wanru noticed her gaze? She glared at him fiercely. Zhou Chen smiled at him, which caught him off guard. He turned his head sulkily, giving off a hint of a woman's complaint. Seeing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but ponder. He recalled a certain literary master once said, "The path to a woman's heart is..." What was it again? Perhaps I should find an opportunity to try. In the office of the Tianshang Group's CEO, the assistant is reporting to Lin Guanhe. Reporting to Mr. Lin, there has been a bit of an unexpected situation. Lin Guanhe sat in his boss chair, furrowing his brow. What happened? The person surnamed Ma failed to catch Lin Wanru. They even got beaten up, and now several people are lying in the hospital. Do you know who did it? They said it was an old man who claimed to be a master of the Hanyuan Xingyi Tai Chi sect. He looks to be in his 80s. His skills are quite impressive. What are you saying? An 80-year-old man? Lin Guanhe looked at his assistant in disbelief. Several young men were beaten into the hospital by an 80-year-old man. Do you believe that? The assistant seemed to realize how absurd this sounded and couldn't find the words. In fact, they also encountered someone else. The reason for the serious injury and hospitalization was also due to that person's actions. Who was on Yi Nanqing's side? Lin Wanru finished breakfast, was about to leave, and Zhou Chen was about to follow, but he was stopped. You are not allowed to follow. Zhou Chen thought to himself, how can this be? Didn't you want me to protect you? What's the meaning of this? I just don't want to see you for now. Zhou Chen figured out that this girl was still upset about last night, but he naturally had a way. It's just the two of us and your sister left and home. Don't worry, Zhou Chen said with a smile. Lin Wanru listened, widened her eyes all of a sudden, realizing she had forgotten about this. She hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly spoke. If you want to follow, then follow, but don't act too intimate with me in front of others. Understood? Got it, Zhou Chen said, then got into the car on his own. Lin Wanru sighed, wondering when these days would come to an end. After the car started, Lin Wanru didn't go to the company but first went to a luxurious clothing store. Since you're going to be my bodyguard, your attire naturally can't be lacking. Otherwise, people might think our Lin family has fallen on hard times. Oh, and remember, your public identity is my old steward. Got it? Just reminding you. Someone rushed over to assist Lin Wanyu with her clothes. Wanyu explained her purpose, and the person took Zhou Chen to the fitting room, trying on several outfits. Zhou Chen chose a well-fitting outfit. Then the person took Zhou Chen to get a makeover, neatly styling his messy hair and grooming his beard. A complete transformation. Zhou Chen seemed like a different person, with a significant change in demeanor. Even Lin Wanru couldn't help but think, is this handsome old man really the same smelly old man from before? Seeing Lin Wanru looking a bit dazed, Zhou Chen immediately approached her. What's wrong? Lost in thought? Didn't you get enough of looking around inside and out last night? Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn off the lights last night. My bad, my bad. You! Lin Wanru was getting angry again. But there were others around, so she couldn't explode right away. However, now she was certain. This was that smelly old man. Shameless as ever. After being annoyed for a while, she finally turned her head and said, "Hurry up and get in the car. Some people will come to inspect the company in a few days, and I'm busy these days. If there's any delay, I won't spare you." Zhou Chen made an okay gesture, indicating no problem. Just as they walked out of the clothing store, they heard a voice nearby. "Ha! Lin Wanru? What a coincidence." The two looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a young man who looked simple but had extraordinary bearing walking towards them. Lin Wanru also recognized him. Yi Nanchang? At first, Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention to this name. It seemed familiar somewhere, but when he remembered, he felt a chill down his spine. Damn, Yi Nanchang? Isn't he the Dragon King Yi Nanchang mentioned in the system prompt? How come he's here now? Meanwhile, the two were still talking. It seemed like they knew each other from before. I saw you being chased yesterday, so I followed. But after a few turns, I couldn't find where you were. Did anything happen to you? Yi Nanchang asked with concern. When Lin Wanru heard this question, she couldn't help but stiffen. Did anything happen? It already did. And a lot happened. She even lost her precious belongings. She was no longer the innocent girl she used to be. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Then, she suddenly glared at Zhou Chen beside her. It's all because of this smelly old man next to her. But she couldn't tell anyone about it, so she just said she was fine. Yi Nanchang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Don't worry, I already taught those thugs a lesson yesterday, and now they're lying in the hospital. At least for a while, they won't come bother you again. Thank you, Lin Wanru replied absent-mindedly. After that, the two chatted on and off. But Lin Wanru was not in a good mood at the moment and just wanted to end the conversation quickly. Yi Nanchang, however, didn't notice and kept trying to find topics to talk about. It sounded like forced conversation. On the other hand, Zhou Chen was silently pondering. It seemed that the original development yesterday was supposed to be Lin Wanru drugged in a daze. Then Dragon King Yi Nanchang appeared, drove away the thugs, and took the beauty home. But unexpectedly, he intervened in between. The one who took the beauty home was replaced by someone else. By the way, who is this old man? Yi Nanchang suddenly asked. He is my newly hired steward, specifically to help me with some private matters, Lin Wanru answered nervously. She didn't want Yi Nanchang to know about her relationship with Zhou Chen. I see, may I ask the old man's surname? When Yi Nanchang asked about himself, Zhou Chen felt a bit nervous. But fortunately, Lin Wanru didn't expose anything. Zhou Chen pretended to be calm. I am surnamed Zhou, given name Yi, you can call me Yibo. So it's Yibo, Yi Nanchang said with a smile. Then he lowered his voice. If I'm not mistaken, you should be sent by the Lin family to protect Lin Wanru, right? Oh, Zhou Chen was surprised, but he remained composed. How did you figure that out? Hee, Yibo, your steady and powerful steps show that you are an expert. Then, Yi Nanchang began to get closer to Zhou Chen. At first, Zhou Chen didn't quite understand. What was this Dragon King trying to achieve by getting close to him? Although Dragon Kings are usually unique, isn't this a bit too different? Could he have some strange hobbies? Thinking of this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but take a step back. However, he noticed that Yi Nanchang occasionally glanced at Lin Wanru. Zhou Chen then realized that it was probably because of her. With this in mind, Zhou Chen spoke up. Young man, you also look pretty good. Don't bother with flattery, but since you are so polite, I will put in a good word for you with Miss Lin. I must tell you, Miss Lin often mentions you too. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanchang's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Watching the joy on Yi Nanchang's face, Zhou Chen thought to himself that this young man indeed had feelings for Lin Wanru. However, if he knew about the glorious achievement of his all-night conversation with Lin Wanru yesterday, he might be furious, right? But Zhou Chen couldn't let the other party know. After all, he was the Dragon King. Anyone bearing such a title was not easy to deal with. It was better to keep a low profile and focus on completing the tasks given by the system. While living discreetly, it would be great to complete more tasks given by the system. As the two were chatting happily, Lin Wanru's impatient voice came from the other side. Stinky. She almost cursed but corrected herself immediately. Uncle Yi, what are you two talking about for so long? Zhou Chen turned to see that Lin Wanru had already returned to the car. She rolled down the window and looked over. Yi Nanchang was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He didn't want Lin Wanru to know what he had just said. It would affect his image in her eyes. Zhou Chen could see it too. He cared a lot about Lin Wanru's opinion. Nothing much, just chatting with this young man, Zhou Chen said nonchalantly. Yi Nanchang looked at Zhou Chen with gratitude. Zhou Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. Uncle Yi, I have urgent matters at the company, let's get in the car. Alright, I'm coming. With that, Zhou Chen bid farewell to Yi Nanchang. Before leaving, Yi Nanchang asked Zhou Chen to take care of Lin Wanru. Zhou Chen thought to himself, did he really need to be told this? However, the way to take care of her, well, that was hard to say. After Zhou Chen got into the car, Yi Nanchang was about to leave when he suddenly saw through the car window that Zhou Chen had leaned towards Lin Wanru's side as if he had kissed her. Yi Nanchang was stunned. What? What's going on here? However, when he blinked, the two behind the car window seemed to be sitting normally, without any strange actions. It seemed like nothing abnormal was happening. Did I misinterpret something? Yi Nanchang scratched his head. He thought about it and could only explain it this way. After all, it was normal to misinterpret things through a tinted car window. Besides, Lin Wanru was always pure and noble. With her identity as a president, how could she have any relationship with an old man with white hair? Yi Nanchang felt he had overthought it. He chuckled at himself and then left the scene. In the car at that moment, Lin Wanru felt both embarrassed and annoyed. She didn't expect that this old man would make such a bold move just now. What if someone saw it? Not to mention, Yi Nanchang was right there. Zhou Chen's actions made her extremely nervous, as if she was doing something unspeakable. However, Zhou Chen had a thick skin. According to this old rascal, everything that should or shouldn't have happened last night had already happened. Was there much difference with this little act? This statement left Lin Wanru speechless, and she was so irritated that she felt itchy. Humph, old man, I will make sure you feel as irritated as I do in the future. Lin Wanru thought to herself. On the other hand, because of his recent actions, Zhou Chen received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden function. Having in-depth communication at special locations can earn you double the lifespan reward. This prompt left Zhou Chen puzzled. What's going on? Is the system encouraging him to try something different? So, now in the car. Ahem, maybe find an opportunity later to give it a try? Soon, the two arrived at the Minghai Pharmaceutical Company's headquarters. Along the way, employees greeted Lin Wanru one after another. Hello, Manager Lin. Good morning, Manager Lin. Lin Wanru responded politely. However, after the greetings, the employees would look at Zhou Chen with curious eyes. They also whispered to each other. Hey, who's that old man next to Manager Lin? I don't know, never seen him before? That old man looks like he's in his 70s or 80s, right? I wonder what his relationship with Manager Lin is. At the entrance of the president's office, the secretary respectfully welcomed Lin Wanru. However, she was also surprised by Zhou Chen. Manager Lin, who is this? Lin Wanru explained Zhou Chen's identity once again. The secretary then dispelled her doubts. In the office, Lin Wanru got busy right away. Throughout the morning, she dealt with official matters. By lunchtime, Lin Wanru felt like she was about to collapse from exhaustion, lying on the sofa not wanting to move at all. She didn't even feel like eating lunch. Sigh, if it weren't for the inspection, I wouldn't be this tired. Seeing this, Zhou Chen offered to cook a meal to treat her. Lin Wanru became alert at once. Why are you suddenly so kind? Could it be that you have ulterior motives? What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Yes, you are. Zhou Chen shrugged, just say if you want to eat or not. I don't. Even if I starve to death and jump from here, I won't eat your food. Just as she was speaking, her stomach suddenly growled. Lin Wanru couldn't continue. She blushed, not knowing what to do next. Zhou Chen smiled, didn't tease her further, and changed the subject. You're very tired now, right? But I promise, once you have the health soup I made, all fatigue will vanish. To cover up the embarrassment, Lin Wanru quickly picked up the conversation. Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you, old man? No hidden conditions? None, trust me. Then, Zhou Chen got to work right away. With decades of experience living alone, cooking was something he could do. Moreover, with his mastery of divine medical skills, dietary therapy was also part of his expertise. Therefore, making a pot of health soup was a piece of cake. It was also a good opportunity to test his divine medical skills. Borrowing utensils from the company cafeteria, Zhou Chen soon finished making the health soup. He then carried the pot back to the office. Lin Wanru was starving, ready to drink a bowl. However, as soon as she touched the bowl, she recoiled from the heat, looking a bit aggrieved. Ouch. It's hot. Zhou Chen smirked, take your time, no one's competing with you. Despite that, Lin Wanru blew on it to cool it down and quickly finished the soup. Watching her speed, Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel. Hey, she might say no, but her body is quite honest. Shouldn't he say delicious at this point? After finishing the soup, Lin Wanru felt a warm flow spreading from her stomach to her limbs. It seemed like all her fatigue had dissipated. She felt rejuvenated as if her energy had been restored. She looked at Zhou Chen happily. I didn't expect your health soup to be so effective. I'm not tired anymore. And it tastes great too. Zhou Chen pretended to be superior. Of course, have you forgotten who I am? Just then, he heard a notification from the system. Ding! Lin Wanru's favorability +5, current favorability 15. Friendly reminder, reaching 30 favorability will unlock the system's mall. Looking at the system prompt, Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that a bowl of soup would actually increase the favorability by 5 points. It seems like I can do this a few more times in the future. For him, increasing favorability was also important as it could significantly reduce the difficulty of deep communication. Moreover, the system had vaguely hinted. Once the favorability was high, the target would come to him. It could even unlock different communication methods. As for the system store that was not yet open, Zhou Chen was also curious. I wonder what they sell in there. Just as he was pondering, Lin Wanru's curious voice came from the side. Old man, why is this health soup so amazing? Could it be some ancestral secret recipe? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow and enthusiastically began to boast. You actually guessed it right. This health soup is a divine soup passed down in our family for thousands of years, known to refresh the mind and invigorate the brain. In ancient times, only emperors could afford to drink it. Only emperors could afford to drink it? Lin Wanru couldn't help but be surprised. Zhou Chen said matter-of-factly, ah, that's right. Lin Wanru, with a hint of pride in her beautiful eyes, said, so, does that mean I'm enjoying an emperor-level treatment now? Not only do you have good soup to drink, but there's also an old servant waiting on you. Oh, am I not the modern empress? Zhou Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. Which empress would engage in deep conversations with an old servant? You call yourself an empress with just that? Then what does that make me? However, Zhou Chen didn't retort but instead kept agreeing, making Lin Wanru very happy. At that moment, Lin Wanru remembered something and quickly asked, oh right, since one bowl can refresh the mind, what about 2 or 3 bowls? Would it make you even more energetic? Hey, this is worth mentioning. Zhou Chen became more enthusiastic as he spoke. This soup, 1 bowl refreshes the mind, 2 bowls make you feel hot all over, and 3 bowls make you practically untreatable. Untreatable? How so? Lin Wanru was stunned. Don't you know? This soup was originally used by the emperor when he was exhausted and weak to replenish his body. The reason it's said to be untreatable is because the palace ladies had to come and treat him. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru became nervous. Then, what happens if a woman drinks more than 3 bowls? Zhou Chen continued to explain, the effects wouldn't be much different. Of course, you don't have to worry, 1 bowl of this soup is harmless. Just 1 bowl? But I've already. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen immediately turned to look. He saw several empty bowls on the table, and the pot of soup was almost gone. Zhou Chen was completely stunned. You drank it all? Lin Wanru felt wronged. It's not my fault, your soup is just too delicious. Besides, didn't you say all this soup was for me to drink? I just thought of having you drink a bowl every day. What will happen to me next? Nothing much. If left untreated, you'll probably bleed from your 7 orifices. What? Of course, there is a way to cure it. At this point, Zhou Chen paused. It depends on whether you're willing or not. Lin Wanru instantly understood Zhou Chen's meaning. Although she was unwilling, the discomfort she was feeling now forced her to compromise. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, and her breath gradually intensified. Come here. Shortly after, the secretary knocked on the office door. Not seeing Lin Wanru having lunch, the secretary thoughtfully brought some of her favorite snacks. However, after knocking for a while, there was no response. Ha? Is Director Lin not here? The secretary twisted the doorknob and found that the door was not locked. Director Lin, can I come in? With that, the secretary walked in. The office was empty, with no one in sight. However, there was a pot on the table, with a little soup left in it. Director Lin already ate? At that moment, she suddenly heard some movement from the office compartment. Due to frequent overtime work, the president's office is equipped with a bedroom and a private bathroom. The sound was coming from the bathroom. The splashing water seemed to indicate that someone was taking a shower. However, why did it sound a bit strange? Like someone slapping the water surface. It sounded quite rhythmic, not chaotic. After pondering for a while, the secretary couldn't figure it out and just assumed that Lin Wanru had a childlike innocence, playing with water in the bathroom. How old is President Lin, yet she still has such interests? Well, maybe she's been under a lot of pressure lately. It's better not to disturb her for now. With that in mind, the secretary left the office. Some time passed. Lin Wanru and Zhou Chen both emerged from the compartment. She had a flushed face, seemingly still recovering, while Zhou Chen looked exhausted. The hard work had worn him out. However, the system's reward brought him some comfort. Ding! Successful deep communication in a special location, lifespan reward doubled, plus 10 days. Current remaining lifespan, 20 days. Looking at the doubled lifespan reward, Zhou Chen finally felt a bit relieved. It seemed like he would have to try more in the future. Places like the car, the mall, etc. were all good spots for doubling rewards. Oh, almost forgot something. Zhou Chen looked at Lin Wanru on the sofa. Lin Wanru, current favorability 20, full value 100. Friendly reminder, favorability reaching 30 points can unlock the system mall. Hey, the favorability actually increased. How does that saying go? Perhaps familiarity breeds fondness? At this moment, Lin Wanru also snapped out of the previous conversation. As she tidied up, she complained to Zhou Chen, "You old rascal, did you intentionally make that soup? Causing me." Humph. Zhou Chen, feeling offended, retorted, "Isn't it because you couldn't resist and drank too much? If you had just one bowl, there wouldn't be so much trouble, and my waist wouldn't hurt." "You're still talking." Lin Wanru huffed. Zhou Chen smirked, "And speaking of which, look at how energetic you are now. Isn't that thanks to my health soup?" "That's true, but..." Lin Wanru suddenly lost her confidence. Zhou Chen asserted, "But what? I went all out just now to prevent you from bleeding from all 7 orifices. Morally and logically, you should thank me. Instead, you not only fail to thank me but also blame me. Isn't that biting the hand that feeds you?" "You." Lin Wanru fell silent as she muttered under her breath, "Thank you. You old ghost." "Ha? What did you just say?" "Nothing." Zhou Chen didn't press further, got up, and noticed that the door was left unlocked. Upon learning this, Lin Wanru complained like a little woman, "You old man, what if someone finds out?" Zhou Chen shrugged, "But no one found out, right? Besides, it's not too late to lock it now." With that, he locked the door. However, a few minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. The door handle turned abruptly. Since the door was locked, it couldn't open, so the person outside started knocking. This situation startled both of them. Lin Wanru quickly called out, "Who is it?" A voice came from outside the door. "Wanru, it's me, Su Changhao. I have something to discuss with you. Why is the door locked in broad daylight?" Hearing the voice, Lin Wanru panicked. "Oh no, it's Su Changhao." Zhou Chen, puzzled, asked, "Who is Su Changhao?" Lin Wanru, in a hurry to tidy up, explained, "He's Su Changhao, the second young master of the Su family." "The second young master of the Su family?" Zhou Chen had heard of the Su family before, which was even larger than the Lin family. Their power and background were beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, there was still something Zhou Chen didn't quite understand. "What is the second young master of the Su family looking for you for?" Lin Wanru gave him a glance. "He is my fiancé. What do you think he's here for?" "What? Fiancé?" Upon learning the situation, Zhou Chen's expression changed instantly. So, deepening his relationship with Lin Wanru would be equivalent to, "Oh no, this cannot be discovered by the other party. If it's found out, he won't be able to stay in Dongling City. After all, that's the Su family." Zhou Chen, having lived for decades, was very clear about it. Offending the Su family meant either running away for his life or disappearing without a trace. If Su Changhao found out about the situation between them, wouldn't it be game over for him? Thinking of this, Zhou Chen quickly tidied up. Outside the door, Su Changhao waited for several minutes, starting to get impatient. "What's going on? Why isn't the door being opened after so long?" Just as he was about to knock on the door again, the office door suddenly opened. Lin Wanru stood at the doorway, looking at him impatiently. Before Su Changhao could speak, Lin Wanru spoke first. "Su Changhao, it's working hours now. If you want to see me, you should consider the timing, right? What if I delay your work?" Seeing Lin Wanru angry, Su Changhao immediately smiled apologetically. "Wanru, don't be angry. I specially brought a gift for you." With that, Su Changhao took out a platinum necklace. In the middle of the necklace was a flawless diamond the size of a thumb. It was obviously very valuable. Su Changhao held the necklace in his hands and showed it to Lin Wanru. "Wanru, how about this? Do you like this necklace? This is top quality material, plus it's handcrafted by a master. This necklace alone is worth over 5 million. If you like it, it's yours." Lin Wanru responded coldly, "Fine, just leave it over there. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to get back to work." Seeing Lin Wanru about to close the door, Su Changhao quickly stopped her, smiling broadly. Wanru, don't rush to close the door. I've brought you such a valuable gift, won't you let me come in and sit for a while? Sit for a while? Lin Wanru's attitude became even colder. What, do you have other intentions? It seems you didn't sincerely want to give me a gift, but had ulterior motives. If that's the case, you can take the gift back. I don't like impatient men. No, that's not what I meant, Su Changhao hurriedly explained. Zhou Chen listened to their conversation, utterly astonished. He never expected that Su Changhao was actually a bootlicker, completely under Lin Wanru's control. Little did he know that his own home had long been stolen by himself. At this moment, Su Changhao seemed to notice something. Wanru, wait. Why is your hair a bit messy, and your dress all wrinkled? Even the buttons on your shirt are misaligned. You're usually not so careless. What were you busy with just now? Lin Wanru panicked and explained quickly, I just didn't sleep well last night, so I took a short nap just now. What, do you think I was doing something else? No, I just wanted to show my concern for you. Su Changhao quickly smiled apologetically. I heard that kid Ji Nancheng has been bothering you lately? Has he done anything to you? If he's out of line, just tell me, I'll have someone take care of him. Hearing this name, Zhou Chen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Oh no, why is Dragon King Yi Nancheng being brought up again? Could it be that he's going to be the villain who gets slapped in the face by the Dragon King? Thinking carefully, it seems like the hero saving the beauty was originally Yi Nancheng's script, but he intercepted it midway. If it followed the original development, the Dragon King would save the beauty would fall for someone else, and the fiancé would get angry and cause trouble, only to be defeated by the Dragon King. This is just too classic. So, this guy is definitely a stepping stone. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Changhao with a hint of pity in his eyes. Yan Nancheng? Lin Wanru was somewhat surprised. He did come to look for me, but I didn't pay much attention to him. That's good. Su Changhao breathed a sigh of relief. However, he secretly vowed in his heart he would find someone to teach Yan Nancheng a lesson, so he wouldn't come to harass his fiancée again. At that moment, he noticed Zhou Chen in the office and couldn't help but furrow his brow, his tone slightly questioning. Wanru, who is this old man? Zhou Chen suddenly felt a little flustered, trying to figure out how to explain. On the other hand, Lin Wanru remained composed. He is the old steward sent by the Lin family to take care of me. You can call him Uncle Yi. Oh, so he's the old steward. Upon learning Zhou Chen's identity, Su Changhao quickly put on a smiling face. Initially, he was a bit suspicious of why there was a man following his beautiful fiancée. But then he thought, this old man looks like he's in his 80s, almost halfway buried in the ground. What was he worried about? With that in mind, he relaxed. However, why did this old man look at him with such a strange expression? As if pitying himself? Nevertheless, Su Changhao didn't pay much attention to it. Just an old man, what's so special about it? But since he was Lin Wanru's steward, Uncle Yi, hello. He shook hands with Zhou Chen politely. As they shook hands, Zhou Chen suddenly felt something extra in his hand. Looking down, he saw a finely carved jade thumb ring. The jade thumb ring was flawless, crystal clear, obviously valuable. Su Changhao leaned in and said with a smile, Uncle Yi, this is a small token of appreciation, please don't refuse. I just hope you can help me with Wanru. Zhou Chen understood without words, I will naturally take good care of it. Not only take care of it, but also put in effort. Just these past 2 days, he had put in 3 times the effort, not to mention how exhausting it was. Poor old bones like him. Zhou Chen complained in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. Seeing Zhou Chen accepting the jade thumb ring without hesitation, Su Changhao was overjoyed. Then I'll rely on Uncle Yi to take care of it. Of course. Zhou Chen smiled. What are you two whispering about behind my back? Lin Wanru's displeased voice came. Nothing. I was just saying hello to Uncle Yi. Su Changhao quickly changed the subject, perhaps to divert attention. Su Changhao brought up another matter. By the way, Wanru, I heard you were chased by a group of hooligans yesterday and barely escaped? How about I find some just retired soldiers to be your bodyguards? That way, you'll be safer in the future. Find some bodyguards? Lin Wanru couldn't help but look at Zhou Chen. Well, maybe she could dampen this old man's spirit. In the future, she could take the initiative and prevent this old man from being too handsy with her. Then, she could see how to handle him. Okay, you arrange this for me. Lin Wanru nodded. Seeing Lin Wanru asking him to handle things out of character, Su Changhao was ecstatic. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this. Then, Su Changhao left as if receiving an imperial decree. As for Zhou Chen, he couldn't help but smile. How could he not understand Lin Wanru's thoughts? However, she didn't know his true abilities. He possessed the profound essence of ancient Tai Chi martial arts, his strength almost immeasurable. not to mention a bodyguard who had just retired from the army. Even if 10 or 8 of them came together, they might not be his match. This Lin girl was still too young, but it was just right. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to make a special request, such as changing the location for their exchanges. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smirk. Lin Wanru caught a glimpse of Zhou Chen's expression from the corner of her eye. "Old man, why are you suddenly smiling?" Zhou Chen shrugged innocently. "Nothing, I just remembered something happy." "Humph, you must not be thinking of anything good," Lin Wanru scolded. Cough, Zhou Chen cleared his throat lightly. "No way. Don't think of me as too bad. I am a decent person, never do anything bad." "Decent my foot," Lin Wanru stuck out her tongue at him. She looked quite adorable. After a day's work, Lin Wanru returned home, accompanied by Zhou Chen. Lin Ro looked at the two of them, about to greet them, but felt that something was off. Lin Wanru's complexion was fine, but her mood seemed a bit low, as if she had done something wrong. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, looked troubled, holding his lower back as if suffering from back pain. Lin Ro kindly asked if he needed a recommendation for a massage therapy center. Zhou Chen declined, saying moderation was enough. Moderation? Lin Ro was a bit puzzled. Lin Wanru gave Zhou Chen a fierce look and began to explain. "Well, Uncle Lee went to the square this afternoon to dance with the aunties, and accidentally overexerted himself, that's why he's like this." "So he said, moderation is needed." "I see." Lin Ro chuckled, covering her mouth. Lin Wanru also chuckled nervously, mentally scolding Zhou Chen 100 times over. Why only mentally scold him? Of course, because she couldn't beat him. If she really started a fight, not only would she lose, but she might also. In short, it's all that old man Zhou Chen's fault, she thought fiercely in her mind. The next day, Lin Wanru got up early as usual to go to work, with Zhou Chen following her. Somehow, Lin Wanru felt a bit uneasy. It was as if something bad was about to happen. I hope it's just a misconception, she thought. Shortly after, she arrived at the entrance of the company building. However, this time, Lin Wanru saw the secretary waiting directly in front of the gate, looking anxious. This made her furrow her brows. While the secretary was supposed to be at her beck and call, waiting at the company gate was unusual. There must be some emergency. As soon as she got out of the car, the secretary approached her. "Miss Lin, something big has happened. Our company's latest developed drug didn't pass the clinical tests. The efficacy is vastly different from the projections." "What?" Upon hearing this news, she couldn't remain calm. The company had spent 3 years and over 2 billion in research funds to develop this new drug for heart disease treatment. If it failed, it would be a huge blow to the entire company. Not to mention, senior management would be inspecting in a few days. If the head of the family found out, just the thought of it gave Lin Wanru a headache. "Quick, take me to see what went wrong," she instructed the secretary, who nodded and led the way. Zhou Chen remained silent, following Lin Wanru into the company. After investigating, Lin Wanru learned that the data had been tampered with by someone. Moreover, the person responsible had resigned and fled days ago. How could this be so coincidental? Lin Wanru frowned. She quickly realized that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. But now that things had come to this, cursing wouldn't help. She had to find a way to fix it quickly. However, with such a big hole, how could it be fixed in such a short time? Thinking about the senior management's upcoming visit in a few days made Lin Wanru even more distressed. "Sigh, what should I do now?" Just as she was worrying, Zhou Chen spoke up. "Lin lass, this new drug of yours is for treating heart disease, right?" She looked at him irritably. "Old man, I'm in trouble right now, don't have time for your nonsense." "Oh, since you're busy, forget it then." With that, Zhou Chen turned away, sighing deliberately. "Sigh, I was thinking of sharing my ancestral remedy for heart disease with you." "Too bad, if you don't want it, I can't help you." Zhou Chen's words immediately caught Lin Wanru's attention. "What did you say? Do you have a solution?" Zhou Chen nodded. After all, he had already mastered the divine medical skills before. His knowledge of pharmacology and medical skills had reached the level of a grandmaster. With a simple thought, he could come up with over a dozen effective prescriptions and treatments for heart disease. It wouldn't be a big deal to share one of them. However, Lin Wanru was now suspicious. "Are you serious? Is your ancestral prescription reliable?" Zhou Chen patted his chest. "Absolutely reliable. I must say, it's as effective as my family's ancestral soup." "You dare mention your soup?" Lin Wanru's tone was slightly reproachful. But with the matter at hand, she couldn't care about that anymore. "All right, then write down the formula for me to see," Lin Wanru said, but Zhou Chen didn't move at all, just looked at her with a mysterious smile. She was puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Chen confessed. "Lin lass, you're still a CEO. Don't you understand this bit of worldly wisdom? Wisdom? Lin Wanru hadn't caught on at first. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands, suddenly enlightened. You want a reward, don't you? No problem, as long as the medicine works, our company will reward you with the highest treatment. Before she could finish, Jo-chin interrupted. Oh, old man like me doesn't want that, you know. Not that? Lin Wanru was a bit puzzled. Later, perhaps realizing something, her face suddenly turned red. You're not asking for that. Jo-chin didn't speak, just smiled at her and nodded. Lin Wanru immediately understood. She was furious. You old rascal, you're simply taking advantage of the situation. And yesterday, you've already done it so many times. She couldn't continue speaking. She just found this old rascal despicable. On the other hand, Jo-chin had his own twisted logic. I'm just helping out in a time of need. And with such a big basket, I'm afraid you might not even keep your CEO position, right? Lin Wanru was angry. But after the anger subsided, she had to admit, the old man was speaking the truth. When the time comes, her position in the Lin family would definitely plummet. She hesitated for a while, then gritted her teeth and agreed. Fine, I agree. But I need to see the real effectiveness first. We'll talk about other matters later. No problem. Jo-chin also readily agreed. He took out pen and paper, wrote down the prescription, and also noted the special method of preparation. As the CEO of Minghai Pharmaceutical, Lin Wanru had some knowledge of medicine, but after receiving the prescription, she couldn't understand it at all. She looked at Jo-chin suspiciously again. Old rascal, you're not deceiving me, are you? Is this prescription really effective? Of course. Jo-chin looked very confident. If it's not effective, I'll disappear from your sight completely. After some thought, if she could get rid of this old rascal, it wouldn't be too bad. So, she agreed. Fine, I'll call someone to prepare it. With that, she handed the prescription to the head of the Research and Development Department. The head of the department, looking at the prescription, was full of doubt. But considering it was the CEO's order, he accepted the prescription and returned to the R&D department. Not long after, the secretary suddenly burst in. Seeing her unusual expression, Lin Wanru knew something unexpected had happened. MS. Lin, urgent situation. The people sent by the old family head are about to arrive at the company's entrance. What? Lin Wanru's eyes widened. Her heart suddenly tightened. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days later? Why are they here so soon? Minghai Pharmaceutical Company building. Lin Guanghe took the initiative to get out of the car and open the door, welcoming the newcomer with a flattering smile. Uncle Zhao, please. The man known as Uncle Zhao slowly got out of the car. He was the right-hand man of the old master, having fought alongside him for many years. It could be said that he was one of the most trusted people by the old master. If it weren't for this status, Lin Guanghe wouldn't have lowered himself to the role of a servant and opened the door for the other person. Lin Guanghe turned to look at the Minghai Pharmaceutical building, feeling pleased in his heart. By now she probably has realized something is amiss. But even if she finds out, it's useless. No matter how much she tries to remedy it, she can't fill such a big hole. Nearly 2 billion in research and development funds lost, over 3 years with no results. This was enough to label Lin Wanru as incompetent. After the old master found out about this, he would definitely not let her off easily. His plan was truly brilliant. At that moment, Uncle Zhao suddenly looked at Lin Guanghe seriously. Guanghe, I came to inspect early this time because of your report about Minghai Pharmaceutical concealing a major deficit. If it's true, it will naturally be handled according to regulations. But if it's not found, do you know the consequences of falsely accusing someone? I know, you can rest assured. Lin Guanghe was very confident. Good, let's go in. Then, Uncle Zhao walked ahead and entered the Minghai Pharmaceutical Company building. Lin Guanghe followed behind, sneering in his heart all the while. Consequences of falsely accusing someone? Non-existent. At this point, what else could Lin Wanru bring out to turn the tide? If she can lose with such a huge advantage, I'll cut off my head and let her kick it like a ball. The two entered the Minghai Pharmaceutical Company building. In the reception hall, Lin Wanru was already waiting. Uncle Zhao, hello. Uncle Zhao wasn't too formal either. After exchanging greetings with Lin Wanru, he expressed his desire to see the audit materials. Lin Wanru nodded. Sure, please follow us. She signaled the secretary to lead the way. So, everyone followed the secretary towards the CEO's office. Along the way, Lin Guanghe approached Lin Wanru. Cousin Wanru, it's been a few days. I hope you're well. Lin Wanru didn't give him a warm look. Lin Guanghe, why are you following along when Uncle Zhao is inspecting? Uncle Zhao came to inspect personally. As the head of the group in Dongling City, how can I not fulfill the duties of a host? It doesn't look like it, You're probably here just for fun, right? Ha, how could that be? You're overthinking it. At that moment, Lin Guanghe suddenly noticed Zhou Chen beside them. Who is this old man? Lin Wanru didn't even look at him. This is the new steward I hired, responsible for handling some personal matters for me. Steward. Lin Guanghe was a bit suspicious. He had heard before that a few people with the surname Ma had been beaten by an old man. Although he later found out it was Yi Nanqing's doing, mentioning an old man specifically made him remember the incident. Could this old man have some extraordinary abilities? As soon as this thought arose, he quickly dismissed it. How could it be possible? This nearly 80-year-old man, what abilities could he have? If he's not senile or paralyzed from a stroke, that's already considered robust health. It must be nonsense from that Ma surname. He shook his head, pushing away this absurd idea. Soon, everyone arrived at the meeting room. Various documents were ready. Uncle Zhao sat down directly and instructed the accompanying people to start the review. The finance department, procurement department, sales department. Each document was audited. Lin Guanghe on the side was already impatient. Why haven't they checked the research and development department yet? He couldn't wait to see Lin Wanru's embarrassment. Suddenly, one person stood up and reported, "Uncle Zhao, we have a situation." With that, Lin Wanru couldn't help but sigh. In the end, she couldn't escape this disaster. Where is the problem? Uncle Zhao asked. It's the research and development department. Saying this, the person respectfully handed the documents to Uncle Zhao. There is a new drug for treating heart disease that has cost nearly 2 billion, developed over 3 years, and still has no results. Is this really happening? Uncle Zhao took the documents and put on his glasses to read. The more he read, the tighter his frown became. Uncle Zhao turned to Lin Wanru with a serious expression. Wanru, the new drug developed by Minghai Pharmaceuticals, has it undergone clinical trials? The launch date is approaching. Why haven't we heard any news yet? Lin Wanru hurriedly explained, it's because we have a completely new formula. A completely new formula? Yes. Lin Wanru took a deep breath. We obtained an ancestral secret formula from an old man. It's specifically for treating heart diseases, and we expect it to be very effective. So, we delayed a bit, hoping for your understanding. Well, Uncle Zhao pondered. At that moment, Lin Guanghe suddenly laughed. Ha, an ancestral secret formula? Cousin, that lie is a bit too much, isn't it? Everyone turned to look at him. What do you mean by that? Lin Wanru glared at him. Lin Guanghe shrugged. Nothing, just couldn't help but speak up. I just can't stand certain people. Clearly the company is suffering significant losses, yet they want to cover it up. As a member of the Lin family, how can we allow such worms to act recklessly? He deliberately looked at Lin Wanru, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Don't you agree, Lin Wanru? Hearing this, Lin Wanru suddenly understood. This must be his doing. Meanwhile, Lin Guanghe confidently said, if Uncle Zhao doesn't believe it, call someone over to ask and you'll see. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhao immediately sent someone to call for a middle management staff. The person looked nervous in front of the important figures present. Uncle Zhao asked, I ask you, has the new drug your company spent 3 years developing yielded any results? Before the person could answer, Lin Guanghe interjected. You must answer truthfully. If you dare to hide anything, you'll be in big trouble. The person was startled and quickly explained, this has nothing to do with me. I was just doing my job as usual. The failure in drug development wasn't caused by me. Silence fell over the room. What did you say? The new drug development failed? Uncle Zhao's expression darkened. The person nodded somewhat dazedly, yes, but this is mainly because. Before he could finish, Lin Guanghe interrupted him. Alright, you can leave now. With that, the person was escorted out by Lin Guanghe's subordinate. Lin Guanghe then turned to Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, I was right, wasn't I? Just as I said. Lin Wanru's lack of leadership led to the failure of the new drug development, causing significant losses to the company. And she not only shows no remorse but also wants to deceive her way through. Is someone like her worthy of continuing as the CEO of Minghai Pharmaceuticals? The atmosphere in the room plummeted. Uncle Zhao's gaze towards Lin Wanru changed from approval to anger and confusion. Wanru, what exactly is going on? Explain it to me. At that moment, Lin Wanru was under immense pressure, but in the end, she managed to hold her ground. Uncle Zhao, it's true that the development of the new drug failed, but we have found an alternative formula. As long as we can successfully prepare it, we can definitely turn the situation around. Turn the situation around? Nonsense! Lin Guanghe sneered. With 2 billion in funding and 3 years of effort without success, you're now saying you found an alternative formula? That's too convenient. Uncle Zhao had to admit that Lin Wanru's timing in finding the new formula was indeed too coincidental. He pondered, "Wanru, can you show us the new formula?" "Well." Lin Wanru hesitated. "What? Don't tell me you can't even produce the new formula?" Lin Guanghe mocked. Uncle Zhao interjected, "If you're worried about the prescription leaking out, you can ask everyone else to leave and just keep those within the Lin family." At this point, Lin Wanru had no choice. She ultimately agreed. After dismissing everyone else, she took out the handwritten prescription. When Lin Guanghe saw it, he almost burst out laughing. "A handwritten prescription? Are you trying to deceive spirits with this?" Uncle Zhao frowned. "Wanru, is this the alternative prescription you mentioned? Could it be that you've been deceived?" With Uncle Zhao's question, Lin Wanru suddenly felt a bit unsure. Was she really deceived? At the same time, the head of the Research and Development Department was hurrying towards the president's office. He couldn't hide his joy on his face, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. It was the experimental report on the excellent therapeutic effect of that folk prescription. Seeing Lin Wanru unable to speak, Lin Guanghe sneered. The president of a 100 billion pharmaceutical company actually got deceived by folk remedies? If you don't mind losing face, I do. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru's anger flared up. If it weren't for Lin Guanghe's mischief, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. She coldly snorted, "I've already arranged for the test. Whether you've been deceived, we'll see." "Oh, you're still being stubborn, huh?" Lin Guanghe was extremely pleased. "How about we make a bet? If you've been deceived, Minghai Pharmaceuticals might as well let me take over." "And if you lose?" Lin Wanru asked. "Our Tiancheng group will hand over all our pharmaceutical business for the entire year to you. It's a deal." However, despite saying that, Lin Wanru still felt very uncertain. If the prescription didn't work, she would lose everything. Time passed by minute. There was still no news from the Research and Development Department. Lin Wanru was getting anxious, while Lin Guanghe was getting impatient. "Uncle Zhao, we've been waiting for so long without any news. Could it be that Lin Wanru is just stalling?" "I'm fine, but she clearly doesn't regard you highly," Uncle Zhao retorted, glaring at Lin Guanghe. Lin Guanghe immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle Zhao, I speak my mind too quickly, please forgive me." However, he also knew that he had achieved his goal. After a while, Uncle Zhao seemed to have run out of patience and sighed. "Ah, this girl Wanru, what she's doing is really not right." Hearing this, Lin Wanru also felt a bit regretful. Could it be that the old man really deceived her? With things escalating to this extent, how would she end this? "Wanru, I'm sorry, I have to report this truthfully to the head of the family." Uncle Zhao sighed again. Lin Guanghe was overjoyed to hear this. Once this matter was reported, Lin Wanru would have no chance of turning things around. Lin Wanru felt like she was in an ice cave. Could it be that the whole situation was beyond redemption? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Recognizing the person, Lin Wanru spoke. "It's the head of the Research and Development Department, he must be here to see me." "Uncle Zhao, I'll go and see what it's about." Uncle Zhao nodded. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the head of the Research and Development Department looking ecstatic. "President Lin, good news! Good news! The pills made from the prescription you gave us have passed the initial clinical trial directly, and the efficacy is remarkable." "What did you say?" With this revelation, Lin Wanru was completely stunned. The initial clinical trial passed? On the other hand, Lin Guanghe widened his eyes and couldn't help but blurt out, "How is that possible? Isn't that just a folk remedy? Could it be that you arranged for this to cover up a lie?" Shouted at, the head of the department furrowed his brow. "Who are you? You're not from our company. Why are you meddling here?" "You!" Lin Guanghe was too angry to speak. Uncle Zhao intervened to stop the argument and then asked the head of the department to explain the situation. Upon learning that Zhao Shu was the distinguished figure inspecting, the person in charge's attitude became more respectful. Initially, when he first received the prescription, he had some doubts. After all, it looked like a folk remedy. Therefore, he didn't hold much hope for it. Coincidentally, there were several elderly heart disease patients at the collaborating hospital who were not suitable for heart surgery. They had tried various medications without success. He asked the doctors to contact the families to see if they were willing to give it a try. Once the families agreed, the patients took a pill. Then, a miracle happened. The patients who had been suffering from heart disease miraculously improved. It was estimated that even one course of treatment could completely cure them. Hearing this, the head of the Research and Development Department was filled with excitement. A drug that can completely cure heart disease, I can't imagine how big the market space would be. Preliminary estimates suggest that the profits alone could reach billions. This is simply a miraculous drug. With these words, everyone present gasped in amazement. Billions in profits just from this drug? Currently, Manhwa Pharmaceuticals' total market value had just exceeded $1 billion. Would this drug not propel the company to new heights? Subsequently, the head of the research and development department brought out freshly printed, slightly warm documents. The more Zhao Shu read, the more his smile grew. By the end, all the gloom on his face vanished. Wanru, I misjudged you. I never expected that you would have such a remarkably effective prescription. The Lin family is truly fortunate to have you. Listening to Zhao Shu's praise, Lin Wanru smiled back. Her heart was equally shocked. She truly hadn't anticipated this. Could that old man Zhou Chen's prescription be so effective? Who exactly is that old man? She couldn't help but wonder. Skilled in martial arts and knowledgeable in medicine. Could he really be some kind of hidden master? Lin Wanru decided that after this matter was over, she would seek out Zhou Chen to get some clarity. Meanwhile, Lin Guanghe wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? He had been planning this for almost 3 years, all to bring down Lin Wanru at this moment. Unexpectedly, one moment he was feeling triumphant, and the next moment he was humiliated. This result almost made his nose crooked with anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, not wanting to stay a second longer. Let's go! With a wave of his hand, he tried to leave with his people. But then he heard Lin Wanru speak up. Lin Guanghe, have you forgotten our bet? I remember it very well. You admitted yourself that Tian Shang Group's pharmaceutical business for a year would be handed over to us. Are you now planning to back out? With Zhao Shu present, Lin Guanghe had to stop. Lin Wanru, how can you say that? Am I that kind of person? Lin Wanru sneered. Now that Zhao Shu is here, you must honor your word. But what about after Zhao Shu leaves? Without proof, won't you deny it? You! Lin Guanghe was furious. Lin Wanru raised an eyebrow. If you really want to arrange it, let's make a contract in front of Zhao Shu, and we'll abide by it. Irritated, Lin Guanghe said, I agreed. Why are you in such a hurry? At this point, Zhao Shu also spoke up. Lin Guanghe, since you brought this up before, you must take responsibility. If you keep your promise, I will overlook the false accusations. Upon hearing this, Lin Guanghe realized Zhao Shu was testing him. After weighing the pros and cons, he had to admit to this deal. Fine, all the business for a whole year belongs to you. Let's sign the contract now. After signing the contract, Lin Guanghe felt a pang of regret. That was a whole year's worth of business. The amount he could have pocketed discreetly was a substantial sum. This Lin Wanru dared to make him lose so much. He glared at Lin Wanru and left in a huff. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhao Shu also prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said to Lin Wanru, don't worry, you did a great job. The head of the family will definitely be pleased when he hears about it. At his birthday banquet, he will publicly announce the next heir to the family. Just wait for the good news. Upon hearing such great news, Lin Wanru was so happy that she almost jumped for joy. Back in the office, she lay down on the sofa. She was so happy that she struck a yep pose. At that moment, a voice sounded, I never expected the female CEO of Manhwa Pharmaceuticals to have such a childish side. Lin Wanru turned to see none other than Zhou Chen. Darn it, how could she forget that old man Zhou Chen was also there? She blushed a little and quickly sat up straight. What's wrong? Can I be happy? Zhou Chen nodded, of course, be happy. This time, not only did you survive a crisis, but you also secured a large order, so you should be happy. Of course. Lin Wanru was a bit proud. But since you're done with your part, isn't it my turn now? Zhou Chen's expression was meaningful. You! Lin Wanru blushed even more at Zhou Chen's words. You old man, why do you always think about such things? Oh, I can't help it, Zhou Chen sighed. If I don't think about such things, I'll go crazy. Humph. Lin Wanru stuck out her tongue at him. I don't believe you. You're just naively bad-minded. Zhou Chen shrugged. There was nothing he could do if she didn't believe him when he told the truth. Let's not talk about that. Are you ready now? If you are, then I. Zhou Chen's mouth curved up, pretending to rub his hands together. You. Lin Wanru was flustered. This was the office. If others saw them, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Last time? Last time was a special case, it doesn't count. Oh, don't worry, this is your office, no one will see. Just as he was speaking, a knock on the door interrupted them. Their movements stopped instantly. Who is it? Lin Wanru asked in a panic, as if grasping at straws for help. Outside the door, a dandy voice replied, Wanru, it's me, Su Changhao. Lin Wanru gave Zhou Chen a look. See, someone's here now. There was no choice but to talk later. Well, okay. Zhou Chen could only patiently step aside for now. Lin Wanru quickly sat at her desk and said, come in. Su Changhao, looking impressive, opened the door and walked in. Behind him were 3 clearly skilled individuals. Lin Wanru was puzzled. Su Changhao, what's this? Su Changhao smiled. Wanru, don't you remember? Didn't I promise to find bodyguards for you before? I've brought some people now, so why don't you choose one? Bodyguards? Lin Wanru was stunned for a few seconds, then slapped her forehead. Oh, she had been so busy with inspections that she had forgotten about this. Well, having bodyguards wouldn't hurt. Lin Wanru glanced at Zhou Chen. If she could replace this old man, that would be even better. Even if she couldn't, teasing him a bit wouldn't hurt. She couldn't let him get too cocky. Otherwise, he would keep trying to communicate with her all the time, and she wouldn't have any way to deal with it. Lin Wanru thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a plan. She leaned in close to Zhou Chen and whispered, "Old man, how about we test your skills?" Test my skills? What do you have in mind? It's simple, just go up and spar with the people Su Changhao brought. Spar? Zhou Chen glanced at the group of people. That shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Zhou Chen agree, Lin Wanru was overjoyed. By the way, old man, didn't you say you wanted to be my bodyguard before? If you can't even beat them, then do I really need to keep you as my bodyguard? Lin Wanru looked at Zhou Chen with a mischievous smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen finally understood Lin Wanru's thoughts. Ha, this little girl, daring to challenge me? Outwardly, Zhou Chen remained calm and composed. That's true. Lin Wanru was almost bursting with laughter. Then, you better behave yourself at that time, or I'll have you removed. No problem. Zhou Chen readily agreed. Alright, let's settle it this way. Wait. Zhou Chen interrupted her. Since we're settling it this way, what if I win? Shouldn't there be a reward too? A reward? Lin Wanru became alert. What kind of reward do you want? Zhou Chen leaned in and whispered something. Lin Wanru's whole demeanor was about to explode. What? You actually want to? In the restroom. Lin Wanru felt embarrassed and angry, gritting her teeth. Fine, we'll do it your way. But I have one more condition. Go on. If you lose, you're not allowed to have any contact with me in the future, or else you pack up and leave. No problem, old man, I keep my word. Meanwhile, Su Changhao was unaware of what was happening. He could only see Zhou Chen and Lin Wanru whispering to each other. Wanru, what are you discussing? Nothing, I'm discussing something with Uncle Yi. Lin Wanru's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, then immediately returned to normal. By the way, Su Changhao, I'm a bit worried about the people you brought. How about this, let these people spar with Uncle Yi, whoever wins can be my bodyguard. Spar with Uncle Yi? Su Changhao was a bit puzzled. What does that mean? Aren't you afraid they might injure the old man and send him to the hospital? On the other side, the people Su Changhao brought laughed. Hee, Mr. Su, she seems to look down on us a bit. Su Changhao also advised, Wanru, isn't this going too far? What if someone accidentally sends Uncle Yi to the hospital? Before Lin Wanru could say anything, Zhou Chen stepped forward. Hee, young people shouldn't boast. Old man, I'm still strong, my skills might not be worse than yours. With that said, those people laughed even more brightly. Old man, it's not that we look down on you, but one should accept their age. I think you should take a break. Zhou Chen also smiled. How do you know if you don't try? Su Changhao was also a bit indecisive. Wanru, what should we do now? Lin Wanru waved her hand. What else can we do? Let them spar with Uncle Yi first, and if they can beat him, then we'll talk about the bodyguard matter. Hearing this, Su Changhao no longer insisted. However, those people still had concerns. If they sent this old man to the hospital, or worse, would they be arrested? Seeing this, Lin Wanru dispelled their doubts. It's okay, just fight freely. We'll take full responsibility for any consequences. With that said, they agreed to spar with Zhou Chen. They found a place and prepared to fight. The leader said, Old man, I'm Lu Lizhu, you can call me Zhuzi. Be careful later, don't strain your back. Zhou Chen looked at the opponent who only sent one person. Young man, one is not enough. Why don't you all come at me together? This remark made the two behind Zhuzi immediately unhappy. This old man is too arrogant. The three of them clenched their fists, ready to teach this old man a lesson. The leader looked at Lin Wanru, seeking her opinion. Lin Wanru nodded. No problem, if you can beat him by attacking together, it counts. With permission granted, they didn't hesitate and entered the arena together. Huzi, target his lower body when the time comes. Dahe, seize the opportunity to strike his vital points and control him. Got it. Huzi and Dahe nodded. Begin, Su Changhao ordered. They immediately sprang into action. According to the previous arrangement, they each attacked, aiming directly at Zhou Chen's weak points. However, Zhou Chen just smiled at them. He didn't even move a muscle. Can't keep up with this? Where does this old man get his confidence from? Just as Zhu Zi was thinking this, suddenly, he felt his vision blur. Zhou Chen seemed to have made a few moves. Before he could see clearly, his field of vision suddenly turned into a deep blue. What's going on? Bang! The sudden impact and pain made him startle. What? I've been thrown to the ground? How is that possible? He quickly rolled over and got up. But what he saw next shocked him even more. Hu Zi, de hey, how come you're both lying on the ground too? The two of them, clutching their sore spots, quickly got up and took a few steps back. I don't know, I'm just as confused. I didn't even see his movements clearly. Su Changhao beside them also widened his eyes. He had seen with his own eyes the old man swiftly bringing down the three of them. It didn't look like the moves of an old man at all. Wanru, the old man by your side is quite formidable. Lin Wanru's eyes twitched. Naturally, she was getting anxious. If Zhou Chen really won, wouldn't she have to fulfill the previous agreement? That place is a public area. If someone accidentally sees, her face looked grim. On the field, while Zhu Zi and the others were in doubt, Zhou Chen was all smiles. Well, shall we continue? If we don't continue, then I win. Hearing this, Zhu Zi and the others naturally couldn't accept it. De He spoke up, bro, we underestimated earlier, otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation. Hu Zi nodded, right, this time we're serious. Shu Zi nodded slightly and prepared for another round. This time, the three of them were serious, rushing towards Zhou Chen in a single step. The speed and force were like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. We only failed earlier because we underestimated. How could we not beat an old man when we're serious? Let this old man know what it means to fear the young. Just as the three of them felt confident of victory, Zhou Chen suddenly dodged. Their attacks missed completely. Zhu Zi was shocked. So fast. Then he felt a huge force from the side, throwing his whole body off balance. Not paying attention, the three of them collided and fell backward. The pain all over his body made Zhu Zi gasp. Hiss! Before Zhu Zi could get up, Zhou Chen's fist was already in front of him. The fist wind whistled like a blade or a spear. However, the fist stopped abruptly in front of Zhu Zi. But the force of the fist wind made Zhu Zi terrified, draining him of any fighting spirit. He knew very well that if that fist landed on him, he would be bedridden for at least half a month. At this moment, Zhou Chen chuckled, young man, do you want to continue? At this point, Zhu Zi understood. He was no match for this old man. Just the few moves he had shown were enough for him to learn a lifetime's worth. Ah, this old man is really too damn powerful, isn't he? Is he really in his 80s? With such skills, he could be considered a master of martial arts. Thinking this, Zhu Zi shook his head, indicating his surrender. Zhou Chen looked at the other two. Seeing Zhu Zi surrender, they also gave up. Then, Zhou Chen stood aside and bowed to the three of them. Thank you for the lesson. He displayed an air of magnanimity. Outside the arena, Su Changhao was completely stunned. He thought that this old man would probably be taken down like some famous martial arts master. But he never expected this old man to be so fierce. The ones taken down were Zhu Zi and his two companions, all in their prime. He swallowed hard. Wanru, how is this old man? No, this old man's so powerful. Wanru? Ha? Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Wanru was in a bad mood at this moment. Not for any other reason, but because of Zhou Chen. Especially after seeing Zhou Chen win and the way he raised his eyebrows, it was a hint about the agreement they made. Damn it! That old man. Lin Wanru felt extremely embarrassed when she thought about what would happen next. Wanru? Wanru? Su Changhao called out repeatedly. Lin Wanru felt annoyed. What? Look at the people you brought here, they can't even beat an old man. Ha? Su Changhao was a bit confused. Wasn't it someone from their side who won? Why was she so angry? Lin Wanru left in a huff, and Zhou Chen followed cheerfully. Just as Su Changhao was still trying to make sense of it, he seemed to catch a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Did that rotten old man's hand wrap around Lin Wanru's waist? And it seemed quite inappropriate. Su Changhao quickly looked in that direction. However, he only saw Zhou Chen following Lin Wanru obediently. There didn't seem to be anything strange happening. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Su Changhao frowned. After thinking it over, that was the only explanation. Lin Wanru, as the daughter of the Lin family, had always been pure and untouched, not even having a boyfriend all these years. In his heart, she was like a goddess. How could she have any unclear relationship with a rotten old man? Surely, he must have seen it wrong. How could he think such things about his goddess? It's damn ridiculous. At that moment, the three men called out to Su Changhao, sorry, Mr. Su, we couldn't be of help. Su Changhao didn't blame them. After all, he had seen the skills of that old man Ibo, and there was indeed nothing they could do. However, he gave them a new task. By the way, I have a job for you. There's this guy named Ji Nanchung who keeps bothering my fiancé, help me teach him a lesson. The three men agreed without much thought and left. Su Changhao got into his car, feeling more and more uneasy. How can that old man be so powerful? Could it be that he's a hidden expert hired by the Lin family? Should I try to get on his good side? Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to urinate. Hiss! Have I been going to the club too often lately, causing my health to deteriorate? No, I need to control myself and take care of my health. Su Changhao looked around and went straight into the Minghai Pharmaceutical building to find the restroom. Just as he entered to relieve himself, he heard a voice from one of the stalls. Wait, someone's. Su Changhao immediately perked up. The voice sounded soft, not like a man's voice. Could it be? As he listened while relieving himself, he could hear some faint movements from the stall, rhythmic and not simple at all. He understood in an instant. Hey, who is it? So interested in broad daylight. I have to take a good look. Su Changhao was excited and was about to lean closer to listen. Suddenly, someone called his name from outside. Young Master Su? Young Master Su? Are you in there? The master has an urgent matter for you. Su Changhao didn't want to pay attention to the person outside, but upon hearing that it was his father with an urgent matter, he sighed and reluctantly left. He glanced back at the stall, feeling regretful. He vowed to try it out when he had the chance. With these thoughts in mind, he walked out. What's going on? What's the urgent matter? Well, the master said. Soon, Su Changhao's voice faded away. Sometime later, Lin Wanru emerged from the stall with a blush on her face, walking unsteadily. After Zhou Chen checked around the door to make sure no one was there, Lin Wanru dared to come out of the restroom. She glared fiercely at Zhou Chen. You old man, it's all because of your bad idea, just now I almost. Zhou Chen raised his hands, but nothing happened, right? Humph, Lin Wanru huffed. If it did, I would never forgive you. Never forgive me? I wonder how you wouldn't forgive me. Zhou Chen chuckled. Like just now? You dare. Lin Wanru pinched Zhou Chen's waist in annoyance, chasing him around wildly. It wasn't until she heard footsteps in the distance that she stopped. Someone's here now, I'll deal with you later. Then, Lin Wanru walked back to the office unsteadily. Zhou Chen followed with a smile. On the way, he checked the recent system prompt. Ding! Deepen communication at special locations for double life rewards. Remaining lifespan, 29 days. Lin Wanru's favorability +5, current 25, unlock system store at 30. Unlock new ability, Punzu Health Method. Enhance physique and accelerate recovery through deep communication. Punzu Health Method? Zhou Chen immediately checked the detailed effects of this ability. It turned out that the Punzu Health Method not only improved physique through communication but also aided in recovering from injuries and illnesses. The depth of communication determined the extent of recovery. Even severe injuries or illnesses could be quickly healed with deep communication. This health method is quite a treasure, Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel. Despite his proficiency in medicine, the saying goes, physician, heal thyself. When faced with serious injuries or illnesses, one's own skills might not be enough. Now, with the Pengzu health method, there was an added layer of security. Not to mention its function of enhancing physique. With this health method, even with more communication in the future, he wouldn't suffer from aches and pains. He might even feel more energetic with increased communication. I'll give it a try in the future. Zhou Chen remained composed, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Wanru. In the evening, after a busy day, Lin Wanru returned home, equally exhausted. Understanding her fatigue, Zhou Chen offered to make her a traditional health soup. Lin Wanru immediately protested, you dare mention that health soup again. I think you have ulterior motives. Come on, just drink it slowly, and you'll be fine. Just as they were arguing, Lin Ro, their elder sister, arrived upon hearing the commotion. What's going on? What health soup? Zhou Chen then explained to her. Of course, he omitted the part about Lin Wanru overindulging last time. Upon learning about the invigorating effects of the health soup, Lin Ro's eyes lit up. Let me taste Yibo's craftsmanship too. I have a live broadcast to record tonight. I need to be alert. Lin Wanru wanted to object but hesitated. She couldn't possibly mention her previous mishap from drinking too much, could she? In the end, she reluctantly agreed, setting 3 rules with Zhou Chen. Each person could only have 1 bowl of soup, no more. Once Zhou Chen agreed, she had nothing more to say. Soon, the soup was ready. Lin Ro praised the health soup after just 1 sip. Wow, Yibo, this soup tastes amazing. Of course, this is our family's traditional health soup. Only emperors could drink it in the past. Only emperors? Really? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen began to extol the virtues of the soup, leaving Lin Ro in awe. He then mentioned the ancestral medicine that helped Lin Wanru turn the tide. Lin Ro's eyes widened. Wanru, is what Ibo said true? Is Ibo's ancestral medicine really that effective? Although Lin Wanru didn't like Zhou Chen, she truthfully replied, yes, it's indeed as effective as he said. Hearing this, Lin Ro's eyes were full of admiration. Ibo is so amazing. Could he be from a family of medical experts? Zhou Chen, feigning depth, smiled mysteriously without a word, giving off an air of a hidden master. This piqued Lin Ro's curiosity, and she bombarded him with questions. After dinner, Lin Ro prepared to leave. Lin Wanru, feeling uneasy, asked why she was going out so late for a live broadcast. After some inquiry, she learned that Lin Ro was heading to a desolate village for a supernatural exploration livestream. Lin Wanru couldn't help but worry, in those desolate mountains and wilds, won't you be in danger going alone at night? Lin Ro smiled, it's not just me, there are others filming too. Despite her words, Lin Wanru was still worried. After some thought, she leaned in next to Zhou Chen. Old man, why don't you come with my sister too? If there's an emergency, you can protect her too. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Don't you need protection yourself? Lin Wanru was a bit anxious. It should be fine for one night, but my sister going out to the wilderness in the middle of the night is really unsafe. Even if she doesn't encounter bad people, running into wild beasts would be terrible. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered, then he turned his head. No, this is beyond my duty. We didn't agree to this in the first place. Lin Wanru got anxious upon hearing this. Then I promise you, can we play with flowers next time? With that, she pursed her lips, a blush rising on her face. You can do whatever you want. Whatever I want? Zhou Chen perked up at once. Alright then. You have to wait for me to think it over. After that, Lin Wanru told Lin Ro about this. Lin Ro was still a bit puzzled. Uncle Yi is so old, is it okay for him to run around like this? Lin Wanru waved her hand. Don't worry, his stamina is better than young people. Then she muttered softly, just like a teddy. Wanru, what did you just say? Oh, nothing. You don't have to worry about him anyway. Before setting off, Lin Wanru repeatedly instructed Zhou Chen, old man, no harboring any ideas about my sister. She's already soft-hearted, if you deceive her. In short, no inappropriate thoughts, got it? Got it. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Then, he followed Lin Ro into the car and they set off. At the door, Lin Wanru watched as Lin Ro drove the Porsche away, looking somewhat worried. For some reason, she felt like something might happen. My sister said that there are others following along, so there won't be any accidents, right? Inside the car, Lin Ro continued the previous conversation. Zhou Chen answered while occasionally glancing at Lin Ro. As a broadcaster, Lin Ro was much more casual in her attire compared to Lin Wanru, who was a CEO. She wore a sleeveless top with low-rise shorts and sandals. Her figure was impeccable, making Zhou Chen dizzy. Really? Uncle Yi, you can also do massage and bone setting? Of course, as a family of medicine, these skills are a piece of cake. That's great, I always feel sore in my shoulders. Can I ask Uncle Yi to give me a massage sometime? No problem. I guarantee you'll feel refreshed. With that, the two arrived at their destination. When they got off the car, Zhou Chen could see someone holding equipment waiting from afar. That should be the person helping with the filming. As they got closer, Zhou Chen realized there were actually two people. Lin Ro greeted the other person with a smile. Zhang Pang, sorry for keeping you waiting. It's okay, I only waited for a while. Who is this? Oh, he's Uncle Yi, my sister's old butler. My sister is worried, so she arranged for him to come with me. Old butler? Zhang Pang raised an eyebrow but didn't say much. Lin Ro briefly introduced Zhang Pang. He was the young master of the Zhang family in Beijing, managing the family business in Dongling. Live streaming was just a hobby for him. He was also Lin Ro's #1 fan. He had sent countless gifts just to get this opportunity to help with the livestream. Zhou Chen could tell immediately that he had intentions towards Lin Ro. I never expected the young master from Beijing to become a lapdog one day. He naturally wouldn't say such words out loud. On the other side, Zhang Peng frowned slightly. Originally, according to his plan, tonight's adventure in the deserted village was supposed to be just him and Lin Ro. This way, he could make some arrangements more conveniently. Lin Ro was trying to improve their relationship. At the very least, they should be able to hold hands and have more physical contact, right? But unexpectedly, Lin Ro brought along a third wheel, and not just any third wheel, but one that had been shining for decades. This left him feeling frustrated as his plans seemed to have fallen through. Sigh, but the problem isn't just him, there's also that kid. Looks like we'll have to make some changes to tonight's plans. With that, he glanced at the person beside him from the corner of his eye. At that moment, Lin Ro's slightly surprised voice came through. Huh? You're Yi Nanchang? On the other side, Zhou Chen was contemplating how to outsmart the sycophant and win the beauty's heart. but upon hearing that name, his heart skipped a beat. What the heck? Why is the Dragon King Yi Nanchang here too? Over there, Yi Nanchang smiled faintly. Sister Lin Ro. Once confirmed that it was Yi Nanchang, Lin Ro continued, oh, it really is you. I remember you were classmates with Wanru, right? Since Wanru graduated, it seems like we haven't met again. Oh, by the way, why did you come here? Oh, it's like this. Yi Nanchang then explained. It turned out he had also heard that Lin Ro was going to livestream in this area. Although it had been deserted for decades, there were occasional sightings of light coming from a dilapidated house, which was quite eerie. Feeling concerned, he decided to come over to look after things. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, probably understood. Following the standard plot development, it was likely that they would soon encounter danger. Then the Dragon King would intervene, saving the beauty, successfully capturing Lin Ro's heart. However, with himself present now, he wouldn't just let things unfold. He had to intervene. At that moment, Yi Nanchang also noticed Zhou Chen. He immediately greeted respectfully, Mr. E, we meet again. Zhou Chen acted aloof. Wanru was worried about her sister being in danger, so she asked me to keep an eye out. Didn't expect to meet again, what a coincidence. Seeing this, Yi Nanchang engaged in small talk with Zhou Chen. On the side, Zheng Pang, who had been left hanging for a while, was not pleased. Yi Bo was the person Lin Ro brought along, the old steward of their house, that was fine. But who the heck was Yi Nanchang? Lin Ro was the woman I, Zheng Pang from Beijing, had set my eyes on. What's your deal coming along? He grunted discontentedly and then managed to squeeze into the conversation. Mr. Yi, this is a live stream. It's better for outsiders not to join in. Yi Nanchang smiled calmly. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. You. Zheng Pang was getting annoyed. But before he could explode, Lin Ro quickly intervened. It's okay, he's an acquaintance, he came here with good intentions, it's fine. Hearing Lin Ro's words, Zheng Pang relented. He grunted, it's getting late, let's set off quickly. Lin Ro nodded in agreement, and the group set off directly. On the way, Zheng Pang wanted to strike up a conversation with Lin Ro. But Lin Ro always smiled politely, keeping her distance, making it difficult for him to make a move. So he shifted his focus to Zhou Chen. He thought, if he could win this old man's favor, maybe he could get him to put in a good word for him with Lin Ro. Besides, even Yi Nanchang seemed to have a good relationship with this old man. How could he fall behind? So, he started to fawn over Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was quite pleased with this. It was nice to have a sycophant at his beck and call. Of course, he didn't forget to paint a rosy picture for the sycophant. He leaned in close to Zheng Pang and whispered, Good lad, I can see you're sincere, rest assured, I understand what you mean. I'll keep an eye on Ro on your behalf. Really? Then I'll rely on you, Mr. E. Zheng Pang was overjoyed and put in even more effort. But, Zhou Chen suddenly changed the subject. But what? Zheng Pang hurriedly asked. You should know, right? Yi Nanchang also has feelings for Ro, and last time he even gave me a rare treasure. He also asked me to say some good things in front of Roya. It's really difficult. Zhou Chen shook his head as he spoke. This was obviously nonsense, but Zheng Pang was unaware. Upon hearing this, he became anxious on the spot. Goodness, I never expected you, Yi Nanchang, to actually want to compete with me for a woman. Damn it, isn't she just a rare treasure? We have plenty of those in the Zhang family in the capital. Gritting his teeth, he took out a small item he carried with him and respectfully presented it to Zhou Chen. Uncle Yi, take a look. This is a crack-patterned snuff bottle from the Qing dynasty. The overall fetal color is pure, and the current market value is over $1 million. Do you see this? Is it rare and precious enough? A snuff bottle worth $1 million. Zhou Chen was surprised, but he remained calm and just nodded slightly. Well, you have a bit of an eye for good things, but as for Roya, I'll take care of that. Zheng Peng was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Uncle Yi. He then respectfully handed the snuff bottle to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen accepted the snuff bottle, feeling extremely pleased. It must be said, making money as a bootlicker is quite enjoyable. Zheng Peng also felt that he had gained a significant advantage and smugly glanced at Yi Nanchang. Before long, the group arrived at the desolate village where they were going to livestream their exploration. The village was indeed desolate. Surrounded by deep mountains and old forests, all was silent, with the moonlight mostly blocked by dark clouds, making it pitch dark. The dilapidated houses around them seemed to be shrouded in shadows, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Lin Ro couldn't help but tighten her grip, looking somewhat scared. Seeing this, Zheng Peng also felt a bit uneasy, but then he thought to himself, how could he show fear with a beauty by his side? No, he had to show some courage. So he bravely spoke up, Ro, don't be afraid, I'm here. If we encounter any special situations, I will definitely protect you." Before he could finish, lights faintly flickered in the distance. "What? There's really light. But wasn't this place abandoned decades ago?" Zheng Peng was suddenly at a loss for words. Lin Ro also seemed a bit frightened and hesitated before speaking. "Should we go and check it out? We're here to livestream, it would be a shame to just turn back, right?" After hesitating for a while, Zheng Peng reluctantly agreed, thinking to himself that there were several people with them anyway. What was there to fear? Zhou Chen and Yi Nancheng naturally had nothing to fear and followed behind. And so, with Zheng Peng carrying the equipment, Lin Ro walked alone in front of the camera, introducing the desolate village to the audience in the livestream. "Sorry for keeping you all waiting. Today, I, Ro, will be hosting this exploration of the desolate village. As you can see, it's quite eerie and terrifying here. It's said that before this place was turned into a village, it used to be a mass grave. Who knows if we might encounter something unclean. Oh, just saying that suddenly makes me feel so nervous." In the live stream chat, viewers began sending messages one after another. Ro is so brave, I wouldn't dare go to this place at night. I wasn't scared at first, but the host's words made me scared. Ro, don't be afraid. If you encounter any monsters, come hide in my bed, I'll protect you. Lin Ro chatted with her fans, keeping the atmosphere lively. However, just as Lin Ro was about to start officially, she suddenly saw the chat flooding with messages. And all of them seemed to be the same message. Ro, look behind you. There's something behind you. At first, Lin Ro thought it was just her fans joking around. But when she saw the horrified look on Zheng Peng's face, she realized. It seemed like there really was something behind her. Lin Ro's heart couldn't help but race, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. She took a deep breath and slowly turned around. In an instant, she saw a burly figure looming behind her. However, this scream did not come from Lin Ro. Instead, it was Zheng Peng who was scared out of his wits. This sound was not insignificant. It scared Lin Ro so much that her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground like a duck. Lin Ro couldn't get up for a moment. She could only watch in horror as the dark figure approached. Oh no, she had really encountered Apiao this time. She was so afraid that she closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she heard a voice in front of her. "What the heck? Why are you yelling in the middle of the night?" Hearing the voice, Lin Ro suddenly exclaimed. "How come this Apiao is speaking in dialect?" She cautiously opened her eyes and saw a burly man. "Are you human?" What a stupid question. If I'm not human, could I be a ghost? The man seemed a bit impatient. Including Zheng Peng, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Damn, thought they had really encountered a ghost. Never expected it to be a person? This scared the hell out of me. However, Zhou Chen and Yi Nancheng saw everything clearly, without any surprise. But at the same time, they furrowed their brows, because they noticed the handle of a machete at the man's waist. Meanwhile, the burly man continued questioning. "I should be asking you, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Could it be that you're here to steal something?" Lin Ro hurriedly explained. "We are here for paranormal exploration." Paranormal exploration? The man looked puzzled. Lin Ro nodded. "Yes, isn't this area quite desolate? So we specifically came at night to explore, to see if there are any pow or something." "Right, I haven't asked you yet." Faced with this question, the man seemed to ponder for a few seconds. "What the heck, I'm a villager living here. Who gave you permission to come here for exploration? Hurry up and leave, if you don't, we won't be polite." Oh, Lin Ro looked extremely aggrieved. However, at this moment, Yi Nancheng suddenly spoke up. "This doesn't seem right. I remember this place has been abandoned for decades. Even the last batch of villagers have been relocated long ago. So where did you villagers come from? I heard before that there's a group of roaming criminals gathering around here. Could it be you guys?" The man was taken aback by this question. At that moment, he noticed the camera equipment in Zheng Peng's hands. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He smiled. I was originally thinking of letting you go. But now you're not only ungrateful, but you even have a camera? Sorry, I'll have to ask you to stay here." Then, the man suddenly pulled out the machete behind him and swung it towards the nearest Lin Ro. Not good. Yi Nancheng was shocked. He was about to intervene, but he saw a figure rushing over in a flash. It was Zhou Chen. In the blink of an eye, he shielded Lin Ro. The knife struck Zhou Chen's back, leaving a horrifying bloodstain. Lin Ro was held in Zhou Chen's arms, feeling a wave of fear. She couldn't react in time just now. If it weren't for Yi Bo, she might have. At this moment, she saw the wound on Zhou Chen's back. As a wealthy young lady, she had never seen such a bloody scene before, and she panicked. Yi Bo, you're back. Zhou Chen shook his head, indicating not to worry about it for now and to escape quickly. What? How could this old man move so fast? The man also seemed surprised. But then he thought, anyway, these people had to be taken care of, so why bother with so much? So, he swung the knife with all his might again. However, before the knife could reach halfway, a huge force struck him, sending him flying more than 3 meters away. The machete also fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. Looking closely, it was Yi Nancheng who had made the move. After being kicked away, the man felt disoriented and couldn't get up. He knew he had encountered tough opponents, so he shouted to the surroundings. Get them! Don't let them escape. If they go to the police, we'll all be caught. With a shout, countless cold lights flashed around. It was the cold light reflected on the machetes. It turned out that several people had already been surrounded. Without hesitation, Yi Nancheng spoke up. Yibo, take Lin Ro and retreat first, I will deal with these guys. Zhou Chen nodded, then made Lin Ro follow closely behind him. At this moment, the opponents had already rushed over. However, Yi Nancheng easily knocked down several of them with just a few punches and kicks. On the other side, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity and immediately led Lin Ro to escape through a gap in the encirclement. Hey! Wait for me! Beside them, Zhang Peng was almost scared out of his wits. Seeing a way out, he didn't even care about the live broadcasting equipment, and hurriedly followed without looking back. Suddenly, he heard a roar behind him. Ma De, send a few people to chase. When you see them, just cut them down. Don't leave a single one alive. The rest of you, come with me to deal with this kid, he's quite tricky. Zhang Peng was terrified and hastened his steps. However, the village was full of twists and turns. He had been following Zhou Chen and the others, but after a few turns, he couldn't see them anymore. Where did they go? Hearing the urgent pursuit behind him, Zhang Peng had no choice but to continue fleeing forward on a random path. On the other side, Zhou Chen was risking his life to escape with Lin Ro. Although he was fine, Lin Ro's physical stamina was not great. Even with Zhou Chen pulling her along, they couldn't shake off the pursuers. Zhou Chen had to take many twists and turns. After a few turns, he directly pulled Lin Ro into a house and covered her mouth. Soon, they heard people running past outside. When those people had gone far, Zhou Chen released her. At least it should be safe for now. Lin Ro anxiously asked, Yibo, how is the wound on your back? The wound on his back? Zhou Chen was stunned for a few seconds before remembering. Oh, he had been cut on the back just now. However, it was intentional. With his strength, he could have saved Lin Ro without any injuries. But how could he leave a lasting impression on her for future strategies? Besides, the wound on his back was not critical. He could just bandage it up later. But Lin Ro was not thinking the same way. She only saw the wound on Zhou Chen's back still bleeding. Moreover, Zhou Chen was an old man. It would be uncomfortable for a young person to take such a blow, let alone an old man. So, she was extremely anxious. No, I have to bandage you up, Yibo. But there were no bandages at the moment. In her urgency, Lin Ro tore her sleeveless shirt into strips and used them to bandage Zhou Chen, leaving herself with just one piece of clothing. Zhou Chen's eyes widened at the sight. Wow, this girl's heart is even broader than Lin Wanru's. Excited, he even let out a bit more blood from his wound. Seeing this, Lin Ro became even more anxious. Yibo, please don't have any accidents. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Chen immediately pretended to be weak. Alas, I'm afraid this old man won't make it this time. Lin Ro, you should escape alone. Lin Ro's eyes were filled with tears. No, I can't leave you alone here, Yibo. As long as you get better, I'm willing to pay any price. Any price? Zhou Chen hesitated for a while, then sighed. Well, let's forget about this method. I can't harm you. Method? Lin Ro keenly caught onto this information. Yibo, do you have a method? Zhou Chen looked pained. No, this method is effective, but it requires too much from you. Despite his reluctance, Lin Ro's attitude became more determined. Yibo, don't worry, as long as I can save your life, I will do everything I can. After her repeated requests, Zhou Chen had to nod. Well, I'll tell you the method, but don't blame me. Lin Ro nodded. Don't worry, Yibo, go ahead and tell me. Afterwards, Zhou Chen leaned in close to Lin Ro's ear. At first, Lin Ro looked serious, but as she listened, a blush crept onto her pretty face. You said you have ancestral techniques, and as long as a woman helps you with that, you can heal your injuries? But this is too. Lin Ro was completely stunned, unsure of what to do. Zhou Chen sighed. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Just forget that I said such things, old man. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. With that, he stood up, casting a glance at Lin Ro's ample bosom. A bit more blood seeped from the wound on his back. Lin Ro hurriedly made him sit down. Uncle Yi, Please don't rush. I didn't say I don't believe you. Zhou Chen retreated once again. Even if you believe, I can't risk your well-being for my own life. Hearing this, Lin Ro seemed to get angry. Uncle Yi, how can you say that? You just risked your life to save me. How can I not care for you? It's just that thing. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say them. It seemed like she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Zhou Chen knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. It was best to proceed gradually. So, he said, actually, my back injury doesn't require such a high price from you, just. Zhou Chen whispered something in her ear. Lin Ro blushed even more upon hearing it, pointing to her own lips. You mean, just like this? Will do? Zhou Chen nodded. Seeing this, Lin Ro hesitated for a while. But upon careful consideration, it seemed easier to accept than before. In order to make a firm decision, Lin Ro finally asked, Uncle Yi, you're not joking with me, right? Zhou Chen's gaze was firm. I'm not joking. Besides, when we see if the wound has healed, the truth will be revealed, right? At this point, Lin Ro nodded. All right. Then, she shyly knelt down. Let's begin then. I'm not sure how to do it. I'll need Uncle Yi to guide me a bit. After some time, the communication ended. Lin Ro felt her cheeks sore from blushing and rubbing them. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, felt refreshed. At the same time, he received a notification from the system. Ding! Successfully increased Lin Ro's favorability, rewarded with the mastery of the Hua family's phantom steps. Hua family's phantom steps pass through 1,000 troops unscathed. Lin Ro, Lin family's daughter, popular anchor with 1 million followers on the Douyin platform, current favorability 20. Initially, Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. How come there was no completion notification for the communication task with Lin Ro? Then he realized that the task required deep communication, and this could only be considered superficial at best, so it didn't count. It seemed that he would have to work even harder in the future. However, just as it was now, the rewards were already generous. With the mastery of the Hua family's phantom steps, he could easily dodge attacks from multiple opponents and stand undefeated. Not to mention, it raised Lin Ro's favorability directly to 20. The higher the favorability, the more receptive she would be to communication in the future, so he might be able to progress further next time. Just as Zhou Chen was feeling pleased with himself, he heard Lin Ro's hesitant voice, Uncle Yi, how is your back now? Should we check if it has healed? Zhou Chen knew that Lin Ro was both concerned and wanted to confirm. So he didn't hesitate, revealing his back directly. It should have healed, take a look. Lin Ro looked and was instantly surprised, covering her mouth in shock. The wound on his back had indeed stopped bleeding and scabbed over. This meant that Uncle Yi hadn't lied to her? She had misunderstood him before, suspecting him of deceit, which was truly unfair. Thinking back, Uncle Yi not only risked his life to save her but also, for her sake, he endured without wanting to use that method to heal. Even so, that would cause him to bleed too much and die. He's just. Thinking of this, Lin Ro was moved to the point where her eyes were a little red. Ding! Lin Ro's favorability increased by 5 points, currently at 25. This actually made Zhou Chen a bit confused. Why did the favorability suddenly increase again? At this moment, footsteps could be heard outside, as if someone was approaching. An old man and a little girl. They can't run far, they might be hiding in a nearby house. Once we find them, we'll just kill the old man. As for the girl, we'll all share the good fortune. Oh no, they're coming this way again. Those words from the thugs made Lin Ro appear very flustered. If they were found, not only would Yi Bo be in danger, but she would also be. She shook her head, not daring to imagine such an outcome. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, remained calm. Don't worry, with Yi Bo here, they can't hurt you. Don't underestimate Yi Bo just because he's old, he's very skilled. Skilled? Lin Ro couldn't help but hesitate. However you looked at it, Yi Bo was just an elderly man. Although he did have some special abilities, like his inherited medical skills, it didn't mean he could beat those thugs, right? Moreover, those thugs were all armed with machetes. If even one of them got slashed. Lin Ro shook her head, thinking that Zhou Chen was just trying to comfort her. The panic in her heart only grew. At that moment, the door of the dilapidated house was suddenly kicked open. The blinding light of a flashlight shone in. Accompanied by it was the excited voice of the thugs. Found them. They're here. Ha, that little girl is here too. Immediately, the other 4 thugs rushed in. Lin Ro was so scared that she quickly retreated to the corner of the wall. The flashlight's beam fell on her, and the voices of the thugs became more brazen. Wow, this little girl looks really good. She's pretty and in good shape. We're in luck, brothers. Zhou Chen, however, remained calm, holding 2 table legs that he had broken off from somewhere. Ro, don't be afraid, with this old man here, I'll protect you. I am a Tai Chi master and a descendant of the Hua family's phantom steps. Dealing with a few small bandits is nothing, watch how I handle them. This was not boasting, Zhou Chen was confident in his abilities. In the past, it wouldn't have been possible. Ultimately, traditional Tai Chi could only handle a few unarmed opponents at most. When facing someone with a knife, it was a different story. After all, having a knife gave a significant advantage over bare hands. Any master teaching their disciples would say that if you encounter someone with a knife, run away quickly. But now, Zhou Chen had the Hua family's phantom steps. In the midst of 1,000 troops, he remained invincible. These few knife-wielding thugs couldn't even touch a hair on him. If he didn't have this confidence, he would have already broken the window and escaped with Lin Ro. However, Lin Ro was unaware of his abilities. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, she was stunned for a while. What? Tai Chi master? Descendant of the phantom steps? Before she could react, the thugs on the other side laughed. This old guy is really interesting. He's about to die and still calls himself a Tai Chi master. A half-dead old man, daring to challenge us with 2 table legs? Lao Wu, send this old thing on his way. One of the thugs showed a fierce look and swung his knife towards Zhou Chen. Lin Ro was too scared to look anymore. The last thing she saw was Zhou Chen standing in front of the thugs alone. She was anxious and afraid, almost on the verge of tears. I'm sorry, Ebo. I shouldn't have agreed to let you come with me. It's all my fault, I've dragged you into this. Just then, a scream could be heard from the front. Ebo. Lin Ro suddenly opened her eyes wide. However, what she saw was not Zhou Chen being knocked down by the chaotic knives. Instead, it was the thug who had rushed forward, holding his leg and wailing on the ground. It seemed like his shin had been broken by something. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. What just happened? The rest of the thugs seemed stunned by the scene, hesitating for a moment, not daring to approach. Zhou Chen was twirling a table leg like a staff. Then, he calmly looked at the others. Why is no one moving? I'm still waiting for you to send this old man on his way. The thugs looked at Zhou Chen, their eyes wide. What just happened? It seemed like Lao Wu tried to stab the old man several times but missed every time, and the old man dodged all of them. Then, he broke Lao Wu's leg with a table leg. The leader of the thugs pondered for a while. He couldn't figure out how the old man managed to dodge so many stabs. All he remembered was that his figure seemed ghostly. Who is this old man? Could he really be a master of martial arts? What? 4 or 5 young men are facing an old man like me, still holding knives, and are too scared to move? Why don't you just turn yourselves in, and I might spare your legs? The leader of the thugs was infuriated. This old man was too arrogant. And he was right, why be afraid when they had so many people with knives? So, he gave a few of them a look and said, let's go together. Then, the remaining 4 thugs came at him with their knives. Be careful. Lin Ro panicked, trying to find something handy, like a brick, to help Uncle Lee. But in the darkness, finding something was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Before she could find anything, there was commotion on Zhou Chen's side. Ah! Another scream rang out. Turning to look, another thug had his leg broken. What? Lin Ro was stunned. And what happened next left her speechless. Zhou Chen's figure moved like a ghost, weaving between the thugs. The 4 knives flashed, but they didn't even touch his clothes. Yet, he broke a thug's leg with each strike. In less than 10 seconds, 3 of the 4 thugs were writhing on the ground. Only the leader remained. But he was already terrified. In his eyes, this old man effortlessly took down their group of 4, breaking legs with every move. And on their side? They couldn't even touch his clothes. Was this guy even human? Looking at the old man with white hair, an air of immortality and Taoism about him, could he be a cultivator? He dared not think further, dropped his knife, and tried to escape. But before he could take a few steps, someone high-kicked him, sending him spinning 180 degrees in the air, unconscious on the ground. Looking closely, it was Yi Nanchang. The thugs have been taken care of, it should be safe around here now. Not long after, the investigators arrived. When they learned that Yi Nanchang and his team had dismantled a criminal hideout, the investigators were wide-eyed. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but they were in awe. It was only when they saw the thugs writhing on the ground that they were completely convinced. They praised the group for their bravery and even mentioned reporting to the city to award them for their courage. On the side, Zhou Chen's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect Yi Nanchang to single-handedly take down the entire criminal hideout. When they were surrounded earlier, Zhou Chen roughly counted at least 20 thugs, truly deserving of the title Dragon King. He realized he couldn't compare to him now. Better to lay low and maybe try to win over his favorite girl. This time, he intercepted Lin Ro's favor, not only gaining a system reward but also setting up for further interactions next time. It was a great harvest. Bo. Lin Ro approached at this moment. Her sleeveless top had turned into bandages for Jo Chen, and she now wore a jacket to cover up. "What's wrong, Ro?" Jo Chen asked with concern. Lin Ro hesitated. "I've been wanting to ask since earlier, are you some kind of hidden master? Hidden expert?" Jo Chen chuckled. "I'm just a lousy old man. But your skills just now. I come from a family of medicine, right? It's normal to dabble in martial arts for self-defense, isn't it? Is that so?" Lin Ro tilted her head in confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Nancheng finished his conversation and approached. "Ro Jia, are you okay?" Lin Ro shook her head, indicating she was fine. At that moment, Yi Nancheng suddenly remarked, "Ro Jia, why is there a hair on the corner of your mouth?" "Hair?" Lin Ro wiped it with her hand and pulled out a black strand. But why did this hair seem a bit short and curly? Suddenly, Lin Ro thought of something. Could it be from that time? Her face flushed hotly, and she stole a glance at Jo Chen. Although the situation was urgent before, the unspeakable event did happen. It was not something to be easily ignored. Just the thought of it was embarrassing. Seeing this, Yi Nancheng thought she was blushing because of him and even felt a bit pleased with himself. Could it be that Lin Ro Jia also likes me? However, he had no idea what the gentle and lovely Lin Ro Jia had just been through. Shortly after, Zheng Pang was found. He had fallen into a ditch while fleeing, escaping the pursuit but spraining his ankle, rendering him immobile. It was only when the investigators found him that he was rescued. When they reunited, Zheng Pang felt utterly defeated. Seeing Lin Ro blushing in front of Yi Nancheng, he was even more furious. Damn it, why does Lin Ro only blush when she sees Yi Nancheng? He quickly approached Jo Chen to inquire about the situation. Jo Chen exaggeratedly explained, turning the tale of saving the beauty into Yi Nancheng's heroic act. That was why Lin Ro had fallen for him at first sight. He shrugged, indicating he couldn't help it. After hearing this, Zheng Peng was filled with rage. When Lin Ro was called over by the investigators for questioning, Zheng Peng immediately confronted Yi Nancheng. "Well, I didn't expect you to steal the limelight this time. But it's a pity, you picked the wrong opponent. Lin Ro is the woman I have set my eyes on. By competing with me, you're playing with fire." Hearing this, Yi Nancheng understood his intentions. However, he just smiled faintly. "Hee, I can't decide who Lin Ro Jia likes, can I? I suggest you don't persist in your pursuit." "You!" Zheng Pang was about to explode. "Fine, just you wait. Offending our Zhang family in the capital, you're done for." With that, Zheng Ping turned and left in a huff. On the sidelines, Jo Chen, the hidden winner, watched the two argue, smiling but saying nothing. Later, Jo Chen and the others returned home. Lin Wanru had already heard about what had happened and bombarded her sister Lin Ro with questions as soon as she returned home. "Sis, are you okay? Did those thugs do anything to you? Tell me, I'm so worried." Seeing this, Lin Ro smiled warmly. "I'm fine, Yibo protected me. If it weren't for him, I might have. I need to thank him." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru looked at Jo Chen, stinky. "Yibo, did you really save my sister?" Jo Chen raised his eyebrows proudly. "Of course. As a member of a medical family and a martial arts descendant, dealing with a few petty thieves is a piece of cake. How about that? Am I impressive?" After listening, Lin Wanru reluctantly said, "Then I have to thank you properly, right?" Hearing this, Jo Chen became excited. He quickly moved closer to Lin Wanru. "Of course, as agreed before, go along with whatever pleases me. I risked my life to protect your sister, you can't go back on your word." Lin Wanru blushed upon hearing this. But after all, it was her own words. Besides, this old man did indeed make an effort to protect her sister. So, Lin Wanru blushed and nodded shyly. "Well, you can't act too strangely when the time comes. I'm afraid I can't handle it. You can rest assured, I know my limits." After that, Jo Chen went to rest, while Lin Wanru asked Lin Ro about the specific details. Lin Ro talked about the previous danger, which made Lin Wanru shudder. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something. "By the way, sister, I have something to ask you. Did Uncle Lee do anything strange to you?" "No strange behavior?" "Strange behavior?" As soon as this was mentioned, Lin Ro couldn't help but feel a little flustered. No, Wanru shouldn't know about what happened before. She had an agreement with Uncle Lee. It was their secret, and it must not be told to anyone else. So she shook her head. "No? Why do you ask?" "Oh, I was just asking casually, don't mind." Lin Wanru also felt a bit guilty and quickly brushed it off. After the conversation, Lin Ro returned to her bedroom. On the bed, she tossed and turned, her mind filled with thoughts about Jo Chen. Although Uncle Lee was indeed a bit older, he seemed quite handsome when protecting her. "Oh, what am I thinking? I should go to sleep." She felt her face burning with embarrassment, quickly covered herself with the blanket, trying to fall asleep. However, the events from before kept lingering in her mind, making it hard for her to sleep. The next day, Lin Wanru woke up early, while Linro slept in. And she seemed like she hadn't slept well. Lin Wanru quickly asked her what was wrong. Linro blushed and only said that she had been a bit scared last night, so she didn't sleep well. Lin Wanru was a bit suspicious, feeling that something was off. But she couldn't figure it out. In the end, she could only consider it a misconception. After breakfast, Zhou Chen followed Lin Wanru to the company as usual. As soon as they arrived at the company's entrance, they saw someone waiting there, pacing back and forth. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Changhao. When he saw Lin Wanru's car, he immediately walked up and opened the car door for her. "Wanru, you're here." Lin Wanru looked at Su Changhao coldly. "What are you doing here?" Su Changhao continued to smile. "I just came to see you. Oh, by the way, this jade bracelet is for you." With that, he took out a box. Upon opening it, there was an intricately patterned jade bracelet inside. It looked quite valuable. This is made from a whole piece of Hotan jade, carved by a master's hand. Not only is it rare, but it is also said to nourish the body. I noticed you didn't seem too well yesterday, so I specially purchased it for you. Lin Wanru looked at the bracelet and nodded. She seemed somewhat satisfied. Seeing this, Su Changhao quickly stepped forward. "Let me help you put it on?" He was about to touch Lin Wanru's hand, but Lin Wanru immediately pulled her hand back, not letting him touch her at all. Su Changhao felt a bit embarrassed. Wanru, we are already engaged. Do you really have to avoid me touching your hand?" Lin Wanru coldly snorted. "What? You only gave me this gift to touch my hand? What do you take me for? Are you just lusting after my body? If you see a woman prettier than me, would you act the same way?" Su Changhao immediately shook his head. No, you've misunderstood. Wanru, let me explain." On the side, Zhou Chen watched this scene, stunned. Really? Su Changhao hadn't even touched Lin Wanru's hand until now? Being such a bootlicker, you truly are something. Well, since Lin Wanru is so tough, I'll reluctantly step in and give this bad woman a good lesson. No need to thank me, it's only right. Meanwhile, Su Changhao explained for a while. When Lin Wanru felt it was enough, she finally relented a bit. "Alright, I'll accept your gift. But let me tell you, don't lump me together with those vulgar people. I am not just any woman. I'll forgive you this time, but if you do it again next time, then I'll." Su Changhao quickly nodded and bowed. "Next time, if I still don't have eyes, then I'll dig a hole and bury myself." Lin Wanru lightly smiled. "That's about right." Just a smile, and Su Changhao was already delighted. He was basking in self-satisfaction. Wanru smiled at me. She must think I'm a good man. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Wanru, I actually have something to tell you this time." With that, he took out an invitation card. An invitation card? Lin Wanru was somewhat surprised. "That's right, it's an invitation to the Su family banquet." Su Changhao nodded repeatedly. Lin Wanru raised an eyebrow. "What do you want me for at your Su family banquet?" Su Changhao smiled obsequiously. "Haven't we already engaged? Naturally, you have a seat at this banquet. Moreover, our engagement hasn't been publicly announced yet. So I want to take this opportunity to make it public, to prevent some people from bothering you again." Lin Wanru thought for a moment, then nodded. "Alright, but I want to tell you in advance. Even if it's publicly announced, it's just an engagement, the relationship isn't truly confirmed. So you're not allowed to lay a hand on me, got it?" Su Changhao patted his chest. "No problem with that. Without your consent, I'll be absolutely proper." Seeing this, Lin Wanru accepted the invitation. Then she turned and headed back to the company without looking back, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Zhou Chen was about to follow, but Su Changhao stopped him, causing him to furrow his brows. "Wait, why is this kid coming to me again?" Seeing Zhou Chen looking puzzled, Su Changhao quickly smiled. "Ibo, sorry to take up a bit of your time, I just wanted to ask you something." Zhou Chen, seeing this, was no longer flustered and nodded. "Sure, go ahead and ask." "Oh great!" Su Changhao was overjoyed. "You just saw it, no matter how I pursue Wanru, she remains indifferent. This is giving me a headache, so, could you give me some advice?" "You want advice from me?" Zhou Chen rubbed his chin, then pretended to say, "Oh, you can rest assured about this. Wanru may seem indifferent on the surface, but her private evaluation of you is actually not bad." "Really?" Su Changhao's eyes lit up, but then, he looked troubled again. "But you also saw, I was so clueless." Zhou Chen chuckled. "Well, that's your own fault. Who told you to be so impatient? Women, they need to be treated with care." "Treated with care?" Su Changhao seemed to have realized something. Zhou Chen continued to tease. "Exactly. And who is Wanru?" the CEO of Minghai Pharmaceuticals, the daughter of the Lin family. The little gifts you give, at most, will just amuse the girl. You, on the other hand, need to think of more thoughtful gifts to show your sincerity towards her. I see. Su Changhao suddenly understood. Thank you for the advice, Ibo, I get it now. Hearing this, Zhou Chen almost burst out laughing. Even his casual nonsense was believed. It had to be said, Su Changhao truly had a talent for being a lapdog. At this moment, Su Changhao thought for a moment and took out something. Ibo, to thank you for your advice, I'll give you this black gold card from Tinglan Pavilion. At these words, Zhou Chen suddenly lost his composure. Tinglan Pavilion? That's the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Dongling City. They rank themselves second, and no one dares to claim the first place. Moreover, they operate on a membership basis, and without a membership, no one is allowed in. Those who can become members are either wealthy or influential, and the black gold card is the symbol of the highest level membership. Su Changhao continued, with this black gold card, you can freely enter and enjoy the top-notch services at Tinglan Pavilion. And, all the expenses will be on my account. At that time, our Su family will be hosting a banquet, and we cordially invite you to attend. Zhou Chen's eyes widened at this offer. Damn, a black gold card from Tinglan Pavilion, and the bill can be charged to someone else? This is too good to be true. However, to attend their Su family banquet. Just as Zhou Chen hesitated, the system suddenly sounded. Ding! New location detected, Su family banquet venue. Deep communication at special locations can earn double lifespan rewards. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's fatigue vanished instantly. He accepted the black gold card and nodded. Alright, I will gladly accept the invitation. I will definitely be there on time. A few days later, at Tinglan Pavilion. Tinglan Pavilion is located at the easternmost part of Dongling City, near the coast, where you can enjoy the sea view and listen to the sound of the waves while dining. That's why the owner of this hotel named it Tinglan Pavilion. Su Changhao warmly introduced to Lin Wanru. At this moment, Lin Wanru was dressed in an exquisite evening gown, showcasing her graceful figure. Not to mention the side-slit design of the evening gown. Her flawless fair skin seemed to reveal something, yet it was always timely concealed, sparking endless imagination. However, the goddess like Lin Wanru seemed indifferent to Su Changhao. Instead, she was more interested in the old man beside him. It was none other than Zhou Chen. She had thought she could temporarily get rid of this old man. Unexpectedly, he had followed her here. Moreover, Tinglan Pavilion is a members-only hotel, and non-members without invitations are not allowed in. She thought Zhou Chen would be stopped outside and was ready to mock him. However, he casually took out a black gold card. This surprised Lin Wanru. As soon as he entered, she hurriedly approached him and asked, "Old man, how did you get a black gold card from Tinglan Pavilion?" Zhou Chen mysteriously smiled. "What? Can't I have one? This is a big favor I did for someone, and he specially gave it to me." "A favor?" Lin Wanru frowned. When did this old man help someone? This old man was always so mysterious. She decided not to dwell on it and started thinking about other things. As she pondered, she sighed. Zhou Chen noticed this and asked her what was wrong. Lin Wanru, not treating Zhou Chen as a stranger, said, "What else could it be but the matter of the family head's successor? Just yesterday, Uncle Zhao called me and said that this matter might have changed." Changed? Zhou Chen was puzzled. Lin Wanru nodded and then explained in detail. It turned out that although the current family head favored Lin Wanru, other senior members of the family still had objections. So, Uncle Zhao called to ask Lin Wanru to perform well at the banquet. Otherwise, the other senior members would definitely cause trouble. If things went wrong, the family head might actually change his mind. Other matters should be fine, but the most crucial thing is, I'm thinking about what birthday gift to give. Zhou Chen also pondered on this. Birthday gifts are indeed the most direct and can best reflect one's economic strength. Sometimes, it can even demonstrate power, because some things are really not obtainable just with money. After some thought, he asked, "What does the old family head of the Lin family like the most?" Like the most? Lin Wanru thought for a moment, probably calligraphy and paintings? I heard he has a lot of collections in that area. Hearing this, Zhou Chen immediately inquired with the system in his mind. System, didn't you say before that once Lin's favorability reaches 30, the system mall will be unlocked? Can you tell me in advance what's available in the mall? Are there any valuable calligraphy and paintings? The system's voice promptly responded. The system mall has everything. If you can think of it, you can buy it. This naturally includes valuable calligraphy and paintings. Zhou Chen thought to himself, it seems the system mall is quite powerful, so there should be no need to worry. What is used as a purchase credential in the mall? Lifespan. Just 2 words made Zhou Chen involuntarily take a deep breath. Oh my, no wonder it's so powerful. so it's about sacrificing lifespan. But now that I have a stable source of lifespan, it seems not unacceptable? How much lifespan does a precious calligraphy painting require? At least 1 day, up to 10 days. This price doesn't seem unacceptable? Just a couple of deep conversations with Lin Wanru and he could break even. Not to mention, there's double reward for exchanging at special locations, as long as he raises the stakes during negotiations. With that in mind, he looked at Lin Wanru beside him, making her feel a bit uneasy. What are you doing, old man? She seemed to realize something and quickly covered her chest. Wait, don't tell me you want to do it here. Zhou Chen's smile was meaningful. Hey, how come you're so clever? What? Lin Wanru widened her eyes. You. Lin Wanru was both embarrassed and angry. She couldn't believe Zhou Chen actually wanted to do it here. This is a 5-star hotel. There are countless staff members, not to mention many guests. It would be too easy to be discovered. However, his next words left her stunned. Aren't you worried about the birthday gift? As long as you agree this time, I'll help you out. What? Lin Wanru was surprised. Then she expressed doubt. How can you help? Hey! Zhou Chen was a bit upset. You're underestimating me. Think about it, have I failed to deliver on what I promised before? Lin Wanru thought about it and realized he hadn't. Whether it was saving herself, providing a remedy, or protecting her sister, Zhou Chen had never failed to deliver on his promises. Not to mention, this old man seemed to have a mysterious identity, otherwise where did he get that black card? Thinking about this, Lin Wanru pursed her lips and made up her mind. Fine, I'll agree this time. Before she could finish, Zhou Chen interrupted her. Wait, this time is to make up for the last time, it doesn't count. If you want me to prepare the birthday gift, you'll have to pay extra. What? Lin Wanru was once again dumbfounded. What are your conditions? Zhou Chen gestured with his fingers. At least 5 or 6 more times? And you have to agree to let me try different styles. 5 or 6 more times? And different styles? Lin Wanru was so angry she wanted to curse Zhou Chen's whole family. But considering Su Changhao was still there, she had to hold back. Old man, you're despicable and shameless, she said softly, her tone fierce but sounding somewhat cute. To this, Zhou Chen just nodded. Yes, I'm despicable and shameless. This irritated Lin Wanru but she couldn't do anything about it. Zhou Chen continued to persuade her. Lin lass, I can guarantee. With me around, the birthday gift will be foolproof. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Who needs your stubborn head? Lin Wanru scoffed. If you don't need it, the other head will do. Zhou Chen chuckled. You should be quite familiar with it. Lin Wanru didn't catch on at first. When she did, her face turned as red as an apple. She quickly glanced around to make sure no one else heard before glaring fiercely at Zhou Chen. Then, she discreetly pinched his waist. Zhou Chen winced in pain. After letting out her frustration, Lin Wanru nodded and agreed. Fine, I'll agree. But, she changed her tone, 5 times is too much, I can only agree to. 1 more time. Zhou Chen shook his head. 1 time is too little. At least 4 times. Then, 2 times. 3 times. If you don't agree, then it's off. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wanru said, fine. 3 times, just 3 times. Deal. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Chen glanced around. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he embraced Lin Wanru's slender waist. Lin Wanru was startled. What? What are you doing? There are people around. Zhou Chen reassured her. It's okay, no one is looking here. Didn't you just say that? You still owe me for protecting your sister before, so let's make up for it now. Lin Wanru looked around and indeed no one was paying attention to them. Only then did she relax a little. Fine, but you have to find a safer place. The more she spoke, the lower her head, her shy appearance evoking pity. Then, Zhou Chen took her away. Ahead, Su Changhao was still talking incessantly. The decorations in Tinglan Pavilion are designed by an internationally renowned master. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Turning his head, he realized he was alone. The way the guests looked at him was as if he were crazy. Su Changhao was puzzled, scratching his head. Where did everyone go? Some time later. Ding! Successfully engaged in deep communication at a special location, lifespan reward doubled, plus 10 days. Current lifespan, 35 days. Lin Wanru's favorability has reached 30. Unlocking the System Mall. System Mall, purchase any item by consuming lifespan. Nothing is impossible, everything is available. Zhou Chen listened to the system prompts while reminiscing about the moments just now. He felt that the joy of life was just like this. He stood at the door of the dressing room for a while. Soon, Lin Wanru also came out, her pretty face blushing. Whether it was because she was too embarrassed or because the previous encounter was too intense, she couldn't recover for a moment. Her steps were a bit unsteady. Just as she took a few steps, her legs suddenly went weak. Fortunately, Jo-chen was there to support her, preventing her from falling. Lin Wanru glared fiercely at Jo-chen. Then, she complained as usual, "Old man, it's all your fault, making me like this again." At this moment, she frowned, clutching her abdomen. "It even hurts a bit. Can't you be more gentle?" Jo-chen awkwardly scratched his head. "Hee, my bad, I'll be more careful next time." "But you seemed to enjoy it just now." As soon as Lin Wanru heard this, she immediately interrupted in embarrassment. "Who said that? It's not true." Then, she playfully pinched Jo-chen's waist. "What are you standing there for? Go get me some more tissues. There's too much of that stuff, I still haven't finished wiping it off, I can't even walk properly." "No problem." Jo-chen made an okay gesture, about to go find tissues. Suddenly, he saw Su Changhao's figure. Jo-chen was startled. On the other side, Lin Wanru's heart also tensed. Could it be that he found out? After seeing the two of them, Su Changhao walked over directly. "Wanru, Iba, what are you doing here? We were just talking, how come you disappeared in the blink of an eye?" Lin Wanru hadn't figured out how to answer yet. Jo-chen started to fabricate. "Oh, Lin girl here seemed a bit dizzy just now, so I brought her here to rest for a bit." "Dizzy?" Su Changhao was puzzled. But just now Wanru said something about too much, finding tissues. As he said this, Lin Wanru suddenly froze. Oh no, he heard it. How should she explain now? However, Jo-chen remained calm. "I know a bit of medical skills, so I just gave her a simple checkup. She's actually just having a cold and fever, she needed tissues to blow her nose." Su Changhao looked at Lin Wanru. She did look a bit flushed, like she had a fever. However, he still had doubts. "But I saw Wanru holding her stomach just now. Can a cold and fever cause stomach pain?" Jo-chen quickly pulled Su Changhao aside and whispered, "Women, they have those times every month, you understand. This is not something convenient to discuss with others, so please stop asking." Su Changhao's suspicions vanished. "So that's how it is." Then, Jo-chen added more details. "Oh, by the way, do you remember that Yi Nanchang? He comes to see her from time to time. If you don't pay attention to her now, it might not end well in the future. Don't blame me for not warning you then." Su Changhao was instantly angered. "What? That kid Yi Nanchang actually dares to have ulterior motives. Thanks for the reminder, Ibo." After that, Su Changhao started showing concern for Lin Wanru, even mentioning sending someone to make ginger soup to help her with the cold and relieve any discomfort. He even wanted to help support her as he noticed her steps were a bit unsteady. Although Lin Wanru managed to evade him, he still greeted her with a smile, being extremely courteous. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her. Why does Wanru seem to be walking a bit awkwardly? Maybe it's because of the cold? I didn't expect her cold to be this serious, it really pains me. Since Jo-chen and the others arrived early, despite the earlier incident, the Su family banquet had just begun. During the interactions among the Su family members, Jo-chen learned some crucial information. What? Yi Nanchang is actually the Su family's son-in-law. And at this banquet, the Su family is going to force him to sign a divorce agreement. Upon hearing this news, Jo-chen became excited. Initially, he was speculating about what type of character Yi Nanchang was. Would he be the type who disappeared for 3 years, leaving his wife in dire straits, forced to sell pigs for money? Or would he miraculously recover his senses and start showing off? Or perhaps he would be the kind who, in a fit of anger, would gather 1,000,000 soldiers to repair a doghouse for his daughter living in a kennel? However, none of these speculations were correct. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the most classic divorce scenario. It was unclear what the Su family's daughter was thinking and whether she still had feelings for the Dragon King. At that moment, they heard someone from the Su family advising, "Yuyan, when that boy arrives, publicly announce your divorce with him. He's been freeloading for 3 years, it's time to kick him out. I don't know why the old man wants to protect him. I heard you haven't even let him inside the house? No worries, we've already talked to Luo Xiao, once you divorce him, you can marry into the Luo family. By then, you'll enjoy endless glory and wealth." Jo-chen carefully observed Su Yuyan. She wore a figure-hugging, backless qipao that accentuated her figure, making her exceptionally charming. Her beauty was equally mesmerizing. Compared to her sister Lin Wanru, they each had their own unique qualities. If Lin Wanru was a bit of a willful and charming young woman, Lin Ro was the kind-hearted older sister next door. As for Su Yuyan, based solely on her appearance, Jo-chen had only one evaluation, a seductress, an absolute seductress. Her response also confirmed Jo-chen's speculation. Naturally, a waste like him isn't even worthy of licking my feet. Rest assured, once he arrives, I'll make him sign the divorce agreement." At that moment, someone else chimed in, "Yu Yan, did you bring the hospital's medical report? Luo Xiao is particularly concerned about this, so we can't afford any mistakes." Su Yuyan disdainfully snorted, "Of course, I brought it." The Su family members collectively breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, after this banquet, you can get engaged to Luo Xiao and become the young mistress of the Luo family. Marrying into the Luo family will elevate our Su family to new heights." Hearing this, Zhou Chen finally understood. It seemed to follow the standard plotline. The Su family took in the Dragon King as a son-in-law without knowing for 3 years, then turned ungrateful and wanted to force a divorce. Later, the Dragon King would assert himself and show off. The Su family would be shocked and regretful. However, what surprised Zhou Chen was that the Su family's daughter had no feelings for the Dragon King, not even allowing any physical contact. She remained in her original state. After that, could he intervene in any way? With this question in mind, he inquired with the system. Soon, he received an answer. Ding! Suitable target detected, Su Yuyan, Su family's daughter, former wife of the Dragon King. By engaging in regular communication, you can receive double the lifespan reward. Double lifespan for regular communication? Upon reading this, Zhou Chen's eyes widened. Oh my, does this mean that just by communicating with her once, I can extend my life by 10 days? What if we communicate on special occasions? The special double reward can stack with special occasion rewards. The final lifespan reward becomes quadrupled. That's 20 days. Realizing this, Zhou Chen was amazed. Communicating once can extend life by 20 days? I must secure Su Yuyan for myself. Not to mention, now that I have the system store, my lifespan consumption will surely increase in the future. If I can win over Su Yuyan, I can afford to indulge in it every now and then. But, after the excitement, Zhou Chen calmed down. I don't have any connection with her at the moment. If I want to win her over, I'll have to wait for the right opportunity. At that moment, someone entered the banquet hall. The words he brought made Zhou Chen's heart skip a beat. Yi Nanchang is here. With this announcement, the whole banquet hall buzzed with discussion. Su Changhao was particularly furious. Humph, he's here at the perfect time. Last time I sent people to teach him a lesson, but they didn't even touch him. This time, watch how I deal with him. Daring to harass my fiancé? I'll make sure he can't walk. On the side, Su's family members advised, Changhao, don't rush. At least make him sign the divorce agreement first. Yes, if we send him to the hospital, won't the divorce agreement be delayed even further? Su Changhao snorted, then we'll wait for him to sign. After he signs, we'll deal with him properly. Just then, the grand doors of the banquet hall were pushed open, emitting a heavy sound. All eyes in the room were drawn to the newcomer. It was none other than Yi Nanchang. Seeing this, Zhou Chen grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started munching on them with relish. Hey, this is getting interesting. As expected, the plot unfolded just as he had anticipated. Yi Nanchang had been a son-in-law of the Su family for 3 years. The Su family looked down on him in every way and now they were forcing him to sign a divorce agreement. Su Yuyan also insulted him, leaving him disheartened. Then, Yi Nanchang uttered the classic lines. Since you all treat me like worn-out shoes, I shall leave the Su family. I hope you don't regret it later. He then turned to announce to everyone that Yi Nanchang and the Su family were no longer related. Following that, Su Changhao called in his henchmen. Su Changhao arrogantly gave a long speech. It turned out that he wasn't the only one looking to trouble Yi Nanchang. Luo Xiao also demanded to break one of Yi Nanchang's legs to show that the Su family had truly severed ties with him. Needless to say, those few people were no match for Yi Nanchang. They were swiftly dealt with. This dramatic scene shocked the entire audience. Watching the unfolding drama, Zhou Chen's melon seeds tasted even better. In his past life, he enjoyed watching these kind of melodramatic short plays. For no particular reason, he just liked them. It had to be said, watching live was more exciting than on a phone, almost like being in an immersive theater. On the other hand, Lin Wanru was nervously watching. It was her first time witnessing such a scene. However, Zhou Chen's continuous munching on melon seeds caught her attention. She couldn't help but ask, "Old man, how can you be munching on melon seeds at such a tense moment?" Zhou Chen kept munching on the seeds without stopping. Just this? It's a small scene. I've seen plenty of similar ones. Seen plenty of them? Lin Wanru looked at Zhou Chen, somewhat astonished. But seeing Zhou Chen so relaxed, it didn't seem like he was bluffing? Who exactly was he? Lin Wanru couldn't help but feel even more curious about Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, the Dragon King's pretentious act continued. Unable to win the fight, the Su family brought out Luo Xiao directly, intending to make Yi Nanchang kneel down and lick his shoes. Then, as expected, Yi Nanchang used some unknown technique. The one who knelt down to lick the shoes turned out to be Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao, furious, threatened that his powerful backer would arrive soon and Yi Nancheng would die on the spot. However, when his backer, Lord Lu, arrived, he directly slapped Luo Xiao and made him kneel down to apologize to Yi Nancheng. This statement shocked everyone present. After a show of arrogance, Lord Lu left, and Luo Xiao dared not stay any longer, so he left in embarrassment. Su Changhao was forced to kneel down and apologize, fuming with anger. But the matter was not over yet. Yi Nancheng took out a necklace from somewhere. This necklace was made of pure platinum and embedded with a ruby the size of a goose egg, worth a fortune. I specially prepared this priceless heart of the Red Sea, intending to give it to Su Yuyan. But now, I think it's unnecessary. Let's give this necklace to someone more deserving. With that, he handed the necklace to Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru looked puzzled. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. How could he be, considering the system had already mentioned that she was Yi Nancheng's confidant? Following the original plot, after being the hero who saved the beauty, he now gave her such a rare treasure. Any woman would be moved by him. Unfortunately, Lin Wanru had not only been intercepted by herself but they had long known each other's feelings. His actions could not be said to be in vain, but rather utterly useless. Meanwhile, Yi Nancheng was unaware of all this. He thought he had successfully shown off and left gracefully. Su Changhao was about to explode. Yi Nancheng, just you wait. Don't think you're the only one with a powerful backer. Daring to flirt with my fiancé, I will make you pay. The Su family banquet ended amidst chaos. The departing guests couldn't help but gossip. Lin Wanru, without hesitation, sent the necklace back to Yi Nancheng through someone else, along with a message that she couldn't accept such a valuable gift. Before leaving, Su Changhao did not show up. Zhou Chen was a bit surprised at first. After all, for someone as talented as Su Changhao, this was quite unusual. But then he thought about it and understood. Su Changhao had just embarrassed himself in front of the goddess. How could he have the face to give her a gift now? On the way back, Lin Wanru asked Zhou Chen curiously, "Old man, who are you really? How could you stay so calm in such a situation today?" Zhou Chen's answer was straightforward. "Oh, I've said it so many times, I'm just an ordinary old man." Lin Wanru's tone sounded a bit dissatisfied but also a bit coquettish. "I don't believe you. You're just trying to dodge my question. I'll be upset." Suddenly, Zhou Chen leaned in and said mysteriously, "Do you really want to know my true identity?" When Lin Wanru heard this, she thought, could there be something interesting? So, she nodded repeatedly. Zhou Chen continued, "Since you're so eager to know, I can tell you. But, there's a condition." "What condition?" Zhou Chen smirked, "Come closer, and I'll tell you." Lin Wanru obediently leaned in. But within a few seconds, her brows furrowed. "What? You're saying I have to communicate with you 100 times before you tell me? How about that? Isn't it a great deal?" "Great deal my foot. You old man, you're either bold or playing tricks on me. I'll show you." Hey, you're driving. Hold the steering wheel properly." The two finally made it home safely after a lot of effort. Even Zhou Chen was sweating from today's events. Thankfully, he had firmly held the steering wheel just now, or they might have ended up in a ditch with the car. Lin Wanru really needed some proper education. At least she should know what safe driving means. Well, the next exchange would take place in her car. Then he could educate her properly. Once home, Lin Wanru went straight to her room. She was feeling tired today, not only because of the annoying birthday celebration for the family head but also because of Zhou Chen. This old man always makes me so tired. Lin Wanru lay on the bed, clenched her fists, and waved a few times at the ceiling as if Zhou Chen was in front of her, receiving her blows. "If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely reclaim my dignity," Lin Wanru thought indignantly. After a while, she realized. How would she reclaim her dignity? In what way? Wouldn't that mean dealing with the old man? Oh, how could she have such thoughts in her mind? Could it be that she really had some unclear feelings for that old man? Thinking of this, she blushed and buried her head in the pillow. She had no special feelings for that old man. Absolutely not. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Wanru gradually drifted off to sleep. On the other side, Lin Ro was still awake. She was wearing yoga pants and a sports bra, seemingly just finished doing yoga, watching TV in the living room. As soon as Lin Wanru returned to her room, only Zhou Chen and Lin Ro were left in the living room. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity and immediately started chatting with Lin Ro. His whimsical and slightly humorous way of speaking made Lin Ro burst into laughter. However, as she laughed, Lin Ro suddenly frowned. Then, she grabbed her shoulder, looking like she was in pain. Zhou Chen noticed and asked, "Ro, what's wrong? Is your shoulder hurting?" Lin Ro nodded, "Yes, my shoulder often feels uncomfortable. I don't know why, even though I always pay attention to exercising. Jo-chan subconsciously glanced at a certain direction, then understood. Goodness, carrying such a heavy burden all the time. Wouldn't that make your shoulders ache? Since you're working so hard, why not let me help you carry? Cough cough. Jo-chan naturally wouldn't say that. After some thought, he spoke. You mentioned before that you wanted me to give you a massage, right? Since we have time now, why not? Give it a try? Massage? Lin-ro muttered softly. Then she remembered that she did mention it before. So she nodded. Sure, thank you, Uncle Lee. No problem. Jo-chan smiled. After all, this should increase Lin-ro's favorability towards him, making it easier for him to communicate with her in the future. Then, Jo-chan gestured for her to lie on the sofa for the massage. Lin-ro complied. Before starting the massage, Jo-chan gave her a reminder. Oh, since it's a massage, there might be some physical contact. Sometimes we might touch certain areas. Lin-ro smiled. It's okay, Uncle Lee, just go ahead. Great, with your permission, I feel relieved. Then, Jo-chan began to apply pressure. With just a light pinch on her shoulder, Lin-ro felt a sudden soreness and numbness. It made her inhale sharply. At that moment, Jo-chan said, Ro, your shoulder has been sore for a long time, hasn't it? Lin-ro endured the discomfort and replied, yes, it's been like this since my school days. Just as I suspected. Jo-chan said thoughtfully. In that case, I'll have to work hard on this. Ro, be mentally prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, Jo-chan began the massage in earnest. As Jo-chan's hands worked, Lin-ro felt a mix of soreness and discomfort in her shoulder, tinged with a hint of relief. She instinctively wanted to make a sound but hesitated, quickly covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Jo-chan continued to press and introduced her to different acupoints. This is the Jinjing acupoint. Pressing here can open up the meridians around the shoulder. This is the Tsuchi acupoint. It can dispel cold and promote blood circulation. Here is. Jo-chan was explaining when he noticed Lin-ro covering her mouth and frowning. So he advised, Ro, if you feel uncomfortable, don't hold it in, it's not good to suppress it. Lin-ro hesitated for a while but shook her head. However, the sudden stimulation on her shoulder made her unable to hold back anymore. After the massage, Lin-ro's face was flushed. Just now, she couldn't help but make some strange sounds. If there were unknowing outsiders present, they would probably think they were. Lin-ro quickly shook her head, trying to forget about that thought. At that moment, Jo-chan's voice came, Ro, how do you feel? Is your shoulder still sore? After hearing this, Lin-ro felt it and was pleasantly surprised. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Jo-chan waved his hand. It's nothing, just a little family skill. Oh, by the way, I also know a set of massage techniques that are beneficial for women's maintenance and can help regulate menstruation. Do you want to give it a try too? Lin-ro became curious. Is beneficial for women's maintenance? Jo-chan nodded, yes, and it's also very effective for maintaining youth and beauty. Upon hearing this, Lin-ro couldn't resist anymore. Which woman wouldn't want to preserve her youth and beauty? The allure was just too strong. So, she nodded again, let's give it a try. With that, she lay back on the sofa. However, this time, Jo-chan said, Ro, just like before, there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Firstly, this set of massage techniques is quite special, and my hands will definitely touch some areas. Such as. Jo-chan listed a few areas that needed special attention. As Lin-ro listened, her face turned beet red. Touch those areas? After listing them, Jo-chan asked, can you accept this? Lin-ro hesitated for a moment, then nodded, no problem, I trust Uncle Lee. And this is just for beauty and maintenance. Jo-chan continued, there's one more thing, this technique can't have any barriers. Otherwise, it won't have the best effect, so. It took Lin-ro a few seconds to react. Uncle E meant to. She pursed her lips and seemed to have made up her mind, then. Uncle E, could you turn around first? Jo-chan nodded, then turned around directly. Behind him, there was a rustling sound. Then came the sound of clothes falling to the ground. When Jo-chan was allowed to turn back, he saw Lin-ro already back on the sofa. In his sight, her curves were exquisite, like a naturally formed top-grade jade. At this moment, Lin-ro blushed and said shyly, Uncle E, you can start now. Sometime later. After the massage ended, Lin-ro thanked Jo-chan and hurried back to her room. After closing the door, Lin-ro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her face was flushed at this moment. When she recalled the massage process just now, Lin-ro felt so embarrassed that she wanted to bury her head in the covers, because the massage was just too comfortable. So she couldn't help but have some strange reactions. Fortunately, she didn't wake up Wanru, otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Every time she thought of her appearance just now, she felt even more embarrassed. She wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. But the good news was, that set of massage techniques really worked. She now felt a warm sensation in her lower abdomen, and she looked more youthful and lively than before. It seemed that Uncle Lee didn't lie to her. Should she invite him for more massages in the future? But then again, this set of massage techniques required touching those special areas, and it would make her feel some special sensations. Just like, sigh, should I go find Uncle Lee again in the future? Lin Ro was very troubled by this. After sleeping for a while, Lin Wanru woke up for some reason. In her dream, she seemed to hear some movement. Was it her sister Lin Ro? But why did that sound seem a bit strange? She was suspicious, got up, and went to the living room, where she saw Zhou Chen sitting on the sofa. She asked Zhou Chen if anything had happened. Zhou Chen shook his head, indicating nothing had happened. Really nothing? Really? I'd been watching TV here the whole time. Lin Wanru was half doubtful. Could it be that she had misheard? She glanced over and suddenly saw a puddle mark on the sofa, looking like it had just been splashed. Lin Wanru couldn't help but frown. Old man, why is there water on the sofa? Zhou Chen remained composed. Oh, I accidentally spilled some water on the sofa while pouring. Lin girl, you're not mad at me, right? Spilled water while pouring? Lin Wanru felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. In the end, she could only wave her hand and say, it's okay, just a little water, it'll dry up. With that, she turned to go back to her room. It wasn't until then that Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief, quietly wiping the sweat off his forehead. Thankfully, he had managed to fool her. At the same time, Zhou Chen received a system prompt. Ding! Lin Ro's favorability +5, current favorability 30, maximum 100. Reward, new skill unlocked, proficiency in metaphysics. Proficiency in metaphysics? What skill was this? Zhou Chen quickly checked the skill description. It turned out that proficiency in metaphysics had two uses, feng shui and divination. Feng shui could ensure household safety and alter temporary luck. Divination could predict fate. And because it was a system reward, its accuracy was 100%. With this proficiency in metaphysics, he could even set up a fortune-telling stall and make a fortune. Right, why not try it now? With a thought, he looked at Lin Wanru, who had not yet entered the house. Peach blossoms in full bloom, auspicious stars shining. It seems she will have a romantic fate soon. Oh, so the romantic fate is for me, then it's fine. The next day, while having breakfast, Zhou Chen praised Lin Ro's cooking skills. Lin Ro blushed and thanked Uncle Lee for the compliment. Lin Wanru watched their reactions and felt that something was amiss but couldn't quite put her finger on it. After a while, the doorbell of the villa rang. Opening it, it was Zheng Peng, the young master of the Zheng family in Beijing. He was the one who carried the camera when Lin Ro went to film the deserted village last time. This time he came to discuss future live streaming content. After all, the last deserted village exploration had caused quite a stir, leaving several people quite scared. Just in case, it might be better to change the content. I think we should go back to our previous theme of exploring shops and streets, Zheng Peng suggested. But there are too many similar live streams. Wasn't that why we wanted to change the direction of our live stream? Lin Ro hesitated. Then, let's think about it again. Just when the two were worried, Zhou Chen smiled slightly and made a calculation. After getting the result, he took the initiative to speak. Are you worried about the content of the live stream? I can help you. I guarantee that your live stream will be a hit all over the internet today. A hit all over the internet? Zheng Peng couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What confidence did this old man have to say such things? Lin Ro, on the other hand, was a bit curious. Although Uncle Yi's words were indeed a bit exaggerated, there were many extraordinary things about him. Maybe he really had a way? So, she spoke up, Uncle Yi, please tell us. Zhou Chen nodded, stroked his beard, looking like a wise man. Hee, I'll tell you, I just divined for you. Today, your luck is in the northwest direction. As long as you follow me in that direction, you will have great luck and achieve success. However, Zhou Chen left out one thing. That was, the northwest direction was also where his good luck lay. And there was even a romantic fate. He had calculated that this luck was related to Lin Ro. That's why he strongly recommended Lin Ro to go in that direction, so he could have a chance to interact with her. Divine for us? Northwest direction? Before Lin Ro could figure out the result, Zheng Peng chuckled helplessly. No, Iba, you better not get involved. All this talk about fortune-telling is superstitious. We appreciate your good intentions, but let's discuss this matter among ourselves. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What? You don't believe in my fortune-telling? It's not that we don't believe, it's just that this stuff is baseless and imaginary. Zheng Peng chuckled. In his eyes, Zhou Chen was just a superstitious old man. Fortune-telling, feng shui, it's all a scam. Only fools believe in these things. Hearing this, Zhou Chen smiled. Young man, don't be too sure about your words. What if I can prove it to you? What would you say then? Zhang Peng sneered. If you can prove it, I'll eat this camera. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Alright, let's do it this way. With that, Zhou Chen began to cast the fortune. Although Lin Ro was somewhat skeptical, she still advised Zhang Peng not to argue with Zhou Chen. Zhang Peng, on the other hand, became even more determined. Lin Ro, it's not that I'm stubborn, but this stuff is really superstitious. Don't worry, even if Iba loses, it won't be a big deal. I'm a generous person. Just then, Zhou Chen revealed the result. Tell me, I'm listening carefully. Zhang Peng was full of confidence. How could he lose a bet on something that doesn't exist? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen said, this year is your zodiac year, wear red underpants. With just that sentence, Zhang Peng's expression changed. How did you know? Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately covered his mouth. Then he saw Lin Ro couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Feeling embarrassed, he said, no, this doesn't count, it must be a lucky guess. Hearing this, Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh? What about the next fortune? Robbery and romance, beware of the timing, indicating an unfavorable year ahead for your Zhang family. Zhang Peng was even more frightened upon hearing this. Indeed, things hadn't been going well for the Zhang family recently. But this was something only known within the family. How could an outsider like Zhou Chen know? Could it be he really predicted this through fortune-telling? As Zhang Peng was filled with doubt, Zhou Chen spoke again. The third fortune is about the blade of disaster in peach blossoms. It seems that Zhang Xiao has some issues in his recent lifestyle, as if he just visited. Hey. Zhang Peng completely lost his composure and quickly interrupted. Just as Zhou Chen said, he did visit a club last night, but it was under extremely discreet circumstances. How could fortune-telling predict even this? He hurriedly interrupted to avoid tarnishing his image in Lin Ro's eyes. If he didn't stop Zhou Chen, he might end up revealing details of his intimate encounters from last night. At this point, Zhang Peng was completely convinced. This guy was truly extraordinary. He quickly flattered, I might have offended you just now. Please forgive me, Master Iba. Master Iba. Zhou Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Don't be so nervous, I'm an old man. Why would I argue with a young man like you? Yes, you are very magnanimous. Zhang Peng was overjoyed. However, Zhou Chen suddenly changed the subject. Did you just say you would eat the camera? Eat the camera? Zhang Peng was bewildered. Wait, I was just joking earlier, you don't really want me to eat the camera, do you? He quickly smiled apologetically. Iba, you really can't eat a camera. It would be disastrous if you did. Disastrous? Zhou Chen shrugged. Since you're not keeping your word, I'll have to resort to another plan. Then, he turned to Lin Ro and said, Ro, do you know what Zhang Peng did last night? Hey. Zhang Peng hurriedly stopped Zhou Chen. Iba, please don't reveal this matter. Please don't tell anyone about it, okay? Zhou Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment. If I don't tell the truth, my conscience will be troubled, he said while fiddling with his fingers. Zhang Peng still couldn't understand, so he shouldn't call himself the young master of Beijing. He quickly said, how about this, in a few days, I will attend an antique auction, and I specially invite you and Lin Ro to attend together. At that time, you can freely choose any auction item below 10 million. I, Zhang Peng, will cover it for you. What do you think? 10 million? Zhou Chen's eyelids twitched suddenly, but he still maintained a lofty appearance. Well, I appreciate your kindness. Rest assured, only you and I know about the club's matters. Thank you, Uncle E. Zhang Peng was overjoyed, showing no signs of being upset about being extorted 10 million. It seemed that in his mind, not making Lin Ro dislike him was more important. This Zhang Peng had the potential to be a bootlicker. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. Uncle E, did you just call me for something? Lin Ro walked over to ask Zhou Chen. Zhang Peng quickly gestured, and Zhou Chen pretended to be casual. Oh, nothing, I just wanted to say that Zhang Peng has agreed to my suggestion. Next, we will head northwest, live streaming as we go, guaranteed to be a hit. Lin Ro nodded in agreement. Well, then we'll follow Uncle Yi's lead. Before setting off, Lin Wanru learned that Zhou Chen was also going, so she gave him a series of instructions, not allowing Zhou Chen to have any ideas about her sister Lin Ro. Zhou Chen promised, I got it. Are you so concerned about this because you're jealous of your sister? Lin Wanru asked, blushing. Who's jealous? Even if I were jealous, it wouldn't be because of you, you old man. She stuck out her tongue, then went back to her room in a huff. Zhou Chen smiled and then left. After a distance from home, Zhang Peng turned on the camera and started live streaming directly. In front of the camera, Lin Ro once again showed her million-fan anchor demeanor. Hello, everyone. Ro is live again today. Due to some unexpected events last time, we decided to suspend the late-night exploration program and switch to outdoor daytime live streaming. Hope you all continue to enjoy it as always. As soon as the live stream started, the popularity in the chat room skyrocketed, reaching 1 million instantly. Since the last live stream was interrupted halfway, fans only found out what happened through the news. Seeing Lin Ro, the fans were ecstatic. Sub, Ro is finally back. We missed her so much. Is Ro scared? Why not come into my arms and let me comfort her? The barrage of comments varied from excitement to silliness. But overall, they were all worried about Lin Ro. With these fans, Lin Ro was also very touched. Thank you all for your support and encouragement, I'm fine. By the way, to ensure the program's effectiveness, we have specially invited an elderly gentleman to join us and use divination to guide us. It is said that his divination is accurate. He can even predict the color of someone's undergarments. With that, she gestured towards Joe Chen in front of the camera. He is the guide for this live stream, you can call him Uncle E. Uncle E, say hello to everyone. Joe Chen came to the camera with a smile. Seeing Joe Chen, the fans in the chat room were a bit confused. What did the host just say? A guide? Using divination to lead them? Why does it sound so unreliable? This sounds a bit unreliable, doesn't it? Indeed, in this day and age, how can someone still rely on fortune-telling to deceive people? In the chat room, the audience expressed disbelief. Joe Chen didn't explain but instead looked towards a distant tree. After a while, a leaf fell. Joe Chen calmly asked, Lin Ro, what time is it now? Lin Ro didn't know what he was up to but still told the time. Joe Chen nodded and spoke a few seconds later. I have already calculated it. We will encounter 3 major events on this trip and save 3 lives. Lives are at stake, we should set off quickly. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was even more puzzled. What's going on? You just stared at a tree for a while, asked about the time, and now you can predict these things? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Lin Ro was also somewhat puzzled, so Joe Chen explained to her. This is an advanced divination method called plum blossom numerology, using fallen petals and flying leaves as hexagrams. It's normal that you don't understand, after all, it's almost lost. Lin Ro pondered, is this also a skill passed down in your family? Joe Chen shook his head, not really, it's just something I've been studying for fun. Upon hearing this, Zheng Peng beside him almost lost his balance. Wait, you can even predict what pants I'm wearing today, and you call that studying for fun? However, the audience in the live broadcast room was unaware of this. They were still warning Lin Ro, host, this old man is clearly trying to deceive you, don't fall for it. Yeah, if he's really that accurate, I'll eat my monitor. I'll eat my computer desk. In the face of everyone's doubts, Joe Chen just smiled. Alright, since you all love to eat, I'll let you feast on it. The audience looked on, surprised by the old man's confidence. Unconvinced, they wanted to bet on something bigger. Otherwise, if he loses, there will be no consequences, which would be too easy for him. Old man, let's bet big. The well-known tycoon on the platform, Xiao Xian, spoke up. What do you want to bet on? Joe Chen asked. If you lose, you have to kneel down in the live broadcast room and call me daddy. And if I win? Then all the top 10 contributors on the reward list will shower gifts together, up to 10 million. How about that? Do you dare to accept? Seeing this, Joe Chen was almost amused. Wow, I didn't expect someone to be so eager to give away money. He waved his hand confidently, it's a deal. Lin Ro seemed a bit worried about this. Although Yi Bo had shown his skills, isn't there a chance of making a mistake? He was so certain just now. If he loses the bet, wouldn't Yi Bo be? Joe Chen chuckled, don't worry, I'm as steady as an old. Well, that old guy. Just wait to be showered with gifts. Soon after, the 3 of them set off immediately. Heading northwest, they arrived at a bus stop. At that moment, a bus was pulling in, passengers were getting on and off, some impatiently pushing forward. This is it, Joe Chen said, stopping. The others were puzzled. However, some sharp-eyed viewers suddenly noticed something. Among the crowd boarding the bus, one person's hand swiftly reached out and retracted, snatching something from the previous person's pocket. The live broadcast room erupted. Oh my! A thief! We've encountered a thief! I had my phone stolen before, lost all my contacts, these thieves are despicable. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward and grabbed the thief's hand. What are you doing? Stealing, huh? The thief, caught red-handed, became furious. Mind your own business, you nosy brat. He tried to break free, but the young man was too strong, and he couldn't get away. Seeing the victim approaching, the thief became agitated. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. He pulled out a shiny knife and lunged towards the young man. Oh no, the thief has a knife. It's over, that brave young man is in danger. In the live broadcast room, everyone was sweating for him. Some couldn't bear to watch anymore. Just then, the thief felt a gust of wind beside him. His hand suddenly loosened. He turned to look at his hand. It was empty. The thief was dumbfounded. Where's my knife? Where did it go? Turning his head, he saw an old man beside him, holding his knife and smiling. Are you looking for your knife? Excuse me, it's me. The live broadcast room fell silent all of a sudden. After a few seconds, someone tremblingly sent a barrage message. No, did you all just see that? That old man surnamed Zhou, how did he get there? It's like he appeared there in the blink of an eye. And the thief's knife, how did it suddenly end up in his hand? Someone opened the replay and watched it repeatedly. It wasn't until slow motion that they saw clearly. It turned out that Zhou Chen's speed was unbelievably fast. When he rushed over, at normal speed, you could only see a blur. At the same time, his hand swiftly reached out and snatched the knife from the thief's hand in an instant. The whole set of movements flowed effortlessly. From start to finish, it didn't even take 3 seconds. Upon learning this, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Oh my! Is this old man for real? With that speed just now, even Bolt wouldn't stand a chance, right? And that agility, I couldn't train that in 10 years. On sight, the young man, seeing the other pull out a knife, was also startled and instinctively let go. The thief, not caring much, immediately tried to run. But how could Zhou Chen let him succeed? With a set of Tai Chi grappling moves, he quickly subdued the thief on the ground. The thief panicked. Boss, third brother, help me out, he's good. As soon as the words fell, 2 men rushed over, each holding a knife. The other passengers, seeing this, immediately retreated in fear. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room tensed up. Not good, this thief has accomplices, and they also have knives. The arriving accomplices were a bit puzzled seeing the situation. What's going on? How did this old man who looks over 80 manage to pin you down, kid? The thief grew more anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help me deal with him. The accomplices, upon hearing this, quickly pointed their knives at Zhou Chen. Unfazed, Zhou Chen calmly said, this person not only steals but also intends to harm with a knife. It wouldn't be wise to just let him go, right? Besides, I advise you to back off now and turn back while you still can. Otherwise, my Hanyuan thunderous Tai Chi fist is not to be trifled with. The other party found it amusing. What are you showing off for? You, a half-buried old man, think you can do anything to us? Zhou Chen didn't say anything more but gestured with his hand. The accomplices, seeing this, immediately turned hostile. Damn, this old man dares to provoke us, he must be seeking death. Since you're so eager to meet your end, we'll gladly oblige. The 2 exchanged a glance and then simultaneously rushed towards Zhou Chen with their knives. Oh no! Lin Ro saw this and immediately wanted to go help Zhou Chen. But Zheng Peng stopped her. Don't go, we can't beat armed criminals, let's report it quickly. In the live broadcast room, everyone was on edge. 2 criminals, both armed. The old man is in big trouble now. The thief on the ground, with red eyes, taunted, "Ha, old man, you're meddling too much. You're asking for trouble on the streets." However, the next moment, the smile on the thief's face froze. Just as the accomplice rushed forward, the old man's figure suddenly shook. Then, one accomplice was kicked and sent flying. What? The thief's eyes widened. Before he could react, Zhou Chen grabbed the other accomplice's arm and forcefully dislocated it. The accomplice fell to the ground, lying next to the thief. Holding his dislocated arm, he wailed in pain. The thief was dumbfounded. What just happened? How did both his partners end up on the ground in the blink of an eye? Who is this old man? The scene shocked the entire live broadcast room. An old man, unarmed against 2 armed criminals, taking them down with a single move? Are you kidding me? Even if you told me this was a martial arts movie scene, I'd believe it. On the side, Zheng Peng kept rubbing his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. After a while, he confirmed that it was indeed Zhou Chen who had taken down the criminal in seconds. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. A master, an absolute master. Not only skilled in fortune-telling but also in martial arts. He appeared to be an old man in his 70s or 80s, but his skills were more exaggerated than those of young people. He must make friends with such a master. Zheng Peng secretly made up his mind. The thief, on the other hand, was completely terrified. He dared not move as he looked at his 2 companions lying on the ground. It's not that our side was weak, but the other side was just too powerful. 2 strong men with knives were easily defeated by this old man. What else could he say? It's better to just lie down and surrender. He didn't want to be beaten to death by him. Soon after, the investigators arrived and took the thief and his accomplices away. When Zhou Chen returned to the scene, the live broadcast room was already buzzing. Wow, the old master is back. Old master, you're too amazing. Your moves just now didn't look like they were from an old man. Old master, are you taking disciples? I'm willing to be the first to sign up. Zhou Chen stroked his beard, looking like a master. Hee, I don't take disciples. I'm just an old man with a bit of skill in martial arts. Martial arts skills of a bit of skill? The viewers in the live broadcast room were speechless. No, if this is just a bit of skill, then aren't we all useless? Please don't be modest. Over the top. Lin Ro had also come to Zhou Chen's side by this time, but she wasn't there to praise Zhou Chen, but to ask if he was injured. Her concern warmed Zhou Chen's heart. Zheng Peng also quickly approached. While showing concern for Lin Ro, he also fawned over Zhou Chen, running back and forth, serving tea and water. If this were ancient times, he would be like a eunuch running errands. On this side of the live broadcast room, after the recent events, the popularity skyrocketed. It jumped from 1 million to tens of millions in an instant. This made Lin Ro extremely happy. Yibo, thanks to you, our live broadcast room is going to be on fire now. Zhou Chen waved his hand. What's the big deal? Remember the fortune telling I did? There are 2 more things to come. After these 3 things, I guarantee you'll become one of the top anchors on the platform. Lin Ro nodded, looking very hopeful. After this incident, the entire live broadcast room also began to look forward to it. Could it really be as he said? Will he encounter 3 major events and save 3 lives? If this is true, it would be amazing. However, the platform's famous tycoon Xiao Yaoxian sneered at this. I admit his skills are indeed impressive, but what we're betting on now is fortune-telling, which is a different matter. Celebrating too early is a big taboo. You might not be able to cry later. Zhou Chen nodded. You're right. In that case, let's hurry to the next place. After a while, the 3 of them left the city. They stopped at the edge of a luxurious villa area. Zhou Chen stopped in his tracks. Someone recognized the place. Isn't this the famous wealthy area, Beicheng Huayuan? What is the old master doing here? Could he be here to catch criminals and save people? Just as everyone was puzzled, a woman who looked like a wealthy lady walked towards them. She seemed to have just finished her walk and was about to go home. Zhou Chen immediately went up to her. Madam, I see a dark omen on your forehead, indicating a great disaster is imminent. You'd better stay outside today and not go home. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The wealthy lady immediately became displeased. Hey, old man, who are you cursing with this disaster talk? Who will have a disaster? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll report you to the police. Zhou Chen solemnly declared. You may not believe me, but you must believe the fortune I've told. Then, Zhou Chen pointed to a nearby villa. Is this your home? The wealthy lady was cautious and did not answer. Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention and continued. Look at the feng shui near your home. The ominous signs are gathering, revealing a sinister appearance. Living here, losing money is a minor issue. What I fear is encountering unexpected disasters, facing calamity. Upon hearing this, the wealthy woman had a knowing look on her face. So, I've been deceived by a charlatan all along. Let me tell you, I don't buy into this nonsense. Step aside quickly, or I'll call the police. Zhou Chen stood directly in front of her. If you want to call the police, go ahead. I won't let you pass, old man. Let me tell you, this villa is about to collapse in a moment. You better believe me, or it will be all over. At this moment, the live broadcast room was also bustling. People were half believing Zhou Chen's words. After all, feng shui and fortune-telling were both metaphysical concepts that couldn't be proven. Is the feng shui of this villa really that bad? Will a villa collapse if the feng shui is bad? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Xiao Yaoxian smugly launched a barrage. Here we go again. Old man, it's not that we don't believe you, but your words are just too far-fetched. How do you know this villa will collapse later? Surely this wasn't predicted through fortune-telling, right? His words garnered agreement from many. Indeed, vague things could be predicted, but predicting when a villa would collapse? Isn't that foreseeing the future? If that's true, wouldn't the old man be a living deity? Faced with doubts from the barrage, Zhou Chen stroked his beard and said, You don't understand this. Destiny and feng shui also have their own rules. To some extent, they can be explained scientifically. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more puzzled. What? Destiny and feng shui? Explained scientifically? Wait, how did you connect these two unrelated things? Your imagination is too wild. On the other side, the wealthy woman, upon hearing that her villa was about to collapse, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Fine, I thought you were a fraud. Turns out you're actually insane. I just bought this villa and moved in a few days ago. You come in here and say the villa is about to collapse? Isn't that going too far? Before Zhou Chen could say anything else, the wealthy woman took out her phone. Since you won't step aside, let's meet in the police station. I wonder if you can predict your own imprisonment. With that, she was about to dial the police hotline. However, before she could dial the full number, a loud rumble suddenly sounded, drawing everyone's attention. What's happening? What's going on? Yet, the dust cloud obscured everything. Zhou Chen quickly pulled Lin Ro to the side. Zheng Pang, unsure of what was happening, also hurriedly moved away with the camera. After a while, when the dust settled, everyone could finally see the truth. However, as soon as they saw it, everyone was taken aback. The villa that Zhou Chen had pointed at had collapsed. From top to bottom, it crumbled entirely, not even a single intact wall remained. Seeing this scene, everyone had one word in their minds. Damn! The wealthy woman stood dumbfounded in front of the ruins, muttering to herself. What? It actually collapsed? Holy crap! This villa actually collapsed. Could this be a case of speaking things into existence? Could the old man really be a living deity? If he can predict this, even if he's not, it's close enough. In the live broadcast room, there was astonishment. Initially, no one believed it. But now, faced with the undeniable reality, they had no choice but to believe. On the side, Zheng Peng was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Just knowing that the feng shui of this villa was bad already made one extraordinary, not to mention predicting when it would collapse. This was beyond extraordinary. A living deity. Even Lin Ro widened her eyes in amazement, looking at Zhou Chen with even more curiosity. Who exactly was Master Yi? And where did Wanru invite him from? She made up her mind to ask Wanru about it when she got back. Over there, the rich woman stood dumbfounded for a while, taking a long time to recover. Zhou Chen patted her shoulder. Alright, everything is fine now. After this ordeal, you will be wealthy and prosperous. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Hearing Zhou Chen say he was leaving, the rich woman stopped him. Wait, don't leave yet. The rich woman, no longer arrogant, knelt directly in front of Zhou Chen. Master, thank you so much for saving my life. Zhou Chen hurried forward to help her up. Oh, there's no need for such a gesture. The rich woman shook her head. I insist. I insist. You saved my life, and I was so arrogant to you just now, it's a sin. Then, she thought for a moment and wrote a check for 5 million. Master, consider this 5 million as my apology to you. Please accept it. Zhou Chen waved his hand, pretending to be indifferent. Saving a life is just a duty. I can't accept this money. However, the rich woman insisted on not getting up. Master, if you don't accept it, I won't get up. After Zhou Chen declined for a while, the rich woman still refused to get up. In the end, he had no choice but to accept it. The rich woman finally stood up and said, My name is Sun Sime. Master, may I have your name and contact information? Just now as a token of gratitude, I must properly thank you for saving my life. Zhou Chen couldn't refuse and gave her his number. The rich woman, excited to have the contact information, couldn't contain herself. Master, rest assured. I will prepare a generous gift to thank you in person. Zhou Chen didn't say much more. He signaled Lin Ro and the others to head to the next destination. Along the way, the live broadcast was still discussing the recent events. After all, it was too mystical. Just by looking at feng shui and fortune-telling, being able to accurately predict whether a house would collapse was truly amazing. Some in the live broadcast were already calling Zhou Chen an old immortal. To this, Zhou Chen just smiled. Hee, I'm not an old immortal, just an old man. You must believe in science, never be superstitious. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Wait, you're a fortune teller asking us to believe in science? How can that be convincing coming from you? Zhou Chen explained, I'll be honest with you, feng shui and fortune telling have been passed down for thousands of years by our ancestors. There is some scientific basis to it. It's just that current science can't explain it yet. So, I'm making you believe in science. Hearing this, the viewers expressed their doubts. I don't believe you. You old man, you're so bad. Lin Ro watched Zhou Chen interact with the viewers and couldn't help but chuckle. She had observed his every move just now. Not only was he talented, but he was also kind-hearted, indifferent to fame and fortune. Even faced with millions, he didn't waver. If it weren't for the other party's insistence, he wouldn't have accepted. Such a good person was truly rare. Unconsciously, she started to have a different feeling towards Zhou Chen. Ding! Lin Ro's favorability +5. Current favorability 35. Zhou Chen received the notification, feeling a bit puzzled. Why did the favorability suddenly increase again? Women's hearts are truly hard to understand. Zhou Chen shook his head and continued walking forward. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts. There was a not-so-high mountain on the outskirts of Dongling City, with a winding mountain road built on it. They followed this mountain road upwards. When they reached a 180-degree bend, Zhou Chen stopped. This is it. Watching this place, the viewers became curious. After witnessing the two previous events, no one doubted Zhou Chen anymore. Even Xiao Yaoxian had to admit it. This old man was indeed extraordinary. So, this time, he remained silent, ready to witness the final outcome. If it turned out as Zhou Chen said, he would never go back on his word. Before long, a bus approached. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Could this bus be in trouble? All eyes suddenly focused. However, everyone stared for a long time. Until the bus disappeared from view, nothing happened. Although they breathed a sigh of relief, it was still a bit puzzling. What exactly was the big event predicted by the old man? At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly said, "Right, to prevent being affected, let's stand by the roadside." Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zheng Peng quickly moved aside. Lin Ro also stood carefully next to Zhou Chen. Her beautiful eyes scanned around, afraid of missing anything. However, after staring for a long time, nothing happened. Some were getting impatient, thinking of asking if the old man had made a mistake and needed to recalculate. Suddenly, a sharp screeching of brakes pierced their ears, followed by a violent crash. The people who were almost falling asleep were instantly awake. There's an accident. Everyone quickly looked over. They saw two cars colliding on the 180-degree bend not far away. The impact was strong, even the front of the cars had caved in significantly. Oh my, with such a hard collision, the people inside are probably in bad shape. I didn't expect the old man's prediction to come true again. Zhou Chen and the others ignored the astonishment in the live broadcast room and hurried over. At the scene of the accident, there were two cars, one red and one silver. The owner of the red car seemed to be fine, limping to the roadside after getting out of the car. It seemed like he only hurt his leg. The owner of the silver car, on the other hand, had a head injury. Blood was dripping from his head, leaving a trail of blood. However, he ignored his own injuries and quickly checked the back seat after getting out of the car. Then, there was a cry of surprise. "Dad! Dad, don't scare me! What happened to you?" The car owner threw himself on an elderly man in the back seat, crying bitterly. Seeing this scene, Lin Ro's heart clenched. Her parents had also passed away due to an accident. So, witnessing such a scene of loved ones facing life and death separation made her feel particularly distressed. In the live broadcast room, someone recognized the father's condition. "Oh no, this symptom is caused by acute heart attack due to shock. If not treated quickly, he won't make it." Seeing this barrage message, Lin Ro became even more anxious. "Is there still a chance? We need to call for emergency help right away." However, the viewer replied, "A hospital in the city is too far from here. It will take at least half an hour to drive over. With an acute heart attack, brain damage occurs after 5 minutes. After 10 minutes, the chance of survival is 0. If it takes half an hour, the person will be gone. How could this happen?" Lin Ro felt both anxious and frustrated. Having experienced the loss of loved ones, she didn't want to witness such a tragedy again. But what could she do now? At that moment, Lin Ro heard Zhou Chen muttering to himself nearby. There might still be a chance, but... Lin Ro grasped onto hope. "Ibo, are you saying there's still a chance for this person?" Zhou Chen nodded, "Indeed, but it will require a great sacrifice from me." "What kind of sacrifice?" Lin Ro hurriedly asked. If it was acceptable, she would definitely compensate Ibo. "I can use the ancestral golden needle technique to treat him, but it consumes too much for me, possibly shortening my lifespan by 3 years. "What? Shorten your lifespan by 3 years?" Lin Ro was about to speak but couldn't. Ibo was already old. If he lost another 3 years of life, then... She found herself in a dilemma. Then, Zhou Chen said, "However, the consumption is not irreparable." Lin Ro quickly asked, "You mean, it can be restored?" Zhou Chen nodded, "It can, but you also need to make a sacrifice." Then, Zhou Chen leaned in and whispered something to Lin Ro. As she listened, her face turned red. "You mean, if I help you like last time, it can be restored?" Zhou Chen initially nodded, then shook his head. Lin Ro didn't understand. "Ibo, what do you mean?" Zhou Chen explained, "This ancestral health-preserving method of mine can indeed restore the shortened lifespan." Shaking my head because the previous level was not enough. "Not enough?" Lin Ro was puzzled, then quickly realized, "You mean, we need to go further?" Zhou Chen nodded again, "Exactly, before was just to heal injuries, so that level was sufficient. But now to restore these 3 years of lifespan, we need to go further." Lin Ro was torn. On one hand, she wanted to save a life, on the other hand, she didn't want Ibo to lose lifespan. But this required her to go further. To do that kind of thing? What should I do? Seeing Lin Ro's dilemma, Zhou Chen knew it wasn't the right time yet. In that case, let's try another approach. So, Zhou Chen added, however, there can actually be a compromise in this matter. Hearing there was a solution, Lin Ro quickly looked over. What solution? Zhou Chen leaned in and whispered to Lin Ro. Surprised, Lin Ro pointed to her chest. You mean, use this here? Zhou Chen nodded. I'm not sure how effective it will be, but it should be better than before. Ro, are you willing to make a sacrifice to save a life? With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Ro pursed her lips. I'll do as you say, Yibo. I will help you. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, appearing both shy and hesitant. After all, as a sheltered girl, it was her first time agreeing to such a thing for someone else. With her promise, Zhou Chen immediately agreed. Good, with your word, I will go all out for the old man. Then, he walked briskly towards the scene. The car owner was still anxious, and then he saw an old man striding over, forcefully pulling him aside. The car owner became agitated. What are you doing? What do you want to do to my dad? Zhou Chen didn't even look back. I'm a doctor. If you want me to save your dad, stay aside. The car owner, after a moment of shock, quickly pleaded, Doctor, please save my dad. Don't worry, I will do everything to save him. Saying that, Zhou Chen took out the golden needle he had prepared in advance. This golden needle was exchanged from the system mall earlier. It cost him a full 5 days of lifespan, but its effect was powerful, enhancing acupuncture treatment, even capable of reviving the dead. Initially, when he saw the price of this set of golden needles, he felt a pang. But as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. In order to communicate more deeply with Lin Ro in the future, this investment was worth it. After all, as long as they could communicate long-term, his lifespan would be continuously replenished. Seeing Zhou Chen take out the golden needle, the viewers were somewhat surprised. What's going on? Is the old man going to use acupuncture to save someone? This is acute heart disease. Can acupuncture really help? The car owner also had doubts. Acupuncture? Is he some kind of traditional Chinese medicine scammer? But with no other doctors around, he had to patiently wait for Zhou Chen to treat his father. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen's needling technique was smooth and skilled, clearly a master in this field. In no time, the needling was done. Then, he gently twisted the golden needle near the man's heart, causing the unconscious old man to shudder suddenly and then fall silent. The car owner, seeing this, became frantic. What's happening? Why isn't my dad moving? You quack, you've killed my dad. The car owner rushed towards Zhou Chen, but Zhou Chen easily subdued him. However, he had no intention of fighting him. Instead, he ran to his father's side, crying bitterly, Dad, it's all my fault. I've caused this to you. In the livestream chat, viewers couldn't help but sigh. Traditional Chinese medicine is really not reliable. Although acupuncture is effective, it can't cure every illness. Uncle said he would save 3 lives before, but now he couldn't save them. It seems like he lost the bet on fate. Even Lin Ro beside him looked full of sadness. She could empathize with the pain of the car owner. Amidst the mourning, suddenly, the old man's eyelids twitched. Someone noticed it at a glance. Wait, something seems off. Did that old man just move his eyelids? The others quickly looked at the old man. However, they didn't see any reaction. Could it be a mistake? Just as everyone was puzzled, the old man suddenly woke up faintly. Seeing his son crying beside him, he seemed a bit puzzled. What happened? Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned to see this scene. Wow, he really brought him back to life. Seeing the old man regain consciousness, the car owner was overjoyed. He was so excited that he couldn't even wipe away his tears and snot, and said emotionally, Dad, you're finally awake. It's great. You're finally awake. Not long after that, the ambulance rushed over. Before leaving, the car owner was grateful and vowed to repay Zhou Chen's kindness by any means necessary. Zhou Chen waved it off. The car owner was firm in his attitude. You saved my dad, it's the least I can do. Oh, by the way, my name is Li Zitian, here's my business card. With that, he handed Zhou Chen a business card. After Zhou Chen took the card, he continued, I have to go to the hospital to accompany my father now, so I'll take my leave for the time being. But I promise, I will personally come to thank you in a few days. Then, he got on the ambulance and left. Lin Ro felt relieved watching the ambulance drive away, not only because a life was saved, but also because a tragic separation was prevented. However, did that person just give something to Uncle Lee? Lin Ro was curious, so she approached and asked. Zhou Chen took out the business card. Oh, you mean this? Just a business card, nothing special. Lin Ro's face changed when she saw the card. Wait, Yibo. Is this? Seeing her reaction, Zhou Chen also felt something was wrong. What's wrong, Ro? Is there something unusual about this card? Lin Ro explained. Do you know the Li family in Nan province? Zhou Chen's eyes widened. You mean the Li family, the richest family in Nan province? Lin Ro nodded. Yes, Li Zhitian is the fourth son of the Li family. The former head of the Li family has retired, and now Li Zhitian's eldest brother holds the position of family head. And you saved Li Zhitian's father. So, you saved the former head of the Li family. This is a huge favor. Hearing this, Zhou Chen was completely dumbfounded. What did you say? Did I just save the father of the richest man in Nan province? Me. Lin Ro continued to explain, the business card of the Li family in Nan province is almost unattainable for everyone. For you to get this card means you have gained the recognition of the Li family. This is a privilege even our Lin family's former head doesn't have. Hearing this, Zhou Chen was completely stunned. Because of the divination results, he was actually prepared for this gain. But he didn't expect the gain to be so significant. To make the richest man in Nan province owe him a favor, what kind of opportunity was this? It could only be said that reaching the top in one step was not impossible. Zhou Chen quickly put away the business card. It might come in handy in the future. Oh, should I? Then, he looked at Lin Ro, his gaze full of meaning. Lin Ro sensed something and blushed. I'm not very familiar with this either. I might need your guidance again. By the way, we should find a place where no one is around. Then, the two walked towards the small grove. Meanwhile, Zheng Peng was still chatting with his online friends. I've known how amazing Yibo is for a long time. You didn't believe me at first, did you? Did you get slapped hard enough now? In the live broadcast room, the viewers were still immersed in shock. Never in a million years did they expect that. It turned out to be true as Zhou Chen had said. He would encounter 3 major events and also save 3 lives. Moreover, he would use martial arts, feng shui, and medical skills to save them in different ways. Setting aside whether he was a living deity or not, just having so many abilities already made him an extraordinary person. Today was truly eye-opening. With things reaching this point, even the well-known tycoon Xiao Xian had nothing to say and generously sent a gift of 10 million. The popularity in the live broadcast room also reached the top of the platform. Looking at the gains from today's broadcast, Zheng Peng's heart was filled with joy. Hey, Lin Ro will definitely be happy about this. Maybe if she's happy, she might even reward me. He turned around, about to share this good news with Lin Ro. However, there was no one behind him. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Huh? Where did she go? In the small grove, faint voices could be heard. Ro, you need to support this with both hands first, then close it. Bo, is this right? Ah, yes, then do it like last time. Do it like last time? Then. Yes, hiss. After a while, the conversation was heard again. Bo, have you recovered? If you have, I'll tidy up first. Well, to be honest, I've only recovered halfway. Only halfway? Yes, look at my complexion, isn't it still a bit weak? It seems so. What should we do then? It's simple, just listen to me. Isn't this equivalent to doing that kind of thing? Well, since you're not willing, I won't force it. This time, I'll let this old man suffer. Don't rush. I promise you. Alright. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, I'll stay outside, I won't go in. Some time passed. Ding! Lin Ro's favorability towards the Dragon King has increased. Current favorability 40, full value 100. When favorability reaches 60, a new reward will be unlocked. Zhou Chen walked out of the small grove contentedly and refreshed. Lin Ro followed him, her face flushed. Today, she learned a lot and gained a lot of insights. She never knew about this kind of communication method. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the small grove. Lin Ro, Bo, where did you go? Zhou Chen and Lin Ro glanced at each other. It's getting late, let's go quickly. Lin Ro nodded but kept her head down, looking embarrassed. Then, they walked out one after the other. Upon seeing them, Zheng Peng hurried over, panting heavily after standing still. After a while, he finally spoke. Oh, Bo, Lin Ro, where did you go? I've been looking for you for so long, I thought you two got lost in these mountains. At this moment, he noticed that Lin Ro seemed a bit off. Lin Ro, why do you seem a bit strange? Wait, where did you two just go? It seems like you were deliberately hiding away? With such a question, Lin Ro suddenly felt a bit flustered. She couldn't possibly say that she had just been with Bo in the small grove doing that kind of thing, right? She didn't know how to explain. Seeing the situation was not right, Zhou Chen quickly pulled Zheng Peng aside. He immediately shifted the blame onto Zheng Peng. Young man, this is your fault. Zheng Peng looked puzzled. What did I do wrong? I just asked where you went, didn't I? Zhou Chen pretended to be stern. There are some things that girls won't tell guys, you know? Seeing Zheng Peng still frowning, Zhou Chen continued to fabricate. Let me tell you the truth, Ro was feeling unwell just now. But for a girl, shouldn't she find a place with no one around? Isn't it dangerous in these deep mountains and forests? Shouldn't someone accompany her? So that's why we didn't tell you and went to find the place directly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Peng suddenly realized. So that's how it is. He turned to look at Lin Ro, his legs together, still fidgeting. It did feel a bit uncomfortable, just as Zhou Chen had mentioned. This made him believe even more. Seeing it had an effect, Zhou Chen continued, just now you really hit the nail on the head. Ro might start to dislike you. What? Zheng Peng became anxious all of a sudden. After putting in so much effort, how could he fail at this crucial moment? No, he had to make amends. He quickly moved closer to Lin Ro, showing concern and care. Not letting her carry anything, he even used his family's privilege to call for a special car to take Lin Ro back. However, Lin Ro kept avoiding him, with a slight frown. This made him even more convinced that Lin Ro disliked him. Oh, it seems like I've really upset her. What should I do now? Zheng Peng worried. He still didn't know the real reason behind Lin Ro's frown. Lin Ro pursed her lips, also troubled. Oh no, there are still some spots that aren't completely dry. I need to go back and wash up quickly. Soon after, Zhou Chen and Zheng Peng parted ways. Back at home, Lin Ro hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. Seeing this, Lin Wanru was puzzled. Sister, what's wrong? Why do you need to wash up as soon as you're back? Zhou Chen helped explain. Oh, we ran a long way during the live stream today, sweating a lot. Never mind her, I'll also go wash up later. Lin Wanru was a bit suspicious. She thought for a moment, about to ask further, when Zhou Chen jokingly said, Lin, why are you so concerned? Are you thinking of washing up together? Well, I don't mind, it'll save water too, it's quite good. Wash up together? She immediately recalled the scene from the CEO's office. She blushed with embarrassment. Old man, you're talking nonsense again, watch how I deal with you. Hey, why are you pinching me again? After Lin Ro finished washing up, Zhou Chen went in. Seeing Lin Wanru looking sulky, Lin Ro asked her with concern what was wrong. It's nothing, just had a lot of work today. Lin Wanru dared not reveal the real reason. The relationship between herself and that old man must not be known by her sister. That's what she thought. Lin Ro completely trusted Lin Wanru's words. Therefore, she didn't ask further, but happily chatted with her sister. After chatting for a while, Lin Ro brought up what happened during the live stream today, praising Zhou Chen's skills repeatedly. Lin Wanru was surprised. Is he really that skilled? Lin Ro nodded quickly. Yes, I've never seen someone in something so amazing before. I wonder what his background is. Speaking of this, Lin Ro suddenly looked at Lin Wanru. Wanru, you said you hired Yibo as a butler because you felt sorry for him, right? Where did you find him? Yibo seems quite extraordinary. Did something special happen? Something special? Lin Wanru immediately thought of her first encounter with Zhou Chen. Ha? Wanru, why are you blushing? Ha? Really? Oh, maybe the air conditioning is too high, I'll lower it a bit. Taking advantage of adjusting the air conditioning, Lin Wanru quickly calmed herself down. She couldn't help but silently complain in her mind. It's all that old man's fault, making me think of those things all the time now. When they sat back down, Lin Ro kept asking. Lin Wanru didn't dare to reveal the truth, so she stuttered and evaded the question. She insisted that Yibo was just hired from a retirement community, nothing special, really. Hearing this response, Lin Ro felt like her sister was hiding something from her. However, Yibo being so skilled, having some secrets seemed quite normal. She wondered what kind of person he really was. Could he be a celestial being who descended to the mortal world? Lin Ro returned to her room with these thoughts in mind. As she lay on the bed, she suddenly remembered the lack of deep communication between her and Zhou Chen during the day. Although nothing substantial had happened, she still felt a strange sensation in her abdomen. It was as if she was anticipating something of that nature. Oh, what am I thinking? Why do I keep thinking about such things all day long? I should just go to sleep. However, as she lay on the bed, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. A few days later, Zhou Chen noticed that Lin Ro seemed to be avoiding him. Every time she saw him, she blushed. He had been thinking, had Lin Ro's fondness for him decreased? But when he checked the system, nothing had changed. In the end, Zhou Chen could only sigh and reflect on how mysterious a woman's heart truly was. He then checked his remaining lifespan. These past few days, he hadn't had much deep communication with Lin Wanru, and his lifespan had decreased significantly. It was time to have a good conversation and replenish his lifespan. How should he approach this conversation? Right, just like last time. In the car. When Zhou Chen approached Lin Wanru, he immediately noticed her sitting at the table with her head in her hands, looking worried. Sensing an opportunity, he went straight to her. Lin lass, what's troubling you? Lin Wanru didn't even lift her head. What else could it be? Isn't it about the antique calligraphy gift I mentioned last time? I heard Lin Guangha acquired an extremely rare antique calligraphy piece. The early Qing calligraphy I prepared is no match, how can I not worry? Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to Zhou Chen. Old man, didn't you promise me to help me get rare calligraphy pieces? The birthday banquet is only half a month away. Are you ready? Zhou Chen was a bit dumbfounded at first. After thinking for a while, he slapped his forehead. Oh no, I was so focused on communication, how could I forget about this? Lin Wanru immediately understood the situation. Did you forget? You were so sweet during our deep conversation, but now this. Heartless man. Shameless old man. Lin Wanru's tone sounded like a young wife scolding her husband. Zhou Chen felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had promised, and forgetting was indeed his fault. So, he spoke up, don't worry, it's just a rare calligraphy piece. Wait here, I'll go get it. Zhou Chen said and went straight back to his room. Buying things from the system store would make them appear directly beside him. To avoid startling Lin Wanru and to keep his secret, he had to go the extra mile. System, check the current remaining lifespan. With a thought, the prompt appeared in his mind. Current remaining lifespan, 20 days. After confirming he still had some time left, Zhou Chen started browsing. Soon, he completed the exchange, consuming 5 days of his lifespan. Ah, only 15 days left. I need to communicate intensely and replenish my lifespan. He then returned to the living room with the calligraphy piece. Lin lass, take a look. This is the good thing I prepared for you. Lin Wanru hurried over to inspect it upon hearing this. At a glance, she was stunned. Is this calligraphy by Yan Jinqing? Zhou Chen was quite proud. How is it? This authentic piece by Yan Jinqing is precious, right? However, Lin Wanru rolled her eyes. Oh, old man, I don't know if you truly don't understand or pretend not to. Yan Jinqing is a master of calligraphy from the Tang dynasty. Even his imitations are priceless, let alone authentic pieces, which are either lost overseas or kept by the state. You have his authentic piece? Impossible. Zhou Chen laughed. Why is it impossible? I bet my life on it. This is definitely an authentic piece by Yan Jinqing. Just wait and see. 3 times, don't forget. Lin Wanru spat at him, secretly cursing that this old man remembered such things the most clearly. Just then, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, it was Su Changhao. As soon as the door opened, he hurriedly explained his purpose. It turned out that he knew about the dispute over the successor of the Lin family and also knew about the birthday gift. After all, Lin Wanru was his fiancée. So, he specially brought a rare calligraphy and painting over. It was to lend a hand to Lin Wanru. Wanru, this is a replica of Yan Jinqing from the Yuan dynasty. Priceless. I went to great lengths for this calligraphy, spent millions to finally get it. Now I'm giving this painting to you. How about that, am I good to you? He looked at Lin Wanru, full of anticipation. Like a pet dog waiting for its owner's reward. Lin Wanru's attitude remained indifferent. Thank you, I will give you the money after everything is settled. Su Changhao shook his head directly. How can this be done? This is my heartfelt gesture. If you give me money, it would be inappropriate. Lin Wanru continued to decline. Su Changhao insisted that she accept it without payment. Finally, Lin Wanru nodded. Okay. But remember, you insisted on giving it to me. I had no choice but to accept. Of course. Su Changhao laughed. Despite this, he was still deeply moved. Wanru was really considerate. Even at a time like this, she doesn't want to take advantage of me. She's truly a good woman. At this moment, the doorbell rang again. Opening it, Zhou Chen's eyes widened. My goodness, Dragon King Yi Nancheng. Yi Nancheng. Seeing the other party, Su Changhao was instantly filled with anger. He still held a grudge from the incident at the family banquet. Although he couldn't directly act against Yi Nancheng because of Lord Lu's protection, he used many cunning methods in private. However, without exception, all were easily resolved by Yi Nancheng. He even made many connections through this. How could he not be angry? And now, he dared to come to his fiancée again? Yi Nancheng, you dare to come and disturb my fiancée? You must be tired of living. Yi Nancheng said proudly, want to mess with me? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Just as the two were at odds, Lin Wanru's voice came, if you two want to argue, go outside. What's the matter with arguing in my house? Hearing this, they both calmed down a lot. Then, Yi Nancheng explained his purpose. It turned out that he also heard about the birthday gift. So he came specially to give Lin Wanru an antique calligraphy and painting. He took out the painting. Wanru, this is an authentic work of Su Dongpa from the Song dynasty, rare in the world, it should help you. Seeing that painting, Su Changhao started to be sarcastic. An authentic work of Su Dongpa? Did you buy it for a few bucks from a stall? Yi Nancheng calmly said, I have no need to deceive anyone. Su Changhao laughed. Then let me have someone authenticate it? I don't believe you, a powerless and poor ghost, could get an authentic work of Su Dongpa. At this point, Zhou Chen probably understood. The subsequent development would likely involve Su Changhao bringing in a master for authentication. The result would indeed be authentic. Su Changhao's doubts would fail, and Dragon King's pretentiousness would succeed. Following the original plot, with the help of the Dragon King, Lin Wanru would successfully rise to power. Her favorability towards the Dragon King would also greatly increase. However, things were completely different now. His authentic work of Yan Jinqing from the Tang dynasty was enough to crush them. As for Lin Wanru's favorability, of course, he would accept it himself. As expected, Su Changhao brought someone for authentication. After the master named Fong authenticated it as genuine, he was amazed and exclaimed that he had seen a real treasure. Su Changhao was also dumbfounded. He never expected that Yi Nanchang could produce such a valuable item. Feeling inferior to him, he looked at Yi Nanchang with even more disgust, as if he was figuring out a way to deal with Yi Nanchang. Just when Zhou Chen thought things were about to end like this, suddenly, Lin Wanru spoke up. Master Fong, you must be an expert in appraising treasures, right? Master Fong nodded. That's right, in Dongling City, I may be second, but no one dares to claim the first. I can't guarantee 100% accuracy in my appraisals, but 99% of the time, I'm right. Lin Wanru nodded. I also have something I'd like you to appraise, if you don't mind. She was referring to the calligraphy and painting by Zhou Chen. Although she didn't quite believe it was an authentic work by Yan Jinqing, maybe it was a later imitation? Being able to produce such a piece of calligraphy and painting, it seemed that the old man hadn't deceived himself. If it's genuine, then I won't blame him wrongly. I'll fulfill the previous promise later, and with him. Hurry up and complete the promise 3 times. As Lin Wanru thought about it, she felt a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, she realized. Why was she entangled in such matters? In this situation now, wasn't she eagerly looking forward to deepening her interaction with the old man? No, she had to forget about it quickly. As long as that old man doesn't bring it up, then I'll keep avoiding it. I don't have any feelings for him at all. Her thoughts were unknown to everyone. When it was known that Lin Wanru wanted to appraise Yan Jinqing's calligraphy, Master Fong nodded. That's no problem. I've seen some imitations of Yan Jinqing's works, I know their characteristics, so appraising them is not difficult. Subsequently, everyone laid out the calligraphy and painting. Master Fong took out professional appraisal tools and carefully examined it. However, for some reason, as he looked at it, he suddenly shook his head repeatedly, and his brow furrowed. Lin Wanru, seeing this, immediately felt something was wrong. Oh no, could it be that it's not even an imitation, but a complete fake? Did that old man dare to deceive her like this? Just as Lin Wanru was feeling anxious inside, the next moment, she heard Master Fong suddenly exclaim, "Authentic! This is actually authentic! This is Yan Jinqing's authentic work! What did you say? Authentic?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru was dumbfounded. Master Fong nodded. That's right. Whether it's from the brushwork, artistic conception, ink usage, paper quality, or other aspects. Without a doubt, this is the authentic work of Yan Jinqing, the master of Tang Dynasty calligraphy. Lin Wanru's beautiful eyes widened even more. She had thought that the old man would at most bring an imitation. Who could have imagined that it was actually authentic? In that case, the value of this calligraphy far exceeded imagination. It could probably be considered a national treasure. Beside her, Su Changhao was equally stunned. Wow, Wanru, you're actually willing to spend so much and use Yan Jinqing's authentic work as a birthday gift. This birthday gift, probably few people in the entire southern province can come up with. He praised Lin Wanru, then glanced triumphantly at Yi Nanchang. It seemed like he was pleased that the other party's plan had failed. However, Yi Nanchang didn't pay him any attention. Upon learning the value of this painting, even this Dragon King couldn't help but be speechless. It's not easy for me to even think about getting this calligraphy. She actually managed to get it. At this moment, Su Changhao suddenly asked, by the way, Wanru, where did you get this calligraphy? Where did she get it? Lin Wanru was taken aback for a moment, glanced slightly at Zhou Chen. Then, afraid of being noticed, she quickly shifted her gaze. She couldn't say. Wasn't it because she had agreed to deepen her interaction with the old man that she got it? She hesitated for a moment and said, I had someone use their connections to bring it back from overseas. It cost me quite a bit of money. I thought it was an imitation, but I didn't expect it to be real. After hearing this, Su Changhao nodded repeatedly. If someone finds out, it might be hard to get your hands on it. This kind of national treasure level calligraphy is not just about having money. You've hit the jackpot. Hit the jackpot? Hearing this, Lin Wanru felt that something was off. She pretended to casually glance to the side and suddenly saw Zhou Chen looking at her with a smirk. He was making a 3 gesture with his hand. His intention was clear. Lin Wanru secretly spat at him and blushed unintentionally. Su Changhao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Wanru, why isn't this calligraphy framed? How about I take you to see a master to frame it?" Lin Wanru came back to her senses. "Oh, then let's do as you say." Seeing there was no place for him to speak, Yi Nanqing took his leave. Before leaving, Su Changhao couldn't resist mocking him. "Yi, Lin Wanru is my woman. If you dare to have any ill intentions towards her, you'll meet your end." Yi Nanqing provocatively glanced at Su Changhao. "That's not necessarily true. It depends on Wanru's own thoughts." With that, he left straight away. Seeing the two at odds, Zhou Chen just smiled without saying a word. "What are you two arguing about? I've already taken everything from your home without you knowing." Later, Su Changhao invited Lin Wanru to get in the car to take her to the master to frame the calligraphy. At the same time, Zhou Chen received a system prompt. Ding! Detected a new special location, Su Changhao's Bentley. Engaging in deep communication at special locations can double your lifespan. Zhou Chen suddenly had an idea. Shortly after, Su Changhao arrived with Lin Wanru at the destination. He looked somewhat helpless at Zhou Chen following behind. He hadn't expected this old man to come along. He had wanted to decline, but Lin Wanru somehow agreed to bring this old man along. He had wanted to take this opportunity to go shopping with Lin Wanru. Now with this big old third wheel, how could they go shopping? Forget it, let's just get this done quickly. So, Su Changhao volunteered to let Lin Wanru sit in the car while he went to handle the framing of the calligraphy. After watching Su Changhao leave, Lin Wanru asked Zhou Chen, "Old man, how did you get that calligraphy? For something so rare, you must have paid a hefty price, right?" Zhou Chen responded with a faint smile. "That's just a trivial item among my many collections." Trivial? A trivial item? You're talking about a national treasure calligraphy so lightly? Is that even human speech? Lin Wanru felt the urge to hit Zhou Chen. At that moment, Zhou Chen approached her. "Lin lass, did this old man break his promise?" Understanding Zhou Chen, Lin Wanru knew he was here to ask for the fulfillment of her promise. She hesitated. "Of course not, after we go back. I'll go with you." She became more embarrassed as she spoke. However, Zhou Chen's words stunned her. "No need to go back, I think this car is quite nice. How about staying here?" "What?" Lin Wanru thought she had misheard. It wasn't until Zhou Chen repeated himself that she realized. Feeling extremely embarrassed, she spoke up. "You actually want me to stay with you in this car?" Zhou Chen nodded. "Of course." "You?" Lin Wanru couldn't even imagine such a scene. This was inside a car. What if someone outside saw them accidentally? Not to mention, this was Su Changhao's car. What if Su Changhao returned halfway? How would she explain? This old man. Absolutely despicable, shameless, and vile. In response, Zhou Chen reassured her. "Don't worry, this car is very high-end. With tinted windows in the front and back, you can see outside from inside, but people outside can't see inside. And you already agreed to it before, you can't go back on your word now, right?" Zhou Chen persuaded her, and Lin Wanru reluctantly agreed. However, she still made her demands. "First, we can't make too much noise like before, or we'll be discovered. Second, if you see Su Changhao coming back, stop immediately. Lastly, you have to be quick." The more Lin Wanru spoke, the lower she buried her head, looking pitiful. In response, Zhou Chen naturally agreed wholeheartedly. "No problem, I promise everything." With Zhou Chen's assurance, Lin Wanru finally relaxed. "Then, come on." She shyly looked to the side, no longer resisting. Soon after, Su Changhao rushed back with the calligraphy he had just finished mounting. Suddenly, he overheard passers-by discussing something. "Hey, did you notice what happened over there just now?" "What happened?" "That car. It was shaking so violently." "Are you saying someone was inside that car?" "Exactly, and you could faintly hear some noises too. Talk about excitement." Su Changhao couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "Wow, didn't expect people to be doing this in broad daylight now. Too bad he didn't know where it was happening. Otherwise, he would have to go and observe it properly. Oh, right, after capturing Lin Wanru in the future, he must give it a try himself." At that moment, he saw a dessert shop. "Wanru loves desserts the most, let's buy one and bring it to her. She will be so touched to see how considerate I am." So, he took a detour and bought a freshly made dessert. When he returned, he took out the items as soon as he got in the car. "Wanru, this is the mounted calligraphy, specially stored in a camphor wood box. And this is a dessert I brought back just for you." At that moment, he suddenly felt something was off. Wanru, why do you look a bit flustered? And why is your face all flushed? Upon being asked this, Lin Wanru hesitated. Jo Chen helped explain, oh, she's feeling a bit unwell, probably the cold from last time hasn't completely gone away. Hearing this, Lin Wanru coughed a few times timely. Oh, I see. Su Changhao's doubts were instantly dispelled. Then, he noticed a wad of tissues on the back seat. Why is there a wad of tissues here? Lin Wanru took a look and inwardly cursed. Oh no. She had forgotten to throw away the tissues she used to wipe something just now. Su Changhao was about to pick up the tissues to throw them away when Lin Wanru beat him to it. These are the tissues I used to blow my nose when I had a cold. I accidentally dropped them in the car. Saying this, Lin Wanru quickly threw the wad of tissues out of the car window. Oh, I see. Although Su Changhao felt something was amiss, upon careful consideration, he didn't think much of it and let it go. After dropping Lin Wanru off at home, Su Changhao was still reluctant to leave. He chatted awkwardly with Lin Wanru for a while before finally departing. Once Su Changhao left, Lin Wanru was furious and started pinching Jo Chen. You old rascal, it's all your fault for playing tricks. We almost got caught just now. Jo Chen dodged while laughing, but nothing happened, right? And didn't you feel a thrill when you saw people passing by occasionally? Nonsense. I didn't feel anything like that. Oh, then who was making all that noise earlier? You. Just wait and see how I deal with you. At that moment, Lin Ro walked out. Seeing the two of them joking and arguing, she couldn't help but be stunned. Wanru, Iba, what are you two doing? We were. Lin Wanru once again looked to Jo Chen for help. Jo Chen had no choice but to come up with another excuse. Oh, it's this girl Wanru. She was feeling really unwell earlier and had to urgently use the restroom, but found a long line at the ladies' room. So, I escorted her to the men's room. She was reluctant at first, but I seized the opportunity and pushed her into a stall. Now she's mad at me because of this. I see. Lin Ro listened and burst out laughing. She then started to console Lin Wanru, as this was indeed an unavoidable situation. Since Lin Wanru dared not reveal the truth, she could only obediently listen to Lin Ro's advice. Okay, sister, I understand now. Iba was just looking out for me. I won't blame him anymore. Although she said that, she still glared fiercely at Jo Chen. Jo Chen raised two fingers to her. Lin Wanru understood his meaning very well. This time it was just once. There were still 2 times left unfulfilled. Hindered by her sister Lin Ro's presence, Lin Wanru couldn't explode, so she could only sulkily return to her room. Oh, right. Lin Ro seemed to remember something. Ibo, when you were not here, Zhang Peng called and invited both of us to attend an auction. I wonder if you are free the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing this news, Jo Chen's joy knew no bounds. After all, it's not often that a fool would give away 10 million for free, such a good deal. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he calculated the outcome. Wealth and romance. It seemed that not only would there be good fortune that day, but there might also be further interaction with Lin Ro. He had to go. So, he quickly nodded. I'm free, of course. Please reply to Zhang Peng for me, we will definitely be there on time. Then he chatted casually with Lin Ro for a bit. Lin Ro seemed to be avoiding him a bit, blushing and making excuses to leave after a few words. Jo Chen didn't think much of it and then opened the system. He hadn't claimed the rewards from his previous interaction with Lin Wanru. As soon as he opened it, a message popped up. Ding! Host and target deepened their interaction at a special location, doubling the lifespan reward. Current lifespan, 25 days. Lin Wanru's favorability +5. Current favorability, 35. Unlocked new ability, clairvoyance. Clairvoyance? Jo Chen quickly checked the ability description. It turned out that clairvoyance not only significantly improved vision but also allowed him to see through any barrier with his mind, making everything in front of him transparent. Wait, does this mean? He immediately looked at Lin Ro lying on the sofa watching TV. Every detail was crystal clear, like a beautiful painting. Jo Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling overwhelmed. This girl is as bare as her sister, just one look is unbearable. It really makes one feel weak in the knees. On the other side, Lin Wanru couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The events of the past few days made her feel like she had changed somehow. In the past, she would never have agreed to Jo Chen's requests. But now, things were different. She seemed to be gradually letting go? Or maybe, she wasn't really resistant to that kind of thing? Just like that old man said. She might just be saying she hates it but actually enjoys it? And thinking about the past, she felt an indescribable feeling rising within her. Thinking about this, Lin Wanru felt restless. Could it be that I really like that old man? She was very troubled by this. In these 2 days, Jo Chen noticed something strange. Somehow, Lin Wanru also started avoiding him. Every time she saw him, she would first be stunned. Then she would glare at him fiercely, cover her slightly flushed face, and quickly leave. He was a bit puzzled. How come Lin Wanru was acting like this too? And the favorability rating hadn't dropped at all? What was going on? He pondered for 2 days but couldn't figure out the situation. Finally, he sighed, forget it, why bother thinking so much? Let's just go to the auction. Shortly after, at the auction VIP seats, Zheng Peng looked at Lin Ro, enthusiastically explaining how rare the qualifications for this auction were and how much he had paid to get 2 extra seats. Lin Ro just smiled politely as she listened, but all her attention was on Zhou Chen on the side. Since their last shallow interaction, she couldn't forget it. She even occasionally dreamed of that scene. Every time she thought about it, she felt a bit embarrassed, which is why she avoided Zhou Chen. However, even so, she would still glance at Zhou Chen from time to time, unsure of her own feelings. At this moment, Zhou Chen noticed her gaze and quietly asked while Zhang Peng wasn't paying attention, Ro, why are you looking at me? Old man, I'm quite clean, is there something on my face? Lin Ro immediately stuttered, and nothing on your face? I just feel a bit. She didn't know how to continue. She couldn't possibly say that she seemed to have feelings for Zhou Chen now, could she? Just as Lin Ro was at a loss, a voice suddenly came over, Sister Lin Ro? What are you doing here too? Lin Ro felt like she had been granted amnesty, turned immediately, and saw that it was Yi Nancheng. Zhou Chen was also surprised. How did it feel like the Dragon King's presence was everywhere? Could it be that there was something related to him here too? Over there, Zhang Peng frowned as soon as he saw Yi Nancheng. I was about to ask you, how did you manage to come into this auction venue? I remember, unless invited, those with a net worth of less than 1 billion are not allowed in, right? Yi Nancheng smiled, a friend invited me to come on his behalf. Perfect, my seat is right next to yours. With that said, Yi Nancheng sat down next to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was not pleased with Yi Nancheng, so he began to mock and taunt him. Yi Nancheng responded in kind, and the two of them were at odds. Soon, the auction began. The first item up for bidding was an intricately patterned antique tapestry, vibrant and beautiful. Lin Ro was immediately captivated and couldn't help but exclaim, it's so beautiful. Seeing an opportunity, Zhang Peng volunteered, Ro, you like this tapestry, right? Don't worry, I'll help you win it. Wait. Lin Ro was about to stop him, but Zhang Peng had already placed a bid. Yi Nancheng also heard Lin Ro's admiration. So, he casually placed a higher bid. Seeing this, Zhang Peng thought, what's this? If Yi Nancheng wins it, won't Lin Ro start to like him? No, he had to win this tapestry. He immediately raised the bid. Yi Nancheng sensed the competitive spirit and refused to back down. And so, the two of them bid against each other, quickly driving the price up to over 5 million. In the end, Yi Nancheng seemed to have other considerations. He smiled, shook his head, and didn't bid again. Zhang Peng, as the victor, secured the tapestry. He had intended to give it to Lin Ro, but she declined, saying, you don't need to do this. I just like the pattern, you shouldn't spend so much money for me. I can't accept this, you should take it back. Hearing this, Zhang Peng felt a bit disappointed. But then he thought, Lin Ro doesn't want me to waste money. In a society filled with materialism, where else could he find such a good girl? This touched him deeply. In the end, the tapestry ended up being a bargain for Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen received the item, smiled, and nodded. Heh, young man, I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry, I won't just take your things for free, I'll put in a good word for you with Ro. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng was overjoyed. He hadn't expected an unexpected gain. He quickly thanked Yi Nancheng. Thank you, Yibo. Just then, Zhou Chen intentionally raised his voice slightly. This was to ensure that Yi Nancheng could hear. Sure enough, Yi Nancheng seemed lost in thought. Later, he also bid on a treasure, then turned and gave it to Zhou Chen, trying to please him as well. Seeing this, Zhang Peng couldn't stand it. So he worked even harder to give gifts, determined to outdo Yi Nancheng. The two of them competed back and forth, and all the items they won ended up in Zhou Chen's hands. Zhou Chen was overwhelmed by all the gifts. He smiled and couldn't help but marvel. Having free minions was damn awesome. The auction came to a temporary halt. In the end, Yi Nancheng emerged victorious. For Zhou Chen, this outcome wasn't hard to predict. After all, Yi Nancheng was the Dragon King. In every aspect, he was at a ceiling level. How could Zhang Peng compete with him? As a result, Zhang Peng's face was incredibly unsightly. However, in order to fish in troubled waters for sustainability, Zhou Chen did not ignore Zhang Peng. Instead, he approached him while going to the restroom. Immediately, he began his grand deception. Don't be disheartened, old man, I am not the kind of person who only cares about money. I have also noticed your concern for Ruaya, rest assured, I will not favor that boy. Zheng Peng, who was initially somewhat dissatisfied, suddenly beamed with joy. Then I will rely on you, Uncle E. Subsequently, Zheng Peng was about to go find Lin Ro. Zhou Chen said he needed to release the water and asked him to go ahead and meet up first. Before leaving the restroom, Zheng Peng subconsciously turned back. Immediately, he was shocked by a certain sight. Wow, this old man actually has this size? Thinking about his own, he couldn't help but feel a bit inadequate. It's better not to go to the restroom with Uncle E in the future, it hurts my self-esteem. Zheng Peng shook his head and walked out. After finishing up, Zhou Chen and Lin Ro met up with them. Zheng Peng and Yi Nanchang still couldn't see eye to eye, engaging in subtle competition. Zhou Chen, however, didn't pay much attention to it. The only thing he cared about was the peach blossom luck indicated on the divination today. I wonder how it will come true. Lost in thought, Zhou Chen inadvertently sized up Lin Ro. This time, she changed her usual casual attire of tank tops and hot pants and wore a floral-embellished cocktail dress. But it seemed that some parts didn't fit quite right. Occasionally, she could be heard complaining softly about feeling a bit suffocated in the chest area. The front of the skirt was designed with a half slit. When walking, the slit would be lifted at a slight angle, as if one could peek inside at a glance. But then it would quickly be covered by the other half of the skirt, leaving room for imagination. On her feet were a pair of high-heeled strappy sandals, revealing her fair insteps, delicate and elegant, tempting to hold. Such a beautiful sight attracted many fiery gazes. Even Zhou Chen couldn't help but be captivated. By the way, if I use the heavenly eye? Zhou Chen's mind wandered, and the unnecessary cover disappeared in an instant. His eyes widened. Lin Ro noticed Zhou Chen's gaze and felt puzzled. Just as she was about to ask, she saw blood suddenly seeping from Zhou Chen's nose. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ebo, you're having a nosebleed." Only then did Zhou Chen react, quickly wiping away the blood. Lin Ro came over to ask what was wrong. Zhou Chen hurriedly explained, "Oh, I guess the air conditioning has been on too much lately, making my nose a bit dry." After hearing this, Lin Ro patted her chest, relieved, saying, "You scared me, I thought something was wrong with you, Ebo." However, her pat was quite something, causing a dizzying effect. Zhou Chen couldn't hold back, and his nose started bleeding again. "Ebo, your nose is bleeding again." Later, Lin Ro quickly took Zhou Chen to rest in the restaurant at the venue. She found a seat for Zhou Chen to sit down and asked him with concern if he was feeling unwell. Feeling uneasy, she suggested, "Ebo, since you're not feeling well, why don't we go back first?" Zheng Peng, upon hearing this, became a bit anxious. Is it necessary to go back so urgently? Originally, he wanted to ask Lin Ro out to deepen their relationship this time. For this extra spot, he had paid a hefty price. Now, the thought of leaving before strengthening the bond made him feel regretful. If the relationship didn't progress and they went back, wouldn't it be a waste of his investment? On the other hand, Zhou Chen also had the same idea. His peach blossom luck had not yet come true. So, he quickly said he was fine and asked Lin Ro not to worry. Seeing this, Lin Ro said, "Well, I feel like this auction isn't very interesting. How about we go somewhere else next?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Peng immediately had an idea. "Why don't we go to the inner hall of this auction venue?" Inner hall? Zhou Chen and Lin Ro were puzzled by this term. Zheng Peng was about to explain to them when Yi Nanchang preempted him. "Iba, you may not know this. This venue is divided into an outer hall and an inner hall. The outer hall is used for auctions, while the inner hall is for stone gambling." Stone gambling? Zhou Chen's interest was piqued upon hearing this. With his heavenly eye, he could see through all barriers. Wouldn't stone gambling be a piece of cake for him? On the other side, Zheng Peng was once again overshadowed by Yi Nanchang and was about to get angry. But in order to seize the opportunity, he quickly took the lead in the conversation. "Lin Ro, there's a saying about stone gambling, one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut pierces through burlap, which speaks to the randomness of this stone gambling. Some people spend millions but only get back a piece of worthless stone. Others spend a small amount and can unearth priceless jade, instantly becoming worth millions." Lin Ro was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. But wouldn't losing multiple times lead to bankruptcy? Zheng Peng chuckled, "But there's also the possibility of getting rich overnight. That's the charm of stone gambling. Although many people can't afford to play, they love watching others play. Let's go take a look first. Maybe in the future, we can try live streaming some stone gambling ourselves. What do you think?" Lin Ro found it reasonable and agreed. Zheng Peng immediately led them to the inner hall. Once inside the inner hall, Zheng Peng looked displeased at Yi Nanchang, who was still following them. "How did you manage to get in here? I remember that the inner hall requires VIP membership to enter." Yi Nancheng smiled and waved the VIP card in his hand. Sorry, my friend also gave me this VIP card. Just as the two continued bantering, Zhou Chen suddenly had a thought and began calculating with his fingers. It seems like today's fortune is centered here. Wait, why is the Dragon King's fortune also here? Could it be? He quickly observed his surroundings. Then, he locked eyes on a certain person in the corner. Due to his proficiency in metaphysics, Zhou Chen also had a certain level of fortune-telling skills. The person in the corner exuded an aura of nobility, clearly not an ordinary person. However, amidst the noble air surrounding him, there was a faint trace of black energy, hinting at an impending disaster. Zhou Chen immediately deduced that this was definitely the opportunity of the Dragon King, Yi Nancheng. It seems that soon, the calamity on this nobleman will come to pass, and then the Dragon King will intervene to save him, establishing this connection. What intrigued Zhou Chen even more was the peach blossom luck. According to the hexagram, this person could lend him a helping hand today. Didn't that mean that the opportunity for deep interaction with Lin Ro lay with him? It looks like I must intercept this connection. But before intercepting, he had to send Yi Nancheng away to prevent any accidents. After some thought, while Lin Ro was captivated by exquisite jade ornaments, he approached Yi Nancheng and Zheng Peng who were arguing. Hey, you two, stop arguing for now. How about this? Ro likes jade, so why don't you both gamble on stones here and then customize a unique jade jewelry piece for her? I believe she will be very happy then. Upon hearing this, both of them looked at Zhou Chen. Yi Nancheng seemed pensive, while Zheng Peng couldn't contain his excitement. Iba, are you serious? Zhou Chen nodded. I've said my piece, now it's up to you two. With that said, both of them started considering the idea. After exchanging glances, they each went off to find some jade stones. Once they were gone, Zhou Chen returned to Lin Ro's side. Lin Ro, after admiring the jade ornaments, was about to say something when she realized Zhou Chen was the only one beside her. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where did those two go? Zhou Chen explained, oh, they wanted to try their hand at stone gambling, so they went elsewhere for now. It's okay, we'll meet up with them later. Lin Ro nodded and didn't think much of it. Then, Zhou Chen led Lin Ro, pretending to casually walk over to where the crowd had gathered, seemingly watching something. Lin Ro was a bit curious and wanted to go in to see what was happening. However, due to the large crowd and people unwilling to let them through, the two of them struggled for a long time but couldn't squeeze in. Oh well, if we can't get in, let's forget about it. Lin Ro looked a bit discouraged. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, made up his mind and said to her, don't worry, watch me. Then he started to use his unique advantage as an old man. He suddenly clutched his chest. Oh, my chest hurts so much. While saying this, he held onto the person in front of him as if he was about to collapse on them. The person in front turned around and was instantly startled. Damn, could this old man be trying to pull a scam? Then he hurriedly moved away as if his life depended on it. The spot that was blocked in front suddenly cleared up. Lin Ro's eyes widened in surprise. There's a move like this? Zhou Chen didn't care about that and gestured for Lin Ro to quickly come and occupy the spot. Lin Ro apologized softly and followed suit. With this move, Zhou Chen smoothly cleared a path through the crowd and reached the front row. When they reached the front row, Zhou Chen could finally see clearly. A stone gambling competition was taking place here. Several people were gathered around numerous pieces of jade stones, observing and selecting. On the other side, there was a person sitting on a grand chair, leisurely drinking tea and watching the competition. The extravagance Zhou Chen had seen earlier emanated from this person. On the sidelines, the onlookers were discussing. Do you know who organized this stone gambling competition? It's President Feng Qianfeng of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce. It said that he had already negotiated a deal worth billions, but it was unexpectedly snatched by the vice president. He was so furious that he went to cause trouble for the other party, and it said that it caused quite a stir. In the end, he decided to determine the ownership of the order through a stone gambling competition. This competition was set up by him to select a master stone gambler. The Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Chen often saw this name on TV. The Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the city. Anyone who wanted to do business in this city had to deal with them. And Feng Qian, as the president, wielded immense power. His influence was unparalleled. If one could make connections like this, there would be no worries in whatever they did in the future. And now, this stone gambling competition was the best shortcut. Thinking this, Zhou Chen looked at the person in front who was observing the stones. Through the discussions of the people around him, Zhou Chen learned that this person's surname was Han, known as Master Han. Here, Master Han had been examining a stone for a long time. Just as he was about to make a decision, he heard a sigh behind him. Ah, this sigh sounded somewhat helpless. It was as if he regretted the person in front making the wrong choice. Master Han furrowed his brows directly. When he turned around, it turned out to be that annoying old man. Master Han glanced at Zhou Chen and didn't say much. However, that sigh just now made him doubt in his heart. Could it be that I misjudged? So he put down the stone and turned to look at another one. This one should. Just as he was about to choose this stone, another sigh came from behind. Ah! This time, the tone even carried a hint of impatience. It sounded like, why does this person need so many reminders and still not learn? Could he be a fool? This time, Master Han suddenly became popular. Damn it, every time I pick a piece, you sigh, do you have a grudge against me? I must see what kind of person you are. Master Han was full of anger and turned to Zhou Chen. Old man, do you have a problem? Every time I pick a stone, you sigh, do you have a grudge against me? Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on them. Zhou Chen shrugged. I can't help it, you always pick the wrong ones? It's really uncomfortable to watch. To be honest, there are plenty of good stones here. Being able to accurately pick out waste stones every time, you are really amazing. Upon hearing this, Master Han was almost furious. That old guy dares to mock me like this. How much do you weigh? Dare to bet with me. Let's bet on this stone. This hit the spot for Zhou Chen. However, he didn't directly agree but added fuel to the fire. Forget it, I don't compete with people who have no skills, or else others will say I bully people. What should I do? Hearing this, Master Han's veins bulged. If we don't compare today, don't even think about leaving. Let's bet on whether this stone in my hand can yield jade. If it doesn't yield, you can pick any 10 pieces of jade here, and I'll cover the cost. But if it yields, after some thought, he said, then I'll slap you 10 times. I'll do it myself. Faced with such a bet, Zhou Chen naturally wasn't afraid. Joke, no matter how good you are at observing, can you beat me at directly seeing through things? So he nodded and said, no problem, let's bet on whether this stone can yield good jade. Good. Master Han immediately had the stone brought over to be cut open. On the side, Lin Ro watched the whole process. She couldn't help but feel worried. Uncle E, do you really know how to gamble on stones? Zhou Chen nodded. Well, I know a little bit. A little bit? Lin Ro was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Chen continued to explain, I read some related books a few days ago, quite familiar with it. Lin Ro was suddenly at a loss. Wait, you dare challenge someone after just reading books for a few days? That's too confident, isn't it? Nearby, the onlookers started to discuss. Where did this old man come from? Haven't seen him in the stone gambling business before? Probably just read some popular science about stone gambling and came to show off. Let's see how he gets physically beaten by Master Han later. The onlookers were ready to see Zhou Chen's joke. Meanwhile, the stone that was brought over had been cut open at one corner. Everyone looked closely. Wow! The entire cut surface was filled with ice jade. And the color was very pure, obviously quite valuable. Master Han immediately felt proud. How about that, old man? Do you admit defeat now? Considering your age, if you admit defeat now, I can let bygones be bygones. Zhou Chen just smiled, don't speak too soon, let's wait until it's fully cut open. And I think, the current bet is a bit too petty. What? Master Han frowned, how big do you want to bet? Zhou Chen smiled, let's increase it tenfold. If I win, 100 pieces of stone for you. If you win, 100 slaps. Deal? Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in astonishment. Oh my! Is this old man crazy? The stone has already yielded ice jade, and he dares to raise the stakes? At his age, if he really gets 100 slaps, this old man is truly fearless. Lin Ro was extremely worried on the side. When she was about to step forward to persuade Zhou Chen to apologize and let it go, she suddenly saw the confidence in Zhou Chen's eyes. It was the same as when he predicted and saved someone before. Could it be? On the other side, Master Han was also surprised to hear Zhou Chen's words. At this point, this old man still refuses to back down, so stubborn. Well, if you want to be proven wrong so badly, I'll grant your wish. Fine, 10 times it is, but don't even think about running away when the time comes. He turned to look at the stone-cutting workbench, waving his big hand. Keep cutting. I want this old man to die understanding. As the stone was slowly cut open, Master Han became more and more pleased. He was even fantasizing about how to slap Zhou Chen's face. However, when the cut surface of the stone was fully revealed, Master Han's expression instantly stiffened. Then someone saw the cut surface of the stone and couldn't help but exclaim, damn! It's all ordinary stone, and there's only a tiny bit of jadeite. He was actually right. What a useless piece of stone. How is this possible? Master Han's eyes widened like copper bells. He couldn't believe that with this cut, only stone was revealed. Could it be that the old man was right after all? How about that? Wasn't I right? Zhou Chen smiled. Looking at Zhou Chen's appearance, Master Han felt his anger rising. At the same time, he was also very unwilling. This is far from over, the whole stone hasn't been cut yet. Wait until it's all cut before passing judgment. To this request, Zhou Chen casually agreed. If you want to cut me, I won't stop you, but I have to remind you. All that's left of this stone is all waste stone, not even a decent color. I suggest you don't waste your time. Master Han ignored Zhou Chen directly and had someone continue cutting. As expected, with each cut, every cut surface that came out was just stone, no jade. In the end, just as Zhou Chen had said, not even a hint of jadeite was cut out. This caused the onlookers to exclaim once again. At first, Master Han still had some wishful thinking. However, after several cuts, his mood worsened with each one. Looking at a pile of broken stones, he directly intervened. Alright, stop cutting. Damn, this damn stone is really unlucky. Zhou Chen approached again. How about that? Wasn't I right? This is what happens when you don't listen to the advice of the elderly. You suffer losses right in front of you. Although Master Han lost a round, he still remained stubborn. What's this? Maybe you're just guessing blindly. If you have the ability, pick out a few good pieces of jade yourself to see. Zhou Chen nodded. Since you're not convinced, then let me show you a little more. He used his heavenly eye to see everything clearly. Then he pointed to a few pieces of stone full of pits. These few pieces have the best overall quality. Just pick these few. Master Han was delighted at first glance. Huh? These kinds of stones, whether in texture or quality, are not from old mines. Choosing these kinds of stones, you're probably here to make a joke. The onlookers also frowned a bit. These stones obviously weren't that great, right? Could this old man have really just guessed right by chance earlier? Zhou Chen, however, was very confident. You'll see once they're cut open. Then, a few pieces of stone were lifted onto the workbench and started to be cut with a machine. With the first cut, Master Han stared intently. It turned out to be green. He was suddenly surprised, and upon closer inspection, oh, there was actually a thumb-sized jadeite seed. This small size was hardly worth much money. Master Han couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Is this it? This level isn't something just anyone can achieve? However, not long after, others exclaimed, it's green. A big piece. And it's ice-type jadeite. Master Han suddenly realized and quickly looked over. To his surprise, the entire cut surface was all translucent ice-type jadeite. What? Master Han was completely stunned. Then, the other pieces of stone also triggered exclamations from the crowd one after another. Damn, a big piece of dragon stone jadeite. Another ice-type. And it's pure ice-type without impurities. Glass-type Emperor Green. I can actually see glass-type Emperor Green at a gambling stone scene. Where did this old man come from? He's accurate with every look. He's simply a god. The exclamation sounded like slaps hitting Master Han's face, making his head buzz. It wasn't until Zhou Chen came over and patted his shoulder that he came back to his senses. Ha! Zhou Chen smiled and said to him, how about it? Any more words to say? Our previous bet. Faced with the undeniable truth, Master Han couldn't maintain his tough facade. He quickly smiled apologetically. Sir, I was blind to my own abilities. I can't even afford those 100 pieces of stone. Even if you sold me, I still couldn't buy them. Please spare me this time. Zhou Chen chuckled. Don't worry, I never intended for you to fulfill such an outrageous bet. But now I have a question for you. Do you admit defeat? Before Master Han could respond, a loud voice interjected from the side. He may or may not admit defeat, but I, Foam, truly admit defeat. Everyone turned to see none other than the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce who was present in the stands earlier, Feng Qian. Seeing the other party take the initiative to appear, Zhou Chen was certain that he had successfully intercepted this connection. Approaching them, Feng Qian greeted, Sir, I wonder. But he suddenly stopped midway. He looked at Lin Ro beside Zhou Chen with some surprise. You are Lin Ro, the young Miss Lin? Lin Ro glanced at him and exclaimed, Uncle Feng? Upon hearing this, Feng Qian beamed with joy. Ha, indeed it's Lin Ro. You've grown into a beautiful young lady after all these years. Lin Ro also smiled. Oh, Uncle Feng, you flatter me. Zhou Chen was a bit puzzled. Lin Ro took the initiative to explain to him. It turned out that Feng Qian's daughter and Lin Ro were classmates and also very close friends. Their families often interacted, so they knew each other. It was only when Feng Qian's daughter went abroad to study that their interactions lessened, but they still kept in touch. Hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded. I see. Meanwhile, Feng Qian and Lin Ro exchanged pleasantries for a while before he asked, Lin Ro, who is this gentleman from your family? After a moment of thought, Lin Ro replied, he is the old steward my sister brought back. The old steward? Feng Qian was taken aback. With such exceptional stone gambling skills, he was brought back to be a steward? Who would believe that? Feng Qian thought Lin Ro was being evasive and didn't press further. They chatted for a while, from work to whether they were seeing someone, following the usual etiquette between elders and juniors. Lin Ro was embarrassed by the questions. "Oh, Uncle Feng, aren't you here for something with Uncle E? Don't mind me, let's get back to business." Feng Qian chuckled. "Oh right, let's talk business." Then, he turned to Zhou Chen. "Sir, I have never seen such remarkable stone gambling skills like yours." Zhou Chen modestly replied, "It's just a trivial skill." Feng Qian shook his head with a smile. "You are too modest. If you call yourself second, I'm afraid no one would dare claim to be first. It's not convenient to talk here, shall we continue in the VIP room?" Zhou Chen and Lin Ro agreed. Once they arrived, Feng Qian praised Zhou Chen's stone gambling skills and subtly inquired about his mentor. Zhou Chen simply replied, "I have no mentor, just read some relevant books a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Feng Qian almost sprayed out the tea in his mouth. "What did you say? You learned such amazing stone gambling skills just by reading a few books a few days ago? Who are you trying to fool?" However, Feng Qian didn't say much more, assuming Zhou Chen didn't want to reveal too much. He then changed the topic. Meanwhile, Lin Ro was lost in thought. Recalling the recent events, she couldn't help but feel anxious. When Zhou Chen and the other party made the bet, she initially thought Uncle E would lose. She was worried about how to help him. Unexpectedly, Uncle E actually gambled on the stones, and he casually guessed several top-grade stones correctly. Lin Ro couldn't believe that such skill could be acquired just by reading a few books. Perhaps, it was a family inheritance of Uncle E's after all? Who is he after all? How did my sister Wanru manage to bring him home as the old steward? Lin Ro couldn't figure it out and felt that Zhou Chen was becoming more mysterious. Just then, Feng Qian spoke up. "Sir, about what we discussed before." Zhou Chen nodded. "No problem. I will help you at the stone gambling event in half a month." Feng Qian smiled happily. "Then I'll rely on you, sir." Lin Ro suddenly remembered something. "Uncle Feng, did you forget something?" Feng Qian was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized. "Right, almost forgot. We haven't discussed the reward yet. Since he is part of Lin's family, I won't beat around the bush." He held up a finger. 10 million, plus all the gains from the stone gambling event will belong to the sir. How does that sound? Zhou Chen was satisfied with the amount. After all, he wasn't in it for the money but for the connections. It was a pleasant surprise. "No problem." Zhou Chen agreed. With the deal settled, Feng Qian proposed to host a banquet. However, an unexpected event occurred. Feng Qian was leading Zhou Chen and Lin Ro to the banquet location when suddenly, for some unknown reason, he stumbled and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Uncle Feng, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare us." Lin Ro was startled and hurried over. But no matter how she called out, Feng Qian showed no response. Zhou Chen's heart sank. It seemed the omen had come true. As the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, Feng Qian naturally had bodyguards and the like around him. Seeing Feng Qian lying on the ground, the bodyguards quickly notified the doctor to come over and perform emergency treatment on the spot. However, after several minutes of treatment, Feng Qian showed no signs of waking up. Moreover, everyone could see that Feng Qian's lips were slowly turning purple, indicating a worsening condition. It seemed like he was on the brink of death. "Hasn't the doctor arrived yet?" the bodyguard shouted anxiously. Lin Ro was also worried. He was her best friend's father. If something happened to him, her friend would be devastated. Lin Ro didn't want to see her best friend in such sorrow, nor did she want her friend to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Just then, she suddenly thought of someone. Before she could speak, Zhou Chen took the initiative to approach the bodyguard and said, "I know medicine, let me see." The bodyguard immediately stepped aside. Zhou Chen checked Feng Qian's pulse and examined his condition. Suddenly, he frowned. How could this be? Lin Ro, seeing this, quickly asked, "Master E, what's happening?" Zhou Chen's expression was grave. "He's been poisoned. And it's a fast-acting toxin, it could take his life within 10 minutes. Poisoned?" Upon hearing this, the people present all changed their expressions. Who would poison Feng Qian? And when was the poison administered? Zhou Chen quickly deduced, it's likely the tea he drank earlier was tampered with. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard immediately arranged for the tea to be sealed. But the current situation left them at a loss. "Since he's been poisoned, we must rush him to the hospital for treatment, but if we wait for the ambulance to arrive, he might not make it." Hearing this, Lin Ro was on the verge of tears. She grabbed Zhou Chen's hand pleadingly. "Master E, you have ancestral medical skills, right? Please save Uncle Feng. I beg you." Zhou Chen knew his chance had come. He took hold of Lin Ro's hand. Indeed, I can save him. In my family's medical skills, there is a method to draw out the toxin from the gold needle, which can save his life. However, as he spoke, he sighed. But that would greatly deplete me and could lead to the toxin entering my body. My old bones are afraid. What? Lin Ro was stunned. Are you saying Uncle E might also be poisoned? In that case, wouldn't Uncle E? Lin Ro understood very well. If someone like Uncle E at his age were to be poisoned, even if he were saved, there would likely be serious consequences. He might even end up in a vegetative state. This left Lin Ro at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Zhou Chen hesitantly. Uncle E, don't you have a health-preserving method? It's something that can help the body recover. Will it work? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, then sighed. Let's forget about it, Ro. Although this method is effective, the price might be too high for you to bear. Lin Ro's tone suddenly became firm. As long as it can save a life, I can accept any price. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen pretended to be distressed. You know, this situation is different from before, so we must take it a step further. That is, genuine communication is needed to help me detoxify and recover. But you are a delicate girl, how can I do such a thing? What? Take it a step further? Lin Ro was stunned. It was already like that last time. If they were to take it further, that would mean that was her most precious thing. Should she just hand it over to Uncle E like that? Lin Ro hesitated instantly. She was torn and didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Zhou Chen pushed her. Well, this old man, will go all out. Ro, rest assured, I will do my best to save him. It's just poisoning, I can exchange my life for his, it's worth it. Don't overthink it, I can't let you live with regrets forever. Zhou Chen's strategy of retreat to advance made Lin Ro determined. She looked at Zhou Chen with teary eyes. No, I can't let you sacrifice yourself. I promise you, after you cure Uncle Feng, I will be with you. Lin Ro didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was already clear. With her promise, Zhou Chen was so happy he almost wanted to jump up. However, he restrained himself and pretended to be distressed, saying, I'm really putting you in a difficult position. Rest assured, I will ensure Uncle Feng's safety. Then, Zhou Chen took out a golden needle. His hands moved swiftly, and in a few moments, the needle was applied. The bodyguard, not knowing what he was up to, spoke up. Wait, what are you doing? Zhou Chen didn't even look up, saving a life. The bodyguard wanted to say more but was silenced by Zhou Chen. If you want Chairman Feng to be fine, just stay aside and watch how I cure him. At this point, the bodyguard dared not act rashly. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen directly used the golden needle exchanged from the system. With the help of this special golden needle, the treatment effects were amplified to rapidly eliminate toxins. While applying the needle, Zhou Chen also continuously used other treatment methods. However, these were all just smoke and mirrors. It was just to make Lin Ro believe that he was indeed working hard to save the person and that it was extremely draining. The real effectiveness lay in the golden needle detoxification. In no time, the needle treatment seemed to take effect. Chairman Feng's lips were no longer purple but gradually returned to their normal color. Several golden needles gradually turned black. It seemed as if the toxins were being drawn out by the needles. When no one was paying attention, Zhou Chen discreetly guided the toxins from the golden needle to a spot on his palm. After numerous deep exchanges, his body had long been immune to such a small amount of poison. He did this to make Lin Ro believe that he was also being eroded by the toxins and needed to recover through a special method as soon as possible. After a while, Chairman Feng suddenly took a breath and slowly woke up. What just happened? Seeing this scene, the bodyguard's eyes widened. Wow, it actually worked? This old man is truly extraordinary. Lin Ro hurriedly came to Feng Qian's side. Great, Uncle Feng, you're finally awake. Soon after, the ambulance arrived. After a preliminary examination, the toxins had been mostly cleared. Even the medical staff were surprised. Upon learning that it was Zhou Chen who had saved him, they immediately wanted to report to the hospital and hire Zhou Chen to work for them. Just the skill of detoxifying and saving lives was enough to boost the hospital's reputation. Feng Qian also learned about Zhou Chen saving his life. He was so moved that he struggled to speak for a while before grabbing Zhou Chen's hand. Old man, I can never thank you enough. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just say the word. I, Feng Qian, will never refuse. Zhou Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully gained this connection. He then asked, President Feng, do you know who poisoned you? Or have you offended anyone recently? Feng Qian didn't hesitate and blurted out, damn it, it must be that old scoundrel Su Yuan. He snatched my 100 billion order before, and when I confronted him, he must have poisoned me in revenge. Due to concerns about any remaining toxins, Following the advice of the medical staff, Fengqian went to the hospital for observation and treatment with his bodyguard. Before leaving, Fengqian gave his bodyguard an order. Immediately investigate who poisoned me. If it's related to Su Yuan, I will make sure he pays for it. Watching the other party drive away, Zhou Chen turned to Lin Ro. Lin Ro seemed to realize something, feeling both shy and timid. Just as she was about to say something, Zhou Chen suddenly stumbled and fell into her arms. This was obviously intentional on his part. Feeling the special touch on his cheek, Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel. So soft. Lin Ro, confused, quickly asked Zhou Chen what was wrong. Zhou Chen showed her his purplish-black palm. The toxins are about to reach my heart. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid I might. Seeing this, Lin Ro set aside her shyness. She quickly supported Zhou Chen, pursed her lips, and determinedly said, Uncle Lee, hold on. I will help you detoxify. Then, she seemed to hesitate for a moment. Following that, she pitifully said, Uncle Lee, I'm a bit afraid of pain. Please, be gentle. In a secluded corner, faint sounds could be heard. Uncle Lee, what are you doing? Why haven't you? Hurry up? I'm preparing for the initial stage. It's like a massage, to loosen up the muscles so it won't be uncomfortable later. Really? Then, please continue. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, I won't hurt you. Okay, please, Uncle Lee. After a while, the sound came again, but for some reason, it sounded a bit choppy. Uncle Lee, like this. Is it okay? Yes, it's good. I didn't expect you to be quite talented. Please, stop. Joking, I'm so embarrassed. Don't worry, no one will come. But honestly, you learn quite fast. Would you like to learn some medical skills from me? Really? Can I? Then, thank you, Uncle Lee. No need to thank me. Wait, why do I hear footsteps? What? Could it be someone coming over? Don't worry, let's change our location. After some time passed, Uncle Lee, are you feeling better now? I'm somewhat better, but I still feel not completely well. There are still remnants of the toxins. Then, let's continue. Since we're already here, I'm really sorry, but I have to trouble you a bit more. It's okay, you. Go ahead. On the other side, Yi Nanchang was comparing stones. Suddenly, a sense of melancholy swept over him. It's as if something important has been lost, leaving one feeling doubly lost. His gaze involuntarily turned in a certain direction, but he saw nothing. An illusion? Yi Nanchang shook his head. Ding! Intercepting the Dragon King's beloved, Lin Ro. Successfully engaged in deep communication at a special location, lifespan reward doubled, plus 10 days. Lin Ro's favorability plus 5, current favorability 45. Upon reaching 60 favorability, a new reward will be unlocked. After the exchange, Zhou Chen suddenly received a bunch of system prompts. At the same time, the previous system tasks were also completed. Ding! Completion of communication task, reward of a seaside villa worth 2 billion. Congratulations to the host for completing the task significantly ahead of schedule. Additional reward, clairvoyance upgraded to insightful clairvoyance. Needless to say, the villa and lifespan reward were self-explanatory. What surprised Zhou Chen even more was the enhancement of his insightful clairvoyance ability. After becoming insightful clairvoyance, a new function was added, retrospection. This ability allowed Zhou Chen to not be limited by his line of sight and observe things from more angles. Therefore, Zhou Chen could now not only view the same object or person from multiple angles but could even see behind himself. In other words, he was no longer afraid of being ambushed in the future. This was truly a preemptive skill. Why not try out this ability now? Thinking so, Zhou Chen immediately activated insightful clairvoyance, directing his consciousness behind him. Behind him, Lin Ro was carefully tidying up. Although they had already communicated, she still couldn't let go and insisted on Zhou Chen turning around. The traces of their interaction were clearly visible on her fair skin, evoking pity. A touch of crimson was particularly striking. Everything fell into Zhou Chen's eyes, clear as day. What a useful ability. Zhou Chen marveled as he watched. After a while, Lin Ro finally finished tidying up. Her cheeks flushed, she walked over. Yibo, I'm done tidying up. How are you feeling now? Still uncomfortable? Although Zhou Chen felt great inside, he maintained a concerned expression on the outside. I'm much better now, but, sigh. Yibo, I'm sorry. Lin Ro quickly waved her hand. Yibo, please don't say that. You put yourself in danger to save someone. If I didn't help you, it wouldn't be right. But, this matter is not something to be seen by others. Yibo, you. Zhou Chen patted his chest. I absolutely won't tell anyone about this. You can rest assured. Blushing, Lin Ro shyly smiled. Thank you, Yibo. Just then, a familiar voice approached from a distance. Bo, Lin Ro? Where are you guys going? It sounded like Zhang Pang was looking for them. Shortly after, Zhang Pang appeared around the corner and saw Zhou Chen and Lin Ro. He couldn't help but look puzzled. Ha? What are you two doing here? Lin Ro suddenly didn't know what to say. She couldn't possibly say that she and Bo had been chatting in this corner all this time, could she? She subconsciously looked to Zhou Chen for help. Zhou Chen quickly took over. Oh, we just watched a stone gambling match over there. It was quite exciting. But after watching, we wanted to find you guys, but couldn't. I'm getting old and can't move around much, so I rested here for a few minutes. Oh, that's why we couldn't find you. Zhang Pang realized. To prevent the other party from suspecting anything, Zhou Chen quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, didn't you guys go to pick jade stones? How did it go? Well. This time it was Zhang Peng who hesitated. Zhou Chen could tell right away. Well, this probably meant they couldn't beat the Dragon King again. But that was understandable. If anyone could just step in, would he still be called the Dragon King? Just then, Yi Nanchang also approached, holding a beautifully crafted jade ornament in his hand. Smooth and translucent, dripping with lush greenery. Absolutely top-quality jade. Bo, Lin Ro, so you two are here. Lin Ro, I remember your birthday is coming up in a few days, right? This jade ornament is made from the jade I won with my own hands, so I'll give it to you as a birthday gift. He completely ignored Zhang Pang. He walked over to put the jade ornament on Lin Ro. Lin Ro thought, how could this be? Her body still bore the marks just left behind, barely concealed by the evening gown. Moreover, she could faintly smell that distinctive scent, like some kind of flower. What if he found out? No, she couldn't let him come closer. Lin Ro quickly waved her hand. Let Bo hold on to the gift for now. And if you really want to give a gift, shouldn't you at least prepare a gift box? Upon hearing this, Yi Nanchang scratched his head and chuckled. Lin Ro is right, I overlooked that. When we get back, I'll prepare an exquisite gift box and have someone deliver it to you. Lin Ro hurriedly nodded in thanks. Yes, thank you for the gift, I really like the jade ornament. Hearing this, Yi Nanchang also showed a pleased expression. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhang Pang. It seemed like he was declaring his complete victory. Seeing that the trick had worked, Lin Ro quickly continued, I'm feeling a bit tired now, I want to go back and rest, shall we leave? She was speaking the truth. The intensity of the situation had left her feeling a bit drained. Her steps felt unsteady as she walked, she needed to go back and rest quickly. Before Yi Nanchang could speak, Zhang Peng interjected, alright, let's head back now. Lin Ro, Bo, why don't you two take my car? Lin Ro nodded in agreement. As long as they could get back quickly. Zhang Peng was overjoyed at this and smugly glanced at Yi Nanchang. It was as if he was saying, what's the use of giving gifts? In the end, she still got into my car, right? Subsequently, Zhang Peng hurried off to drive like a servant. Lin Ro and Zhou Chen left the place. Yi Nanchang was about to take a step when he suddenly felt from afar that Lin Ro seemed different from before. Why did she seem to be limping slightly now? And it appeared she had gained a bit of charm out of nowhere. What was going on? Not only that, the feeling of loss and melancholy lingered in his heart. It was as if he had lost a beloved possession for a lifetime. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he couldn't pinpoint the source, which made him somewhat agitated. Forget it, I guess there's been too much going on these days, my mood has become a bit restless. I should go back and rest first. Before leaving, he suddenly noticed something out of the corner of his eye. There was a shallow puddle on the ground. It looked like someone had just splashed water there, and it hadn't completely dried up yet. Why am I paying attention to such things? It seems like my mind has really been in disarray lately. I should focus on studying cultivation techniques to maintain my mental state. Dragon King Yi Nanchang sighed and then left the place. Back at home, Lin Ro went straight to her room to rest without saying a word. Lin Wanru watched this scene, feeling puzzled. Why did her sister and Bo always look so tired when they came back from outings? So she took the initiative to knock on Lin Ro's room door. Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Inside the room, Lin Ro's voice came out. No, I'm fine. Then why do you look so tired and went straight to your room without saying a word? That's because. Sister? Because of what? Lin Wanru asked. Because I got a bit tired from the auction, it's not an illness, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru's suspicions remained. She felt like her sister was hiding something from her. Forget it, since my sister doesn't want to talk about it, I won't push further. It's not good to pry too much. After all, she had things she was keeping from her sister too. Inside the room, Lin Ro tossed and turned. Although a bit tired, she couldn't fall asleep at all. Her mind was filled with images of the deep conversations from before, along with the corresponding feelings. Looking back, Iba did keep his promise. Except for the beginning, the whole process didn't seem too uncomfortable, and it even elicited that kind of reaction from herself. If there's a chance, should she go find Iba again for another try? It seems like a good idea, right? Just as this thought popped up, Linro startled herself and quickly shook her head, trying to forget this abnormal idea. But after a while, she realized she couldn't forget it at all, so she had to accept this fact. Could it be that I'm turning bad? She couldn't help but worry. The next day, the three of them sat at the breakfast table. Both Lin Wanru and Lin Ro seemed preoccupied. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen seemed carefree, finishing his meal quickly and even offering to wash the dishes. He hummed a tune while washing, looking extremely cheerful. Lin Wanru was curious and asked him why he was in such a good mood. Zhou Chen chuckled, "You wouldn't understand." This answer left Lin Wanru feeling annoyed. Later, Lin Ro approached her. "Wanru, I have something to ask you." She then mentioned Zhou Chen's stone gambling skills, of course, omitting many details and only keeping the most important parts, at least what she thought was most important. Hearing this, Lin Wanru widened her eyes. "What? That's stinky. Iba actually gambles on stones?" Lin Ro nodded. "You find it unbelievable too, right? A person as capable as him, you wouldn't find one even if you searched the whole country. So I was a bit curious, how did you manage to bring him over as a steward? How?" As soon as she heard this, Lin Wanru became nervous. She couldn't tell the truth. It's nothing, just. She quickly came up with a reason. "Oh sister, let me tell you the truth. He was actually sent by the old master to assist me. That's why he has so many skills and is so capable. It was all arranged by the old master." "I see." Lin Ro suddenly understood. At this moment, Lin Wanru asked, "Sister, why are you suddenly so interested in Iba? Why are you digging so deep into him? Could it be?" Lin Ro also panicked, "Is there? I just find him a bit mysterious, so I asked, that's all." "It seems like you're the one getting jealous? Can't even ask a question? Who's jealous?" Lin Wanru got flustered. "Oh my. Wanru, why are you getting so worked up? Could it be that I hit the nail on the head?" Lin Ro covered her mouth and laughed. "Who's getting worked up? You're the one getting worked up. Take this. Oomph, you dare throw a pillow at me. Watch how I'll get back at you. Ha, if you can hit me." As they bantered, the two sisters playfully fought. It seemed like they tacitly agreed to let this matter pass and not bring it up again. After all, they both had their own secrets. The day of the Lin family banquet was approaching. Zhou Chen thought that with the calligraphy by Yen Jinqing, everything would be fine. However, when he looked at Lin Wanru that day, she still seemed worried. Zhou Chen asked her what was wrong. Lin Wanru sighed and replied, "It's about the banquet." Zhou Chen was puzzled. "Didn't we prepare enough gifts for the occasion? What's wrong? Did the other party come up with something tricky?" Lin Wanru shook her head. "It's Uncle Zhao, he passed me a message again. He said Lin Guanghe will use all his connections on the day of the banquet, inviting various important figures to support him. If I don't make preparations on my end, even if the gifts are sufficient, we might be overshadowed by him at the event. Not to mention, the higher-ups might have other plans because of this. When the time comes, the position of the family head's heir is not guaranteed." Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before asking, "Lin Guanghe has connections, don't you?" Lin Wanru replied, "Of course I do, but I heard something interesting. Lin Guanghe has mobilized the major families in Dongling, each holding significant power, including some who can move mountains with a single hand. My connections don't reach that level, that's why I'm worried." Hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Rule Dongling with an iron fist? Could it be bigger than Feng Qian, the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce that controls all the business groups in Dongling? Not to mention, he had an ace up his sleeve. The Li family of the southern province. Forget Dongling, their influence extends throughout the entire southern province. With such connections, there's no need to worry at all. Playing these two cards, Lin Guanghe might find himself in a tough spot. Well, using his connections to help Lin Wanru wouldn't hurt, but it shouldn't be for free. There should be some reward. For example. So, Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I have some connections too. I'll definitely help you when the time comes." "Your connections?" Lin Wanru was skeptical. This old man might have some skills, but wasn't he completely blank when it came to connections? What kind of connections could he have? Tell me about it? Lin Wanru asked. Zhou Chen smiled. "Feng Qian, the president of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and the Li family of the southern province." "What?" Lin Wanru was surprised but then sighed directly. "Do you know who these people are? Small families like ours probably wouldn't even get a second look from them." "You, stop boasting." Lin Wanru thought Zhou Chen was joking and didn't believe him. Zhou Chen, however, was confident. Don't believe me? How about we make a bet? If I can get them to come over, you have to interact with me 10 times. And it has to be something special. I've been wanting to try some special things for a long time. Lin Wanru didn't take it seriously either. She laughed and said, alright, if you can get them to attend the birthday banquet. Forget about 10 times, even if it's 100 times, I'll accompany you. But if you lose, then. As she spoke, she shook her head suddenly. Forget it, there's no benefit for me even if you lose, let's leave it at that. If I really lose, I'm afraid I'll lose everything. There's no point in saying that. Hearing this, Jochen reassured her, don't worry, old man, I'm as steady as an old. What was it again? And even if that happens, I'll have your back. By then, we'll be like the characters in a martial arts novel. Adventurous and carefree. Hearing this, Lin Wanru genuinely smiled from the heart. Besides her sister, only this old man could make her speak sincerely. Characters in a martial arts novel? Then I think you're more like that eagle. Hey, you've hit the nail on the head, I've always seen myself as that eagle. And a particularly large one at that. You old rascal, always saying inappropriate things. What's inappropriate about that? You know the exact size. You old rascal. Shameless. Disgusting. The day of the birthday banquet arrived. On the way to the banquet, Lin Wanru tried to maintain her composure, as if everything was normal. However, her slightly trembling hand betrayed her. But it was understandable. After all, today was the moment that would determine her future. Seeing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel pity. So, he took Lin Wanru's hand and said, don't be nervous, Lin lass. With this old man around, I guarantee you'll be fine. Uncharacteristically, Lin Wanru didn't pull her hand away from Zhou Chen, but she still turned her head away. Who's nervous? Her tone sounded dismissive, but she held onto his hand tighter, as if unwilling to let go. Zhou Chen smiled to himself, thinking that this girl's thoughts were still as difficult to decipher as ever. Until they were close to the banquet hall, Lin Wanru finally let go of her hand, leaving only a hint of fragrance and warmth. Entering the banquet hall, it was filled with distinguished guests and visitors. Following the previous arrangement, Lin Wanru took her seat at the main table where the head of the Lin family sat. Everyone at the table belonged to the absolute core of the Lin family, including another person, Lin Guanghe. At that moment, he was chatting and laughing with senior executives, seemingly oblivious to Lin Wanru's presence. Only the head of the family and a few others greeted her with smiles, indicating the general attitude of the higher-ups. After a while, Lin Guanghe seemed to notice Lin Wanru and turned to her, saying, oh, cousin Wanru is here. Haven't seen you for a while, why do you look so serious? Today is the head of the family's birthday celebration, and also a great day for me to inherit the position of family head, you should be happy. Lin Wanru didn't even look at him, her tone disdainful. Oomph, looks like you are very confident? I wonder who caused their own downfall last time, resulting in the loss of my entire year's worth of orders. You. Lin Guanghe was hit where it hurt and seemed a bit flustered. However, this was still the birthday celebration and the main table, so Lin Guanghe couldn't show his displeasure and held back. Oomph, let's see how you embarrass yourself later. After a while, Lin Guanghe couldn't wait any longer and stood up eagerly, greeting the head of the family with a smile. Grandfather, your grandson has prepared a special birthday gift for you today. I hope you like it. He then clapped his hands, signaling for something to be brought forward. Soon, a scroll of calligraphy was presented. Upon opening it, the calligraphy was exquisite and full of vigor. It was both unrestrained and restrained, a masterpiece of calligraphy. Those present couldn't help but praise the calligraphy loudly. Someone asked, I wonder whose work this calligraphy is. Lin Guanghe smiled and said, it's just a work by Zhang Jiji. Zhang Jiji? Those who knew immediately recognized. You mean Zhang Jiji, the great calligrapher of the Southern Song dynasty? Exactly. Upon hearing this, some were even more surprised. I remember there was an auction of Zhang Jiji's remaining scroll of the Avatamsaka Sutra, about 1,400 characters in total, sold for 63.25 million, averaging 45,000 per character. Truly worth its weight in gold. Wow, even a remaining scroll is so valuable, then this complete work of his is worth at least billions. Wow. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This birthday gift could be considered a rare treasure. Even the head of the family was delighted, praising it repeatedly. Lin Guanghe felt proud. He raised his eyebrows at Lin Wanru and then said, Cousin Wanru, how do you like the gift I gave grandfather? I wonder what birthday gift you have prepared. Why not bring it out for everyone to appreciate? At this point, all eyes turned towards Lin Wanru. She felt more confident now. She sighed intentionally, cousin's birthday gift is indeed excellent, I'm afraid mine can't compare. Lin Guangha chuckled, don't worry, let's see what you have. As long as the intention is there, it's all that matters. Lin Wanru nodded, alright, then I'll have the gift brought out. Subsequently, a piece of calligraphy was presented. She unfolded it with a smile, grandfather, this is the birthday gift your granddaughter prepared. An authentic work by the Tang Dynasty calligraphy master, Yan Jinqing. What? An authentic work by Yan Jinqing, a national treasure? Lin Guanghe, who was expecting a joke, instantly froze. How could this be possible? The high-ranking members of the Lin family were equally shocked. Yan Jinqing's authentic works were unparalleled in historical and artistic value. If this was true, it would surely cause a sensation throughout Dongling. However, all of this depended on one thing. It had to be genuine. Lin Guanghe realized this and spoke up. As far as I know, Yan Jinqing's authentic works are either kept by the state or scattered overseas. In the folk, the collection is extremely rare. Not to mention the Eastern Tomb, even the entire southern province may not have anyone collecting it. Cousin, are you sure this is an authentic piece? With these words, everyone couldn't help but feel suspicious. It's not surprising, because this kind of national treasure-level collection is almost impossible for individuals to own. Lin Guanghe also thought so. So he believed, what Lin Wanru took out definitely couldn't be an authentic piece. Faced with the questioning, Lin Wanru replied, of course, it's real. If you don't believe it, you can have someone come and authenticate it. Lin Wanru appeared very confident. After all, she had already authenticated it at home. That old man Zhou Chen, apart from being annoying, was at least reliable in this aspect. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhou Chen sitting at the guest table. Regardless of the outcome, she would settle the 2 debts she owed him first when she returned. Of course, this was just because she didn't want to owe him anything. It wasn't that she wanted to reward him. On the other side, Lin Guanghe sneered at the words. Trying to deceive me in this way, making me think it's authentic? I want to see if it's real or fake. So he said, let's have someone take a look. Wanru cousin, I'm just afraid you might be deceived. That's why I'm doing this, don't think too much. Then, Lin Guanghe sent someone to find an expert in appraising antiques. Zhou Chen was delighted when he saw who was coming. Wasn't this Master Fong who appraised this calligraphy before? What a coincidence! After Master Fong arrived, Lin Guanghe exchanged a few words with him first. Then he said, Master Fong, we have a work by Yan Jinqing here, we're not sure if it's real, so please authenticate it. If it's real, everyone will be happy, but if it's fake, please tell the truth. Master Fong nodded, no problem. Without much thought, he then looked at the calligraphy. At just one glance, his pupils suddenly contracted. Then he said, forget it, there's no need for me to verify this calligraphy. Lin Guanghe looked. Oh, it's so fake that there's no need to look, right? Finally caught you in the act. He looked triumphantly at Lin Wanru, about to speak out, but saw Master Fong smiling bitterly. To be honest, I've appraised this calligraphy before. It is indeed authentic. A genuine Tang Dynasty calligraphy by Yan Jinqing. What did you say? Hearing this, Lin Guanghe was shocked and held back the words he was about to say. This is actually a genuine work by Yan Jinqing? How is that possible? Master Fong, are you sure you didn't look carefully? Could you be mistaken? Lin Guanghe forced a smile and asked. Master Fong was a bit displeased to hear this. Once I've appraised something and confirmed it, I take responsibility. This is indeed a genuine work by Yan Jinqing. I dare to guarantee with my decades-long reputation in this field. Hearing Master Fong's affirmation, Lin Guanghe was speechless for a moment. Learning about this result, the senior executives present were all taken aback. Hiss, this birthday gift is actually real? That means the value of this calligraphy far exceeds everyone's imagination, enough to rival a true national treasure. Its value is even immeasurable by money. It's a true priceless treasure. Receiving such a prestigious birthday gift not only brought honor to the head of the family but also elevated the entire Lin family's status. This girl Lin Wanru is truly extraordinary. I never expected Wanru to present such a precious birthday gift. In comparison, Lin Guanghe indeed falls a bit short. Listening to the exchanges among the senior executives, Lin Wanru's face lit up with joy. It seemed that each of the senior executives had their own thoughts. There was no way around it. Lin Wanru's birthday gift was just too extravagant. The head of the family couldn't bear to part with the authentic piece, immediately ordering a glass cabinet to be made to properly store it. Lin Guanghe watched all this unfold, feeling quite resentful. Well, it's just losing a battle, nothing serious. The real game is the connections behind the scenes. Not far away, Zhou Chen watched the reactions at the main table, understanding in his heart. It seems that my calligraphy has worked its magic. At the same time, Lin Wanru looked over. Zhou Chen immediately smiled meaningfully at her, then gestured with a 10 sign. Next, he extended his index finger, representing 1, towards the 0. Lin Wanru understood right away. Blushing, she stuck her tongue out at Zhou Chen. Then, she secretly sent him a message on her phone. Old man, this is just the beginning after the birthday celebration. Maximum of 2 times. We'll talk about the rest later. If things work out, then you can decide how to proceed. And I'll follow your lead. I'll listen to you. After sending the message, Lin Wanru felt her face burning up and quickly turned off her phone. Zhou Chen looked at the message and smiled slightly. With his involvement, how could things not work out? He needed to think of some new ideas for later. Maybe try something by the French windows? Or something else. Just as he was thinking this, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Dragon King Yi Nanchang had also arrived at the banquet. He wondered who had invited him. Zhou Chen was well aware that the Dragon King had come for Lin Wanru. He speculated that, following the original plan, the Dragon King would use his connections at a critical moment to help Lin Wanru and win her heart. However, Zhou Chen had already made arrangements in advance. He was just waiting to intercept. At that moment, a loud voice echoed through the hall. The Sun family of Dongling, at the invitation of Master Lin Guanha, has come to wish the Lin family's patriarch a happy birthday. All eyes in the room turned towards them. Along with the attention came whispers. The Sun family? Could it be the prominent Sun family from the north of the city? It's said that the Sun family's business empire spans Dongling, even surpassing the Lin family in size. They actually came to wish the patriarch a happy birthday at Master Lin's invitation? It seems that Master Lin Guanha's connections are quite extraordinary. Seeing the guests arriving, Lin Guanha hurried forward to greet them. The senior members of the Lin family also stood up to welcome them. Seizing the opportunity, members of the Sun family openly praised Lin Guanha's abilities. It was clear that they were giving Lin Guanha face. Lin Guanha beamed with pride and quickly arranged for them to be seated. As more and more prominent families arrived to offer birthday wishes, the guests marveled at the scene. Wow, how many families did Master Lin invite to the birthday celebration? More importantly, they are willing to come. The respect shown is remarkable, indicating Master Lin's extensive network. Hearing the guests' comments, Lin Guanha couldn't help but smile. If the guests reacted this way, it was even more impressive for the senior members of the families. Not to mention the multiple precautions he had taken to prevent any mishaps. Lin Wanru, let's see what you have up your sleeve next. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru received some bad news. Lin, none of the people who were supposed to come have shown up. The secretary reported anxiously to Lin Wanru. What did you say? Lin Wanru was stunned. What's going on? Some said they couldn't go against their families, while others hinted that Lin Guanha had interfered. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru immediately understood. It was Lin Guanha causing trouble again. On the other side, Lin Guanha was feeling quite pleased with himself. Ha, Lin Wanru, I've already arranged your connections perfectly. If even one person comes to support you today, I won't be surnamed Lin. As more and more people gathered around Lin Guanha, Lin Wanru grew increasingly anxious. On her side, she had no one. She even saw among the guests invited by Lin Guanha to celebrate, those who had originally agreed to her invitation. Lin Wanru bit her lip, looking visibly upset. How could this happen? She instinctively looked towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen reassured her with a gesture, indicating she shouldn't worry. Lin Wanru thought to herself, how could she not be anxious? She was completely at a disadvantage now. Even if the birthday gift she had just given was good, it was not as practical as the extensive network she had now. At that moment, Lin Guanha approached her with a smile. Cousin Wanru, do you have a moment? I have too many friends here. Could you help me greet them first? Lin Wanru replied impatiently, sorry, I'm busy. Lin Guanha chuckled, you seem to have plenty of time. After all, you don't have many friends here to celebrate your birthday. He was subtly hinting that Lin Wanru's social connections were lacking. At the main table, the senior members of the Lin family shook their heads. Although Lin Wanru's birthday gift was sincere, her social network was indeed inferior to Lin Guanha's. Uncle Zhao also looked worried, as if sweating for Lin Wanru. Hee, looks like I've won. Lin Guanha looked triumphantly at Lin Wanru, as if he had already won. Just then, someone suddenly entered the room. Soon after, a loud voice echoed through the hall. President Feng Qian of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, at the invitation of Miss Lin, has come to congratulate the birthday of the Lin family's patriarch. With these words, Lin Guanha's smug expression froze. He then looked towards the door abruptly. Feng Qian, accompanied by numerous gifts, walked slowly into the hall. The guests in the hall widened their eyes. Discussions erupted throughout the hall. What? President Feng of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce is here? And at Miss Lin's invitation? Wow, this is a big shot who can make things happen in Dongling. Despite Lin Guanghe having more people on his side, President Feng alone is enough to overshadow them all. They might even have to curry favor with him. Being able to invite President Feng, Miss Lin's face is truly impressive. Lin Guanghe gritted his teeth in frustration. How did this happen? How did she establish a relationship with Feng Qian? On the other side, Lin Wanru was also shocked. When did she invite President Feng? Then she remembered Zhou Chen's words and suddenly realized, could it be that he invited him? Lin Wanru looked at Zhou Chen, who was smiling meaningfully at her, raising his eyebrows. It seemed like he was taking credit for it. Lin Wanru rolled her eyes at him. This old man. She had thought he was just bragging before, but she didn't expect that President Feng was actually invited by him. She was finding it increasingly difficult to understand him. Seeing Feng Qian personally come to pay his respects, even the patriarch couldn't help but be moved and quickly stood up to greet him. The other senior members of the Lin family were also stunned by this move. Not to mention the Lin family, even those who had just come to celebrate the birthday were eager to curry favor with Feng Qian. Being able to connect with such a network was a great fortune for the entire Lin family. I didn't expect Wanru to be so capable. As long as we can maintain this relationship, our Lin family will definitely thrive in the future. Lin Guanghe, upon hearing this, was almost frantic. He never expected Lin Wanru to have this trick up her sleeve. Since that was the case, he would have to play his trump card. Just as the crowd was discussing President Feng's arrival, another voice suddenly rang out in the hall. The second son of the Yang family in the southern province, at the invitation of young Master Lin, has come to congratulate the old birthday star. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Wow! The Yang family in the southern province. They were even more influential than President Feng. It could be said that any member of the Yang family could walk with authority in Dongling. Lin Guanghe, upon hearing this, finally relaxed. They had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen learned more information from the guests. Do you guys think the Li family is behind the Yang family in the southern province? Yes, everyone knows that the entire southern province is under the Li family's control. Otherwise, how could the Yang family have such great influence? I see, thanks for clarifying. Zhou Chen looked at the smug Lin Guanghe and crossed his legs. Since you've played all your cards, it's time for me to play the trump card. On the other hand, Lin Guanghe hurriedly went to greet him. Young Master Yang, thank you for attending the birthday banquet of our family patriarch. On behalf of all of us from the Lin family, I extend our sincerest thanks and gratitude to you. Look at him, so obsequious, almost kneeling before Yang Xiao. His words also pleased Yang Xiao. No need for so much formality. You are considered my friend, I can't let you be bullied, right? Lin Guanghe smiled. With you here, no one dares to act recklessly. Yang Xiao snorted, that's not necessarily true. There are inevitably some short-sighted people. Saying this, he turned to look at Feng Qian. Feng Qian immediately felt the pressure. Although he was authoritative in Dongling, he still lacked standing in front of the Yang family in the southern province. Helpless, Feng Qian could only lower his head and say, Yang Xiao, what are you saying? I'm just here to attend the Lin family's birthday banquet, nothing more. It's better be that way. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Then, he walked straight to the main table of the Lin family with his people. Seeing such a figure, the senior members of the Lin family naturally dared not be negligent. All stood up to show respect. Even the old family head had to stand up to greet. Despite this, the guests did not find anything inappropriate. After all, this was the Yang family in the southern province. Some people couldn't even kneel if they wanted to. Yang Xiao didn't say much, but made it clear to the old family head that Lin Guanghe was the suitable candidate for inheritance. If he wasn't chosen, they would lose this connection forever. Moreover, they would offend the Yang family. Lin Guanghe, seeing this, was almost bursting with pride. It seemed that the matter of becoming the designated heir was settled. As for inviting distinguished guests and the cost borne by the Yang family, it was not a big issue. It was just a matter of sacrificing some family interests. He walked to Lin Wanru's side, with an extremely arrogant attitude. Cousin, compared to me, you are still a bit naive. Don't worry, I won't kick you out of the family. After all, I still need you to form alliances with other families, huh? Lin Wanru tightly pursed her lips, her hands clenched white. She felt very unwilling in her heart. Is this the end of the road for her? Just then, they suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Family head, there are more people coming to congratulate you. More people coming to congratulate? Lin Guanghe glanced at the people he had invited. Were they all here? Who else could it be? Could it be the people Lin Wanru invited? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. With Yang Xiao here, whoever comes will have to bow down to me. Yang Xiao also smiled, naturally. At this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the banquet hall. The fourth son of the Li family in the southern province, Li Jitian, specially came to congratulate the old master of the Lin family at the invitation of Miss Lin. What? The Li family in the southern province. Upon hearing this name, Lin Guanghe's expression suddenly changed. The previously confident Yang Xiao was taken aback. The Li family is here? If it were someone else, he, Yang Xiao, wouldn't be afraid at all. But now it was the Li family. It would be lucky if they didn't make him bow down. Then, 2 rows of men in black suits with sunglasses cleared the way, and Li Jitian walked slowly in front of everyone. He immediately saw Zhou Chen, nodded in acknowledgement, and then looked at the old master of the Lin family. Junior Li Jitian specially came at the invitation to congratulate the old master of the Lin family. A small token of appreciation to show our sincerity. For a moment, the whole room fell silent. It wasn't until Li Jitian finished speaking that the discussions erupted. Incredible! The Li family in the southern province. Lin Wanru actually managed to invite them. Now the Lin family is really going to rise to the top. The senior members of the Lin family were not just shocked, but frightened. The son of the Li family condescended to come to the Lin family's birthday celebration. This was simply overwhelming. Unexpectedly, the old master of the Lin family didn't dare to stay in his place, but took the initiative to step forward and express his gratitude. However, Lin Wanru looked bewildered. She could hardly believe it. The Li family in the southern province actually condescended to come to their Lin family's birthday banquet? And it was in her name that they were invited. What on earth was going on? She suddenly looked at Zhou Chen, only to see that the old man's attention was all on the food. It seemed that devouring the oysters in front of him was the real deal. These oysters taste really good, we should eat more and replenish ourselves properly. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if we run out later. Judging by his appearance, he seemed quite content. After Li Jitian and Master Lin exchanged greetings, they soon noticed Yang Xiao. When their eyes met, even Yang Xiao couldn't help but tremble. There was no way around it. The Li family was the backbone of the Yang family. If they offended the Li family, even before the Li family took action, the Yang family would hand over the person for the Li family to deal with. Li Jitian just glanced at Yang Xiao without saying much. However, his meaning was already clear. This matter is none of your business. Despite this, Yang Xiao still paled in fear. On the side, Ling Guanghe wanted to say something, but Yang Xiao glared at him fiercely and waved his hand, saying, "Get out of my way, don't block the path." Afterwards, Yang Xiao hurriedly left the banquet hall with his entourage. Although Yang Xiao didn't say anything else, his actions had already indicated his stance and provided a reference for others. Everyone quickly found excuses. "Sorry, Master Lin, I have something to attend to. I suddenly remembered I forgot to turn off the gas at home." In the blink of an eye, most of the people Lin Guanghe had invited had left. Those who remained either wanted to climb the Li family's social ladder or were simply there to watch the show. Lin Guanghe was no longer as arrogant as before, just staring blankly at everything happening before him. It seemed he couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. At this moment, Lin Wanru finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the successor issue was settled. However, she truly hadn't expected Zhou Chen's connections to be so formidable. Neither Feng Chen nor the Li family were contacts she could easily reach. Yet this old man Zhou Chen had managed it. It was simply unbelievable. Could he really be some kind of expert, just pretending to be an ordinary old man to tease me? With this thought in mind, Lin Wanru looked at Zhou Chen again. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen held a thermos cup with wolfberries steeping inside, savoring it slowly. It seemed the situation was set. It was time for her to collect what was due. Taking advantage of the stall brought by the Li family to celebrate, the old master announced that Lin Wanru would be the heir to the family head position. Lin Guanghe looked like he had seen a ghost. His gaze was sinister, his thoughts unknown. Shortly after, the banquet ended. The guests dispersed, all discussing the events of the day. Li Jitian approached Zhou Chen, who repeatedly expressed humility in response to Zhou Chen's thanks. "Oh, you're being too polite. You are the savior of my father's life, in comparison, this is nothing." He then made a request. "I would like you to visit the main branch of the Li family later to help treat someone. I don't know if you..." Naturally, Zhou Chen had no objections and agreed directly. With a powerhouse like the Li family, the more favors they owed him, the better. Li Jitian was extremely pleased and thanked him profusely before bidding farewell. Later, Feng Qian seized the opportunity to approach Zhou Chen. He seemed a bit embarrassed. Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's good that you came. As for the upcoming stone gambling event, I will remember it well, so rest assured." Feng Qian smiled and said, "Alright, I'll leave it to you, sir." It was evident that his attitude had changed. If before it was merely gratitude, now it had turned into reverence. After all, the relationship between Zhou Chen and the Li family seemed extraordinary. With this, Zhou Chen was no longer just a stone gambler but someone on equal footing with Feng Qian, perhaps even higher. Feng Qian had to show some respect for such a person. After Feng Qian left, Lin Wanru approached, still looking somewhat bewildered. She gazed at Zhou Chen, who hadn't changed much before her eyes. Suddenly, she felt like she didn't know him anymore. "Old man, how do you know those big shots?" "I have no idea." Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Want to know? Alright, I've divided the story into 10 parts, and I'll reveal one part each time we meet. How about that? Am I thoughtful? Get lost." Lin Wanru stuck her tongue out at Zhou Chen. Her tone, however, was playful. Zhou Chen's hand wrapped around her slender waist. Lin Wanru trembled slightly but didn't shake off his hand. Instead, she shyly said, "Remember to be gentle, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Also, find a place where no one is around." Hearing her words, Zhou Chen couldn't hold back any longer. He quickly took her elsewhere. A few minutes later, in the restroom of the banquet hall, faint sounds could be heard from the cubicle, crisp and rhythmic, accompanied by what seemed like someone muffling their voice. It appeared they didn't want to make a sound. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. The commotion in the cubicle came to an abrupt halt. Then, the person in the cubicle hurriedly took out their phone, and Lin Wanru's voice sounded, "Hello? Who is it? Su Changhao? Oh, what's up?" On the other end of the phone, Su Changhao looked delighted. "Wanru, I heard you successfully became the heir. Congratulations. I want to throw a small party for you, to celebrate properly. Do you have time then?" Lin Wanru replied, "I should, just tell me the time and address." "Oh." Hearing the commotion, Su Changhao immediately asked with concern, "Wanru? What's wrong? Why do you suddenly look startled?" "Nothing. Just saw a big rat." "I see." Su Changhao chuckled. He thought to himself, "This woman is really timid, but that's what makes her cute." The thought of such a woman being his fiancée filled him with joy. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, just hang up quickly." Hearing Lin Wanru's words, Su Changhao was about to speak but suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wanru, what's wrong? Why are you speaking hesitantly? And why do you seem out of breath?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Wanru's tone became somewhat panicked. "Ah, is that so? I'm currently running. Maybe I'm a bit out of breath." Su Changhao, after listening, didn't suspect much. "Then you should continue running." As he was about to hang up, Su Changhao thought for a moment and added, "Wanru, I heard you sound quite tired from running. Why don't you take a break for a while? Don't strain yourself." Lin Wanru replied, I know. Thank you. Take care of yourself too." After that, the call ended. Su Changhao was deeply moved. Wanru actually cares about me. She has me in her heart. She's truly a good woman. At that moment, he suddenly realized he hadn't told Wanru the time and place of the party. So he hurriedly tried calling again. However, this time, he couldn't get through no matter how many times he tried. Back to the cubicle, a few complaints could be heard, sounding quite embarrassed. "What were you thinking just now? You almost got caught. If you keep this up, I'll..." Wait a moment. I'm not ready yet." Shortly after, Dragon King Yi Nancheng frowned, seeming burdened with heavy thoughts. For some reason, he had been feeling lately that he had lost many important things. Even the woman he admired seemed to be drifting away from him. Just before, he saw Lin Wanru in a difficult situation. He intended to use his connections, but he was surprised that the Li family from the southern province actually came to support Lin Wanru. Even Dragon King Yi Nancheng couldn't help but be astonished. When did Lin Wanru meet such a big shot? Why didn't she know about it herself? The feeling of gradually losing control. It made the Dragon King, who had always been in control, very uncomfortable. So, he decided to go see his master, the one who taught him all his skills. Arriving at the master's place, he gently pushed open the door. A woman dressed in white as snow was lying on the couch, eyes closed in meditation. Her clothes were tightly wrapped around her body. Yet, they couldn't hide the graceful curves of her figure. A pair of fair feet were exposed, delicate and slender, like golden lotus flowers. Truly a beauty of the mortal world. Without opening her eyes, she knew it was Yi Nancheng who had returned. Yi Nancheng first bowed to his master. Then, he shared his recent troubles with her. After listening, the beautiful female master sighed softly. She advised Yi Nancheng with words, saying that this was the trial he would inevitably face when leaving the mountain. He must hold on to his true heart to see the dawn. Listening to the guidance of the beautiful female master, Yi Nancheng regained his confidence. "I understand, master, I will do as you say." After coming out, Yi Nanchang muttered to himself again. Hold on to my true heart? How could I be so restless over a small matter? It's really not right. Maybe nothing really happened, I just overthought it. It must be like this. Then, he transformed back into the Dragon King and strode away. Watching Yi Nanchang's departing figure, the beautiful female master sighed and murmured to herself. Nanchang, your tribulation is truly unfathomable to me. I can't even help you. I'm afraid I might get involved in it myself. What happens next will depend on your own destiny. An hour later, Zhou Chen successfully gained 10 days of lifespan. Moreover, whether it was intentional on Lin Wanru's part or not, she actually proposed allowing Zhou Chen to communicate freely in the coming week. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's eyes widened. Wow, when did this girl become so generous? Lin Wanru looked guiltily towards the other side. Originally, I only owed 1 or 2 favors, but somehow, it kept increasing. Not to mention, this time I owe you such a big favor. If I keep accumulating debts like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay them in the future. Of course, it's not that I want it this way, it's just unavoidable, please don't misunderstand. As she spoke these words, she looked shy and embarrassed, behaving somewhat ambiguously. Zhou Chen smiled and didn't expose her. It worked out well, as he also needed to replenish his lifespan. This way, she saved face, and he gained substance. Isn't that a win-win situation? As for himself, enjoying life and gaining lifespan, was it considered winning twice or something? Let's not dwell on these details for now. However, just as Zhou Chen was about to take Lin Wanru back, she seemed reluctant. My sister is also at home. We need to find another place for this week, or it won't be convenient. Zhou Chen slapped his head. Lin was indeed considerate. At that moment, he suddenly remembered. Didn't he receive a seaside villa from the system before? Let's take a short vacation there. When Zhou Chen told Lin Wanru the address of the seaside villa, she was still in disbelief. After all, the Lingjiang district where the villa was located was a top-tier wealthy area. The property prices there were terrifyingly high. An ordinary person might not be able to afford even a toilet in their lifetime. Moreover, unless their wealth exceeded a certain level or their investments in the city reached a certain scale, they were not allowed to purchase property there. Therefore, even if one had money, they might not be able to live there. Even for the Lin family, only the patriarch had that privilege. It was no wonder Lin Wanru was somewhat skeptical. So Zhou Chen explained that he saved Li Jitian's father, and as a gesture of gratitude, he was given the villa. Although Lin Wanru still had some doubts, this explanation did seem plausible. After all, it was the Li family in the southern province. For them, giving away a seaside villa seemed like nothing. Alright, let's go check it out. By the way, you can't bully me too much when the time comes. Zhou Chen patted his chest. Don't worry, I know my limits. Soon, Zhou Chen brought Lin Wanru to the seaside villa. It was indeed worthy of being in the wealthy area. The environment was beautiful. Large areas of land were used for facilities like golf courses. In this prime location, luxury abounded. To enter, they had to pass through security checks and confirm their identities before being allowed in. However, the security guards seemed to treat them like a grandfather and granddaughter. They even praised Lin Wanru for being filial, personally taking her elderly grandfather home. Lin Wanru blushed intermittently but could only nod repeatedly, afraid of being found out. After passing through, she glared at Zhou Chen, who was laughing uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Zhou Chen quickly restrained his smile. When they arrived, Lin Wanru followed Zhou Chen inside. This seaside villa was vast, resembling a manor from the outside. Lin Wanru eagerly went to the second-floor balcony. She gazed at the distant coastline, revealing a girlish smile. I've always wanted to live in a seaside villa. To wake up to the sunrise by the sea, how poetic and picturesque. Zhou Chen said timely, let's get things done early today and rest early. That way, we can wake up to see the sunrise tomorrow morning. With that, he leaned in. However, Lin Wanru gently pushed him away with her hand. No, I need to take a bath first. We can. After I'm done. Helplessly, Zhou Chen had to agree. During Lin Wanru's break, he walked outside, ready to wander around. During this stroll, he encountered a familiar face. Old Zhou? What are you doing here? A young man looked at Zhou Chen, full of surprise. This young man was none other than Zhou Chen's former colleague when they worked as security guards together, Xiao Li. Xiao Li? What are you doing here? Zhou Chen was also surprised by Xiao Li's presence. This guy used to keep a low profile when they worked as security guards together. Could he be the illegitimate child of some tycoon? However, Xiao Li's explanation completely surprised Zhou Chen. Oh, don't mention it. Xiao Li seemed annoyed. Didn't you say your gas at home wasn't turned off, so you ran away? Our stupid security team leader insisted you deserted your post, and as a colleague, I didn't fulfill my supervisory duties, so they docked my pay. Hearing this, Zhou Chen felt embarrassed. After all, it was because of him that Xiaoli was punished. Xiaoli, however, was magnanimous. It's okay, I didn't want to work there anyway. So, I was so angry that Zhou Chen couldn't help but interject, that you came here to work as a security guard? Xiaoli chuckled, I found a sugar mommy. Hearing this, Zhou Chen almost choked. Goodness, starting to take shortcuts at such a young age? This guy is either a security guard or a sugar mommy, truly promising. Xiaoli continued proudly, I used to think being kept by a sugar mommy was so shameful, but now I just want to say, it's really sweet. And let me tell you, Aunt Ding spoils me, look at our photo together. He took out his phone and showed a picture of the two of them. Zhou Chen took a closer look and was almost shocked. Wow, Aunt Ding looks like she weighs around 200 pounds, right? Xiaoli, with your slim arms and legs, are you sure about this? Zhou Chen scrutinized Xiaoli again and noticed his sunken eye sockets and unsteady gait. It was clear he had been through a lot. They say sugar mommies even play with steel balls and such. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen sighed, patting Xiaoli's shoulder. Xiaoli, you've really been through a lot. Xiaoli just grinned. Where's the suffering in this? Oh, by the way, old Zhou, you're not here to look for a job, are you? Don't worry, I can talk to Aunt Ding and get you in as a security guard, earning tens of thousands a month. Zhou Chen smiled and said, there's no need for that, I'll just stay here. Stay here? Xiaoli was a bit confused. Lao Zhou, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding, come with me and see where I live. Really? Let's go see. Soon after, Zhou Chen took Xiaoli to the outside of the seaside villa. As soon as Xiaoli saw the seaside villa, he laughed, Lao Zhou, stop bragging. Even Aunt Ding can't afford this place, let alone you. Don't worry, we're just ordinary folks, who looks down on who? You don't need to lie. Before Xiaoli could respond, Zhou Chen stood at the door. Then with a beep, the facial recognition lock opened. Zhou Chen turned around and said to Xiaoli with a smile, why don't you come in for a visit? Xiaoli, wide-eyed, looked at the scene. Wait, Lao Zhou, how did you open the lock of this seaside villa? Like I said, I live here. Looking at the villa, Xiaoli was at a loss. What? You really live here? I just thought Lao Zhou was living a hard life and wanted to help him. Turns out he casually reveals a seaside villa. This is unbelievable. Am I the fool here? But he was also puzzled. How did Lao Zhou suddenly become so wealthy? Just then, a woman wrapped in a bathrobe, with misty water vapor around her, came out of the house, looking incredibly beautiful. Xiaoli was once again dumbfounded. Wait, Lao Zhou, how come you have such a beautiful woman at home? It was none other than Lin Wanru. Unable to find Zhou Chen, she came out to check the situation. Old man, I'm done showering, you should. Who is he? Lin Wanru looked at Xiaoli in confusion. Zhou Chen explained that he was a former colleague. Oh, I see. Remember to come back soon. No need to wait, I'm heading back now. Zhou Chen waved goodbye. Xiaoli, I have something to attend to. Then he entered the house with Lin Wanru. Before they entered, Xiaoli was shocked to see Zhou Chen's hand around the waist of the beautiful woman. He even lightly pinched a certain area, causing the woman to playfully hit Zhou Chen. It was evident that their relationship was far from simple. Xiaoli felt like his worldview was about to shatter. How could Lao Zhou, an old man, be involved with such a beauty? Could it be that Lao Zhou is being kept by this beauty? In that case, the relationship and the seaside villa all make sense. With these thoughts, Xiaoli felt his scalp tingle. Lao Zhou not only enjoys the company of a wealthy woman but also such a beautiful one. He suddenly looked at Zhou Chen with newfound respect. Lao Zhou, you are truly my idol. 1 week later, Zhou Chen woke up from the bed and looked at Lin Wanru still sleeping beside him, along with the marks on her body. A sense of pride surged within him. This past week, they had been carefree. Whether on the balcony on the second floor, in the kitchen, the shower, the living room sofa, or even occasionally in the yard, their presence could be felt throughout the seaside villa. With only the two of them in such a large house, Lin Wanru had become more relaxed and uninhibited compared to before. This provided Zhou Chen with a different kind of experience, truly refreshing his mind and spirit. Right, I should check the rewards. Throughout the week, they had been either eating, sleeping, or communicating, leaving no room for idleness. It was only now that Zhou Chen remembered the system rewards. Ding! Host's remaining lifespan, 160 days. Seeing his lifespan increase to almost half a year, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well, his hard work these days had not been in vain. With such a long lifespan, whether for exchanging at the mall or as a precaution, it was more than enough. In addition, there were rewards for goodwill. Ding! Detected Lin Wanru's favorability exceeding 60. Unlocked a new reward, portable space. Current favorability, 80, maximum value 100. Regarding this reward, Zhou Chen was quite satisfied. After all, a portable space was an essential skill. The money he earned before could be easily stored in the bank account. However, the antiques and treasures given by the bootlickers were not easy to put away. He could only find a place to store them. Moreover, he had to worry about theft. With the portable space now, none of this was a problem anymore. But this 1 cubic meter portable space is a bit too small. I wonder if it can be increased in the future. In addition, due to the exchanges these days, the Pengzhu health preservation method also played a significant role, improving Zhou Chen's physique. If he felt a bit weak with 3 times in one night before, now 7 times probably wouldn't be a problem. He might even be lively after the exchange ends. Besides these, there is something that bothers me a bit. Zhou Chen pondered, rubbing his chin. That was the issue of favorability. After reaching 80 favorability, it stopped increasing. He only had a rough guess about it. It was estimated that there was a limit to the favorability that could be increased by being a bootlicker, and in the future, he would have to rely more on sincerity. But that was a story for another time. He would think of a solution later. At this moment, Lin Wanru also woke up. Seeing Zhou Chen in her current appearance, she still blushed a bit. After greeting him, she said, "Old man, today is the day of Su Changhao's banquet and wine party. Shouldn't we tidy up and get ready to leave?" Zhou Chen nodded. At that moment, he suddenly had a thought and cast a divination for himself. The hexagram surprised him. What's going on? My peach blossom luck is also there? Wait, the hexagram also shows that someone will be clever and be cleverly mistaken, inviting trouble upon themselves? And this will enhance my peach blossom luck? With the hexagram, Zhou Chen couldn't help but look forward to the wine party even more. At this moment, Lin Wanru got up to get dressed. Watching Lin Wanru's charming figure and exquisite curves, Zhou Chen couldn't help but have thoughts again. So he smirked and approached her. "Hey, old man, what are you doing? Sigh. So annoying." On the other side, inside the Su family, Su Changhao looked at his sister Su Yuyen, then at a small medicine bottle on the table. His expression was hesitant. "Is this really okay?" Su Yuyen coldly snorted, "Humph, since you and Lin Wanru are already engaged. What's wrong with using this medicine to turn the rice into cooked rice?" "But there's no but. If you don't want to do it yourself, then I'll do it." With that, Su Yuyen put away the medicine. "By then, you just have to sit back and reap the benefits." Then, Su Yuyen left in large strides. On the way to the wine party, Su Yuyen suddenly remembered Lin Wanru's face. A shadow fell over her beautiful face. "Damn Yin Ansheng, how dare he give such expensive gifts to other women in front of me? In that case, I will make your dream lover belong to someone else. I will fill that room with cameras, record every angle of the process, and send it to you to enjoy." Thinking of this, Su Yuyen couldn't help but feel smug. It seemed like she could already see the future. However, she didn't know what kind of opponent she was about to face. Shortly after, at the Imperial Entertainment Club, following Lin Wanru, Zhou Chen arrived at this colorful place. It was indeed a well-deserved entertainment club. Not only was the decoration luxurious, but it also had all the facilities such as a disco, bar, dance floor, and more. As for what shouldn't be there, it was probably also complete, just not displayed on the surface. However, Zhou Chen wasn't very interested in that. After all, he had exchanged a lot these days. Although he was still in good spirits, he had basically entered the sage's time. This made him look somewhat ethereal and refined, as if he were a true immortal. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at him in surprise, not because of his demeanor, but because of sheer amazement. Everyone who saw him couldn't help but think the same thing. Damn, an old man in his 80s, actually coming to a club? "Sir, you're in quite good shape." Before they had taken a few steps, they ran into Su Changhao. Su Changhao greeted them with a smile. "Wanru, over here." When he caught sight of Zhou Chen, he suddenly paused, then managed a smile. "Ah, Ibo, you're here too?" Zhou Chen chuckled. "Old man, I'm worried about Lin Yada's safety, so I followed along." "Su, you don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. It's my honor that you're here." Su Changhao replied with a smile, though he felt a bit uneasy inside. "Oh no, Ibo is here too? Does this mean our plan is going to go down the drain?" The scene where Ibo had effortlessly defeated 3 opponents was truly impressive. Su Changhao remembered it vividly. He had important matters to attend to later. But with this old man around, could he still make the best of a bad situation? The thought gave Su Changhao a headache. Just then, a charming female voice called out, "Su Changhao, have they arrived yet?" They turned to see Su Yuyen. Upon seeing Zhou Chen and the others, she smiled. "Oh, you're here already, then follow me, the party is all set." She then led the group ahead. Zhou Chen observed Su Yuyan closely. Unlike her attire at the Su family banquet, she now wore a purple knitted dress with sheer silk stockings and short boots. The off-shoulder long sleeves and tight skirt accentuated her figure, making her walk seem alluring and dizzying. There was a subtle hint of seductiveness in her every move. Even Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. It's a pity that in these 3 years, the Dragon King couldn't enjoy her beauty, and 3 years later, he was kicked out. Let me reluctantly teach the Dragon King a lesson and deal with this enchantress. Of course, gaining some lifespan in the process wouldn't hurt. Zhou Chen remembered clearly. The system had mentioned that since Su Yuyan was the Dragon King's former wife, at least in name, engaging in deep conversation with her would grant double lifespan rewards. And if the conversation took place in a special location, the rewards would double again, becoming a quadruple bonus. This made Zhou Chen quite envious. I just don't know how to win over Su Yuyan. It's really giving me a headache. Meanwhile, Su Yuyan and Su Changhao were whispering to each other. Su Changhao, what's going on? Why is there another old man here? You don't know, this old man is no ordinary person. Su Changhao then explained the situation regarding Zhou Chen. When Su Yuyan learned that Zhou Chen might be sent by the Lin family to protect Lin Wanru, she furrowed her brows. So, if we don't find a way to distract this old man, our plan won't succeed? Su Changhao nodded, exactly. That's why I'm also worried. Su Yuyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with an idea. I've got it. This is what we'll do next. On the other side of the city, the Dragon King, Yi Nanchang, was splurging in a shopping mall. The reason being that the people in the mall looked down on him, thinking he had no money. 2 of his former classmates were beside him, mocking him for being a poor guy who shouldn't be wandering around the luxury goods section of the mall. How could the Dragon King tolerate this? When he pulled out his top-tier black card that only the wealthiest possessed, the onlookers were all shocked. Yi Nanchang then lavishly bought the entire mall, leaving everyone stunned. Just as he was about to end his show-off, he suddenly felt something in his heart. What's going on? It's this feeling again. It's like I'm about to lose something. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Report to the Dragon King, Su Changhao invites Lin Wanru to hold a party at the Emperor Club. At the same time, our people also accidentally found out that Su Yuyan purchased a special drug on the black market. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanchang was instantly furious. He jumped into his car and raced towards the Emperor Entertainment Club. Wanru, wait for me. I'm coming to rescue you now. Led by Su Yuyan, a few people arrived at the dance floor. They took their seats at the VIP luxury table. Besides the 4 of them, Su Changhao also invited a few well-known young masters who were usually close. According to him, a celebration should look like a celebration. If there were only 3 or 4 people, it would be too quiet. After a brief warm-up, Su Yuyan gave a subtle signal. Su Changhao nodded, then began to pour wine for Lin Wanru for various reasons, trying to get her drunk. Just after 3 cups, Lin Wanru's face flushed. But Su Changhao seemed oblivious and wanted her to continue drinking. He also instigated others to persuade Lin Wanru to drink. Seeing this, Zhou Chen stepped in. Su, Wanru can't handle alcohol very well. Maybe we shouldn't force her, right? Su Changhao didn't insist but proposed an alternative. Iba, I know you care about Wanru, but since we're all familiar here. Secondly, not drinking at a drinking party. Does that make sense? Even if it's for my sake, why don't you drink on behalf of Wanru? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen thought for a moment and said, alright, I'll do it then. But what? Su Changhao asked. Drinking alone is not fun, how about we make a bet? Su Changhao hesitated. At this moment, Su Yuyan kicked him under the table, urging him not to dawdle. He gritted his teeth and took out a set of car keys. This Aston Martin supercar was just delivered last month, a limited edition worldwide. Whoever can drink the most this time gets this car. Seeing these car keys, everyone at the table got excited. Wow! An Aston Martin limited edition. I remember seeing it before, it costs around 7 to 8 million. Ordinary people can't get it, you need connections abroad. Su, you're so generous. With the conversation reaching this point, Zhou Chen finally agreed. Seeing this, Su Changhao couldn't help but reveal a barely noticeable smile. This was the plan devised by Su Yuyan. First, pretend to pour wine for Lin Wanru. Then persuade Zhou Chen, this old man, to take over. Given his age, his alcohol tolerance surely couldn't match that of a young person. He would definitely get the old man drunk. Then everything would be easy. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen also smiled. After several in-depth exchanges before, his physique had been greatly strengthened by the Pingzhu health regimen, so his alcohol tolerance was unquestionable. Not to mention these few people, even if doubled, they probably couldn't outdrink him. I'll reluctantly accept your Aston Martin. Before officially starting to drink, Su Changhao generously stated everyone's alcohol capacity. Let Zhou Chen choose someone to compete with. In his opinion, anyone who came could probably outdrink Zhou Chen, this old man. And they had to take it easy. Don't let the old man drink too much. However, Zhou Chen unexpectedly waved his hand and said, "No need to choose, all of you can challenge me together. If I can't outdrink you all, then I lose." Upon hearing this, everyone was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Wow, old man, you really don't know your limits. Who among us starts at just a pound? You're so old, and you want to take us all on? It's simply a joke." Su Changhao's smile widened. He was still thinking, what if one person couldn't get this old man drunk? Unexpectedly, he found a way. He first pretended to persuade a few words. Seeing Zhou Chen still insisting, he sighed and said, "Well, since you're so insistent, let's do it this way." Then he called a few people to take turns drinking. On the side, Lin Wanru was a bit worried. "Old man, can you drink against so many people by yourself?" Zhou Chen chuckled softly, "Don't you believe me? How about we make a bet? If I win, then next time we can come up with some new ways to play." Lin Wanru scolded, always thinking about these things. However, she was also a bit curious. Haven't we tried many things before? Are there still things we haven't tried? Zhou Chen continued, "Of course. Like that 48 hands. Just then, Su Changhao's voice came in. "Uncle E, are you ready?" "If you're ready." "Ha? What are you two talking about?" Lin Wanru quickly excused herself as if caught cheating. "Huh? We weren't talking about anything, were we?" Zhou Chen chuckled, "The little Lin girl is worried I can't drink against you all, advising me not to bet. Can I agree to that?" Su Changhao laughed, "It's already settled, how can you back out?" He felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness Uncle E didn't listen to Lin Wanru. Otherwise, his plan wouldn't have worked. Watching Zhou Chen already starting to drink one-on-one with the first person, Su Changhao showed a confident smile. This should work out well. Sometime later, the previously cheerful group of people were now sprawled all over the private room. On the table, there were over a dozen bottles of fine liquor. Without exception, all of them were empty. Su Changhao looked at the liquor in his cup, feeling nauseous. He glanced at Zhou Chen. The old man was still lively, showing no signs of being drunk. And just now, this old man had already downed nearly 10 bottles of liquor. Initially, Su Changhao was full of confidence, thinking that just giving this old man 1 or 2 bottles would be enough. Everyone present was his people. No matter who the car belonged to, it would ultimately return to him. That's why he dared to use the car keys as a bet. However, he didn't expect this old man to be such a heavy drinker. Su Changhao couldn't help but regret, "Damn it. I didn't expect that none of us could drink him under the table. Instead, we got drunk under the table." Zhou Chen finished another drink in one go. Then he sighed, "Good wine, good wine." He then looked at Su Changhao, "Young Su, it's your turn next." Hearing this, Su Changhao looked at the liquor in front of him again, feeling like it was poison. If he drank another cup, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Just as he hesitated, Su Yuyan kicked him again. "Hurry up, we've come this far, we can't fail now." Su Changhao gritted his teeth and downed the drink in one go again. He was about to say something when he saw Zhou Chen directly pick up a bottle of liquor. Drinking cup by cup is too slow. "How about this? Let's just drink straight from the bottle. I'll go first as a toast, old man." Then Zhou Chen downed a whole bottle. Seeing this scene, Su Changhao was dumbfounded. "What's this? Is this guy even human with this drinking capacity?" "Young Su, it's your turn." After finishing a bottle, Zhou Chen handed another one over. Su Changhao looked at the bottle, swallowed hard. Su Yuyan kicked him again and whispered, "Stop dawdling. Drink up." There was no choice. Su Changhao closed his eyes and drank straight from the bottle. But as soon as he took a sip, he felt dizzy and nauseous. Ugh! Unable to hold it in, he bent over and vomited. After vomiting, Su Changhao felt a bit better. And as he raised his head, a strong hand was already on the car keys. Across from him, Zhou Chen said with a smile, "Young Su, sorry, you lost. In that case, this car belongs to me." In the bathroom, Su Changhao splashed his face with cold water. The cold water helped him feel slightly more awake. The thought of losing the supercar made him wince. Damn it, how can this old man drink so much? It's like he's not even human. If an ordinary person drank like that, they would have alcohol poisoning by now, right? He was about to bend down to wash his face again when he suddenly saw Su Yuyan behind him. Su Changhao was taken aback. "Wait, this is the men's bathroom, what are you doing here?" Su Yuyan looked at him with disappointment. "Su Changhao, I can't believe how useless you guys are. You can't even outdrink an 80-year-old man." Hearing this, Su Changhao felt helpless. "I can't help it. Do you really think his drinking capacity is that of an 80-year-old? Drinking more than 10 bottles? I couldn't even drink 10 bottles of water." Su Yuyan said disdainfully. Forget it, this won't work. Let's try another way. I'll go offer Lin Wanru a drink later, and I'll slip something into the glass she drinks from. It will take effect later. Then I'll step in and get rid of that old man. You just watch. Su Changhao nodded. Alright, I'll follow your lead. When they returned, Su Yuyan went to the bar and got 2 glasses of wine. She then added something to one of the glasses discreetly. While doing this, she made sure to stay hidden from view. Little did she know that Zhou Chen had noticed everything. This clairvoyant eye is quite handy. Not only can it see directly behind, but it can also see through. Quite impressive. It seems she wants Lin to drink the spiked wine. In that case, let her reap what she sows. Su Changhao had returned to his seat and was chatting with Zhou Chen. After a while, Su Yuyan approached with 2 glasses of wine. Wanru, here, a toast to you, she said, offering the special glass to Lin Wanru. However, Zhou Chen intercepted her, his hand on both glasses. Miss Su, Lin can't handle alcohol well. It's better not to push her to drink, right? With that, Zhou Chen swiftly swapped the glasses using his spatial ability, a move unnoticed by Su Yuyan. She smiled at Zhou Chen's words. We're both ladies, and it's just 1 glass. It should be fine, right? Zhou Chen pretended to ponder before agreeing. Alright, just this 1 glass. Su Yuyan went straight to Lin Wanru and said, Wanru, let's have a drink together. Lin Wanru nodded and downed the wine. Seeing this, Su Yuyan felt her plan was succeeding. So, she drank her own glass of wine too. Now, we just have to wait for the effects to kick in. Her smile grew brighter. After a few minutes, Su Yuyan felt it was time. Pretending to be a bit tipsy, she leaned on Zhou Chen. Ba, I think I'm a bit drunk. Could you help me and take me to the private room over there to rest for a while? Her cheeks flushed, her eyes unfocused, she really looked a bit drunk. Zhou Chen didn't expose her but hesitated. Well, I need to watch over Lin. How about Su Xiao helps you over there? Su Yuyan couldn't allow that. If he doesn't move, how will our plan proceed? She quickly came up with a reason, speaking softly. Iba, Su Changhao is also quite drunk. He can't even stand properly, how could he help me? With a glance at Su Changhao, who understood her signal, he immediately pretended to be drunk too. Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Don't believe me? Watch me drink. After speaking, he picked up a bottle of wine. After taking a few sips, he vomited with a loud sound. Then he lay motionless on the sofa. When Su Changhao finished his performance, Su Yuyan looked pitifully at Zhou Chen again. Uncle Yi, he can't even take care of himself, how can he take care of me? Why don't you help me, please? Her tone was both tender and charming. Just 1 sentence was enough to make people feel numb. Lin Wanru, who was beside them and didn't understand, also said to Zhou Chen, why don't you just take her over first? There are so many people here, it should be fine. Seeing this, Zhou Chen reluctantly agreed. Then he supported Su Yuyan and walked towards the private room she pointed to. In order to make it look like she was really drunk, Su Yuyan pretended to be weak, leaning on Zhou Chen. Although her acting was impeccable, it also made Zhou Chen involuntarily take advantage of the situation. But in order not to be discovered by Zhou Chen, she could only pretend not to know and hoped he would hurry up. On the way, a spirited young man was holding a cigarette, trying to light it. When he saw Zhou Chen supporting Su Yuyan passing by, he was stunned. Oh my! This old man not only came to the club but also hooked up with such a beautiful girl? When he saw the 2 of them entering a private room, the young man's eyes widened. Even the cigarette fell out of his mouth without him noticing. He only had one thought in his mind. Damn! Not only can he pick up girls, but also invite them to a private room to learn English? Is this the legendary old but vigorous? In the private room, Zhou Chen put Su Yuyan on the bed. Just as he pretended to leave, Su Yuyan quickly stopped him. Uncle Li, I feel really dizzy. Why don't you help me again? Help me apply a cold towel on my head. Zhou Chen naturally cooperated with the performance. When Zhou Chen went into the bathroom, Su Yuyan quickly got up and locked the door of the room. When Zhou Chen came out and looked surprised, what are you doing? Su Yuyan thought her plan had succeeded, so she stopped pretending. It's nothing, I just want Uncle Yi to stay here for a while. Zhou Chen's face turned cold. Do you want to harm Wanru? Su Yuyan smiled triumphantly. Why would we? Rest assured, we won't let anything happen to her. Zhou Chen reached out his hand. Give me the key. I'm taking Wanru back now. No way. Saying that, Su Yuyan stuffed the key into her chest. If you dare, come and get it. But let me tell you, there are cameras all over this room. If you dare touch me, you won't get away with it. Just as Su Yuyan was feeling smug, she saw Zhou Chen also smiling. Since I can't touch you, does that mean you can touch me willingly? What? Su Yuyen was puzzled, suddenly feeling a rush of heat inside her body. Her breath gradually became heavy, and her face turned red. What's happening to me? She suddenly remembered the gift she had prepared for Lin Wanru. How could this be? I couldn't have made a mistake. Why am I the one affected? At that moment, she saw Zhou Chen's meaningful smile. Suddenly, she realized. It's you! You spiked those 2 drinks. Zhou Chen didn't answer, but shrugged, indicating she should guess. Su Yuyen felt her inner turmoil growing. Sensing trouble, she wanted to open the door and leave quickly, but she didn't realize she had locked the door herself. Frantically trying to find the key, she dropped it on the floor, sliding under the bed. It's over. Unable to open the door, Su Yuyen turned around and ran into Zhou Chen's arms. Her mind went blank. Instinctively, she hugged Zhou Chen's neck. Then, she fell back onto the bed behind her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting the Dragon King's ex-wife. Due to the exchange at a special location, the reward doubled again, adding 20 days to lifespan. Current lifespan, 180 days. Zhou Chen looked at the lifespan reward in the system prompt, feeling satisfied. She truly was the former wife of the Dragon King, no wonder the lifespan reward was generous. It seemed like he would have to communicate with her more in the future. Ding! Due to the special identity of the target, unlocking a brand new reward, Iron Cloth Mastery. This skill can be freely toggled on and off, and once turned off, it will no longer take effect. Iron Cloth? Zhou Chen quickly checked the explanation. It turned out that this iron cloth was just like he had known, capable of hardening the body to be impervious to blades and spears. Moreover, the intensity of the skill provided by the system was extremely exaggerated. Even when a knife was slashed at him, not a scratch would be left. Now, facing any number of knife-wielding thugs, he would not be harmed at all. Most importantly, he could toggle it on and off at will. This way, if he wanted to deliberately get injured and use it as an excuse to deepen communication, he wouldn't encounter any problems. Right, since this iron cloth can harden the body. Could it be possible to? Thinking of this, Zhou Chen hurriedly tried it out. The result made him ecstatic. Wow! I didn't expect it to actually work. From now on, I will truly be unyielding in battles. Just then, Su Yuyen, who had been sleeping on the side, suddenly stirred and woke up faintly. Why am I on the bed? However, as soon as she woke up, she saw the old man Zhou Chen sitting beside her. Then, she suddenly remembered what had happened before she lost consciousness. Oh no! She quickly pulled back the covers. The entire bed was in disarray. A pool of water accompanied by a splash of crimson stained the bed, looking particularly glaring. She immediately realized what had happened. You old man, how dare you? Before she could finish, Zhou Chen interrupted her. Let me correct you, it's not what I did to you, but what you did to me. Pity me, this old man, weak and feeble, being forcibly held down by you, unable to move, and in the end, I had to yield to you. I am truly unlucky. With that, Zhou Chen pretended to cry. Su Yuyen ignored him and gritted her teeth. Old man, I will call someone in to kill you right now. She was about to shout out loud. However, the next moment, Zhou Chen's words made her involuntarily stop. Go ahead, shout all you want, but when the time comes, I won't have a say in what others think. Su Yuyen raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Zhou Chen smiled. What do you think? You arranged it all yourself, called the person yourself, and requested this private room yourself. What would others think if they found out? Whether it was me taking the initiative or you, that's hard to say. Su Yuyen was at a loss for words. Just as Zhou Chen said, she had brought this upon herself. If things were blown out of proportion, no one would likely believe her. Seeing this, Zhou Chen continued, and thanks to the surveillance cameras you set up yourself, the entire process of you forcing me has been recorded. I have also made backups, so if you try to harm me, I will have to forward it casually. You wouldn't want to be on the front page of major platforms tomorrow, would you? What? Su Yuyen panicked. She never expected that the surveillance cameras she set up would be used against her. This darn old man. Just as Su Yuyen was at a loss, Zhou Chen added another blow. Furthermore, I am just an old man, so it doesn't matter to me. Even if the matter gets out, I don't mind, but you might. For example, your engagement with Luo Xiao. You. Shut up. Su Yuyen scolded. However, she also admitted that what Zhou Chen said made sense. Not only was she at fault in this matter, but if it were to be exposed, she would suffer even greater losses. And more importantly, Luo Xiao would find out. The Su family still wants to use their engagement with Luo Xiao and the resources of the Luo family to deal with Yi Nanchang. If Luo Xiao finds out about this, it will be. No, it can't be known. Absolutely not. Seeing Su Yuyen gradually fall silent, Zhou Chen knew he had succeeded in persuading her. So, he lay back on the bed again. "Oh, I was just getting started, why don't you take the initiative?" Su Yuyan couldn't help but widen her eyes. This old guy actually dares to be so presumptuous. Just as she was about to get angry, Zhou Chen said, "You don't want to, right? Well then, I'll have to call someone in. Let others see what you've done to me, this old man." With that, Zhou Chen pretended to call out. Hearing this, Su Yuyan became anxious. "Wait." Hearing her stop him, Zhou Chen turned to look at her, a knowing expression on his face. It seemed like he was waiting for her to make a decision. Su Yuyan knew she was in trouble this time. Right now, she could only stall this old man and prevent him from spreading the word. Once the storm passed, she would find a way to deal with him. By then, she would make him pay 100-fold. With this in mind, she made up her mind and said, "Don't call, I'll take the initiative." Then, she approached Zhou Chen. Slowly sat down. Back outside, in the VIP card seat, Su Changhao was sitting on the sofa, impatiently shaking his leg. He glanced at his watch from time to time, then at Lin Wanru, wanting to see how she was doing. Damn, it's been over an hour. Why hasn't it taken effect yet? He clearly remembered Su Yuyan telling him that it would take just a few minutes. But now, so much time had passed, and Lin Wanru still showed no reaction at all. Did that thing even work? Could it be fake medicine? And why hasn't Su Yuyan returned yet? What is she up to? Various questions swirled in Su Changhao's mind, making him restless. At this moment, Lin Wanru got up and went to the bathroom. Seeing an opportunity, Su Changhao was about to go find Su Yuyan and ask why it hadn't taken effect. Suddenly, a person rushed into the dance floor, shouting loudly, "Su Changhao!" Su Changhao turned around, not yet reacting. He saw the person leap up and step on the table in the middle of the card seat. The person looked down at Su Changhao with anger in his eyes. It was none other than the Dragon King, Yi Nanchang. In the private room, Ding successfully engaged in deep communication with Su Yuyan at a special location, lifespan plus 20. Current remaining lifespan, 200 days. After another deep conversation, Zhou Chen felt refreshed. While Su Yuyan, by the bed, was dressing with a look of shame and anger. Due to the intensity earlier, her silk stockings were full of holes and couldn't be worn again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, as if those torn stockings were like Zhou Chen, so she viciously threw them in the trash. But in doing so, it inadvertently showcased her flawless fair legs, making Zhou Chen unable to help but recall their recent interaction. It's really irresistible. Oh, by the way, I don't know her current favorability rating. With that in mind, Zhou Chen checked her favorability rating again. Target, Su Yuyan, Su family heiress, former wife of the Dragon King. Current favorability rating, -50, full value 100. Seeing this number, Zhou Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. What, -50? Zhou Chen looked at it repeatedly, finally confirming that it was indeed -50. It was clear that Su Yuyan harbored deep hatred towards him. However, with the system on his side, as long as he continued to find opportunities for deep communication, the favorability rating would eventually turn positive. Soon, Su Yuyan finished dressing. She turned around and said fiercely, "Don't mention this matter to anyone, or I will make sure you pay the price." Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. After all, we still need to enhance our relationship in the future, don't you think so?" TCH. Su Yuyan spat. "Who wants to enhance a relationship with an old man like you? If it weren't for you threatening me, I wouldn't." She stopped halfway through her words. Because Zhou Chen was holding the door key. If Zhou Chen got upset and made her take the initiative again before opening the door, what would she do? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a bit timid. Just then, they suddenly heard a fierce fight outside, as if a lot of things were being broken. The two couldn't help but glance at each other, then opened the door together. When they reached the hall, Zhou Chen and Su Yuyan immediately saw Yi Nanchang fighting with Su Changhao. Several followers had already been beaten down. Su Changhao's face was already swollen like a pig's head. While beating him, Yi Nanchang also interrogated him, "Where is Wanru?" Su Changhao's face was swollen, his voice full of grievance, "Didn't I say? She went to the bathroom." Yi Nanchang roared, "Nonsense! Do you think you can deceive me? I knew you had ill intentions towards Wanru, that's why I rushed over. If you don't tell me where Wanru is, you won't have it easy." It was clear that Yi Nanchang was truly angry. Just as the stalemate continued, a bright female voice suddenly came, "What are you doing?" Everyone looked up and saw Lin Wanru speaking. Seeing her, Yi Nanchang seemed surprised. He asked somewhat bewildered, "Wanru, where did you just go?" Lin Wanru looked confused. "Me? I just went to the bathroom." With this answer, the whole room fell into silence. Only Su Changhao lying on the ground, incomprehensibly crying out, "I said she went to the bathroom. Why don't you believe me? And you beat me so hard. Who can I reason with?" After the farce, Yi Nanchang wanted to explain to Lin Wanru, but she directly refused. Looking at Yi Nanchang's bewildered expression, Zhou Chen had a clear understanding of the whole situation. Perhaps this was supposed to be another one of Yi Nanchang's heroic rescues, but it was unexpectedly ruined by himself, resulting in such a big joke. Lin Wanru's fondness for him plummeted. If the Dragon King himself found out, he would probably be furious. "Iba, I." Yi Nanchang approached Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen sighed theatrically, "Ah, young man, you were indeed a bit reckless this time. As for Lin girl over there, I can't help much, you'll have to rely on yourself." With that, Zhou Chen followed Lin Wanru and left. Yi Nanchang sighed. He hadn't expected to miscalculate this time. But fortunately, Wanru was unharmed, so he could breathe a sigh of relief. However, why did he still feel like he had lost something? Yi Nanchang was pondering when he suddenly saw his ex-wife Su Yuyan not far away. Although they hadn't been intimate for 3 years, there was still some familiarity. Watching Su Yuyan's back, he couldn't help but have a thought. Why did it seem like her way of walking had changed from usual? On the other side, only after Yi Nanchang was out of sight did Su Changhao dare to toughen up again. Holding his swollen face, he was furious. "Damn it, Yi Nanchang is simply going too far. I haven't done anything, and he just pinned me down and beat me so hard. If I don't kill him, I won't be surnamed Su in the future." He kept cursing Yi Nanchang. Seeing him like this, Su Yuyan sneered, "Humph, what's the skill in cursing behind someone's back? If you're so capable, curse him to his face. Isn't that asking for a beating?" "I'm not an idiot," Su Changhao retorted confidently. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Su Yuyan, why isn't that medicine working at all? I waited for half a day and still no reaction. Did you buy a fake product?" "Fake product?" As soon as she heard this, Su Yuyan was furious. If it was a fake product, then what was the deal with that old man just now? Could it be that she had agreed to it willingly? The thought of her innocence being taken by that old man made her itch with anger. "Yes, I did buy a fake product. So what? Why don't you go buy it yourself in the black market? I really wish this thing is fake." Su Changhao was stunned by the shouting, not knowing what was wrong with Su Yuyan. He had to change the subject. "Let's not talk about this. Where were you earlier? Wasn't I just holding on to that old man? Why? Why are your legs bare now? Weren't they covered before?" With this question, Su Yuyan felt a bit flustered. She couldn't say that her silk stockings on her legs got torn while interacting with the old man, so she just got angry and threw them away? Her position and treatment in the family were all given by the previous engagement with Luo Xiao. If anyone found out that she was no longer innocent, the engagement would definitely be called off. Then she would surely become an outcast in the family. No, she couldn't let anyone know, including Su Changhao. So, Su Yuyan quickly found an excuse. "I accidentally tore them earlier, so I just threw them away." "Tore them?" Su Changhao looked puzzled. To prevent Su Changhao from asking further, Su Yuyan quickly changed the subject. "What? You're not concerned about Lin Wanru now, coming to pick on me? I advise you to focus on your sister Wanru. Otherwise, if she's taken by Yi Nanchang, you'll be the one crying." Upon hearing this, Su Changhao felt extremely frustrated. "I'm really having a bad day today. Not only did I lose the sports car, but I also got beaten up for no reason, and the worst part is that nothing was achieved. Damn Yi Nanchang." He then continued to curse Yi Nanchang. Seeing this, Su Yuyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She started planning how to retaliate against Zhou Chen, that old man. On the other side, Zhou Chen and Lin Wanru returned home. Lin Wanru was clueless about what had just happened. She only knew that Yi Nanchang suddenly rushed out, flipped the table, and dragged Su Changhao out to beat him up. This greatly diminished her impression of Yi Nanchang. Zhou Chen didn't explain much about it either. After all, this outcome was also beneficial to him. Upon arriving home, before Zhou Chen could say anything, Lin Wanru suddenly brought up the previous bet. "Didn't we bet on whether you could outdrink them? I bet that you couldn't outdrink them, and now I lost. You know what to do, right?" With this hint, where would Zhou Chen not understand? Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, his physique had greatly improved. Otherwise, at this rate, he might not last a few days. Just as Zhou Chen was about to follow Lin Wanru into the room, Lin Ro suddenly stopped him. Lin Wanru signaled to Zhou Chen to come to the room later and then went back to her room. Later, Lin Ro said, "Ibo, Fengbo called earlier to inform that the stone gambling event will take place in 5 days. He also invited me, saying he wants me to see the world." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded. "Okay, Please inform Fengbo that I will be there on time. 5 days later, at the Dongling River port, a car slowly stopped, and a graceful woman got out of the car. Wearing a purple-fitted knit skirt with long gray silk stockings and high heels, it was Su Yuyan. She was here to accompany Luo Xiao to participate in the stone gambling event held by the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce. The internal struggles within the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce were well known in the circle. Two people were in conflict, the current president, Feng Qian, and the vice president, Su Yuan. Despite being just a vice president, Su Yuan's power and resources were no less than Feng Qian's. The name of the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce is derived from the names of two people. It is because of this that Su Yuan dared to snatch Feng Qian's 100 billion order. As things escalated, they had to settle the matter with a stone gambling match to determine the winner. The location for the stone gambling match was set on the luxurious cruise ship owned by the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Due to the significance of the event, the stone gambling match became the talk of the town, attracting numerous socialites eager to witness who would win the 100 billion order. Looking at the luxurious cruise ship before her, Su Yuyan remained indifferent in expression, but her mind was active. The primary reason for coming with Luo Xiao this time is to expand my network. Even if I can't meet any big shots, getting to know some business partners to bring benefits to the family is also good. The previous conflict with Yi Mancheng had drained the Su family's vitality. They urgently needed connections and resources for recovery. To attend the stone gambling match, one needed an invitation. That's why she had latched onto Luo Xiao's thigh. But this Luo Xiao is really easy to handle, just a few soft words and he's won over. Thinking about this, Su Yuyan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Besides expanding her network, Su Yuyan had another reason for coming here. It was to relax her mind and let the memories tainted by that old man fade a bit. The thought of that old man's face made Su Yuyan itch with hatred, wishing she could just bite him. That old man, wait until I have the chance, I'll show him some colors. Just then, an Aston Martin supercar pulled up nearby. Su Yuyan frowned as she glanced at it. What's going on? Why does this car seem familiar? Where have I seen it before? After the supercar came to a stop, two people got out of it. Su Yuyan casually looked over and the next moment, her eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. Because one of them was none other than Zhou Chen, whom she despised. By now, she understood why the car looked familiar. Wasn't this the car Su Changhao lost in a drinking bet? Damn it! Why is he here? On the other side, Zhou Chen also spotted Su Yuyan. He then approached her voluntarily, saying, Miss Su, Luo Xiao, what a coincidence to meet again here. Luo Xiao looked at Zhou Chen, a bit puzzled, then turned to ask, who is he? Do you know him? Su Yuyan replied irritably, I don't know him. Before Luo Xiao could say anything else, Zhou Chen smiled and said, Miss Su, don't you remember me? We met a few days ago, didn't we? A few days ago? Luo Xiao, hearing this, became suspicious. Yes, not only did we meet, but we also. Hearing this, Su Yuyan became nervous and quickly interrupted. So what if we met? We're not close. Seeing Luo Xiao still suspicious, Su Yuyan hurriedly explained, he is the old steward of the Lin family, whom I met at Su Changhao's party. But that's all there is to it. I really don't know him. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile at her words. How could they not be close? Weren't they already familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses? Close. They were too close. However, Zhou Chen didn't expose it, just looked at Su Yuyan with a playful expression. This made Su Yuyan even more irritated. Damn old man. Hearing Su Yuyan's explanation, Luo Xiao understood. So that's how it is. Perhaps talking to Su Yuyan was fake, and trying to establish a relationship with him was real? Luo Xiao regarded Zhou Chen as someone trying to curry favor with him, so he didn't give him a good look. We have other matters to attend to, let's not chat for now. Then, Luo Xiao led Su Yuyan onto the ship. In the background, Zhou Chen watched Su Yuyan go, using his clairvoyance to appreciate her once again. Truly fascinating. Iba, what are you looking at? Lin Ro's voice came from the side. She felt a little dizzy from the car ride, so she sat in the car to rest for a while. Just as she got off the car, Zhou Chen quickly turned his head and said, Oh, I'm looking at that luxurious cruise ship ahead, it's really spectacular. At the same time, Tianyantong also focused on Lin Ro. This couple is also quite spectacular. On board the ship, Luo Xiao was about to take Su Yuyan for a stroll. In the conversation, he also advised Su Yuyan, after all, you are my fiancé, so you should avoid associating with those kinds of people in the future. If you associate with people of lower class too much, your taste is bound to be low. Su Yuyan responded casually. Luo Xiao was about to continue speaking when he caught sight of Zhou Chen and the others slowly approaching. Seeing them wanting to board the ship, Luo Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Does the small Lin family also want to board this cruise? It's simply wishful thinking. They seem like they don't even know there's an invitation. Just watch, they won't pass the boarding check. After hearing this, Su Yuyan also looked towards Zhou Chen and the others. Luo Xiao was ready to laugh at Zhou Chen, but to his surprise, when Zhou Chen and the others went through the inspection, they were not stopped at all. They even boarded the ship without showing an invitation, leaving Luo Xiao puzzled. What's going on? Didn't the inspectors see them? At the same time, Su Yuyan turned to Luo Xiao, her eyes seeming to ask, "Didn't you say they couldn't come on board?" Luo Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. He coughed lightly, trying to cover up his awkwardness. I didn't expect them to actually get on board. They must have used a back door. But you see, these ordinary people are different from us. When we board, there are people specially welcoming us. Specially welcoming? Su Yuyan asked uncertainly. Like that? Hearing this, Luo Xiao looked over with some doubt. The next moment, his eyes widened. At the entrance of the cruise ship, there was indeed a team welcoming Zhou Chen and the others. And in terms of status, they seemed even higher than his own. This sudden blow to his face caught Luo Xiao off guard. It took him a while to recover from the embarrassment and try to save face. Haha, I admit he may indeed have some status, but he's far from being a real distinguished guest. For example, dignitaries from the capital of the southern province would have the chairman-level figures come out to greet them, like my uncle. Before he could finish his sentence, Chairman Feng Qian appeared in view. Seeing Zhou Chen and the others, Feng Qian was even more delighted. He disregarded his own chairman status and actively went to greet them. His enthusiasm was beyond words. This scene made Luo Xiao unable to continue. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn, Chairman Feng Qian personally welcoming them? What kind of status does that old man have? Is he really that noble?" At that moment, he remembered something. Did he directly reject the old man when he tried to start a conversation before? Damn, he really didn't know any better. Luo Xiao regretted it instantly. On the side, Su Yuyan also widened her eyes. Initially, she thought the old man would lose face just like Luo Xiao did. However, reality gave her a big slap in the face. The humiliation came too fast. But thinking about it, the old man Zhou Chen seemed to have a high status, right? Should she try to cozy up to him? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Su Yuyan immediately dismissed it. Even if I had to jump off the ship, I wouldn't cozy up to him. Absolutely not. After some inquiries, Su Yuyan and Luo Xiao learned that Zhou Chen was actually a master invited by Feng Qian for stone gambling. With this revelation, everything that happened just now made sense. Upon learning this, Luo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that old man had a much higher status, turns out it's just this? It must be President Feng who has a favor to ask of him. That's why he's being received with such high standards. At that moment, a phone call came in. After Luo Xiao answered the call, he chatted with the person for a while. As they talked, the conversation shifted to the upcoming gambling event. Of course, I also hope President Su can win. After all, I am on his side. If he wins, we can benefit too. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan had an idea. After Luo Xiao finished the call, she smiled and said, "Luo Xiao, you want President Su to win, right? I have a way to help you. Do you want to hear it?" Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow at Su Yuyan. "What's the plan?" Su Yuyan smiled sweetly. "It's simple. We just need to make sure that the people betting for Feng Qian don't show up." Meanwhile, Zhou Chen suddenly had a thought. This feeling. Could it be that another stroke of luck is coming my way? On the other side, Feng Qian saw Zhou Chen pause suddenly and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what's wrong?" Zhou Chen snapped out of it, "Nothing, just remembered I forgot to turn off the gas at home." Upon hearing this, Feng Qian was surprised. "Oh? Then you should hurry back." Zhou Chen chuckled, "President Feng, don't worry, I was just joking with you." Hearing this, Feng Qian breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's it. Old man, you're quite humorous." After that, Feng Qian arranged for Zhou Chen and the others to stay in luxurious guest rooms. He informed them that the gambling event was still hours away, so they could freely explore the ship. Apologizing, Feng Qian excused himself to attend to other matters. Zhou Chen turned his head and saw Lin Ro taking out a selfie stick. Shortly after, she started a live broadcast. It was evident that she truly loved her job. Since Zhang Peng didn't receive an invitation and couldn't come aboard the ship, Lin Ro had to start the broadcast on her own. "Hello everyone, it's Ro. I'm back again. Today, I'll take you all to visit the most luxurious cruise ship in the city. At the same time, we'll witness the highly anticipated gambling event in the city." Upon learning that Lin Ro was live, fans cheered and spread the word. When they saw Zhou Chen, the viewers were even more excited. "Oh my! It's that special fortune-telling old man again. Not only good at fortune-telling, but also skilled in martial arts. Single-handedly subdued a knife-wielding thief. And he's a healer too. Saved lives with just a few golden needles. Old man, you're my idol. I want to give birth to monkeys for you. Watching the enthusiastic viewers, Linro felt both happy and a bit jealous. This is clearly my livestream. How did they all become fans of Olgi? In front of the camera, Jo Chen happily greeted the viewers. After the atmosphere became lively, Linro suggested taking the fans around the most luxurious cruise ship in the city. Subsequently, the two of them started wandering around the ship. They admired the river view one moment and the luxurious decorations inside the ship the next. Yee, look over here, this pattern is so beautiful. That side is so pretty. It's my first time seeing the scenery on the river from the water. Oh, the waves splashed on me. Linro seemed to have endless energy. Every time they reached a new spot, she would pull Jo Chen along to see it. It was like she was a young girl taking her boyfriend out for a stroll. Even the viewers in the chat room felt jealous. Why is Ro acting so intimate with Old Yi? It's too close, isn't it? Indeed, it's making me envious. If I didn't know Old Yi was an old man, I might have misunderstood. Reading the comments, Jo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Misunderstanding? Definitely not. After all, he and Linro had already. Yee, that side looks interesting too, shall we go check it out? Saying that, Linro headed forward. Jo Chen shook his head with a smile, about to follow her, when suddenly he sensed someone approaching from behind. Before he could even turn around, a sharp object pressed against his waist. He instantly realized it was a knife. Jo Chen heard the person behind him say, "Don't move, or I'll take your life. Someone wants to see you, so come with us obediently." Jo Chen didn't resist but instead cooperated and followed the person in the opposite direction. It wasn't because he was afraid of the knife in the person's hand. After all, he was wearing a protective vest, impervious to blades, not to mention his martial arts skills. Dealing with this little troublemaker would be a piece of cake. He just wanted to see who was pulling the strings, making it easier for him to decide his next move. Meanwhile, Linro walked ahead for a while and suddenly felt something was amiss. She turned around to find Jo Chen missing behind her, leaving her puzzled. Where did Uncle Yi go? Jo Chen followed the person to a secluded place. Soon, a hood was placed over his head. The person led Jo Chen through twists and turns into a cabin room. Jo Chen was then made to sit down, his hands tied behind the chair. Jo Chen didn't resist. If he wanted to, he could easily break free from the ropes. Up to this point, he was just curious to see what the other party had in store. After everything was done, a woman's voice sounded, "All right, you can leave now. I have a personal score to settle with this old man, and I must teach him a lesson. If there's any commotion inside later, don't panic. With my methods, it would be strange if this old man makes a sound." As soon as the words fell, a crisp sound like a whip cracking was heard. Then, several people walked out, whispering as they left. I wonder what this old man did to offend her. Women's hearts are truly treacherous. Why bother about that? Just follow orders, that's all we need to do. Right, watch out for the whip hitting yourself. Once everyone had left, the hood over Jo Chen's head was removed. The first thing he saw was a pair of legs wrapped in lace stockings. Moving up, he saw a woman in a short purple knitted dress. Jo Chen didn't need to guess. It was none other than the familiar face of Su Yuyen. Su Yuyen looked pleased as she gazed at Jo Chen tied to the chair. Hee, old man, we meet again. I heard from Su Changhao how formidable you are, but who knew a knife would bring you here? Jo Chen looked at Su Yuyen and chuckled. Miss Lin, so you missed me that much? You couldn't resist tying me up directly. TCH. Su Yuyen spat. Who would miss you, old man? I wish I could just kill you. Jo Chen's attitude was playful. Miss Su, why don't you tell me why you tied me up? If you really wanted to kill me, wouldn't you have done it on the way here? Su Yuyen sneered. You're smarter than I thought. She had tied Jo Chen up to ensure that no one from Feng Qian's side would gamble on stones, leading to automatic defeat. Secondly, it was to avenge the humiliation she had suffered at Jo Chen's hands. She despised him to the core and was determined to make him pay this time. Oh, and she needed him to hand over the video. Once she had the recording, she would have nothing to worry about. Upon learning Su Yuyen's intentions, Jo Chen smiled. So that's it, I thought you had something important to discuss with me. But then again, are you so sure you can manipulate me at will? Su Yuyen raised an eyebrow, and if not, now that you're tied up and can't move, why wouldn't I be able to manipulate you? What if I refuse? Jo Chen's attitude was increasingly playful, his smile growing broader. His demeanor only served to irritate Su Yuyen further. You are already a trapped turtle, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Let me whip you first, see if you can still talk tough. Just as Su Yuyen was about to make a move, she saw the rope behind Jo Chen suddenly snap with a crack sound, breaking loose. In the blink of an eye, Jo Chen managed to free himself. She couldn't help but exclaim, how could this happen? She had thought that tying up this old man would solve everything, but she never expected him to break free. Fortunately, she had locked the door early on, so this old man couldn't escape at all. Just as she was feeling pleased, she suddenly realized something. Wait, the door is locked, it's just me and him inside. Which means, her expression gradually turned panicked. Then, Jo-chan slowly stood up. Now that things are clear, next, it's time to show my true skills. Outside the room, the men who had brought Jo-chan were chatting casually. Brothers, who do you think will win this gambling stone event? Of course, it will be President Su, don't you know? We brought this old man to help Feng-chin gamble on stones. Wow, then we've really done something big. As the men chatted, suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door rang out, as if someone inside wanted to come out. The men outside were startled. One person wanted to open the door to check, but was directly stopped. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you, Miss Su specifically said not to disturb her by entering. If you go in recklessly, I won't speak up for you. Hearing this, the person also retreated. After that, the knocking on the door did not happen again. This reassured the men. They resumed chatting. As they talked, the conversation veered into an unhealthy direction. What do you think of Miss Su's looks and figure? I'd say a solid 9 out of 10, especially those legs. If one could have a taste, it would be worth it even if it's risky. Indeed, her figure is captivating at first sight. If there's a chance, lower your voice, if she overhears, it would be disastrous. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from inside the room. Crack! The people outside were stunned upon hearing it. After a while, they realized it was the sound of a whip. Following that were several whip cracks. At the same time, the voice of the old man could be faintly heard, sounding like he was being whipped. Listening to the sounds, the men sighed in amazement. This woman is beautiful, but she's too ruthless. Isn't it a bit thrilling to be whipped by her? Seems quite nice. Come on, buddy, your fetish is a bit strange. However, what was strange was that the old man's voice didn't sound very painful. Instead, it seemed pleasurable. Thinking about this, the men shook their heads unconsciously. It couldn't be possible, right? They probably misheard it. Just as the men were thinking this, suddenly, some strange sounds could be faintly heard from inside the room. The sounds were similar to the whip cracks but softer and more frequent, like clapping hands. Mixed in were some muffled groans, but due to the noise of the ship sailing on the river, it was hard to make out clearly. Strange, what's happening inside the room? It sounds rhythmic, doesn't it? Why bother about it? That old man is tied up. What can he do? Indeed, let's just pretend we didn't hear anything. On the other side, upon receiving the news that Su Yuyan had successfully tied up Jo-chan, Luo Xiao was delighted and hurried to take credit. In the luxurious top-deck cabin of the cruise ship, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a vigilant look listened to Luo Xiao's report. He was Vice President Su Yuan. After the report, Luo Xiao was full of anticipation. After all, he had solved such a big problem for President Su, so a reward was definitely in order. Perhaps he could even seize this opportunity to rise to the top in one go. However, what he didn't expect was, after Su Yuan heard it, he immediately put on a stern face. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? You have quite the nerve. Luo Xiao was instantly frightened and at a loss. He quickly knelt down to apologize. However, Su Yuan did not continue to blame him. Instead, he insinuated that everything was done by Luo Xiao himself and had nothing to do with him, Su Yuan. Furthermore, he claimed to have no knowledge of the matter. Luo Xiao suddenly understood that President Su wanted to distance himself. So, he nodded in understanding. Seeing Luo Xiao grasping his meaning, Su Yuan smiled faintly. You're somewhat clever, I'll promote you well once this matter is settled. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao was overjoyed. Subsequently, Su Yuan asked Luo Xiao to leave directly. After leaving Su Yuan's place, Luo Xiao felt refreshed and invigorated. He even walked with a newfound confidence. Upon returning to his own compartment, he learned something unsettling. What? Su Yuyan has been gone for so long without returning? What on earth is she up to? Luo Xiao felt that something was amiss. Therefore, he strode quickly towards Jo-chan's room. Ding! Successfully engaged in deep communication with Su Yuyan at a special location, lifespan plus 20 days. Su Yuyan's favorability plus 5, current favorability minus 45, maximum value 100. Unlocked special mission, when Su Yuyan's favorability returns to normal, you will receive a valuable reward. Watching the system rewards, Jo-chan nodded. Just as he had guessed. Engaging in communication could increase favorability, and triggering a negative favorability also activated a special mission, allowing an extra system reward compared to normal favorability, truly a great deal. Meanwhile, Su Yuyen finally woke up from her reverie. Seeing the messy room, she realized she had fallen into a trap again, feeling embarrassed and indignant. Being outsmarted twice by this old guy and even implicating herself. Why was she so unlucky? Seeing this, Jo Chen approached with a smile. Awake now? Why are you looking at me like that? Weren't you quite proactive just now? Su Yuyen glared at Jo Chen angrily. It's all because of you. I had no choice, that's why. Jo Chen chuckled. It's called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. You wanted to whip me before, right? So, if I turn the tables and whip you, wouldn't that be fair? Whether it's with a leather whip or another kind. Wasn't that your choice? And it seems like you quite enjoyed it. You. Shut up. Su Yuyen felt utterly humiliated. She wished she could disappear into a hole right now. Although, as Jo Chen said, she did choose another option herself. But it was because Jo Chen threatened to expose the club's affairs if she didn't take the whip. There were so many dignitaries and celebrities on this ship. If it were to be exposed here, she would be ruined. She had no choice. As for why she didn't call for help again? Ridiculous, they were Luo Xiao's people, they couldn't know about this matter. She was completely forced into this situation. Su Yuyen kept finding excuses for herself. However, Jo Chen didn't stop twisting the knife. You delivered takeout to me twice in a row. I'm starting to feel embarrassed. How about next time I deliver to you? That would be fair. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing Jo Chen's words, Su Yuyen was so irritated. This old guy was taking advantage and acting cute. It was truly exasperating. Just as she was about to retort to Jo Chen, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Luo Xiao's voice came from outside. Yuyen, are you in there? Open the door. Su Yuyen panicked. They had just finished their interaction, and they were both undressed. If Luo Xiao saw them like this, it would be disastrous. She frantically tried to tidy up. Then, she saw Jo Chen and remembered that he should be tied up by now. Sensing Su Yuyen's pleading gaze, Jo Chen understood without words. You want me to help you hide it? No problem. But you have to agree to a condition from me. The knocking on the door became more urgent. Su Yuyen gritted her teeth and said, okay, whatever it is, I promise you. Shortly after, the door was opened. Su Yuyen stood at the doorway, blocking it, and said somewhat nervously, Luo Xiao? Why are you here? She looked a bit disheveled, with a hint of sweat on her body, as if she had been engaged in some intense activity. Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel suspicious. Oh, nothing, I just heard someone say that you seemed busy inside. I was curious, so I came to take a look. With that, Luo Xiao walked in directly. Soon after, he saw Jo Chen securely tied to a chair. His body bore marks of whipping on the left and right, indicating he had undergone severe torture. Luo Xiao, puzzled by the sight, couldn't help but ask, what's going on here? How did this old man end up like this? Upon hearing Luo Xiao's question, Su Yuyen sighed deliberately. Luo Xiao, you don't know, he is the old steward of Lin Wanru, that little slut, and he has a good relationship with Yi Nanchang. I'm just venting my anger on him. I didn't want you to see. Afraid you might think Luo Xiao's doubts vanished upon hearing this. You are my woman, what's wrong with venting on an old man? Don't worry, you are always the most charming in my heart. Su Yuyen nodded while glancing at Jo Chen from the corner of her eye, suddenly noticing Jo Chen signaling her. Following Jo Chen's gaze, she saw an intimate piece of clothing. A triangular shape with lace edges. She was taken aback and then remembered. It was because things were so urgent earlier that she hadn't had time to. No wonder she felt a bit cool down there. Nervous, she seized the opportunity and quickly kicked the clothing under the bed with her foot. Seeing that Luo Xiao hadn't noticed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Later, Luo Xiao asked Su Yuyen to accompany him around the ship again. As for the old man Jo Chen, his men would watch over him. Su Yuyen agreed hastily. Before leaving, Luo Xiao's gaze subconsciously fell on the bed. There was a large water stain on it, quite conspicuous. He frowned slightly, who has no manners, pouring water directly on the bed. Then, without further thought, he took Su Yuyen and left. After a few rounds of strolling, Luo Xiao felt it was about time. So he took Su Yuyen to the gambling stone venue. This place was originally a theater on this luxurious cruise ship, now temporarily used as a gambling stone venue. But now it seems that it probably won't be needed. Luo Xiao was very pleased. After all, even the people gambling on stones were gone. What's the point of gambling then? Although there was still some time before the stone gambling started, many people had arrived early. Therefore, there were still performances on stage to entertain the various celebrities who had come. Luo Xiao also invited Su Yuyen to sit in the VIP seats and watch. However, Su Yuyen hesitated to sit down, looking at the seat, and subconsciously rubbed her back. Damn old guy. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. The reason was simple. Just because when she was being threatened by that old man before, she secretly took a fruit knife to defend herself. But unexpectedly, the old man snatched the fruit knife away in one move. And then, he twisted and rolled the blade with his bare hands. This action really startled Su Yuyen. She dared not act rashly again. Then that old guy said she was disobedient and needed punishment. After that, her backside was slapped. Without looking, she knew it must be red and swollen. What's more, that old guy did it in a way that made her feel a strange sensation. It almost felt good? Su Yuyen suddenly realized, no, that's not it at all. I didn't think it was that great. Luo Xiao noticed that she seemed a bit off, so he asked, Yuyen, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Yuyen hurriedly replied. After that, she cursed Zhou Chen's entire family in secret. After all, this was all his doing. Then, Luo Xiao continued to invite Su Yuyen to sit down. Su Yuyen hesitated for a long time, cursing Zhou Chen in her heart again. Then, she gritted her teeth and sat down. Hiss. Enduring the discomfort of sitting down, she still felt uneasy no matter how she sat. When Luo Xiao asked her what was wrong, she just made excuses. After all, she couldn't tell Luo Xiao. Was it because she felt too cool down there, so she felt uncomfortable no matter how she sat? In the end, Su Yuyen had to cross her legs and lean to the side, hoping it would help a bit. But don't let anyone find out. She felt very uneasy in her heart. Back in the room from before. After Su Yuyen left for a while, Zhou Chen stopped pretending and directly broke free, dealing with the people guarding him. Before leaving, he looked at the wet marks on the sheets and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect her to have such a fetish. A few slaps only made it more intense. It seems like she appears to be a queen on the surface, but in reality, she's. He remembered the agreement he made with Su Yuyen before. He promised to help her conceal it. But she had to agree to communicate deeply with him once. That's why Zhou Chen was willing to use the system's abilities and medical skills to create so many fake whip marks on himself. At the same time, Su Yuyen gave him her number. This would make it easier to contact each other in the future. Thinking about gaining more lifespan in the future, his mood improved greatly. However, this is not a long-term solution. I still need to improve her favorability so that I can have a continuous source of lifespan income. After all, the plus 20 days of lifespan each time was too good to pass up. No one would complain about having a longer lifespan. And increasing favorability also came with additional rewards. Oh, speaking of the fake whip marks on his body, they might have a greater purpose. Like showing them to Lin Ro. Maybe she would agree to be with him again if she felt sorry for him. Thinking about this, Zhou Chen became a bit impatient. Alright, it's probably not early anymore. It's time to go to the stone gambling venue. I hope I'm not late. At the main seat of the stone gambling venue, Feng Qian and Su Yuan were chatting casually. To outsiders, it seemed like a normal conversation with nothing special. But if you listen closely, you could sense the underlying tension between them. Hee, President Feng, I heard you were poisoned last time? Probably offended someone you shouldn't have, right? In my opinion, one should be more restrained and smarter as a person, knowing who not to offend. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Feng Qian sneered. Thanks to Vice President Su, I'm still fine. Someone should be more restrained. You're just a vice president, how dare you act like the president? Not to mention, you even went against the president? Isn't that a problem with your brain? Don't you think so, Vice President Su? Feng Qian deliberately emphasized the words vice president. This made Su Yuan extremely displeased. This matter had always been a thorn in his side. When the two chambers of commerce merged into the Qianyuan Chamber of Commerce, Feng Qian's influence was slightly greater, so he became the vice president. But now, after years of hard work, his influence was almost on par with Feng Qian's. That's why he dared to challenge Feng Qian face to face, even snatching his 10 billion order. But unexpectedly, Feng Qian made the whole city aware of the situation. In the end, to gain public support, they had to use this stone gambling method to decide. Thinking about this, Su Yuan felt very pleased. The person betting on your side won't be coming back. You can just wait to automatically lose. I'll take that 10 billion order. Therefore, in the face of Feng Qian's sarcasm, Su Yuan just smiled. He then ignored Feng Qian. After all, in his view, he was already in a winning position. Even if Feng Qian gained a little advantage in words, ultimately he would emerge victorious. But the premise was everything going smoothly. He discreetly glanced over at Luo Xiao. Here, Luo Xiao was trying his best to deepen his relationship with Su Yuyen. However, Su Yuyen seemed indifferent towards him. Luo Xiao naturally didn't know that Su Yuyen was afraid of others discovering the truth about her emptiness. So she was constantly distracted, not fully present. In such a situation, how could she have the mood to talk to Luo Xiao? Just as Luo Xiao was pondering what to do about it, he suddenly noticed Su Yuan's gaze. He understood that Su Yuan was inquiring if everything was in order. Luo Xiao gestured an okay sign to him. That old man is not only tied up, but also being watched by 4 or 5 strong men. If he manages to escape, I'll kneel down and call him ancestor. Luo Xiao thought smugly, unaware of what was about to happen. After a while, Su Yuan's people arrived. Upon seeing the person Su Yuan had invited, those with insight exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! It's the gambling stone master, Mr. Shun. President Su actually invited him." Others who heard this praise were somewhat puzzled. "Brother, who is this Mr. Shun? From your tone, he seems quite formidable?" The person nodded. "He's not just formidable. In this city, if he claims to be the second best in gambling stone techniques, no one dares to claim the first. The most legendary thing about him is that he went to the gambling stone market with only $500. When he came out, his net worth directly exceeded 30 million. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. "Oh my, that's impressive. Is his name Shindaozi? President Su must have paid a hefty price to bring him here, right?" The person shook his head. "No one knows the exact amount. But someone once invited him before, also for gambling stone, and it said that just his appearance fee cost several million. Not to mention the additional bonuses, so this time the price is definitely more than before." Hearing this, everyone was amazed. "Wow, this is so exciting. By the way, who did President Feng invite?" The person thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not sure, seems like an old man in his 80s. Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Why did President Feng invite an old man? Although experience grows with age, but in his 80s, won't his failing eyesight be a problem? This time, President Su is probably going to win. Feng Qian watched as the people on the opposite side had arrived, while there was no sign of anyone on his side, which made him somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Why hasn't the old man arrived yet? Could something have happened? Feng Qian felt uneasy and thought about sending someone to look for him. However, at that moment, Lin Ro hurriedly walked in and said that Yi Bo had gone missing. Feng Qian immediately felt alarmed. He couldn't help but look towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan also noticed his gaze and smiled smugly at him. Feng Qian immediately realized the possible truth of the situation. Oh no, Su Yuan, that bastard must be planning something against the old man. After finding out when Zhou Chen went missing, Feng Qian deduced that he should still be on the ship. So he quickly sent someone to search for him. Meanwhile, as the opening time approached, and seeing that Feng Qian's people had not yet arrived, the crowd couldn't help but discuss. Why hasn't President Feng's people arrived? Could it be that they got scared and didn't dare to come? Listening to the discussions, Feng Qian became even more anxious. At this moment, Su Yuan couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. President Feng, where are your people? Could it be that they got scared? Or perhaps, a dignified president of a guild can't even find someone who knows about gambling stones? Feng Qian knew that Su Yuan was up to something, but he was at a loss for words and couldn't argue with him. He could only frown and say, I suspect someone is secretly causing trouble. Once I catch him red-handed, he will pay the price for sure. Su Yuan smiled and said, I'll just wait for the good news. Ha ha ha. In the audience, Luo Xiao looked at the current situation and felt extremely pleased. The stone gambling event was about to begin shortly. If no one from Feng Qian's side came out to gamble on the stones, Su Yuan would automatically win. And he himself would become the biggest hero. Success was within reach. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao almost burst into laughter. However, the next moment, the doors of the venue were pushed open with a loud bang. Amidst all eyes on him, Zhou Chen walked in with steady steps. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiao widened his eyes. What? How did he appear here? Seeing Zhou Chen's appearance, Luo Xiao could hardly believe his eyes. Wasn't he tied up and watched by several people? How could he still come here? Just as Luo Xiao was dumbfounded, a few bruised and swollen individuals quietly approached him. Luo Xiao was taken aback when he saw them. Who are you? The individuals hurriedly replied, Luo Xiao, it's us. After looking carefully for a while, Luo Xiao realized they were his men. It's just that their faces were swollen from being beaten, making them barely recognizable. What happened to you guys? He suddenly realized something and angrily pointed at Zhou Chen in the distance. How could you let that old man escape? Can't a bunch of you keep an eye on an old man? Are you just here for a free meal? The individuals immediately pleaded, Luo Xiao, it's not our fault. That old man was just too cunning. Cunning? Luo Xiao couldn't believe it. What can an old man in his 80s do that's so cunning? The individuals continued to plead, you don't know, that old man's skills were unbelievable. None of us could hold him, and he even gave us a beating. Luo Xiao was furious. Wasn't he tied up? His men hurriedly explained, That old man somehow got hold of a fruit knife at some point. He used that fruit knife to break free. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan nearby couldn't help but be surprised. She knew Zhou Chen's strength well. That bit of rope couldn't hold him, it was like playing around for him. Perhaps he pretended to use the fruit knife because of their agreement? In this way, she wouldn't be suspected. This old man, unexpectedly keeping to the agreement. Su Yuyan thought to herself, unknowingly having a slightly better impression of Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen, who was walking onto the stage in the distance, suddenly received a notification. Ding! Su Yuyan's favorability +5, current favorability -40, full value 100. This left Zhou Chen somewhat puzzled. Then, he looked towards Su Yuyan. Sensing Zhou Chen's gaze, Su Yuyan quickly turned her head away. Why is this old man staring at me like that? On the other side, listening to his men's reports, Luo Xiao was so angry his nose was about to twist. His perfect situation had all gone to waste. Damn it, a bunch of useless people, Luo Xiao lamented. At the main seat, watching Zhou Chen successfully arrive, Su Yuan's gaze gradually turned sinister. I thought I could save some trouble. Small-minded people are just rough, really can't rely on them. Beside him, Mr. Shen smiled and said, President Su, don't worry. Even if things don't work out, I'm here. Rest assured, in the Eastern Tomb area, no one is a match for me in the stone gambling business. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled and said, then it's all up to Mr. Shen. Meanwhile, Feng Qian and Lin Ro rushed to meet Zhou Chen. Although Feng Qian was sweating profusely from anxiety, seeing Zhou Chen arrive, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Old man, where did you go? Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chen replied, it's nothing, just ran into a little trouble, no big deal. Feng Qian nodded, it's good as long as you're okay, it's good as long as you're okay. On the side, Lin Ro sensed that something was amiss, but she didn't speak up, instead quietly approaching Uncle Yi and asking, Uncle Yi, why do you seem to have injuries? Zhou Chen silenced her, then said, there's no time, I can't worry about my injuries for now. Let's wait until Feng Bo finishes gambling on the stones for you. Lin Ro nodded and stepped aside. She knew deep down that Feng Bo's guess was probably right. Uncle Yi had attracted unwanted attention. His injuries were probably not as simple as they seemed. If Uncle Yi's condition worsened, there wouldn't be time to get him medical help on the river. She might have to take the initiative and... The thought made Lin Ro blush slightly. But besides feeling shy, there was also a hint of eagerness. When Zhou Chen stepped onto the stage, Su Yuan hypocritically remarked, luckily Feng Bo, your man, has arrived. Otherwise, I might have to resort to unfair means. Feng Qian glared at him, if someone hadn't shamelessly interfered, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, rest assured, the outcome won't change. That 100 billion order is definitely mine. Feng Qian retorted, don't speak too soon. Be careful, you might end up laughing now and crying later. Su Yuan said no more, instead signaling to the MC nearby. With a gong sound, the MC began to preside over the stone gambling event. After the opening remarks, the MC stepped back, leaving the spotlight on Mr. Shen and Zhou Chen. Between the two stood the stones prepared for the gambling. Seeing that his opponent was an old man in his 80s, Mr. Shen frowned, why is this old man who seems half buried in the soil here? Feng Chairman, bringing such a person to compete with me, aren't you underestimating me too much? Upon hearing this, Feng Qian immediately became displeased. What kind of talk is that? Mr. Zhou is a stone gambling master I specially invited. I've seen his skills with my own eyes. Absolutely top-notch. Oh, Mr. Shen became interested, then I wonder how many stones Mr. Zhou has gambled on? And how many good jades has he produced? Feng Qian couldn't answer for a moment, so he turned to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen calmly held up 5 fingers. Mr. Shen raised an eyebrow, 50 stones? Or 500 stones? 5 stones. Zhou Chen's tone was sincere. Mr. Shen was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. 5 stones? You've gambled on 5 stones at your age? And you dare call yourself a master? That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? In the audience, people started discussing. 5 stones? Is he serious? Even I have gambled more than him. If he can call himself a master, then I must be a grandmaster. Even Feng Qian was taken aback by Zhou Chen's words. Then he quickly approached Zhou Chen. Old man, don't let others' arrogance diminish your own prestige at this time. Tell me, how many stones have you really seen? So I don't have to worry, right? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, that's fair. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the old man was indeed deliberately hiding his true abilities. However, the next moment, he saw Zhou Chen shrug, but I've only seen 5 stones. I can't just boast, can I? I never exaggerate, old man, I don't talk big. Ha! Feng Qian was even more bewildered. At that moment, he suddenly remembered. It seemed that during the last stone gambling event in the inner hall, Zhou Chen had chosen 5 stones. And looking at Zhou Chen's demeanor, it seemed like he wasn't joking at all, but serious. With this realization, Feng Qian's confidence wavered. Across from them, Mr. Shen also overheard their conversation and found it amusing. I never expected to be invited so grandly to gamble on stones with someone, only to encounter such an opponent. It seems that there's no need to compare this time. Dealing with such an unpredictable person, any comparison with him would be a loss. So, Mr. Shen smiled and said, "It's the first time I've met someone like you. Modest yet overly confident. In my opinion, this stone gambling event can be declared over now. You should just sit on the sidelines and not embarrass yourself by coming out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded. "You're right, the stone gambling event can indeed be declared over. Because I have already won." "What? Mr. Shen furrowed his brow. He looked at Zhou Chen in confusion, then shook his head and chuckled. "I almost fell for your bluff. The stones on the field have just been revealed, and you claim victory without even looking carefully? Where does your confidence come from?" Zhou Chen smiled. "You don't believe me? Then let me explain." He then activated his heavenly eye, examining the jade material inside each stone clearly. He began to evaluate each one. "This one, I see translucent jadeite, about half the size of a stone. This one is a hibiscus seed, very old, the size fills the entire stone embryo, cannot be cut, can only be ground out. And this one." Zhou Chen went through all 20 stones on the field one by one. Finally, he pointed to a cracked stone. "Among all the stones, this one holds the highest value. It can yield an extremely old imperial green with excellent water quality." After evaluating, he turned back and said, "I've covered all the stones that can produce jade. The rest are just waste stones, not worth mentioning." Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the audience was uncertain. Is he telling the truth? Who knows? But he seems quite confident, doesn't he? Watching Zhou Chen's actions, Mr. Shen sneered, "I thought you might have some real skills, but now I see, you're just a fraudster." He pointed to the stones. "Even I wouldn't dare to determine the exact size of the jade material. You stating the sizes so accurately already shows that you don't understand. Moreover," he pointed to the jade stone Zhou Chen had just identified as the most valuable. "In the stone gambling world, there's a saying, not afraid of big cracks but afraid of small flaws. This stone is full of tiny flaws, and the jade material inside is likely riddled with chaotic cracks. Even if it's an extremely old imperial green with excellent water quality, it will lose its beauty and transparency due to this, its value dropping to less than 1% of the original. You claim it's the most valuable on the field? What a joke!" Faced with Mr. Shen's skepticism, Zhou Chen simply smiled and said, "You don't understand. If you don't believe me, let's open them up and see." Seeing Zhou Chen's provocative demeanor, Mr. Shen felt his anger rising. What level is this old man at? How dare he say he doesn't understand? Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly realized something. Then he sneered, "Almost fell for your trick. If we open them now, who will determine the winner and loser? If you want to open them, you must agree to a condition from me first." He extended a finger. "If all the stones match exactly as you described, then you win. But if even one is different." His eyes turned sinister. "For being so showy, you should leave a hand behind to settle the score." The crowd was in an uproar upon hearing this. "Oh my! Mr. Shen is playing for real." It's well known that in the world of stone gambling, the key lies in that word gamble. Before the stones are truly revealed, it's all about luck. Even many experienced stone gambling experts occasionally make mistakes. Not to mention this old man. If he dares to agree, he might just lose a hand. However, Zhou Chen nodded and said, "No problem, we'll do as you say." With that said, the whole place erupted once again. Wow! Unexpectedly, this old man actually dares to agree. Is he not afraid to hold back? Seeing Zhou Chen agree, Mr. Shen nodded. "Good. No time to waste, let's have someone cut the stone now. I want to see if you can still be so confident after the stone is cut." At this moment, Zhou Chen stopped him again. "Wait, you haven't said what you'll do if I win." Mr. Shen was quite confident, "Same as you. But leaving one hand, do you have anything else to say? If not, then let's cut the stone." Watching Zhou Chen on the stage, Lin Ro couldn't help but sweat. It's inevitable for things to go wrong in the stone gambling business, let alone having all the stones turn out right. It's simply as difficult as reaching the sky. With Yi Bo's words, is he just bluffing or really that confident? On the side, Feng Qian also looked worried. not only about the outcome of this stone gambling, but also about Zhou Chen's safety. After all, Zhou Chen is his lifesaver. If anything goes wrong because of this stone gambling, how can he explain it? At this moment, Mr. Shin on the opposite side was quite pleased. He knew very well that it's impossible for anyone to guess right for 20 stones at once, and they have to be absolutely accurate. Even with machine scanning, it's impossible. Dare to show off in front of me, you just wait to lose a hand. Just then, a message came from the other side. The first one is out. Mr. Shin quickly looked over to the sound. He was eager to see Zhou Chen scared out of his wits. However, the next moment, his smug expression froze. At the same time, exclamations from the crowd rang out. It's Jade! Just like that old man said, it's I see Jade. What? Mr. Shen was a bit surprised. But then he thought, even a blind cat can occasionally catch a dead mouse, so he relaxed again. Besides, even the size has to be exactly the same. How could such a coincidence happen? Just as he was thinking this, another exclamation came from the other side. Oh my! The stone is cut, it's only half the size, and the cutting avoided most of the jade embryo. This time, Mr. Shin was truly unsettled. Looking at the perfectly cut jade material, he couldn't help but mutter, how could this happen? How did he really guess the size so accurately? But no matter what, this is only the first stone. There are still 19 more to go. And there's even one stone he identified as waste. He is definitely going to win this bet. He was about to take a deep breath and calm his mind. Suddenly, the voice came again from the other side. Another one is cut. It's really lotus seed jade. And it's unbelievably large. You can see the jade material with just a thin layer polished. These words choked him. He coughed several times, then looked over in astonishment. Cough, how come? Why did he guess the second one right too? Coincidence? But the probability of 2 consecutive coincidences, isn't that too low? Just as he was feeling uncertain, another voice came over. Another jade is out. Upon hearing this, he held his breath, while constantly chanting in his mind, he won't guess this time. He definitely won't guess this time. And the next moment, there was an exclamation, causing everyone to gasp. Wow, it's Dragon Stone Jade. Such a large Dragon Stone Jade. And it's really just like what that old man said, the size is completely identical, it's simply incredible. What's going on? Mr. Shin was completely unsettled now. 3 stones in a row turned out just as he said. Could it be that the ones below? As expected, the 4th, the 5th. All 20 stones were opened in a row, and they all turned out exactly as Zhou Chen said. Everyone present was stunned. They never expected that someone could be so precise in stone gambling to this extent. Mr. Shin was also completely unsettled, his face full of disbelief. How could this be? How can he guess so accurately? Wait, there's still one piece left. As long as he guesses wrong on that last piece of jade, then I win. With this in mind, he looked at the piece of jade full of cracks. Based on his judgment, this stone definitely wouldn't yield good jade. As the stone was lifted onto the cutting table, his heart also hung in suspense. When the first cut was made and the cut surface was revealed, he suddenly smiled. Indeed, all full of cracks. This piece of jade is ruined. Ha ha, now I've won. However, before he could revel in his victory for long, as the second cut was made, everyone gasped in shock at the cut surface. Wow! It's Old Pit Water Emperor Green. And the purity is extremely high, not a single crack inside. What? Mr. Shin suddenly looked over. On the second cut surface of the stone, smooth as a mirror, there wasn't a single crack, and the purity was extremely high, even transparent like a mirror. It was simply top-grade glass type. Seeing this scene, Mr. Shin felt his head buzzing. His expression turned ashen as he slumped to the ground, muttering to himself, how could this be? How could this be? Then, Zhou Chen spoke up. Young man, the stones have all been cut now. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Why, young man? Mr. Shin, upon being addressed as such, felt a bit strained again. I'm over 40, and you're calling me a young man? Are you going blind and can't see clearly? But if he's going blind, how the hell did he just see through those stones? He was about to retort when Zhou Chen continued. What about the promise to cut off a hand? How about you cut one now? You, Mr. Shin was left speechless. Cut off a hand? That was just a scare tactic. He didn't actually intend to do it. But now, in front of so many important figures, if he didn't keep his word, how would he face himself? Would others still respect him? Mr. Shin turned to look at Su Yuan for help, but Su Yuan's face was already grim. Zhou Chen's stone gambling skills were beyond doubt. He was a true master. Mr. Shin was no match for him. The outcome of this stone gambling was clear. Thinking of Mr. Shin's earlier confident boasting, Su Yuan snorted. Mr. Shin, you said it, now you have to do it. But you mustn't break your word. With that, he had a knife brought over. Staring at the knife, Mr. Shin was stunned for a long time. He glared resentfully at Su Yuan, then picked up the knife, pressed his hand on the table, and was about to strike down. Suddenly, he felt as if someone was holding the knife back. It stopped abruptly. Looking up, he saw Zhou Chen blocking him. Zhou Chen smiled. Young man, don't be impulsive, always talking about cutting off hands. Forget it, old man, I won't argue with you anymore. After all, we don't have much of a grudge, right? Hearing this, Mr. Shin knelt down with a thud, then tearfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir, for your generosity. If there's ever a need for my help, I will definitely not hesitate. Zhou Chen quickly helped him up. He refused to get up, so Zhou Chen suggested, Sir, I have a place in the east of the city that specializes in selling jade stones, called Xiongyu. Please do visit when you have the chance. I, Shin Yun, will surely show my gratitude. After some thought, Zhou Chen agreed. On the side, watching the situation finally come to an end, Feng Qian let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, no actual hand-cutting happened. If there had been bloodshed in public, it would have been unsightly for everyone. Besides, the old man's stone gambling skills were truly impressive. As for his claim of only gambling with 5 stones, that was probably just a joke, right? Oh, right, Su Yuan. Hey, you old rascal, I've got you now. Feng Qian went happily to find Su Yuan. When he saw Su Yuan's face turn pale, he became even more delighted. Vice President Su, according to their agreement, we have won the bet on our side. As for the 10 billion order, shouldn't you return it to its rightful owner? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's expression worsened. He had been preparing for that 10 billion order for a long time. If he handed it over directly, the loss could be up to billions. He was truly unwilling. However, with so many influential figures watching, if he refused to give it up, he might have trouble gaining support in the future. After much consideration, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Fine, the order is yours. Just be careful, don't overextend yourself. With that, Su Yuan left with his people. With the matter settled, Feng Qian was overjoyed to have won the order. Zhou Chen approached him. President Feng, everything has been resolved. Look at this reward. Feng Qian was in a great mood at that moment and waved his hand generously. Rest assured, the 1 million appearance fee I promised you earlier, plus all the gambling stone income, all belong to you. I won't take a single penny. And I want to host a banquet to thank you. Zhou Chen waved his hand. No need for a banquet, but there is something else I need to address. It's about why I was late. As Zhou Chen said this, he intentionally raised his voice so that those around could hear a bit. At the same time, he specifically looked towards Luo Xiao and Su Yuyan in the audience, making their hearts tense up. Could it be that he was going to expose them? It would be disastrous if Feng Qian found out they were trying to sabotage him. About why you were late. Feng Qian was also taken aback before remembering. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, I almost forgot in my excitement. Old man, go ahead and speak. Who has wronged you? I, Feng Qian, will not show mercy. Su Yuyan and Luo Xiao were even more frightened. Luo Xiao regretted deeply. Why did he impulsively go to check the situation at that time? He had thought that once the matter was over, he would become a prominent figure by Su Yuan's side and wouldn't fear Feng Qian's retaliation. But now, he hadn't become prominent, instead, he had fallen into disgrace. Why? It's like a clay Buddha crossing the river, hard to protect oneself. Su Yuyan was even more nervous, her palms sweating. She had more than just this matter, she had leverage in that old man's hands. If that old man got upset. However, Zhou Chen had a different plan. When the two of them were extremely anxious, Zhou Chen spoke slowly. Oh, nothing much, just encountered a young man with no foresight on the way, gave him a little lesson, that's all. Who would have thought, the lesson almost made me late, I'm truly sorry. Ha? Feng Qian was a bit puzzled. Just, for this reason? Not because of that cunning Su Yuan? Feng Qian felt like Zhou Chen had more to say, but since the other was his savior and he wasn't one to hold grudges, he didn't inquire further. Su Yuyan and Luo Xiao were both surprised and puzzled. Why did that old man suddenly let it go? Su Yuyan keenly sensed that the old man probably had ulterior motives, maybe harboring some ill intentions. Not long after, Zhou Chen approached them on his own. Luo Xiao, Miss Su, I hope you are well. Zhou Chen looked at them, smiling meaningfully. Luo Xiao understood that Zhou Chen was coming to hold them accountable. He had just not exposed them in public, but that didn't mean he had let it go. So he quickly apologized, Old man, I'm really sorry just now, please forgive us. You didn't expose our favor in front of President Feng, and we will remember it for a lifetime. On the side, Su Yuyan remained silent. Her eyes were filled with resentment, like a wronged little wife. It was unclear what she was thinking. Zhou Chen chuckled, hee, that's easy. Letting you off the hook is no problem. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao was thrilled, that's great. Hold on. Zhou Chen interrupted him. Luo Xiao froze in place, do you have any other orders? Zhou Chen smiled, I can let this go, but I've also suffered a bit. Shouldn't you compensate us? Luo Xiao immediately caught on, no problem. Absolutely no problem. Just tell me what compensation you want, and I won't say a word. Zhou Chen nodded, alright, but I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know about the compensation later. With that, he gestured to Su Yuyan to make a phone call discreetly. Su Yuyan, seeing this, instinctively recoiled. She appeared both aggrieved and indignant, seeming submissive yet unwilling. She understood Zhou Chen's intention very well. Despite being angry, she felt helpless. After Zhou Chen left, Su Yuyan suddenly received a text message. Upon reading it, her eyes widened. What? That old man said he'll let me off this time, but next time it has to be doubled? And it has to be done according to his request, with no objections. Su Yuyan was so frustrated she almost wanted to throw her phone. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao was still celebrating. It's fortunate they only seek money. If they asked for something else, we would be in trouble. We should be grateful for their generosity. In the future, we should be more submissive in front of him. Hearing this, Su Yuyan was even more furious. Asked for something else? Didn't he already get what he wanted a long time ago? He even booked the next time. And you still want to thank that old man? It's outrageous. Su Yuyan turned and walked away in anger. Seeing this, Luo Xiao hurried to catch up. Hey, Yuyan, why are you upset? It's not my fault, it's those useless underlings. After everything was settled, Zhou Chen went to find Lin Ro. On the other hand, Feng Qian was busy handling orders, leaving Lin Ro alone waiting for Zhou Chen. However, the wait was only a few minutes. When she saw Zhou Chen approaching, she hurried over and asked with concern, Uncle Li, where did you just go? Naturally, Zhou Chen wouldn't reveal the truth. He simply excused himself, saying he was worried that Su Yuan might cause trouble again. It might even be detrimental to Mr. Feng. So he went to check on the situation and only felt relieved when Su Yuan had completely left. Upon hearing this, Lin Ro nodded, Uncle Yi, you've been thoughtful. By the way, can I see your injuries? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was taken aback. Injuries? What injuries? It took him a few seconds to realize. He had almost forgotten about the fake whip marks on his body. Zhou Chen pretended to be a little weak, coughed deliberately, and said, It's nothing, you better not look. If it scares you, that wouldn't be good. However, Lin Ro insisted on seeing. Zhou Chen acted helpless and slowly removed his shirt. As Lin Ro saw the whip marks on his body, she covered her mouth in astonishment. How did this happen? Uncle Yi, your injuries are so severe, why didn't you tell Mr. Feng? Zhou Chen sighed, this is something I can't talk about. Everyone knows that Su Yuan must be behind this. Su Yuan is already at a loss this time. If we push him further on this matter, he might act recklessly, which could be detrimental to you, Mr. Feng. Moreover, even if we expose his deceit, we don't have enough evidence, and he might turn the tables on us. After careful consideration, I chose not to say anything, to avoid making it difficult for Mr. Feng. Lin Ro, convinced by Zhou Chen's explanation, nodded. That makes sense. At that moment, she seemed to remember something. Uncle Yi, shouldn't you get these injuries treated as soon as possible? If you need me, Lin Ro wanted to offer her help, but her modesty as a young girl held her back. Besides, judging by Yi Bo's appearance, it didn't seem that urgent, right? Maybe there was no need for that approach? Seeing this, Zhou Chen suddenly hesitated. Should I go? When did this girl become so proactive? But it seemed like she was still hesitating. Time was of the essence, he had to give her a push. Zhou Chen quickly came up with a plan. He smiled and waved his hand. This little injury on me is nothing to worry about. After going to the hospital later to apply some iodine and bandage it a bit, it should be fine. As he spoke, he suddenly paused. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ro panicked and supported Zhou Chen. Yi Bo, why are you coughing up blood? Didn't you just say it's nothing serious? Zhou Chen finished spitting blood and smiled bitterly. I probably got internal injuries from the beating just now, can't handle getting old. Lin Ro asked again, so what should we do now? Zhou Chen shrugged, don't worry, this little injury won't take my life. It might just leave some sequelae in the future. I'll just live a few years less. What? Sequelae? Lin Ro was stunned. Yi Bo was already old. If there were more sequelae, it would be. She hesitated for a moment, was about to speak directly, but felt embarrassed. In the end, she leaned close to Zhou Chen's ear and whispered something. Zhou Chen listened and pretended to be surprised. This can't be done. I made a big mistake last time. I can't let you make such a sacrifice again. Lin Ro's attitude was firm. Yibo, you got injured to help Uncle Feng. If there are sequelae, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life too. Zhou Chen repeatedly declined, while Lin Ro insisted. In the end, Zhou Chen pretended to have no choice. Girl, you're suffering for me again. Lin Ro blushed. It's nothing, it's what I should do. But, there are too many people here, we need to find a convenient place quickly. At least, where no one can see us. Zhou Chen suddenly thought of his seaside villa. I know a place. Shortly after, an Aston Martin drove into the Lingjiang district where the seaside villa was located. After confirming the identities of the people in the car, the security guard let them pass directly. However, he was also puzzled. Wasn't the girl the old man brought last time different? Maybe she was his other granddaughter? As the security guard watched Zhou Chen and the two drive away, he marveled at how many granddaughters the old man had. When they arrived, Lin Ro got out of the car. Looking at the seaside villa in front of her, she couldn't help but be surprised. Yibo, this seaside villa in Lingjiang district. Zhou Chen was quite familiar with this kind of reaction. After all, Lin Wanru had a similar reaction when she came last time. So, he explained with the same reason. Once inside, Zhou Chen pretended to be unsteady, and as if by accident, he held onto Lin Ro. Lin Ro, supporting Zhou Chen, became even more anxious than before. Yibo, hold on. I'll be with you. At this moment, Zhou Chen pretended to be weak and said, Girl, I feel like I have no strength now. Why don't you take the lead? Hearing this, Lin Ro was stunned. Me take the lead? But I have no experience. As she said this, she suddenly couldn't continue. If talking about experience, didn't she have it once before? And she also learned from Yibo. So this time should be possible too? Seeing Zhou Chen's condition seemingly worsening, Lin Ro didn't care about that anymore and said, Okay, Yibo, you must hold on. If there's anything I don't understand, you have to teach me well. Ding. Successfully engaged in deep communication with Lin Ro at a special location, lifespan plus 10 days. Lin Ro's favorability plus 5, current favorability 50, maximum value 100. Friendly reminder, when favorability reaches 60, a special reward will be unlocked. Looking at the increased lifespan and favorability, Zhou Chen was content. Lin Ro's favorability had already reached 50. Just 2 more interactions and it would reach 60, unlocking the special reward. Speaking of which, Lin Wanru's favorability stops increasing at 80. I wonder if raising Lin Ro's favorability to 80 will bring any changes. Just as Zhou Chen had this thought, the system prompt suddenly appeared again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering a hidden task. Raise the favorability of the Lin sisters to 80 simultaneously. Upon task completion, the favorability cap will be unlocked. After unlocking the favorability cap, there is a chance to agree to some extremely special requests. Seeing the system prompt, Zhou Chen was both surprised and delighted, especially about agreeing to special requests after unlocking the favorability cap. It made him start to daydream. If successful, could it be together? Since Lin Ro was too tired, the two of them stayed in the seaside villa for the night. The next morning, Zhou Chen got up early and made a bowl of nourishing soup for Lin Ro. After drinking the soup, Lin Ro felt warm both physically and mentally. However, since she hadn't taken a bath yesterday, Lin Ro decided to freshen up first. Zhou Chen nodded, realizing there were quite a few marks on his body that needed washing. Oh, you go ahead and freshen up. I'll go out for a walk. As the saying goes, 100 steps after a meal lead to a long life. Lin Ro nodded, then picked up a towel and blushed as she walked into the bathroom in small steps. Zhou Chen went out and strolled around the villa. Although he had been here before, he had been in a hurry to communicate and hadn't looked at the surroundings. This place is indeed nice, it has everything it should, and the environment is great. If I were to retire, living here would be quite nice. Moreover, it would be even better if I could bring them all here to live together. Zhou Chen fantasized about his future life while humming a tune. After completing a round, he returned to the villa's entrance. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Hey, Zhou, you're here again. Hearing the voice, Zhou Chen turned to look. It was his former colleague, security guard Xiao Li. Oh, now he wasn't a security guard anymore, he had become a gigolo. However, Zhou Chen didn't discriminate against living off women. After all, he had taken a shortcut to success, skipping the struggle phase. And wasn't he doing the same thing? Living off women was sweet. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Li approached. Zhou Chen widened his eyes at the sight of Xiaoli, who had become even thinner, with deeper eye sockets and a ghostly demeanor. He looked so weak, nothing like a young man. Seeing him like this, Zhou Chen hurriedly asked, Xiaoli, what's wrong with you? How did you end up like this? Xiaoli sighed, not everyone can live off women. Then he began to complain to Zhou Chen about how Mrs. Ding demanded a fixed number of interactions from him every day, about how he had to use some special things. Once, he even overheard Mrs. Ding and her friend talking about steel wool. This scared him so much that he pretended to be sick for several days. Only later did he find out it was just bought for the maid to scrub pots with. Sighing, he said, life is not easy. Zhou Chen also sighed, life is not easy. Xiaoli waved his hand, enough about me, tell me, Zhou, what have you been up to lately? Since you're here again, are you with that beauty from last time? Well, Zhou Chen was thinking about how to respond when a woman's voice came from beside him. Uncle Li, I'm done washing up, what's next? It was none other than the freshly washed Lin Ro. Although the clothes were already on, there was still a mist of moisture lingering on the body, making it quite eye-catching. When she saw someone next to Zhou Chen, she suddenly paused, then shyly and nervously closed the door. On Zhou Chen's side, there was a moment of silence. Xiaoli stared at Zhou Chen blankly, his eyes full of questions. It was as if he was asking, who is she? Old Zhou, don't you already have a beautiful wealthy wife? Why are you starting to keep a mistress now? At your age, can you handle 2 relationships at the same time? After a while, Zhou Chen cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, Xiaoli, I can see that you seem a bit weak, and coincidentally, I have a nourishing recipe here. It's also beneficial in that aspect, do you want it? Upon hearing this, Xiaoli immediately got excited. Really? Seeing Zhou Chen nod, he beamed with joy. Thank you so much, old Zhou. I will never forget your great kindness. Zhou Chen took out a piece of paper and casually copied the recipe for him. Xiaoli left cheerfully with the recipe in hand. On the way, he was grateful to have met Zhou Chen, but he also thought of the woman who had just come out of the house. I have to say, that woman is also exceptional. I never expected old Zhou, with his distinctive features, to be able to hide a mistress from his wealthy wife, especially one so beautiful. Old Zhou, you are truly my lifelong idol. Xiaoli vowed silently in his heart. Next time, he must take a picture of old Zhou and worship it at home. Maybe his own romantic luck will improve as well? On the road, Zhou Chen was driving his Aston Martin, with Lin Mei, who still had a blush on her face, in the car. Somehow, he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. Achoo! This made him somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Can I still catch a cold with my current constitution? Could someone be talking about me? Back at their residence, Zhou Chen and Lin Mei got out of the car. From a distance, they saw Lin Wanru standing at the door, seemingly waiting for the two of them. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, she walked up directly. Uncle, where did you two go last night? Why didn't you come home? She seemed a bit resentful. It was as if she was a neglected wife seeing her husband return late at night. It seemed to have a special taste to it. Oh, it looks like she was neglected yesterday, and now she's a bit unhappy? Should I make it up to her later? But for now, I have to smooth things over. Just as Zhou Chen was thinking about how to deceive her, Lin Ruo hurriedly explained, well, we stayed on the cruise ship last night because the stone gambling event ended too late. You know, Uncle Feng knows me, so it was his arrangement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Hey, he was still worrying about how to cover it up, but unexpectedly, Ruo answered first. It seems she has also grown a lot. His education and encouragement have indeed been effective. However, despite the growth, this reason was obviously not convincing to Lin Wanru. She looked at him with some doubt and asked, you stayed on a cruise ship overnight? Seeing this, Zhou Chen quickly helped to smooth things over, of course. Besides, I helped President Feng with such a big thing, so he should treat me to something, right? He even specially treated us to a big meal there. A big meal? Lin Wanru continued to ask. Zhou Chen continued to deceive, yes, you don't know how sumptuous President Feng's treat was. All kinds of delicacies were served, especially the fresh abalone, not only large but also tender and juicy, so delicious. You missed out by not going yesterday, it was a real loss. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lin Ruo suddenly remembered something. It seemed that Uncle Li was saying these strange things yesterday, and then, she couldn't help but blush. Lin Wanru seemed skeptical. She nodded and didn't say anything more. Lin Ruo felt relieved and went straight into the house. Just as Zhou Chen was about to enter the house, she was suddenly stopped by Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru then leaned in to smell her. Seeing her actions, Zhou Chen was a bit puzzled. What are you doing? Lin Wanru snorted, just checking if you have any special scent on you. Like the perfume of other women. This remark made Zhou Chen laugh. So, did you smell anything? Lin Wanru sniffed for a while and reluctantly said, no. Hearing this, Zhou Chen chuckled inwardly. Of course not. After all, Ro Yato never wore perfume, only a faint natural fragrance. As for Su Yuyen, it had been a day since they last met. She had taken a bath. It would be strange if there was a scent. Lin Wanru, this girl, who knows where she learned this from. But, this behavior was quite cute. Being jealous in this aspect showed that she indeed had feelings for him. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen gently embraced Lin Wanru. As a gentleman like me, how can you doubt me like this? It's really heart-wrenching. Lin Wanru leaned into his arms and stuck out her tongue. You are not a gentleman at all. How dare you slander me like this? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. Wait, we should go back inside first. Hey, I haven't even said how I will teach you. Why are you jumping to conclusions? What punishment do you think I have in mind? Alright, let's go inside now. A few days later, Feng Qian specially came to inform Zhou Chen that he had transferred the 10 million to his account. At the same time, the jade stones he had cut had been reserved by someone. The specific payment would be coming soon. In total, it would amount to around 20 to 30 million. After all, they were all high-quality jade materials, not to mention the imperial green piece. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. I see. Seeing him so calm, Feng Qian couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Most people wouldn't remain indifferent in the face of so much money. The old man can stay so composed. He must have transcended the materialistic desires. Truly a wise man. However, what he didn't know was that Zhou Chen was ecstatic inside. After calming his emotions, Zhou Chen spoke. President Feng, you didn't have to come in person for this matter. Just send a message, I wouldn't mind. Feng Qian waved his hand. No way. After all, you are my benefactor, and you have helped me greatly. It's only right for me to visit in person. And actually, I have another matter to discuss. As he was speaking, a girl suddenly popped out from behind Feng Qian. The girl was wearing a low-cut knitted top on top and tight jeans with ankle boots below. Her waist was partially exposed, showcasing her long legs. She looked both youthful and fashionable, exuding a vibrant and beautiful aura. With a sunny smile on her face, the girl greeted Zhou Chen. Hello, old man. Zhou Chen was a bit puzzled. President Feng, who is she? Feng Qian looked a bit embarrassed. She is my daughter, Feng Shuiying, who just returned from studying abroad the day before yesterday. As you know, she is very close to Linro, and as soon as she came back, she insisted on seeing Linro. So I brought her along. I see. Zhou Chen looked at Feng Shuiying again. Couldn't tell from her name, sounded quite gentle, but in reality, she was so lively. Yeah, when she just jumped out, certain parts were even livelier. Without delay, Zhou Chen turned around. Ro Yadu, your friend is here. Upon hearing the voice, Linro came out. As soon as she saw Feng Shuiying, she became happy. Shuiying. Feng Shuiying also smiled and went to meet her. Aro. The two girls met and happily embraced each other, then chattered away. Shuiying, why are you back? Is your study abroad over? Almost. Once I graduate, I can come back and go shopping with you every day. That's great. You have no idea, recently Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Feng Qian's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, his expression gradually turned serious. Alright, I got it. I'll be right there. Then he turned and said, Sir, I have something to attend to right now. You might need to trouble you. As he said this, his gaze shifted towards Feng Shuiying over there. Zhou Chen quickly understood his meaning. No problem. I'll help watch over, Feng, you can rest assured. Feng Qian nodded with a smile. Okay, if someone else came, I might not be as reassured, but with you, sir, I am at ease. On the other side, Feng Shuiying heard Feng Qian's words. She seemed a bit unhappy. Dad, why do you still treat me like a child? I'm already this old. I don't need someone watching over me. Zhou Chen silently agreed. Yes, she has indeed grown up, I can attest to that. Feng Qian then advised her not to go to dangerous places or do risky things. Seeing that she was getting annoyed, Feng Qian smiled and said, Alright, have fun with Lin Ro, I have something to attend to. With that, Feng Qian left directly. Later, Feng Shuiying chatted with Lin Ro for a while. She suddenly suggested, how about we go out and stroll on the street? I've been abroad for these years, I don't know what changes have happened in Dongling area. Lin Ro nodded, okay, let's go out for a walk. Then she turned to Zhou Chen, Uncle Li, why don't you come along too? Zhou Chen was about to reply when suddenly a divination result came to his mind. Bright flowers hidden in the willows. Could it mean that although deep communication is not possible, improving affinity is? He must follow along then. So he spoke up, sure, I also want to take a walk. I'll accompany you both for a stroll. On the bustling street, people were coming and going. Feng Shuiying and Lin Ro were strolling around together on this street. Both of them were beautiful women, attracting many eyes with their trendy outfits. Being a lively platform anchor and naturally vivacious, they didn't feel anything amiss and even enjoyed the attention. However, Feng Shuiying was concerned about one thing. "Ro, why did you let that old man follow us?" Feng Shuiying quietly pointed to Zhou Chen not far behind. Lin Ro explained, "Your dad just asked Uncle E to watch over us, right? If we didn't let Uncle E come, wouldn't he be in a dilemma?" But Feng Shuiying was a bit unhappy. "This is supposed to be a gathering for us two girls, having one more guy." Lin Ro smiled, "Don't worry, Uncle E is in his 80s, he can be considered our grandfather's generation. And he promised us to just follow from a distance, he won't overhear our conversation." "All right. You do make some sense," Feng Shuiying reluctantly agreed. However, even though she said it was fine, Feng Shuiying didn't really think so. She thought to herself, since the person following behind is an old man in his 80s, his legs must not be agile. So why not speed up and leave him behind? Then it wouldn't be her problem, after all, that old man wouldn't be able to keep up. With this in mind, Feng Shuiying spoke up, "Oh, I suddenly remembered a place, not sure if it has changed in these years. Shall we quickly go check it out?" Saying that, she grabbed Lin Ro's hand and quickened her pace. Lin Ro seemed surprised and quickly said, "Shuiying, why are you walking so fast? If we go too fast, what if Uncle E can't keep up?" Feng Shuiying chuckled to herself, "It's good if he can't keep up. Let's see how I can leave him behind." She watched as the two girls in front suddenly accelerated. Zhou Chen immediately saw through her intentions. This girl is really mischievous. It's not that easy to shake me off using this method. After all, my physical condition is at the level of a national athlete. When it comes to speed, I never back down. Feng Shuiying walked a long way with Lin Ro. Due to the fast pace, both of them started breathing a bit heavily. At that moment, Lin Ro asked, "Shuiying, where are we going? Why haven't we arrived after walking for so long?" Feng Shuiying explained, Maybe I got the directions wrong? Oh well, let's just continue walking." She felt pleased with herself. They had walked quite a distance, and they had deliberately walked fast. The old man should not be able to keep up, right? Just as she thought that, she subconsciously turned her head. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Not far away, an old man was leisurely walking towards them. It was none other than Zhou Chen. Feng Shuiying was stunned for a moment, thinking, "I couldn't shake off this old man? Am I not walking fast enough?" With these thoughts, she pulled Lin Ro again. "How about we go visit our alma mater? Let's reminisce about our school life." Well, I guess it's fine." Lin Ro was still a bit out of breath. As soon as she agreed, Feng Shuiying hurriedly pulled her along. They walked even faster than before. After a while, when they finally reached the entrance of their alma mater, Lin Ro was already panting heavily. "Shuiying, you walk too fast." "Oh, it's just that you lack exercise, you should increase your physical activity." Feng Shuiying was still in good shape, just a little sweaty. After all, she was on the track team at school. Although she never won any awards, her physical fitness was there. While helping Lin Ro catch her breath, she looked around proudly. She thought to herself, now that old man surely can't keep up, right? Even Lin Ro is panting. He definitely wouldn't make it. However, just as she felt triumphant for a few seconds, a figure with white hair suddenly appeared in her sight. Staring at the familiar figure, Feng Shuiying was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Why can he still keep up? Not far behind, Zhou Chen saw the two girls. He muttered to himself, "This girl walks pretty fast. She can make me use nearly half of my speed to keep up, really. The younger generation is formidable." Feng Shuiying looked at Zhou Chen, feeling both surprised and puzzled. She just couldn't understand. How could an old man in his 80s have such good stamina? "I refuse to believe I can't shake him off." With that in mind, she pulled Lin Ro again and started walking briskly ahead. Lin Ro, being dragged along, was full of question marks. "Shuiying, weren't we going to visit our alma mater? Why are we walking straight ahead?" Feng Shuiying explained, I suddenly remembered there's a more important place to go. Let's go there first." "Okay, but you're walking too fast." "Oh, if we're late, we might miss it." The two of them walked like this for almost half an hour. Lin Ro was so tired that she could barely walk. Even Feng Shuiying herself was a bit out of breath, with sweat drenching her body. Her clothes clung to her, outlining graceful curves that caught people's attention. Shuiying, I can't walk anymore, can we sit down and rest for a while?" Lin Ro's pleading voice reached her. Feng Shuiying thought to herself, I should have shaken him off by now, right? So, she said to Lin Ro, "Alright, let's sit down and rest for a while." Lin Ro nodded and then sat on a bench by the sidewalk to rest. Feng Shuiying looked around, confirming whether Zhou Chen was following her. After scanning the area and not finding any trace of Zhou Chen, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she couldn't shake him off, then she would. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure. She turned abruptly, eyes widening in surprise. How is this possible? In her line of sight was Zhou Chen, walking leisurely behind with a gentle expression. He seemed to be moving slowly, yet somehow keeping pace with Feng Shuiying and the others. This puzzled Feng Shuiying greatly. No, I must shake him off. With this thought in mind, she tried to pull Lin Ro along. But after just a few steps, she twisted her foot, a sharp pain shooting through her brain. Gasping in pain, she couldn't speak. Lin Ro, seeing this, exclaimed, Shuiying? What's wrong? Did you twist your foot? Feng Shuiying, unable to articulate the pain, simply nodded. Lin Ro quickly helped her sit down and then called Zhou Chen over. Seeing Feng Shuiying clutching her ankle in pain, Zhou Chen immediately understood the situation. Her foot is twisted? He confirmed. Lin Ro nodded. Ibo, can you help her? Zhou Chen nodded, then gently removed her shoe and sock, carefully examining the injury. The ankle is swollen. We need to realign the dislocated joint first. It might hurt a bit, so bear with me. Feng Shuiying, unable to speak due to the pain, was about to nod in agreement when Zhou Chen applied force. Crack! Feng Shuiying cried out in pain. Then she exclaimed to Zhou Chen, You hurt me. Zhou Chen replied, pain is inevitable. If we don't realign the joint soon, the pain will only get worse. Check if it still hurts now? Feng Shuiying, refocusing on her ankle, said, It seems. It's not as painful now? Zhou Chen smiled, That's good. Walk slower next time to avoid mishaps. I'm curious, why were you intentionally walking so fast? It's like you were avoiding me? I. Feng Shuiying couldn't find the words and turned away slightly in a huff. Zhou Chen didn't press further, instead suggesting he would go buy some ice water nearby to apply to her ankle and wait for the swelling to go down before continuing. Lin Ro nodded, watching Zhou Chen leave. Feng Shuiying then looked back at Zhou Chen, her gaze now tinged with curiosity. This old man not only walked fast but also knew how to treat a twisted ankle? He seemed quite extraordinary. As they were in a remote area with no decent convenience stores around, Zhou Chen searched for a while before finally finding one. After buying the ice water, he hurried back. However, on his return, he noticed two young men suddenly approaching the two girls. One tall and one short, they seemed like troublemakers, possibly bothering the girls. Zhou Chen frowned and quickened his pace. As he got closer, he could hear their conversation. The taller one with a smile said, Beauty, is your friend injured? Let us help you. Lin Ro, unsure of their intentions, politely declined, No need, we can handle it ourselves. The tall one persisted, Look at your friend, her ankle is swollen. The shorter one chimed in, with a fake smile, Yeah, as a girl, you might not have enough strength to support her, right? Tell us where you're going, we have a car. Lin Ro looked uncomfortable, waving her hand to refuse, Really, there's no need. We've sent someone to buy ice water, just a little ice pack will do. The tall one persisted, Miss, we're not bad people, just trying to help you out and maybe treat you to a meal. There's a high-end restaurant nearby, why don't we go check it out together? However, no matter how eloquently they spoke, Lin Ro's answer remained a firm no. Yet, even after being rejected several times, they wouldn't give up. Miss, don't be like this. Just give us face, let's have a meal together. Yeah, we're not bad people. Feng Shuiying, on the side, couldn't take it anymore. So, she spoke up directly. You guys are so annoying, didn't you hear us say no? Why do you keep pestering us, acting like street thugs, and still have the nerve to come and chat us up? The short one got defensive, The tall one patted his shoulder, Calm down, let me handle this. Then, he turned to Feng Shuiying, Miss, your words just now were quite hurtful, my friend was offended by you. If you agree to have a meal with us, we'll let this go. If you don't. As he spoke, he smirked, Then don't think about leaving. Hearing this, the two girls suddenly felt a bit scared. Looking around, there were hardly any people nearby. If something were to happen. At the thought, Feng Shuiying's breathing became anxious. Just then, an elderly yet vigorous voice came, Girls, I've brought back the ice water. Feng Shuiying turned to see it was Zhou Chen. Lin Ro seemed to see a savior and exclaimed, Uncle Li. The two men thought someone else had arrived. Startled, they looked around. But seeing it was just an old man, they both sneered in disdain. Zhou Chen walked over slowly, pretending not to know. What's wrong? Did you encounter some trouble? Lin Ro didn't want to provoke the two men further, so she shook her head, Nothing's wrong. It's getting late, we should head back too. With that, she kept signaling Feng Shuiying repeatedly. Feng Shuiying was also a bit scared. So, she nodded, Yes, let's go back. Zhou Chen acted as if he didn't see the two men. Alright, you hold on to this ice water first, I've put it in a bag and also brought back a bandage roll. After wrapping it, let Ro support you, remember, don't put weight on that foot until the swelling goes down. Linro nodded, quickly helping Feng Shuiying secure the ice pack. Then, she was about to help Feng Shuiying leave. However, just as they were about to go, the two men quickly blocked their way. You think we don't exist? Letting you all just leave like that. Zhou Chen stepped in front of the two girls. What's the matter? The tall one raised his eyebrows arrogantly. That girl insulted us, and you think she can just walk away? No way. Either those two girls have dinner with us tonight, or they won't be leaving. Hearing this, the two girls were terrified. Zhou Chen's expression turned cold. Are you planning to use force? Let me tell you, old man, I am a successor of the Huan Yuan Thunder Tai Chi. Easily defeated a 200-pound foreign strongman back in the day. If you want to fight me, you're not qualified enough. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the two men exchanged a glance. Then, they burst out laughing. Successor of the Huan Yuan Thunder Tai Chi? Don't make me laugh my teeth off. Didn't expect to meet a martial arts master today. Wonder if his last name is Ma. After laughing, they pointed at Zhou Chen. Old man, I advise you not to meddle in this, or you'll regret it. The other one chimed in. That's right, with your old bones, 10 of you wouldn't be enough for us to handle. Hurry up and get out of our way. Don't block the path. Zhou Chen stood his ground. What if I say no? Watching Zhou Chen being targeted by those two people, Feng Shuiying felt anxious. She grabbed Lin Ro in a hurry and asked, Ro, what should we do if Uncle Yi gets hurt by those two? However, Lin Ro remained calm. After all, she had witnessed Zhou Chen's skills before. So she comforted, it's okay, Uncle Yi can handle this little matter. Feng Shuiying was still worried, but if those two people get physical, won't Uncle be at a disadvantage? He's in his 80s, how could he be a match for those two? Lin Ro seemed unconcerned. Don't worry, Uncle Yi is amazing. Listening to her tone, it seemed she had full confidence in Zhou Chen. Feng Shuiying, however, remained full of doubts. Amazing? This old man in his 80s, frail and elderly, how amazing could he be? The two ruffians on the other side were thinking the same. So when they heard Zhou Chen refusing to compromise, they found it amusing. Ah, you old fool, don't you have eyes? Bro, don't waste time with him, one slap and he'll behave. The tall one then looked at Zhou Chen and said with a smile, hey, we are all civilized people, how can we resort to violence so easily? Before he finished speaking, he swiftly raised his hand and aimed a blow at Zhou Chen's face. The short one saw Zhou Chen about to be hit and smirked inwardly. Old fool, you don't know what's good for you, daring to interfere with us. A slap to wake you up. However, the next moment, a loud bang was heard, followed by a muffled groan. In front of everyone, the tall one was suddenly sent flying, rolling several meters before coming to a stop. The short one, who was feeling smug, was left dumbfounded. What? What just happened? Wasn't it the tall one who made the first move to hit the old man? How come he ended up flying out himself? The tall one clutching his stomach on the ground, writhing in pain. Although he had seen everything clearly just now, he still couldn't believe his eyes. That old man kicked me away before I could even make a move? I didn't even see his action clearly. Could this be the skill an old man possesses? Behind them, Feng Shuiying also widened her eyes. She had thought Zhou Chen was going to be knocked down by those two people. Unexpectedly, it was the street ruffian who fell, and he was sent flying. Was she mistaken? What on earth was happening? Nearby, the tall one struggled to get up, but every time he tried, his legs gave out, and he fell back to the ground. It seemed like the kick had knocked the wind out of him, leaving him powerless. The short one, seeing his companion's state, was even more terrified. Due to his height, the kick his companion received landed on his stomach. If it were him, wouldn't it hit his chest? Would he survive that? Just as he was filled with uncertainty, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Startled, he mechanically turned his head. He saw Zhou Chen, with a kind smile, saying, "Young man, do you have any other business? If not, could you step aside?" The short one looked at Zhou Chen, feeling a lump in his throat. He felt like Zhou Chen was like a fierce demon now, capable of taking his life with a single move. So, he stood frozen in place. It wasn't until Zhou Chen tapped his shoulder again that he snapped out of it. "I think we can leave now, right?" Zhou Chen asked again, his expression still gentle. But to the short one, it seemed like a demon. He quickly smiled apologetically and stammered, you guys, please, feel free. I have no objections." Zhou Chen nodded, then waved to the two girls behind him. Seeing this, Linro quickly helped Feng Shuiying to avoid the person and followed Zhou Chen away from there. The short street rascal dared to move and hurried over to help the tall guy up. "Brother, are you okay? Is it serious?" The tall guy was still holding his stomach, and when he heard the question, he rolled his eyes directly. "Nonsense, do I look fine to you? That old man's kick was too harsh, it knocked the wind out of me." So, what should we do now? What else can we do? Hurry and help me back. Upon hearing this, the short guy quickly tried to assist him out of there. However, the moment he tried to help, the tall guy cried out in pain. The short guy panicked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" After a while, the tall guy managed to say, "Damn, it feels like I broke my tailbone. Quick, help me to the hospital to get it checked." Back to Jo-chan and the others. On the way, Feng Shuiying kept watching Jo-chan walking ahead, wondering what was on her mind. Sensing her curiosity, Lin-ro smiled and asked her, "Shuiying, what are you looking at? Are you watching Yi-bo?" Feng Shuiying hesitated. What? I'm just a bit curious about who he really is. He's over 80 years old and still has such great skills. To be able to kick a young man out like that?" Lin-ro chuckled. "What's so surprising about that? Yi-bo's real skills are much more impressive." She then recounted how Jo-chan had saved her before to Feng Shuiying. When she heard about Jo-chan single-handedly defeating several armed thugs, Feng Shuiying was astonished. He took down several knife-wielding thugs by himself? That's incredible. And not only that, he even kicked the knife out of a thief's hand and saved a young man. Wow, could he be a martial arts master? I'm not sure about that, but he seems to come from a family with a background in medicine and martial arts, so his skills are not surprising. This old man seems so mysterious. Feng Shuiying's gaze towards Jo-chan became even more curious. After a while, the three of them finally made it back home. Feng Shuiying had twisted her foot, so she was asked to rest on the sofa. Lin-ro continued chatting with her. "Shuiying, why do you seem to be rubbing your waist all the time? Didn't you twist your foot?" Feng Shuiying sighed. I don't know why, but my back has been uncomfortable for the past 6 months. It feels like needles when I walk too much." "That's serious?" Lin-ro was surprised. She thought for a moment, why not let Yi-bo take a look at it? Let him look at me? Feng Shuiying was puzzled. Lin-ro nodded. "Yes, didn't I tell you earlier? Yi-bo comes from a family with a background in medicine and martial arts. He can also treat illnesses. I had a sore shoulder before, and he fixed it for me." "Is that so?" Feng Shuiying pondered for a moment, then, "Let him help me take a look." After getting approval, Lin-ro called Jo-chan over. Upon learning the situation, Jo-chan nodded. "This is because your pelvis is misaligned, causing a deviation in your body's overall coordination. If left untreated, it could lead to deformity or paralysis in the long run." Upon hearing this, Feng Shuiying became anxious. "What? Paralysis? Is it that serious?" Jo-chan nodded again. "Issues with the bones are no small matter. So, is there a way to treat it?" "There is. I have a set of ancestral massage techniques that can help correct it, but..." At this point, Jo-chan suddenly paused, seeming hesitant. Feng Shuiying, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "But what? Please tell me, old man." Jo-chan then continued, "But this massage technique is quite special. I don't know if you can accept it." "Special technique?" Feng Shuiying was puzzled. So, Jo-chan explained, "As you know, your pelvis is misaligned, so the massage will have to focus on this area. But in doing so, we might touch upon some rather sensitive areas, like, I'm not sure if you can accept it, that's why I asked." Upon hearing Jo-chan's words, Feng Shuiying was stunned. Touch upon those areas? Just the thought of that scenario made her hesitate. After all, she was still a sheltered young lady, so it was normal for her to be averse to such matters. Should I just forget about it? Just as she was starting to retreat, a sudden wave of pain struck her waist again. It made her gasp for breath, feeling so uncomfortable that tears welled up in her eyes. "What's wrong? Why is it getting more unbearable?" Jo-chan explained, "I suspect the condition has worsened, and such situations will likely recur in the future. Until your lumbar spine issues become severe, making it difficult to bend, ultimately leading to paralysis. Judging by the situation, it probably won't be long before it becomes incurable." "What?" Feng Shuiying was completely dumbfounded. The thought of being paralyzed in the future made her panic, but to accept such a thing. As she thought about it, she remained somewhat indecisive. At that moment, Lin-ro spoke up. "Shuiying, don't hesitate anymore, let Uncle Yi help you with the treatment. If you don't treat it promptly, it will be too late once you're paralyzed." Hearing Lin-ro's firm words, Feng Shuiying wavered. She bit her lip lightly and asked, "How long until it becomes incurable?" Jo-chan stroked his chin. "Based on my estimation, at most 3 to 5 years, or even less than a year." "Less than a year?" Feng Shuiying was completely convinced now. She kept persuading herself, "There's no other way, I just don't want to be paralyzed. Besides, he's just an old uncle, different from other men, so it shouldn't be a big deal, right?" After a fierce internal struggle, she finally nodded. "All right then, I'll rely on you, Uncle Yi." "Good." Jo-chan rolled up his sleeves and began the massage. After a while, the massage ended. Zhou Chen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead as he patted Feng Shuiying's back. Alright, the massage is over. Feng Shuiying's face was flushed red as she buried her head in the sofa cushion. Like an ostrich, she didn't dare to show her face. Why? It was all because of the massage just now. Just as Zhou Chen had said, during the massage, it was inevitable to touch upon some areas, making Feng Shuiying blush. Most importantly, she actually felt a special sensation. It made her feel so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Until Zhou Chen reminded her again, "Girl, stop being an ostrich, the massage is done, check if your waist still feels uncomfortable." Hearing this, Feng Shuiying raised her head. After feeling her waist, she exclaimed in surprise, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Uncle, your massage technique is simply amazing," Zhou Chen proudly said. "I come from a family of medical practitioners. This little technique is nothing to boast about." Feng Shuiying also smiled. "I really don't know how to thank you enough." Zhou Chen's lips curled up, hinting at something in his words. "No need for thanks, just remember to slow down when you go out in the future. I'm getting old, not as agile on my feet." Hearing this, Feng Shuiying shyly lowered her head. "Got it. I'll pay attention next time." However, she silently complained in her heart, "You old uncle, you may look slow, but you're faster than me. Where's the lack of agility in your feet?" Soon, Feng Qian came over after finishing his work. Upon learning that Feng Shuiying had sprained her foot, Feng Qian couldn't help but lecture her. "You, girl, why can't you even walk properly? I've told you so many times, pay attention to safety, safety comes first." Feng Shuiying turned her head away, her cheeks puffed up. "It was just an accident, what's the big deal?" Feng Qianzhang wanted to say something more. Suddenly, he remembered that there were outsiders present. So he looked up at Zhou Chen and the others, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Sorry, old man, for making you laugh." Zhou Chen waved his hand. "It's nothing, young girls can be a bit willful, it's normal." Feng Qianzhang smiled bitterly and exchanged a few words with Zhou Chen. Then, he turned to Feng Shuiying. "Well, it's time to go back. You've been abroad for so long, your mother really wants to see you. To welcome you back, your mother has prepared a table full of delicious dishes." "Really?" Feng Shuiying's eyes lit up. Seeing Feng Qianzheng nod, she quickly greeted Lin Ro and made plans to meet again in a few days. Feng Qianzheng then left with Feng Shuiying. On the way, Feng Shuiying asked about Zhou Chen. Feng Qianzheng didn't hold back and told her all about Zhou Chen's deeds. After hearing it, her eyes widened. "What? You mean that old man can gamble on stones, and he can guess 20 stones correctly in one go without any mistakes? And he also saved your father's life? Is he that amazing?" Feng Qianzheng nodded. "Indeed. So, in the future, show some respect to the old man, don't be disrespectful." "Oh, I see," Feng Shuiying absent-mindedly replied. Her thoughts were always on Zhou Chen. Who exactly is this old man? How come he seems to know everything? And when he dealt with those two street rascals before, his movements were smooth and even a bit handsome. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen received a system prompt. Ding! Feng Shuiying's favorability +5, current favorability 15, maximum 100. Zhou Chen calmly closed the prompt. At the moment, he was busy giving Lin Ro a massage too. There was no other reason. She felt her shoulders were a bit sore again. Looking at the elegant curves on the sofa, Zhou Chen sighed again. With such weight, how could it not be sore? After massaging her shoulders for a while, Lin Ro suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Yibo, do you remember the beauty treatment technique you mentioned before? Since you're massaging now, why not? Please give me a massage using that technique again?" Saying this, Lin Ro blushed a bit. Thinking about it made her feel a bit embarrassed, so she lowered her head. Zhou Chen naturally agreed to her request. "No problem, but I have to remind you again, that technique may touch some special areas. You should be okay with that, right?" Lin Ro blushed and nodded. "I'm fine with it." Then, Zhou Chen rolled up his sleeves. "Alright, I'll start now." Ding! Lin Ro's favorability +5, current favorability 55, maximum 100. Friendly reminder, when favorability reaches 60, special rewards will be unlocked. Seeing the system prompt, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just one more increase in favorability, and he could receive special rewards. After the massage, Lin Ro quickly found an excuse to go inside and take a shower. Zhou Chen sat in the living room watching TV. After a while, Lin Wanru returned home from work. Seeing only Zhou Chen in the living room, she was a bit puzzled. "Old man, where's my sister?" Zhou Chen looked up. "Oh, she's taking a shower." "Shower?" Lin Wanru was a bit puzzled. "It's not even evening yet." She then looked at the sofa and saw water stains again. "Did you spill water on the sofa again?" Zhou Chen turned to look, seemed a bit stunned, then smiled apologetically. "Oh, sorry about that. I'll get a cloth to wipe it off later." "It's okay, it's just a bit of water, I'm just a bit curious, Lin Wanru said. After all, she wasn't the kind of person who nitpicked. However, before going back to her room, she glanced at the spot again and muttered to herself, how come I've noticed watermarks on the sofa several times? Is it just my imagination? The next day, an unexpected guest arrived at the doorstep. It was Zhang Pang, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Not only did he bring some valuable small gifts for Lin Ro, but he also brought a proposal regarding the upcoming live broadcast content. He enthusiastically suggested, Lin Ro, I've noticed that haunted house live streams are quite popular lately, why don't we try one as well? Many other streamers on the same platform are gaining followers through haunted house live streams, we shouldn't miss out. Upon hearing this, Lin Ro seemed somewhat interested. That could work, at least it's safer than our previous adventures in deserted villages. However, if we just livestream a haunted house that others have visited, the effect might not be that great, don't you think? Hearing this, Zhang Peng smirked. Don't worry, I've already found the perfect place. With that, he opened his phone's map and pointed out the location to Lin Ro. There's a newly built amusement park in the south of the city, and inside, there's a large-scale real haunted house. And because it's newly opened, no one has visited it yet. I see. Lin Ro pondered for a moment. Alright, let's go there for the live stream. Upon hearing Lin Ro's agreement, Zhang Peng beamed with joy. Great, just wait a moment, I'll make the arrangements. With that, he went to make a phone call. After all, in general, filming inside haunted houses is not allowed. To livestream, they needed the other party's consent, hence the need for prior contact. However, this was not a difficult task for Zhang Peng, given his connections as a member of the prestigious Zheng family in the capital city. Before long, Zhang Peng had successfully contacted the owner of the haunted house. Then, he gestured, everything's settled. No time to waste, let's head over. Lin Ro nodded, then suddenly remembered something and called out to her sister, Lin Wanru. Upon hearing about the haunted house visit, Lin Wanru shook her head vigorously. I'm not going. Sis, you know I've always been afraid of the dark and those unclean things. Lin Ro continued to persuade, I'm scared too, but isn't that immersive feeling exciting? Why don't you come with us and give it a try? However, no matter how much Lin Ro tried to convince her, Lin Wanru remained too scared. This made Zhou Chen contemplate, I never thought Wanru would be afraid of the dark. Should we use this to our advantage? Seeing Lin Wanru's reluctance, Lin Ro finally sighed. Alright, I won't force you, we're heading out. Okay, come back early in the evening. Lin Wanru breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the amusement park. The park was indeed bustling with people. The queue at the entrance formed a long line. Zhang Peng had been waiting in line for a long time and still couldn't get in. Seeing the long line ahead, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. However, it wasn't just the queue that made him frustrated. There was also someone beside him. He turned around and saw an elderly figure. It was Zhou Chen. Seeing Zhou Chen approaching, Zhang Peng couldn't help but sigh. He had initially planned to use the haunted house as an opportunity to bond with Lin Ro. Just imagine, a haunted house is pitch black, which naturally makes people nervous. Occasionally, staff dressed as ghosts and various mechanisms would jump out to scare people. A delicate girl like Lin Ro would surely be frightened. And when she's scared, what would she most likely do? Of course, she would cling to the person next to her. Then he could comfort her, creating a bridge of emotions, and their relationship would naturally deepen, right? Unfortunately, plans never go as expected. With these thoughts in mind, he glanced at Zhou Chen again and let out another sigh. Zhou Chen, seeing Zhang Peng sigh, couldn't help but smile inwardly. Did he not know what Zhang Peng was thinking? But how could he miss such a great opportunity to strengthen their bond? Sorry, young man. This old man is going to intercept. Due to the long wait in line, Zhang Peng was extremely bored. He had wanted to chat with Lin Ro. However, Zhou Chen said the sun was too strong at the moment and he was worried about Lin Ro getting sunburned, so he asked her to wait in a shaded area. By the time they reached the front of the line, she could join them. This resulted in the current situation with only Zhang Peng and Zhou Chen there, making Zhang Peng even more frustrated. To pass the time, he had no choice but to chat with Zhou Chen here and there. As they chatted, they brought up the stone gambling event from last time. Zhou Chen asked him, speaking of which, I heard from Ro that young Master Zhang didn't receive an invitation to the last stone gambling event? Zhang Peng, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled, yes, indeed, I didn't receive an invitation. Well, my family's influence is mainly in the capital. I'm just here in the southern province for fun, so it's normal not to be invited, right? Oh, I see, Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention. Feeling like he had brushed it off, Zhang Peng breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off discreetly. In reality, that day he had gone to a club with a friend. He couldn't let Uncle E find out about it. Otherwise, his image in front of Lin Ro would be ruined. After waiting a while, it was finally their turn. Zheng Peng quickly went to call Lin Ro over, and the three of them entered the amusement park together. Once inside, they headed straight to the haunted house. However, they unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance there, Yi Nancheng. But for some reason, he was helping out in the haunted house. Zhou Chen didn't recognize him at first. When he did, his eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. Oh my, why is the Dragon King here too? Does this mean something is going to happen next? Wait, does this mean I can also intervene? On the other side, Yi Nancheng also recognized a few people. As soon as he saw Lin Ro, he immediately walked up to her, showing a sunny smile. Sister Lin Ro, why are you here? Lin Ro politely greeted him, while Zhang Peng felt even more frustrated. Having an old man following them was already annoying enough, and now they had encountered a pretty boy. Is he deliberately trying to provoke me? Meanwhile, Lin Ro asked Yi Nancheng why he was there. Yi Nancheng smiled and said, "Oh, a friend of mine has taken over this place. Isn't it closed today? They were short-staffed, so they called me over to help out and greet the visitors." Hearing this, Zheng Peng somewhat disdainfully remarked, just working here, right? What's all this talk about helping out? We don't look down on you." With that said, Yi Nancheng's brow furrowed. The two started to exchange barbs, both overtly and covertly. Zhou Chen was enjoying the show and even thought about grabbing some melon seeds to snack on while watching. However, Lin Ro couldn't bear to watch any longer. Just as she was about to intervene, a trembling figure suddenly approached from the side. Zhou Chen was watching with amusement, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the newcomer. After seeing the truth, he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "Oh my, the world is vast." It was a woman, looking quite mature. Although dressed loosely, she exuded charm. She wore flesh-colored stockings with round-toed high-heeled lace-up shoes, enhancing her beauty. The woman seemed to know Yi Nancheng and asked, "Xiao Yi, what's going on here?" Yi Nancheng's expression brightened upon seeing her, Sister Lu. Through their conversation, they learned that Sister Lu was the owner of this amusement park. Yi Nancheng was indeed invited by her to help out, just starting today. Seeing that Yi Nancheng seemed to know Lin Ro and the others, Sister Lu said with a smile, "Are these your friends? Then go and play with them for a while." Yi Nancheng wanted to decline, but Sister Lu patted his shoulder. "Xiao Yi, it's okay, the park is still manageable right now, so go and have fun with your friends first." They seemed to be very familiar with each other. With that said, Yi Nancheng agreed. Lin Ro also said, "Great, we were just about to go to the haunted house. If you'd like, you can come with us too?" Yi Nancheng naturally agreed directly. On the side, Zheng Peng was full of question marks, looking utterly confused. Not only was there an old man added, but now Yi Nancheng was also joining in? Would this trip of his still go smoothly? Meanwhile, Zhou Chen received a system prompt. Ding! Suitable target found, Lu Qian, second daughter of the Lu family, the future confidant of the Dragon King. New system task released, conquer Lu Qian within 3 months. Upon completion of the task, valuable rewards will be obtained. Seeing the system prompt, Zhou Chen rubbed his chin. He hadn't expected another task from the system. Conquer Lu Qian within 3 months? Lu Qian should be the name of Sister Lu, right? He hadn't expected her to have such a close relationship with Yi Nancheng, possibly even becoming his confidant in the future. However, since the system had issued the task, he had no choice but to comply. He must intercept. But since he had no interaction with her at the moment, he couldn't rush it. He had to wait and see if there would be an opportunity later on. "Yi Bo, why aren't you coming?" With this call, Zhou Chen snapped back to reality, only to see Lin Ro and the others had already walked quite a distance ahead. Seeing Zhou Chen hadn't caught up, Lin Ro turned back to call out to him. Understanding the situation, Zhou Chen replied loudly, "Oh, coming." Then, he followed suit. Since there was no suitable opportunity at the moment, it was better to deal with the current situation first. For example, using the opportunity of exploring the haunted house to improve their relationship. Arriving at the entrance of the haunted house, the posters and ghost faces at the entrance were quite frightening. Many people chose to walk around from a distance without looking back. Of course, there were also many who came out of curiosity. Since they had contacted beforehand, the staff had already reserved numbers for them, allowing them to enter directly upon arrival. However, when the staff saw Zhou Chen, they shook their heads directly, not allowing him to enter. "Sorry, old man, you're too old, maybe it's better not to go in?" Zhou Chen was puzzled. "What's wrong? Why can't I go in?" The staff explained, "Oh, we don't really want to, but you're too old. If you get scared inside and something happens, what should we do?" Hearing this, Zheng Peng also chimed in. "Hey, Wasn't this a perfect way to get rid of the old man? Finally caught a break. So, he also persuaded, yeah, what they said makes sense. Bo, why don't you wait outside? However, Jo-chin patted his chest, don't worry, old man, I'm still in good shape. It's you guys who should be careful not to get scared by me. Hearing this, the staff chuckled. Oh, this old man not only had a big heart but also oozed confidence. The staff inside the haunted house had employee passages, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, which was why it was so scary. Moreover, they could control the timing freely. The initiative was all on their side of the haunted house. Could this old man scare them? Oh, it was actually possible. If he got scared and had a stroke inside, that would be truly frightening. The staff continued to persuade, but Jo-chan refused to compromise. After a brief standoff, Sister Lu heard the commotion and rushed over, resolving the situation. Sir, do you also want to go in and play? I can, but I need to sign a liability waiver first, after all, you're quite old. Sister Lu's tone sounded a bit hesitant. Jo-chan nodded, no problem. If anything happens, I won't hold you responsible. With that said, the staff finally agreed. After signing the agreement, with Zhang Peng looking disappointed, the four of them entered the large haunted house together. The haunted house was themed around an abandoned hospital, so the interior was designed to resemble a hospital. It just had a lot more fake blood and some equipment stained with fake blood. Looking at everything, Jo-chan couldn't help but nod, well done. On the side, Zheng Peng and Lin Ro each held a head-mounted camera filming, while the water friends were also on edge. Wow, the setup here looks so real. It's like watching a first-person horror movie. Ro, don't be afraid, come to my arms. Yi Nancheng followed behind Lin Ro with a smile, seeming to have some thoughts of his own. Guided by a few people, they arrived at an abandoned ward. The task this time was to find something. Zheng Peng didn't hesitate and immediately started searching inside. However, just as he was searching, the door behind him suddenly slammed shut, trapping him inside. Zheng Peng was startled, oh no, why is the door closed? Then, a dark shadow flashed by. Zheng Peng's terrified scream echoed in the room, ah. The three outside also heard Zheng Peng scream. Yi Nancheng was about to say something when there was another loud bang. Yi Nancheng turned around to find himself also locked in, unable to help but smile wryly. In the corridor, only Zhou Chan and Lin Ro remained. Looking at the dim corridor, Lin Ro was a bit nervous. Ebo, can you stay close to me? I'm a little scared. Zhou Chen patted his chest, don't worry, Ro, I'll protect you. Of course, while protecting her, he might as well increase his favorability. It wouldn't hurt, right? Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lin Ro nodded. However, even so, she was still very scared. After all, this place was so dim, and she didn't know where an NPC might suddenly appear to scare them. The experience just now made Lin Ro feel that something was off everywhere she looked, like a frightened little animal. She stuck close to Zhou Chen, not even caring if she was getting too close. As a result, Zhou Chen could clearly feel the sensation on his arm, almost feeling her heartbeat. This made him can't help but sigh. If he wasn't so determined, he probably wouldn't be able to control himself. However, in the live broadcast room, there was a lively atmosphere. After all, a haunted house live stream's highlight was the host getting scared and screaming, then amusing the audience. Especially on Zhang Peng's side. This live broadcast was split into two groups, so the audience could freely switch between perspectives. Many people saw Zhang Peng being locked in the room, cowering in a corner. When the NPC left, he dared to stand up. Coming out of the room, he felt a bit embarrassed, so he explained to the barrage, I just got scared by accident. Actually, I'm quite brave, I used to walk alone at night without fear. However, as he spoke, he couldn't continue, because he could feel it. It seemed like someone was standing behind him again. He swallowed hard, turned around in fear, and saw a face with blood flowing from 7 orifices staring at him, emitting a chilling laugh, then rushing towards him. Ah! Watching Zhang Peng being scared out of his wits and running backward, the barrage almost burst into laughter. Ha, host, didn't you say you were brave? Why are you not brave now? It's the first time I've seen someone scared to crawl on the ground. It's hilarious. However, Zheng Peng didn't go far. He ran into Yi Nancheng who had just come out. Seeing someone, Zheng Peng, who was already on edge, was startled again. It wasn't until he saw it was Yi Nancheng that Zheng Peng coughed lightly, trying to hide his embarrassment. However, Yi Nancheng took the opportunity to smile and ask him, Young Zhang, why are you running so fast? Could it be that you were scared? Zheng Peng was immediately displeased. If you weren't scared, and I ended up looking like a scaredy cat, wouldn't that make me seem very timid? That won't do. So, he raised his eyebrows. Hey, don't you falsely accuse me, how could I be scared? I just wanted to meet with Ebo and the others, so I ran a bit faster. Oh, Yi Nancheng seemed pensive. Then who do you see behind? What? Zheng Peng was startled. He turned around and stepped back in one go. Where is he? Zheng Peng looked around but couldn't see anything. Then he turned back to see Yi Nancheng chuckling. That's when he realized. You, Yi Nancheng, dare to scare me? Just wait and see how I deal with you later. With only one passage here, they had to temporarily stick together. Yi Nancheng was fearless, leading the way to find Lin Ro sooner and improve their relationship. However, he didn't want Zheng Peng to tag along. So he pondered how to shake him off. And Zheng Peng? He had similar thoughts. If even he got scared, Lin Ro and Yi Bo would definitely not handle it well. If he could appear heroically when they were scared, wouldn't that make Lin Ro like him more? But, thinking this, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Nancheng. He had to deal with this annoying guy first. Both had their own thoughts, wanting to ditch the other and find Lin Ro alone. Little did they know, their beloved goddess was currently snuggled in Zhou Chen's arms, looking intimate and unwilling to let go. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Lin Ro were cautiously moving forward. Lin Ro held Zhou Chen's arm, checking each corner before proceeding. Sometimes Zhou Chen played tricks, like seeing NPCs dressed as ghosts around corners through his clairvoyance but not warning Lin Ro, letting her get scared and cling to him. After realizing, she softly scolded Zhou Chen for being mean and threatened to ignore him. This made viewers envy and admire them. So jealous, wish I could hug the streamer like that. If I didn't know the old man next to Ro, I'd think this was a romance show. Seeing the comments, Zhou Chen, holding Lin Ro, smiled without a word. Romance show? It was much more than that. Their relationship was already. Just then, Zhou Chen heard some noise. His enhanced senses allowed him to hear clearly what was usually hard to catch. He signaled Lin Ro to be quiet and listened closely to voices behind the wall. Two people, one in black and one in white, were NPCs in the haunted house. Hey, did you hear? An old man at the entrance dared us not to scare him. Wow, that old man is quite confident. Let's see how we can scare him. Be careful, don't give him a heart attack. Don't worry, I know my limits. Suddenly, their walkie-talkie buzzed. Be alert, the old man and the girl are approaching your area. Get ready, let's give them a surprise. The two replied in unison, no problem. Let them experience the charm of our haunted house. Zhou Chen chuckled, perfect, I'll let you experience something too. With that in mind, he turned to Lin Ro. Girl, I have an idea that will skyrocket your live stream popularity. Interested? Lin Ro was curious. What idea? Zhou Chen's tone was very confident. Scaring ghosts inside the haunted house. Scare ghosts? When they heard this, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. No, it would be good enough if the ghosts in this haunted house didn't scare you. And now you want to turn around and scare them? Old man, are you serious? Zhou Chen's words left Lin Ro dumbfounded. Bo, did you just say you want to scare ghosts? But there are cameras everywhere here, and they even know about the staff passage. It should be hard to scare them, right? Zhou Chen then confidently guaranteed, it's simple, just watch. When it came to scaring people, he had absolute confidence. After all, the premise for haunted house NPCs to scare people was that they knew everything. But as soon as they encountered something they didn't know, well then, the roles would be reversed. And creating such a situation was a piece of cake for Zhou Chen. With his keen insight, he could not only see through things but also understand everything behind the scenes clearly. Coupled with his agility, scaring people was a breeze. Although Lin Ro still hesitated, when she heard Zhou Chen say that this would definitely boost the popularity of the livestream, she agreed. Next, Zhou Chen instructed Lin Ro, NPCs will come over later, and you just need to do this. A few minutes later, a white-clad NPC was walking down the corridor. Suddenly, he received a notification on his walkie-talkie. One of those two people hid inside the cabinet, the other should be next to it. Go check it out, and give them a good scare while you're at it. No problem. He then walked towards the location indicated by the walkie-talkie. As he walked, he fantasized, never mind the old man, I heard that girl is quite pretty. If I can startle her, then take off my mask to comfort her, maybe. He. Lost in his thoughts, he arrived at the spot. In the corridor, there was only one cabinet standing alone. Seeing the cabinet, he smiled. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly heard a chilling laughter coming from inside the cabinet. He. He couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Is the control room adding some drama? Feeling a bit uncertain, he walked over. However, as he reached the doorway of the cabinet, the laughter abruptly stopped. It was as if someone inside knew he was coming. Strange. He swallowed nervously, about to reach out and open the cabinet door. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder from behind. Already on edge, he was startled. He quickly turned around. But there was no one around. This made his eyes widen. What the hell is going on? Could it be I've really encountered something dirty? Just as he was about to use the walkie-talkie to contact the control room and inquire about what was happening, at the moment he turned his head back, a face hanging upside down suddenly appeared in front of him, accompanied by an extremely resentful female voice mixed with a creepy laughter. I can't find my head, can you help me? He. Watching this scene, his pupils contracted rapidly. Ah, ghost. Watching the person who was scared out of their wits fleeing, Lin-Ro struggled to hold back her laughter. After she emerged from the cabinet, Jo-chan also descended from the ceiling. The play they just staged was their masterpiece. Lin-Ro was responsible for the artistic part, hiding in the cabinet and producing eerie sounds. Jo-chan, on the other hand, handled the physical aspect, clinging to the ceiling, ready to startle the person when they approached. The reason the person couldn't see anyone when they turned around was because of this. Someone was on the ceiling. This was the result of Jo-chan's research. After all, surveillance cameras usually focus on the ground, who would bother filming the ceiling? So he strategically positioned himself on the ceiling, and the upside-down scare tactic was even more effective. After witnessing this performance, the viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha, to actually scare away ghosts in a haunted house. Uncle's skills are truly amazing. Especially crawling on the ceiling, that's a tough move. Not everyone can pull it off. Uncle is truly a ghost expert in live streaming. Lin-Ro also agreed with the last statement. Indeed, Ebo seemed to have a talent for live streaming. Just the activity they had just done. The popularity in the live stream room instantly increased by 2 levels. It was like playing. Maybe they should do live streams together with Ebo in the future? Looking at the barrage, Jo-chan modestly said with a smile, the most crucial part is actually Ro. If her voice wasn't on point, we wouldn't have had such a good effect. Lin-Ro felt a bit proud after being praised. I was in the radio dubbing club in college, I can do any voice you want. Hearing this, Jo-chan suddenly realized. No wonder he always felt her voice was melodious and pleasant when they had deep conversations before. So that's it. Ebo, what should we do next? Lin-Ro asked. Jo-chan looked around and saw a wig on the ground. Ha! This wig. Lin-Ro walked over and picked it up. It's probably the NPC's wig that fell off just now, right? Jo-chan took the wig and suddenly had an idea. How about we play something even more interesting? Guaranteed to scare them to death. On the other side, the NPC in white was scared and running around. He ended up bumping into someone, only to see a ghostly face. He was startled. Ah! However, the person he scared was also startled by his exclamation. Then, they both recognized each other. Oh, they were on the same side. The person in front was the black-clothed NPC he had just chatted with. They stared at each other, blaming each other. You, scaring me like that when we're on the same side? With that said, they both suddenly froze. The person in white felt something was off and recounted his experience. The black-clothed one was skeptical. Really? We didn't plan this, did we? Are you trying to scare me? The person in white was indignant. I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. I always felt something was off here before. Who would have thought we'd encounter this situation? The black-clothed one waved it off. Oh come on, you just want to scare me. Sorry, I'm naturally brave. Your tricks won't work on me. The person in white was getting impatient, about to say something when eerie laughter echoed from a distance. He. The person in white panicked upon hearing it. It's here, that thing is here. Run. The black-clothed one remained skeptical. What's there to be afraid of? I don't believe in this nonsense. Come with me to see what's going on. They walked towards the source of the sound. However, when they arrived, the sound stopped, and there was nothing to be seen. Even contacting the control room yielded no results. This puzzled them. What's going on? Where did everyone go? Just then, the black-clothed one felt something itchy on his head and reached up to scratch it. That scratch led to a surprising discovery. He touched some hair strands that didn't belong to him. He froze in place. He looked at the person in white beside him, who pointed at his head in terror. Up. Above. The black-clothed one swallowed hard, completely losing the bravado he had earlier. Trembling with fear, he slowly raised his head. As he did, a face completely covered by hair loomed right in front of him, perched on the ceiling. At the same time, the eerie laughter resounded. He. Found you. The next moment, 2 screams erupted in the haunted house. Ah. Hearing the continuous screams, Zhang Ping was startled once again. However, when he saw Yi Nanchang beside him, he quickly pretended to be calm. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't show fear in front of him. Yet, he was so focused on what was above that he didn't notice his legs were already trembling in fear. He took a deep breath to muster up some courage. In his mind, he grumbled, damn, this haunted house is way too scary. Why create such a realistic atmosphere for no reason? What really bothered him wasn't just the haunted house, but also the presence of Yi Nanchang beside him. Not long ago, he had planned to lock Yi Nanchang in a room and then seize the opportunity to meet up with Lin Ro. However, things didn't go as planned. Just as he locked Yi Nanchang inside, an NPC showed up. Startled, he opened the door and slipped inside to hide. Once inside, he found himself awkwardly staring at Yi Nanchang, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. He then tried various tricks to deal with Yi Nanchang, but all were effortlessly countered. Some even backfired, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Meanwhile, Yi Nanchang was also scheming to deal with Zheng Pang. The two engaged in a subtle power struggle all the way. Initially, he thought he had ditched Zheng Pang at the previous intersection, but somehow they ended up on the same path again at the next junction, much to his frustration. Upon hearing cries from a distance, Yi Nanchang immediately realized that it might be where Lin Ro and the others were. Zheng Pang also caught on to this. Consequently, the two of them found themselves on the same path once more. Just as Zheng Pang was about to employ some tactics to outmaneuver Yi Nanchang, a commotion of footsteps ahead made him ecstatic. It must be Lin Ro and the others being chased by NPCs and running over here. He hurried forward, wanting to be the first to greet them. However, the next moment, what appeared before him were not Lin Ro and the others but two terrifying ghostly faces. Zheng Peng was taken aback. He was about to retreat, but to his surprise, the two NPCs completely ignored him and ran past, shouting, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" They ran far away without looking back, leaving Zheng Peng dumbfounded. Ghosts in a haunted house shouting about ghosts? What kind of situation was this? Shortly after, at the entrance of the large haunted house, nearing noon, the business was still booming with a constant flow of visitors. However, for some reason, two visitors who had just exited claimed they hadn't encountered any ghosts inside. It was as if the NPCs were deliberately avoiding them. This puzzled the staff at the entrance. This shouldn't be happening, right? We attract seasoned visitors who never miss a scare. How come they didn't encounter a single one? Just then, a commotion erupted from inside the haunted house. The staff was about to peek inside when they were startled by the sudden appearance of ghostly faces. Before they could even scream, the person ran out on their own, shouting, "Ghost! Ghost! Damn, I've seen a ghost!" The people waiting in line outside, including the staff, were stunned. "Weren't you the one dressed as a ghost? Why did the ghosts from the haunted house run out claiming they saw a ghost? What kind of joke was this?" Before they could make sense of the situation, another person rushed out, also shouting about ghosts. It was like a switch had been flipped, and a dozen or so people came running out, all dressed as ghosts, presumably NPC actors. The onlookers at the entrance were dumbfounded. Why did all of you dressed as ghosts run out? What was going on inside? When they asked, all the people echoed in unison, "There are ghosts inside. Real ghosts. They crawl on the ceiling so fast, it's terrifying." Hearing this, the staff swallowed hard. What on earth? Could there really be ghosts inside? Nervously, one of them cautiously peeked inside the haunted house to see what was happening. Suddenly, an elderly face appeared right in front of him, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ghost!" After Zhou Chen and the others came out, they saw that things had escalated. They quickly explained the situation to the staff, who were left bewildered upon learning the truth. "No, people come to haunted houses to get scared. How come you're here scaring ghosts? Is this haunted house run by us or by you?" Looking at the NPCs who were scared out of their wits, he was speechless. Damn it, how can these people be so immune to being scared? Being scared to the point of having weak legs by an old man, it's simply shameful in the industry. Hearing this, those who were scared felt somewhat indignant. If you can do it, then go ahead. The speed at which that ghostly figure leaped from the ceiling just now, anyone would be startled, right? On second thought, this old man is really in great shape, isn't he? Being able to move around on the ceiling like that? If he could use these skills to play a ghost in a haunted house, wouldn't he become famous nationwide? However, the outcome this time was still very good. Not only did Lin Ro gain a lot of popularity and rewards, but the haunted house also benefited. Due to the commotion caused this time, many people started rumors that this haunted house might actually be haunted. Many people came out of curiosity, wanting to find out the truth. This also made the haunted house's business unusually booming, a win-win situation. After the two came out of the haunted house, since Zheng Peng and the others were nowhere to be seen at the moment, Zhou Chen and Lin Ro sat in a nearby pavilion, waiting for them, and chatting with their online friends. At this moment, their online friends were still praising Zhou Chen's performance. "Old man, you're really amazing. Ordinary people can't come up with such scary ghostly tricks. Even if they could think of it, they wouldn't be able to do it. Can anyone climb on the ceiling so quickly using just their hands and feet? That's true, I almost doubt that the old man is not human. Faced with the barrage of praise, Zhou Chen remained modest. Hee, it's nothing, just a trivial skill. Don't talk about scaring ghosts, I even fought ghosts before. As soon as they heard this, the barrage became lively. Really? Old man, you're not lying to us, are you? Zhou Chen, with a triumphant look, said confidently, of course it's true. I remember one time, I was haunted by a female ghost relentlessly, my life was in danger. Luckily, I wielded my dragon whip, defeated her, and she begged for mercy. However, before he could say a few more words, the barrage interrupted him. Stop, this is too fantastical, can you say something normal? Normal? Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then turned to Lin Ro. Then, he came up with an idea. Then let me tell you a story about me being seriously injured and saved by a female ghost's sacrifice. And that's how the female ghost sacrificed herself for me, saving my life. I also imparted everything to her without reservation. Zhou Chen told the story with great enthusiasm. Of course, this story was not his original creation, but a slight adaptation of a Chinese ghost story. He turned the weak scholar Ning Kaichen into an elderly knight. As for the female ghost, she naturally became based on Lin Ro. However, what surprised Zhou Chen was that the people in this world had never heard of a Chinese ghost story. No, they had never even heard of this story. As they listened to Zhou Chen's narration, many people were moved by the sincere emotions in the story. Some even exclaimed that Nie Xiaoqian was his one true love. Of course, some jokingly asked, if Nie Xiaoqian was his true love, what about Ro the streamer? Don't you like her anymore? The person confidently replied, Ro is also my true love. I just happen to have a little more true love. This statement amused everyone. Overall, everyone had a very positive opinion of this story. Some even suggested, why not make a movie based on this script? To this, Zhou Chen smiled and said, well, if any production company is interested in this script, feel free to discuss it anytime. As he said this, he began to make plans in his mind. Upon careful consideration, it seemed that this world was indeed lacking many literary works from past lives. Could he borrow some ideas? After all, those classic works from his past life were just waiting to be used. It's enough to compete with the current environment dominated by internet celebrities. I can definitely make a big profit. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen sighed, why didn't I think of such a good idea back then? However, this matter cannot be rushed, it has to wait for the right moment. It's better to deal with the current matters first. With this in mind, Zhou Chen turned to look at Lin Ro beside him. She seemed to have realized that the prototype of Nie Xiaoqian in the story was herself. So, she was feeling shy at the moment. After the live broadcast ended, she shyly asked Zhou Chen, Ibo, is the Nie Xiaoqian in the story beautiful? Zhou Chen smiled meaningfully, beautiful, of course. If she wasn't beautiful, how could the elderly swordsman admire her so much? Hearing this, Lin Ro blushed. Then she asked, is the elderly swordsman really sincere towards her? Zhou Chen nodded, of course, he is sincere. If not, the elderly swordsman wouldn't willingly bear heavy injuries for her, right? So that's how it is. Lin Ro felt even more embarrassed as she listened. She couldn't help but bite her lip and lower her head. At the same time, she muttered softly, too mischievous, this is almost like a confession, isn't it? But if it's for a confession, writing such a good story specifically seems quite romantic, right? He must have put in a lot of thought, right? With these thoughts, she stole a glance at Zhou Chen. Although Zhou Chen was getting older, his spirit was still sharp, and he carried himself like a young man. He was well-groomed, with an air of elegance, even exuding a bit of handsome charm. This made Lin Ro can't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Thinking back, he had just scared and amused her in the haunted house. It seemed not bad, just like in the story. With this in mind, Lin Ro suddenly blushed. Oh my, what am I thinking? This is too. Zhou Chen saw her blushing all over and asked her what was wrong. Lin Ro quickly excused herself, saying it was too hot and she kept fanning the front of her clothes to cool down. This fanning action was quite something, leaving Zhou Chen dizzy. Seeing that Lin Ro had indeed sweated a lot, probably from running around in the haunted house just now, he took the initiative to suggest buying her an ice cream. Blushing, Lin Ro nodded obediently. After Zhou Chen left, Lin Ro found herself in a dilemma again. It seems that wouldn't be bad, right? Oh my, why do I feel like I'm starting to like him a bit? Due to the hot weather, the ice cream shops in the amusement park were all bustling with business. Zhou Chen waited in line for a long time before it was his turn to buy 2 cones. He was about to head back when he saw someone familiar, mature and charming, unforgettable at first sight. Even if you passed by, you couldn't help but take another look. Ha! Isn't that person The owner of this amusement park, Lu Qian? Why is she in such a hurry? Seems like something urgent. Zhou Chen followed Lu Qian's direction and saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of the amusement park. Something seemed to have happened. Thinking that Yi Nanchang was also nearby, he pondered, could it be another opportunity for Yi Nanchang? No time to waste, better go and see. So, Zhou Chen walked towards the entrance of the amusement park. When he arrived, he found out that a dozen ruffians were causing trouble. A man who looked well-dressed but exuded a thuggish air stood at the back, seemingly the leader of these ruffians. However, this man was young, yet he leaned on a cane, as if his legs were not very convenient. One of the ruffians shouted, "Disperse, this place is not allowed to open for business, all of you, get lost. If you don't leave quickly, watch out for the stick." As he spoke, the ruffian waved the steel pipe in his hand, as if ready to strike. The tourists didn't want to get involved and quickly moved aside. At the entrance, the employees looked anxious. They wanted to intervene, but the ruffians were armed, and their courage was lacking. So, they could only watch for now. When they saw Lu Qian approaching, they hurried over. "Manager Lu, someone is causing trouble." Upon hearing the employees' words, Lu Qian first calmed them down, then stood in front of everyone. When she saw the man in a suit behind, Lu Qian furrowed her brows. "Shen Bailong, why did you bring so many people here?" The man known as Shen Bailong smiled faintly. "Manager Lu, you know, this piece of land was originally mine. I had planned to develop it here, but you unexpectedly beat me to it. Now, I've brought people here just to reclaim what's mine." Hearing his words, Lu Qian sneered. "What do you mean yours? I've already secured this place. Perhaps you saw that I had already developed it and wanted to forcefully take it over?" Shen Bailong continued to smile. "Believe what you want. If you don't hand over the land today, we'll come here every day to make trouble. You can operate for years, but we'll make noise for years. Let's see who can outlast whom." Hearing this, Zhou Chen finally understood. Perhaps this was an opportunity originally meant for the Dragon King. Ruffians came looking for trouble, aiming to harm Lu Qian. The Dragon King stepped in to teach them a lesson, and maybe win the favor of the beautiful boss, Lu Qian. It's no wonder Lu Qian's message mentioned the Dragon King as her future confidant. Perhaps fate was about to begin here. But for now, since he had encountered the situation early, there was no room for negotiation. In a word, intercept. On the other side, upon hearing Shen Bailong's words, Lu Qian's brows furrowed. "Shen Bailong, you are simply a group of ruffians and scoundrels." Shen Bailong, however, remained indifferent. "Say what you want. In any case, we've decided on this land. Unless..." He suddenly looked Lu Qian up and down, his attitude suggestive. "You accompany me for 3 months, serve me well, and maybe I'll leave you an acre of land. How about that?" With these words, the ruffians burst into laughter. Humiliated, how could Lu Qian endure it? She immediately retorted, "Humph, even if I, Lu Qian, were down and out, I wouldn't look at someone like you." The ruffians were stunned by her words. Shen Bailong's face turned livid. The fact that he had a lame leg had always been a sore spot for him. Anyone who dared mention it in front of him would not have a good time. Since Lu Qian dared to touch on his sore spot, she shouldn't blame him for being impolite. He directly shouted at a tall ruffian beside him, "You, go slap her. Teach this woman a lesson. Let her know the consequences of speaking out of turn." Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed it was time to act. Seeing these ruffians about to resort to violence, some onlookers also wanted to intervene. However, as soon as they took a step forward, the ruffians pointed their steel pipes at them, warning them not to meddle. Seeing this, Lu Qian also felt a bit anxious. After all, she was a woman. If things turned violent, she didn't seem to have any way out. Just as the tall ruffian was about to approach, an old man suddenly stepped forward. "Hee, young people, don't be so impulsive. How can you resort to violence so easily? Harmony is key." It was none other than Zhou Chen. Shen Bailong saw him and chuckled. "Heh, an old fool trying to play the hero? I advise you to know your place and get lost. Otherwise, you'll be 6 feet under soon." Zhou Chen also smiled and said, "Young man, listen to my advice. Forgive others as you would like to be forgiven." Before he could finish, Shen Bailong impatiently interrupted. "Old man, get out of here quickly, or you'll be in for a beating along with them." Zhou Chen calmly stroked his beard upon hearing this. "Heh, I advise you all not to lay a hand on me. If we really come to blows, you might not be a match for me." Shen Bailong burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Not a match for you? Are you itching to meet your maker, old man?" He immediately ordered the tall guy, "Go on. Give that old man a slap to wake him up. Let's see if he can still talk tough after a slap." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian became worried. This old man looks to be at least 70 or 80 years old, right? If he gets slapped by that guy, it doesn't look good. So, Lu Qian hurried to Zhou Chen's side and said, "Old man, this is my own mess. You don't need to get involved. What if you get hurt?" Zhou Chen reassured her, saying he could handle it. Despite Zhou Chen's confident demeanor, Lu Qian felt uneasy. What should be done now? Meanwhile, the tall guy received Shen Bailong's order and was about to slap Zhou Chen. However, when he saw who it was, his eyes widened. "You? How can it be you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen also took a closer look. "Oh, isn't this the tall guy thug who tried to hit on Feng Shuiying the other day? What a coincidence, running into him again." The tall guy was puzzled. Damn, meeting this old man last time was already bad luck. How come I run into him again today? Looking at Zhou Chen, he felt a twinge in his tailbone. Oh no, his tailbone hadn't fully healed yet. Thinking of Zhou Chen's sharp skills, he dared not take another step forward and stood frozen in place. Shen Bailong, puzzled by the situation, asked, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to slap him?" The tall guy quickly lowered his head and said, "Boss Long, it's not that I didn't hear you, it's just that this old man is extraordinary." "What's so extraordinary about a lousy old man?" Shen Bailong questioned. "Well, before, I took a kick from him, and he sent me flying several meters, my tailbone shattered. If you want me to go, I really dare not." Upon hearing this, Shen Bailong slapped him. "Damn, an old man can handle you, how useless are you?" However, no matter what Shen Bailong said, the tall guy still hesitated. Lu Qian also noticed this peculiar situation. Shen Bailong ordered his men to hit someone, but why did this guy seem afraid? Looking at Zhou Chen's confident demeanor, Lu Qian suddenly thought, could this old man really have some tricks up his sleeve, which is why he's standing up for himself? On the other side, the tall guy still hesitated to approach. He even made excuses, claiming his tailbone seemed to have cracked again, and he couldn't hit anyone. Shen Bailong, seeing this, cursed him as useless again. Then, he turned to the short guy beside him. "You go and slap her. If that old man dares to intervene, just go ahead and act. I'll take care of the consequences for you." Unexpectedly, the short guy suddenly complained of a sudden stomachache. Zhou Chen chuckled upon seeing this. "Isn't this short guy the one who tried to hit on her last time? What a coincidence." Two people were called, but neither dared to move. The atmosphere in the scene suddenly became awkward. People around started whispering, wondering why these two men were more timid in front of the old man than in front of their grandfathers. Other thugs and ruffians looked at each other in confusion. Two consecutive people backed down. "It feels like our reputation is at stake, doesn't it?" They felt at a loss, subconsciously seeking help from Shen Bailong with their eyes. It was as if they were saying, "Boss Long, what should we do now?" Shen Bailong was furious. "Is my word no longer effective? Just an old man, and you two cowards are acting like this?" Seeing the tall and short guys sensing trouble, they quickly explained, "Boss Long, we're not being cowards, it's just that this old man is really something. That's right, he's truly one of a kind." Before they could finish, Shen Bailong ordered them to get lost. Letting them boost others' morale and diminish their own prestige, this is not going to work. Then, Shen Bailong pointed to the big guy next to him. "Gangzi, you go up and make that old man roll aside and stay there." "I don't believe it, how powerful can an old man be?" The big man called Gangzi nodded and then walked towards Zhou Chen. He was tall and muscular, looking like he could really fight. Standing in front of Zhou Chen, he looked down at him and said, "Old man, move aside quickly, this has nothing to do with you, don't meddle." "I don't want to fight an old man either, it wouldn't sound good if word got out, but if you don't move, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing such a big guy stepping forward, Lu Qian couldn't help but feel nervous. The muscles on this strong man's upper arm were almost as thick as an old man's thigh. If the old man really took a hit, not only would he get hurt, but he might even lose his life. Thinking of this, she hurriedly tried to persuade, "Old man, why don't you?" However, Zhou Chen just waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry. After all, he was a master of martial arts. He didn't even pay attention to these small fries. He pretended to be superior. "Young man, do you really want to fight me? I'll tell you, old man, I am a disciple of the thunderous Tai Chi. Even a 200-pound foreign strongman couldn't last a round against me. If you want to challenge me, you might be a bit inexperienced." Hearing this, Shen Bailong laughed directly. "Old man, are you some kind of martial arts master? Let me tell you, Gangzi has been training seriously for several years. With your physique, one punch could knock you out." As if to compliment Shen Bailong's words, Gangzi picked up a brick from the ground. Then with a powerful punch, he smashed the brick into pieces. Everyone present was shocked by this display of strength. "Wow, he can smash a brick, how strong is he? If the old man takes a hit, his bones might break like this brick too." Seeing everyone's reaction, Shen Bailong was extremely pleased. Gangzi truly lived up to being his top fighter. His intimidation was undeniable. Surely now, the old man would back off, right? However, things didn't go as planned. Faced with this strong man, Zhou Chen not only remained unfazed, but even gestured for them to come at him. Shen Bailong was furious. If you don't accept a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Gangzi, stop dawdling, give him a slap. Wake up this old man. Hearing Shen Bailong's command, Gangzi didn't hesitate and slapped Zhou Chen directly. Seeing Gangzi make a move, Shen Bailong smirked. Humph, dare to go against me, Shen Bailong? This is the consequence. He didn't bother to look ahead, instead leisurely took out a cigarette, about to light it. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Shen Bailong, who was feeling smug, suddenly felt something was off. Shouldn't that slap have made a crisp sound? Why did it sound muffled? Before he could look up, a person flew in front of him and fell to the ground, startling him. Looking closely, he was shocked to see that the person who flew over was Gangzi. He looked up and saw Zhou Chen still standing in place, without a speck of dust on him. He seemed calm and composed, as if nothing had happened at all. Shen Bailong was so shocked that the cigarette he was about to light fell out of his mouth. What just happened? Shen Bailong didn't see clearly what had happened earlier, but the people around had a clear view. As soon as the strong man made a move, the old man took a step back. The strong man's slap missed its target. Then, the old man twisted his body and swiftly executed a sidekick. The strong man couldn't even dodge in time and took a direct hit, flying several meters away. The sequence of actions was smooth and fluid, not even dropping the ice cream in his hand. This scene left everyone present in awe. Wow, this old man is really something. At the speed and force he just displayed, I'd believe it if you told me he's the champion of Sanda. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought we were filming a martial arts movie. Lu Qian was equally astonished. This old man seemed unremarkable at first glance, but his strike was as swift as thunder. He didn't look like an elderly man in his twilight years at all. Rather, he seemed more like a martial arts master? The group of ruffians couldn't help but swallow nervously at the sight. This guy called Gangzi was the toughest fighter among them. He could take on 5 or 6 of them alone. But that old man managed to knock him out with just one kick? If he came after us, wouldn't he beat us to a pulp? Suddenly, they remembered that the tall and short guys had mentioned earlier how formidable this old man was. So, all the ruffians turned to look at the tall and short guys. At that moment, the two straightened up instantly. After all, everyone had witnessed the old man's prowess. It wasn't their fault for being incompetent. It was just that the enemy was unbelievably strong. Gangzi, still lying on the ground, felt an even greater impact. He had thought, how strong could an old man be? He probably couldn't even break through his defense. But the immense force of that kick distorted his expression in the next moment. Then, he was sent flying backward. Somehow, a thought popped into his mind. Oh no, I've turned into a 200-pound foreign wrestler. Now, he was in so much pain that he couldn't muster any strength, feeling like he might throw up last night's dinner. Watching Gangzi struggling on the ground, Shen Bailong was completely dumbfounded. He had already learned the truth from his men. He never imagined that the old man in front of him would be this powerful. Who was this old man really? Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and saw the old man standing right in front of him. This startled him, and he almost dropped his crutch. Even his voice started to tremble. What? What do you want? I'm telling you, you better not touch me. If you do, you'll regret it. Behind him, Lu Qian quickly advised, Old man, just drive them away. Shen Bailong is not someone to mess with easily. His brother is Shen Qianyun, who made his fortune in gambling and has quite a bit of power, knowing many important figures. He's known as the Stone King. If you mess with him, it's inevitable that. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Zhou Chen couldn't help but pause. Shen Qianyun? Wasn't he the one who wanted to chop off his hand for losing at gambling? Well, what a coincidence. It seemed like everyone here was familiar with each other. Seeing Zhou Chen hesitating, Shen Bailong thought he was scared and suddenly gained confidence. Did you hear that? I've already sent someone to contact my brother, and he'll be here soon. If you know what's good for you, you better scram. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive in Dongling. Hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Alright then, let him come. He still owed him a debt to collect. Just then, a black Lexus slowly approached. Shen Bailong became excited when he saw the car. Ha! My brother is here. You're done for now. I've warned you all not to mess with me. Now it's too late for regrets. Hearing this, Lu Qian felt a pang of anxiety. What should they do? They had actually provoked Shen Qianyun. As Shen Qianyun got out of the car, all the onlookers turned to look at him. Wow, it's really Shen Qianyun. They say those who provoke him either leave Dongling and never return, or disappear without a trace. This old man has offended his brother, so he's probably Shin Bailong, leaning on his crutch, hurried over to Shin Shenyun. Brother, why are you here so soon? Shin Shenyun nodded at him. I happened to be nearby and came as soon as I got the message. What's going on? Someone wants to mess with you? Shin Bailong pointed directly at Zhou Chen. It's him. Following his finger, Shin Shenyun looked over. At first glance, Shin Shenyun was completely dumbfounded. Oh my, isn't that the old man he bet stones with that day? Come to think of it, he still owes him a hand. Shin Bailong, this unreliable guy. How did he manage to provoke him? Over there, Shin Bailong was still clueless, embellishing the story. Bro, you don't know, this old man is so arrogant, just now he even wanted to harm me. I mentioned your name, and not only did he not show respect, he even said you were a clueless fool. Can you believe how infuriating this old coot is? After saying these words, Shin Bailong felt somewhat pleased with himself, having his own big brother step in. Now, that old man is definitely in for trouble. The next moment, Shin Bailong suddenly received a slap, making him see stars. When he came to his senses, he realized it was Shin Shenyun who had struck him. Shin Bailong was instantly stunned. Bro, why did you hit me? Shin Shenyun didn't even respond to him. Instead, he respectfully addressed Zhou Chen. Old sir, my brother is ignorant and has offended you. I'm truly sorry. I, Shin Shenyun, apologize to you on his behalf. With these words, the whole scene erupted in astonishment. What's going on? Shin Shenyun, the Stone King of Dongling, actually apologizing to an old man? Who is this old man really? Shin Bailong was utterly dumbfounded. Bro, what are you doing? Shin Shenyun glared at him. Do you remember when I told you I owe an old man a hand? He is that old man. What? Upon hearing this, Shin Bailong felt his scalp tingle. He had actually provoked such a prominent figure? Seeing him still dazed, Shin Shenyun kicked him, making him kneel. Apologize to the old sir at once. Shin Bailong looked bewildered until Shin Shenyun kicked him again, then he realized and loudly knelt down. Old sir, I was ignorant and offended you. I, Shin Bailong, here, apologize to you. I'm sorry. After the incident, the onlookers gradually dispersed. However, people continued to gossip. At the same time, many were curious about Zhou Chen's background. What kind of status must he hold to make someone like Shin Shenyun bow his head in apology? It must be unimaginably significant, right? Back at the scene, Shin Shenyun still looked ashamed. It wasn't until Zhou Chen reassured him, saying he wasn't petty, that he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your magnanimity, old sir. My brother is truly disappointing. I will definitely discipline him rigorously in the future. Then, he seemed to remember something. Respectfully speaking, old sir, you have never visited our place, so I couldn't give you a token of gratitude. Since we've met now, let's not delay any longer. With that, he produced a document. This is half of the ownership of my Cheongyu Tower. I offer it to you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Half ownership of the Cheongyu Tower? Wow, this was like handing over half of his estate. This young man, why is he so endearing? Naturally, Zhou Chen wouldn't refuse such a generous offer. However, he also understood Shin Shenyun's intentions. Ha, young man, are you trying to use this opportunity to have me look after you as well? I guess I'm not wrong, am I? Shin Shenyun didn't explain much, just smiled and nodded. Old sir, your insight is truly sharp. Zhou Chen nodded. That's fine. Shin Shenyun respectfully said, I will rely on you in the future, old sir. Watching Zhou Chen leave with the document, Shin Bailong was puzzled. Bro, isn't it a bit much to give away half of our family's property? Shin Shenyun snorted. You don't understand. As you said earlier, this old man not only excels in stone gambling but also has remarkable skills. Most importantly, he is a skilled physician. He once saved Chairman Feng's life. Such a person, how could he be just an ordinary old man? His status is definitely beyond imagination. Using half of the family's assets alone could help me climb up his social circle. It's truly a great opportunity. Shin Bailong pondered, so that's how it is. Shin Shenyun sighed, and I was also thinking, maybe he can heal your leg. If that's possible. Upon hearing this, Shin Bailong suddenly got excited. Brother, are you serious? Shin Shenyun nodded. Based on my findings, it's very likely. But you just offended the old man, so you might have to wait a while longer. Shin Bailong immediately felt dejected. Alright, I understand. On the other side, Zhou Chen was thinking of going back. But he heard a gentle voice nearby. Old sir. Turning his head, it was Lu Qian. She seemed a bit nervous, unsure of how to start a conversation with Zhou Chen. Just a moment ago, she thought Zhou Chen was in trouble. Unexpectedly, it was Shin Bailong who got into trouble. This truly surprised her. What shocked her even more was that Shin Shenyun was willing to invest half of the family's assets to win over this old man. This made Lu Qian feel that Zhou Chen's identity was either rich or noble. That's why she was so nervous. Zhou Chen noticed her uneasiness and smiled to reassure her. He then took the initiative to start a conversation, chatting casually. This caught Lu Qian off guard. I didn't expect this old man to be so approachable. After getting a bit more familiar, Lu Qian thanked him proactively. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened today. I really don't know how to repay you. Zhou Chen chuckled. No need for repayment, just doing what's right. However, Lu Qian mentioned that she had put all her assets into this amusement park and even incurred a lot of debt. If it failed, she would be completely ruined. Zhou Chen's help this time was like saving her life, so she must repay Zhou Chen. After some thought, Zhou Chen suggested, how about this, you treat me to a meal? Lu Qian was a bit puzzled. Treat you to a meal? He nodded. Yes, I don't want anything else. If you really want to repay me, then treating this old man to a meal will do. With that, he left on his own. Watching Zhou Chen's departing figure, Lu Qian couldn't help but feel that this old man was truly unpredictable. But he seems quite easygoing. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen received a system prompt. Ding! Host successfully increased Lu Qian's favorability rating, current rating 20. Seeing the prompt, Zhou Chen was very satisfied. Although they didn't have a deep conversation, at least it was a good start, making her have a favorable impression of him. And in the future, he could continue to invite her for meals, further contact, aiming for more development. When the time was right, he could. Thinking of Lu Qian's charming figure, Zhou Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Compared to young girls, mature women like her have more charm. But the Lin sisters are not bad either. Oh, just thinking about it makes me feel weak in the knees. At this moment, in the haunted house, Yi Nanchang and Zhang Peng were still wandering aimlessly inside. Due to their constant scheming against each other, they had lost their way inside without encountering an NPC. They couldn't even seek help. Ah, where is the exit? I'm exhausted. Zhang Peng complained. Yi Nanchang looked at him, about to sigh. Suddenly, a slight sense of loss crept into his heart, furrowing his brows. What's going on? Why do I feel this way again? It was like something was slipping away quietly between his fingers, leaving him unsettled for a long time. On his way back to find Lin Ro, Zhou Chen suddenly remembered something. Oh no, why didn't I ask them to fix my injuries? In this way, there is another reason to let Ro Yatu. Ah, I was too focused on pouring tea and increasing goodwill. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, he didn't regret it for long. After all, he lived in Lin Ro's house, so there would be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. He still had more than half a year left to live. There was no need to rush things. There would be plenty of chances for deeper communication. Maybe things would become clear in the near future? When they returned, Zhou Chen handed the ice cream in his hand to Lin Ro directly. However, Lin Ro seemed to be lost in thought about something from before. Absent-mindedly taking the ice cream, it slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Looking at the fallen ice cream, Lin Ro finally came back to her senses. Her pretty face instantly looked a bit dejected. Unable to bear it, Zhou Chen handed his ice cream to her. Here, don't be sad, take mine. Lin Ro wanted to refuse, but Zhou Chen said, I'm getting old, with high blood sugar and high cholesterol coming my way. I can't eat these high sugar, high fat things, so you help me out. Hearing this, Lin Ro couldn't help but look at Zhou Chen again. She had already seen Uncle Yi's physique before. Although he was getting older, his muscles were still strong, showing no signs of aging. Just like someone who exercised regularly. As for how she saw it and when she saw it, let's not mention that for now, shall we? Thinking about this, Lin Ro couldn't help but blush. Anyway, could a person like this have high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol? She couldn't help but mutter softly, Uncle Yi is really joking, I'm not a child. At this moment, Zhou Chen asked, Did you say something? Lin Ro was startled, and nothing? Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention and extended the ice cream towards her again. Lin Ro took the cone with her head down, saying softly, Thank you, Uncle Yi. Then she thought for a moment and offered the cone to Zhou Chen, speaking gently, Uncle Yi, how about we eat it together? This time, Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. Looking at Lin Ro's embarrassed yet expectant eyes, Zhou Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. So, he nodded and said, Sure, I won't be polite then. Then, they took turns eating the ice cream. To outsiders, it seemed like a granddaughter being considerate, sharing ice cream with her grandfather. However, some people found it strange occasionally. Why was this granddaughter sharing ice cream with her grandfather, looking a bit shy? It seemed like their relationship was a bit unusual. After a while, Yi Nanchang and Zhang Peng finally came out of the haunted house. When the staff of the haunted house returned, they found these two unlucky guys who had gotten lost. They quickly went in and brought them out. Yi Nanchang was fine, just a bit dusty. Zheng Pang, on the other hand, was covered in dust, as if he had been crawling on the ground for who knows how long. He was quite scared in the haunted house. It took him a while to recover after coming out. Thinking about how scared he was in the haunted house while Yi Nanchang was unfazed, Zheng Pang felt a bit regretful. How did it end up like this? But then he thought again. Fortunately, Lin Ro wasn't with him just now. Otherwise, if Lin Ro saw him crawling on the ground in fear, it would be so embarrassing. Zheng Pang looked back at the haunted house and made up his mind. I'm never doing live broadcasts from haunted houses again. Next time, I must choose a different activity, at least not something as scary as this. Afterwards, everyone went their separate ways. Lin Ro collapsed on the bed, reminiscing about today's experiences. Today, Uncle Lee took her to play pranks in the haunted house, and they even shared an ice cream. Most importantly, she heard a good story. A story made for her. This made her both happy and stirred up some girlish feelings. Why am I thinking about this again? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, burying her head in the pillow once again. Want to forget such thoughts. However, every time she closed her eyes, the image of Ibo risking his life to save her appeared before her, along with the memories of their deep conversations in the past. And that feeling, the kind that made her blush uncontrollably, yet with a hint of anticipation. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Ro exhaled a warm breath. She couldn't help but sigh. Now, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. In the middle of the night, Zhou Chen suddenly felt a bit hungry. So, he got up to fix himself something to eat. As he cooked instant noodles, he sighed to himself, why didn't this system give me cooking expertise? Now I can only make medicinal cuisine, and have to settle for cooking instant noodles. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a figure leaning against the wall. He immediately turned around, only to find that the person was Lin Ro. At that moment, she was only wrapped in a semi-transparent silk nightgown, with the light behind her casting her curves perfectly. She was also biting her lip, with a somewhat bewildered expression. Something seemed off. So, Zhou Chen approached and asked, Ro, why are you still awake at this hour? Could it be that you're hungry too? Lin Ro shook her head. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen reached out and touched her forehead. Embarrassed by his gesture, Lin Ro lowered her head, unable to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. Feeling her forehead's temperature, Zhou Chen puzzled, normal body temperature. You're not sick, are you? Wait, why does your face seem a bit flushed? Lin Ro bit her lip again. She hesitated, Ibo, I think I might be a little sick. Would you help me check? Zhou Chen nodded, about to examine her pulse right there. However, Lin Ro stopped him. It's too dark here, I can't see clearly. Why don't you come to my room? With the conversation reaching this point, how could Zhou Chen not understand? He replied meaningfully, then I must examine you carefully. Seeing Zhou Chen's understanding, Lin Ro quickly continued, yes, I need a thorough examination. Help me with a comprehensive checkup, to make sure no symptoms are overlooked. Zhou Chen nodded. After the examination, I'll prescribe the right treatment. Don't worry, I guarantee a complete recovery. Lin Ro shivered, shyly saying, then, I'll leave it to you, Ibo. I'll go back to my room first. With that, Lin Ro hurried back to her room, leaving behind a silk belt. Picking it up and feeling its coolness, Zhou Chen found it hard to control himself. He glanced back at the freshly cooked noodles. Oh well, I won't eat these instant noodles now. I'll go have something good at Ro's place. Before entering Lin Ro's room, he couldn't help but reflect. What did he say before? This is called every cloud has a silver lining. It wasn't in vain that he had put so much effort into improving this girl's favor towards him, finally learning to take the initiative. With these thoughts, Zhou Chen entered the room filled with a fragrant scent. In the early morning, Lin Wanru also felt hungry. She got up, thinking of checking the fridge for something to eat. That's when she noticed the steaming instant noodles on the table. It seemed freshly cooked, with 2 eggs beside it, looking particularly tempting. Lin Wanru couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Who cooks noodles in the middle of the night and doesn't eat them? Since she didn't make it herself, Lin Wanru didn't eat directly. Instead, she knocked on Lin Ro's door. Sis, are you asleep? From inside, Lin Ro's voice sounded flustered. I'm not asleep yet. Hearing her response, Lin Wanru continued, did you cook the instant noodles on the table? For some reason, Lin Ro's voice seemed a bit hesitant. No? That was cooked by Ibo. Lin Wanru was a bit puzzled. How did you know it was cooked by Uncle E? Hearing this, Lin Ro's voice became even more flustered. It seemed like she took a few seconds before speaking. There are only 3 people in the house, right? Not you and me, so it's only Uncle E left. isn't it? That makes sense. Lin Wanru stuck out her tongue. She actually forgot about that. She must have been half asleep. Sis, why do you seem a bit out of breath? Are you feeling unwell? I indeed feel a bit unwell. Let's not talk anymore. I need to go to bed early. After that, Lin Ro remained silent. Lin Wanru sighed. It sounds like my sister is quite ill. Should we ask that old man to check on her tomorrow? As for that bowl of instant noodles, she let that old man take advantage so much, even claiming him as her own. Now, taking a bowl of noodles from him could be considered a small victory, right? Oomph, this time I win. With that thought, Lin Wanru started eating. But as she ate, she suddenly remembered her sister's eating sounds. Why does this situation feel like something I've encountered before? When could it have been? The next day arrived. Lin Ro got up early, holding the bedsheets to go to the washing machine. Unexpectedly, she ran into Lin Wanru head-on. Seeing Lin Ro holding the bedsheets, Lin Wanru was puzzled. Sis, why are you holding the bedsheets? Lin Ro seemed a bit flustered. My bedsheets are a bit dirty, so I want to wash them. Dirty bedsheets? Didn't you wash them the day before yesterday? Well. Lin Ro was at a loss for words. Lin Wanru became even more puzzled. She curiously looked at the bedsheets and found them mostly damp, as if someone had splashed water on them. Sis, why are your bedsheets damp? Lin Ro hesitated. Seeing Lin Ro hesitating, Lin Wanru suddenly wore a mischievous expression. Sis, could it be that you? Lin Wanru's tone made Lin Ro's heart skip a beat. Could she know? However, Lin Wanru's words caught her off guard. Could it be that you wet the bed? Lin Ro breathed a sigh of relief, then pretended to scold. You're the one. Who knows who, in second grade, drew a map on the bedsheets? Sis. Lin Wanru blushed. Didn't we agree not to mention this? I'll mention it if I want to. I still need to talk about the time when you accidentally. Sis, please stop. The two sisters playfully teased each other for a while. Leveraging her advantage as the older sister, Lin Ro had Lin Wanru under control. When Lin Wanru looked pitiful and surrendered, Lin Ro quickly explained, I had a fever last night, so I took some medicine and sweated a lot, which made the bedsheets like this. Not to mention the bedsheets, I'll probably have to wash the blanket too later, it's all sweaty. Oh, I see. Lin Wanru nodded. How about letting Uncle E take a look at it? He's quite good at medical stuff. Uncle E? Lin Ro blushed again. After all, he had come to check on her last night, and he stayed for quite a while. I slept for a while and feel much better now, so I don't need to trouble him, right? Alright then, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me. After that, Lin Wanru busied herself with other things. Seeing that she had finally fooled her, Lin Ro breathed a sigh of relief. If she had to blame someone, it was Uncle Yi's fault for being too much. She just changed into a carefully prepared thin outfit, and then the bedsheets turned out like this. Thinking about it, she felt a bit embarrassed. Forget it, let's just quickly wash everything. The sun is nice today, it should dry quickly, right? On the other side, Lin Wanru came out and saw Zhou Chen leisurely humming a tune, looking very happy. So, she ran over to ask Zhou Chen what good thing had happened. Zhou Chen just smiled and didn't say clearly. Lin Wanru kept asking. Zhou Chen had to say that he had come up with some new ways to play and wanted to try them with Lin Wanru. As he spoke, he even placed his hand on a special place. Lin Wanru blushed, scolded Zhou Chen, saying that the old man always thought about these things. However, before leaving, she whispered to Zhou Chen, let's try it when we come back in the evening. Watching her leave, Zhou Chen sighed, these two sisters are really something. Alright, it's time to check last night's rewards. Then, he opened the system. The reward information instantly appeared before his eyes. Ding! The host successfully had a deep conversation with Lin Ro. Lifespan plus 5 days. Lin Ro's favorability plus 5, current favorability 60. Favorability meets requirements, unlocking a brand new reward, Pengzu's health method upgraded. Seeing the reward, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Pengzu's health method upgraded? How can this be upgraded further, making the recovery effect even stronger? However, after reading the specific description, his eyes widened. After Pengzu's health method is upgraded to health law, the recovery effect can be shared with the woman during the conversation. Friendly reminder, the enhanced physical effect is temporarily not shared. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Wow, does this mean I can save a girl by having a deep conversation? Is this really happening? A few days later, Zhou Chen suddenly heard that Lin Wanru and Lin Ro were going out together. Upon learning that they were going to the provincial capital of Nan province to attend the Lin family's family gathering, Zhou Chen was a bit puzzled. Wasn't the Lin family's family business in Dongling? Why did they have to go to Nan province? Lin Wanru explained that the Lin family in Nan province was the main branch, while they were a branch. Although they didn't usually interact much, they still had to go to the provincial capital of Nan province for discussions every year. In the past, only the head of the family needed to go. But now, since Lin Wanru had become the heir to the family, she also had to go. As for Lin Ro, she considered that Lin Wanru was unfamiliar with the place and didn't even have anyone to talk to. She didn't want Lin Wanru to feel lonely there, so she went along. And what about this old man Zhou Chen? Because he didn't have the Lin surname, he was sadly left at home, becoming a lonely old man. However, for him, it didn't matter. At times like this, it showed the benefits of casting a wide net. Even if the Lin sisters were not at home, he wouldn't be idle and could go find other people to talk to and increase his lifespan. For example, Su Ya-tu. Therefore, Zhou Chen didn't say much to the sisters. However, Lin Wanru looked at Zhou Chen, feeling a bit misunderstood. With the thought of comforting Zhou Chen, she leaned over and whispered, "Old man, how about this? When I come back, I'll try that new way you mentioned with you. What do you think? Is it okay?" Saying this, Lin Wanru also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was a woman, and saying such things proactively was quite embarrassing. On the other side, Zhou Chen almost clapped his hands in joy upon hearing this. Wow, unexpected gains? He forcibly suppressed his inner joy and looked at her. Are you serious? Of course, when have you seen me break my word? Alright, it's a deal then. Seeing Zhou Chen quickly go from silence to a big smile, Lin Wanru found it amusing but also silently complained in her heart. This old man, he's so happy with just a little coaxing, acting like a child. At this moment, she suddenly remembered a saying, a crying child gets milk. So, what about this crying old child? Oh, what am I thinking? She quickly dismissed this thought and then went out to start the car. Later, Lin Ro also came over. She was not as direct as Lin Wanru, but rather very subtle. Ibo, I'll accompany Wanru for a few days. Sorry for leaving you alone at home. I'm actually feeling a bit unwell. When I come back, can I ask for your help again? To take a look at it, is that okay? Zhou Chen naturally agreed without hesitation. If he didn't agree, wouldn't he be worse than a beast? Then, he saw Lin Ro purse her lips, lower her head, and shyly leave. After the two sisters left, Zhou Chen took out his phone, muttering to himself, busy, all busy, then I'll be busy with my own things. Without hesitation, he quickly dialed a number. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Who is this? Zhou Chen smiled. Suyadu, you don't recognize me after not seeing me for a while? Su Yuyan on the other end of the phone was first surprised. Is it you? She seemed half angered. She said impatiently, why are you calling me? Zhou Chen smiled, nothing much, just an empty nester at home with no one to talk to, so I thought of chatting with you. Su Yuyan snorted, I'm busy right now, no time. Well, Zhou Chen deliberately sighed, busy, all busy, it's good to be busy. I have no choice but to post some things online. At least they won't say they're busy, but will reply, the host is a good person, may you be safe all your life. You. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan became agitated. You old thing, how dare you? Zhou Chen acted shamelessly, I have no choice, it's because someone doesn't keep their word. We agreed on 2 more times, and now you don't want to acknowledge it. The tone on the other end of the phone became gritted teeth. As she spoke, she became both anxious and aggrieved. You. Don't post it, can't I promise to fulfill what I owe from last time? I'll give you an address later, let's meet there. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded. Okay, it's a deal, we won't leave until we see each other. Sometime later, Zhou Chen arrived at the entrance of a luxurious villa. This was Su Yuyan's home. However, for some reason, after knocking on the door, no one came to open it for a long time. Zhou Chen was not patient, so he directly shouted, Su Yuyan, open the door quickly, if you don't, I'll turn what you did to me into a rap. Go sing it under the bridge every day. Let everyone know that you actually forced an old man. Before he could finish his sentence, the door slammed open. Su Yuyan looked embarrassed, first quickly looking around to see if anyone was there. After confirming no one was around, she scolded, what are you shouting about? Zhou Chen looked her up and down. Today, Su Yuyan was wearing a high-neck knitted top. However, it only covered the front, with the sides slightly exposed, giving the impression that a slight turn of the view could reveal everything. Below, she wore a knee-length pencil skirt, paired with sheer flesh-colored stockings, accentuating her legs to look even more slender and perfect. Facing Su Yuyan's question, Zhou Chen smiled, hey, you're at home, right? Why didn't you open the door for me just now? Su Yuyan said irritably, humph, what do you want from me? Speak quickly, Luo Xiao is coming to find me for a date later, if you delay me, you won't get away with it. Zhou Chen smiled, you still haven't fulfilled the 2 promises from last time, right? And always making you deliver takeout to my door. I feel so embarrassed about it. So I took the initiative to come over. See how considerate I am? Pa! Su Yuyan spat at him. This old rascal actually dared to bring up last time. Just thinking about that time, her plan backfired, and she was ruthlessly. Su Yuyan felt both angry and aggrieved. The back also began to ache faintly. It felt like the place where she was hit hadn't fully recovered. At this moment, Jo-chan suddenly exclaimed, "Why do you look a bit pale?" She was about to say something when she suddenly felt dizzy, and before she could steady herself, she fell forward. At that moment, a strong arm caught her, preventing her from falling directly to the ground. Su Yuyan came to her senses and was stunned to find herself directly in Jo-chan's arms. Jo-chan felt her body warmth and the faint fragrance, smiling as he said, "Su girl, I haven't even started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you have some feelings for this old man?" Su Yuyan, feeling even more displeased, retorted, Who would have feelings for an old man like you?" She struggled to stand firm again but had no strength, appearing very weak. Jo-chan frowned and immediately checked her pulse. "What's going on? Why is your pulse so weak?" Reluctant at first, Su Yuyan eventually revealed the truth. Recently, Yi Nanchang had been pressuring the Su family at every turn, pushing them to a dead end. In desperation, she devised a plan to bring down Yi Nanchang but ended up being outsmarted by him. She was even struck by a flying needle from Yi Nanchang, who claimed she would regret it for the rest of her life in a matter of days. Initially, she didn't take it seriously, but her body had been weakening day by day. Despite consulting renowned doctors, none could diagnose her condition. Until today, the situation had worsened significantly. Hearing this, Jo-chan thought, wow, Yi Nanchang is ruthless. But this might just be an opportunity for me. He could now try out his newly acquired health-preserving techniques. Of course, he needed to explain properly. No, clarify. With his medical expertise, Jo-chan quickly understood Su Yuyan's condition and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I can treat this." Su Yuyan, surprised, asked, "You can treat it?" Then, she scoffed, "Humph, I don't believe it." "You don't believe me? Then let me show you." Jo-chan rolled down her silk stocking, revealing a fair foot. "What are you doing?" Su Yuyan was a bit flustered. Could this old man have some strange fetish? She tried to break free from Jo-chan's grasp but felt dizzy and weak, unable to resist. Jo-chan instructed her not to move, then took out a golden needle and pricked a point on her foot. Ouch! The piercing pain made Su Yuyan gasp. "Why are you needling me? It hurts." Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain, thinking this old man must be surnamed Rome. Jo-chan then said, "There, see if you feel a bit better now?" Su Yuyan checked and indeed felt slightly improved, no longer dizzy. She looked at Jo-chan in astonishment. "You really know medicine?" Jo-chan acted modestly, just a trivial skill, nothing worth mentioning. Su Yuyan was about to say something when she suddenly realized she was still in Jo-chan's arms. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly broke free. She wanted to scold the old man but couldn't help feeling complex emotions after his treatment. In the end, she could only pretend to be proud and said, "Anyway, thank you." Jo-chan waved his hand. "It's too early to thank me. This is just a temporary relief. To cure it completely, we need another method." His words caught Su Yuyan's attention. "Another method?" Jo-chan stroked his beard. "Yes, I have a special treatment method." He leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Those few words widened her eyes in shock. "What? You're saying that to completely cure it, I have to do that with you? You old rascal. I thought you had changed, but you're still the same as before." Jo-chan spread his hands. "I really didn't lie to you. To be honest with you, the injection Yi Nanchang gave you is highly toxic. If not treated, it could lead to insanity or even turn you into a vegetable. Do you have a black line on your arm, slowly creeping towards your heart?" Su Yuyan hurriedly looked at her arm upon hearing this. She did find a black line tracing along her veins, already halfway up. Su Yuyan panicked. "Is this for real? How could this happen?" Yi Nanchang was truly ruthless. The thought of becoming a vegetable in the future made her extremely anxious. Seeing her distress, Jo-chan continued, "This kind of poison is incurable for ordinary people. Only I, as a descendant of a family of divine doctors, understand the ancestral dual treatment method to help you eliminate this toxin. I won't force you, it's up to you whether to agree or not." Su Yuyan was about to agree when she suddenly became wary. "You're not just trying to deceive me into doing something with you, are you?" Jo-chan was displeased at her words. "Hey, I genuinely wanted to help you, but you doubt my intentions. Forget it, since you don't trust me, I'll leave. Don't come looking for me when you're paralyzed and disfigured." Seeing Jo-chan about to leave, Su Yuyan panicked. If what Jo-chan said was true, he was her only lifeline. If she missed this opportunity, then she would be Wait, don't go. Zhou Chen turned around, not saying a word, just looking at her meaningfully. Su Yuyan knew he was waiting for her response. She gritted her teeth, thinking that she had already been intimate with this old man a few times. It wouldn't hurt to do it once more today. Besides, she had no other choice at the moment. After finding a way to justify it to herself, she nodded, "Fine, come in with me." "Hey, if you had agreed earlier, we wouldn't have had to argue like this. Hurry up, Luo Xiao will be here soon." After the two entered, it didn't take long before Luo Xiao arrived at Su Yuyan's doorstep with a bouquet of flowers. He was about to ring the doorbell when he heard some faint noises coming from inside the house. Perplexed, he muttered, "What's going on? What is Yuyan doing at home?" Without much thought, he rang the doorbell directly. "Yuyan, it's me, Luo Yichen. Open the door." However, after ringing the doorbell for a while, no one came to open the door. He was puzzled. What's happening? Is she not inside? The faint noises from inside the house only added to his confusion. He tentatively turned the doorknob and found that the door was unlocked. Glancing around, Luo Xiao pushed the door open and entered, calling out, "Yuyan, I'm coming in." At the same time, Su Yuyan in the room heard the commotion and panicked. Oh no, Luo Xiao is coming over. The treatment wasn't finished yet, and if Luo Xiao saw, Su Yuyan couldn't bear to think about the consequences. Most importantly, Zhou Chen had warned her before, this treatment must not be interrupted. Once interrupted, all previous efforts will be in vain. It might even accelerate the poison. You need to think carefully. She was suddenly torn and at a loss. "Yuyan, are you in the room?" Su Yuyan could tell that Luo Xiao's voice was getting closer. He must be coming this way. What should she do? Outside, Luo Xiao reached the door of the room. "Yuyan, are you in there?" "I'm coming in." Opening the door, he only saw Su Yuyan sitting on the bed, covered in a thick blanket. Her face was flushed, seemingly warm. Startled by Luo Xiao's sudden entrance, she quickly pulled the blanket up. Perplexed, Luo Xiao wondered what was going on. "Yuyan, why are you covering yourself with such a thick blanket in this weather?" Su Yuyan pretended to be calm. I usually like to sleep naked, but I'm afraid of catching a cold, so." Hearing this, Luo Xiao carefully examined her. Although she was covered by a thick blanket, her shoulders were still exposed, looking as if she was indeed naked. Luo Xiao felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed. "Oh, I see. Then why did you ring the doorbell just now?" Su Yuyan thought for a few seconds and hurriedly explained. "Well, I just heard the doorbell and thought it was time to get up." "Oh, I see. Looks like I misunderstood. I thought you thought what?" "It's nothing, let's not mention it." Seeing that it seemed like she had fooled him, Su Yuyan quickly said, I need to change clothes later." "Luo Xiao, could you wait outside for a moment?" Luo Xiao nodded quickly. Sure, I'll wait outside, hurry up." After closing the door, he felt quite pleased with himself. "I didn't expect to have such a feast for the eyes today. What good luck." Ding. Successfully engaged in deep conversation with Su Yuyan, lifespan plus 10 days. Su Yuyan's favorability plus 5, current favorability minus 35. Ding. Panzu's health preserving method takes effect. Target gains the recovery effect of a health preserving method. After the conversation, Zhou Chen was content. Su Yuyan, on the other hand, was exhausted, almost unable to stand. Despite this, she didn't forget to complain to Zhou Chen. "You old rascal. I almost got caught by Luo Xiao just now, do you know that?" Zhou Chen was unapologetic, but nothing happened, right? "Oh, let's see how effective the treatment was." Hearing this, Su Yuyan remembered that this treatment was for her own healing. She had been so nervous that she almost forgot. It was all because of this old rascal. She glared fiercely at Zhou Chen and then looked at her arm. She noticed that the black line had indeed stopped spreading and had even faded a bit. However, it hadn't completely disappeared. She immediately questioned Zhou Chen, "Didn't you say you could cure me completely? Why is this black line still there?" Zhou Chen shrugged, "There's nothing I can do. After all, it's a strange poison that Yi Nancheng got from somewhere. It can't be cured in one go, it will take several treatments. But rest assured, old man that I am, I will do my best to help you heal." "You." Su Yuyan was both angry and aggrieved. According to Zhou Chen, did she have to communicate with him several times? When would this end? She was about to change her clothes when Zhou Chen approached her again and gently embraced her. "Wait, what are you doing now? Don't you know? You need a double dose of treatment this time. Otherwise, the effect won't be good." "What? You actually want to do it again? If you don't want to, I won't force you, but if it's not cured, then you must be quick this time." Luo Xiao is probably getting impatient. "Don't worry. This old man is in control of the pace." Outside, Luo Xiao waited for a while. However, no matter how long he waited, Su Yuyen didn't come out. This made him suspicious. What's going on? Why is she taking so long to change clothes? Should I open the door again? If I accidentally see something. I'll just say it was an accident. He was confident in his plan. Just as he was about to pretend to accidentally open the door again, the door opened from the inside. Su Yuyen had already changed into a beige dress with gray stockings, looking very charming. Luo Xiao couldn't help but swallow, thinking how alluring this woman was. If he could have a moment with her, it would be great. Unfortunately, he hadn't found the right opportunity yet. But there was no rush. She would definitely be his woman in the future, and he had plenty of time. Seeing Luo Xiao at the door, Su Yuyen pretended to be surprised. Xiao Luo, what are you doing at the door? Could it be you want to peek at me changing clothes? Xiao Luo immediately waved his hand upon hearing this. That's not true. How could I be that kind of person? I just felt like I was waiting for a long time, so I wanted to knock on the door and ask. Oh, I see. Su Yuyen pretended to suddenly understand. Then, Xiao Luo changed the subject. Alright, since you're ready, let's just go out. Today, I'll take you out to relax, and tonight we'll go to the best Michelin 3-star restaurant. In a few days, I'll help you deal with Yi Nancheng again. That little brat, I didn't expect him to make a name for himself, but in front of my connections and background, he's still not enough. Okay. Su Yuyen nodded quickly. Just as they were about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, I forgot my bag. Xiao Luo, wait a moment, I'll go back to get my bag. Saying this, Su Yuyen was about to go back into the room. However, to her surprise, Xiao Luo volunteered. It's okay, I'll help you get it. The one you always carry, right? I'll get it right away. Hearing this, Su Yuyen panicked. She couldn't let him go in. The old man was still hiding in the room. If he saw him, it would be a disaster. Xiao Luo, you don't have to trouble yourself with this. Su Yuyen tried to stop him but was a step too slow. It's okay, just helping you get a bag, no trouble at all. With that, Xiao Luo went in. Yuyen, this. Su Yuyen's heart leaped to her throat, and she immediately ran after him. Xiao Luo, I can explain. She thought the old man had been discovered. However, when she reached the door, she found that there was no one inside. Su Yuyen was a bit confused. Where did that annoying old man go? Xiao Luo looked around the messy room, feeling that something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. He noticed the slightly damp bedsheets. Xiao Luo shook his head. With such thick blankets in this weather, how can you not sweat? I'll have to advise her later. Sweating excessively is bad for health. He glanced around and spotted the bag on the bedside. He picked it up and handed it to Su Yuyen. Seeing that Xiao Luo didn't notice anything unusual, Su Yuyen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Xiao Luo. Before leaving, she looked back again. Where did that annoying old man go? Then, the two of them left directly. After a while, Zhou Chen flipped off the ceiling and landed on the ground. Phew, didn't expect the skills I honed in the haunted house to come in handy here. Luckily I didn't look up, or I would have been caught. Then, he checked the rewards for the second in-depth interaction. Ding! Successfully had an in-depth interaction with Su Yuyen, lifespan plus 10 days. Su Yuyen's favorability plus 5, current favorability minus 30. Friendly reminder, when Su Yuyen's favorability returns to 0, special rewards will be unlocked. Watching his increasing favorability, Zhou Chen nodded. Good, a few more times and I'll meet the requirements. Then, he remembered what Xiao Luo had said to Su Yuyen. They're going to deal with the Dragon King next? This should be a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. I'll play it by ear and see if I can gain some benefits, maybe increase my lifespan. With that in mind, Zhou Chen left the place. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. If one wants to profit from a situation, they must understand the target's circumstances. So, after returning from Su Yuyen, Zhou Chen began investigating the current situation of Yi Nancheng. Of course, he couldn't do it himself. Therefore, Zhou Chen called Xin Xianyun to help with the investigation. Xin Xianyun was worried about not having a place to help Zhou Chen, but as soon as he heard this, he agreed on the spot. He promised to investigate the situation thoroughly within 3 days. 3 days later, Xin Xianyun arrived as promised, bringing along information about Yi Nancheng. He respectfully handed the information to Zhou Chen, saying, Sir, please take a look. Zhou Chen nodded, took the information, and carefully examined it. Upon reading it, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, a true dragon indeed, Yi Nancheng is extraordinary. Since being abandoned by the Su family, Yi Nancheng had stopped pretending and fully embraced his true nature as a dragon king. He not only exerted pressure on the Su family and other families he had conflicts with but also made connections with many influential figures. Many of them owed favors to Yi Nancheng, so they either submitted to him or showed exceptional respect. No one dared to act recklessly. It could be said that besides Feng Qian and Su Yuan, Yi Nanchang had the widest network and the most powerful background in Dongling City. Those who tried to scheme against him ended up defeated, causing a great stir in the upper circles. People said Yi Nanchang was a true dragon crossing the river, making even the small fry shiver in fear. After reviewing the information, Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. Truly, a dragon is a dragon, his rise is beyond belief. Even if I intercept some of his opportunities, he can still rise out of nowhere. It seemed that he had to be cautious and not let Yi Nanchang notice him, especially regarding intercepting his various admirers. He must not let him find out. Otherwise, he wouldn't enjoy his current carefree days of flirting with girls. After reviewing the information, Zhou Chen nodded at Xin Xianyun, saying, "You did well." Xin Xianyun was delighted to receive the praise. "It's my honor to work for you, sir." At that moment, Zhou Chen remembered something else. "By the way, has your brother caused any more trouble for Lu Qian after that?" Lu Qian? Xin Xianyun was puzzled for a moment. After a while, he recalled that Lu Qian was the female boss of the amusement park they had a conflict with. Shen Bailong offended the sir by arguing with her over land. Xin Xianyun promptly replied, "Of course not. After you intervened and resolved the dispute, how could we dare to cause trouble again? It's just..." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen sensed a hint of opportunity. "Just what?" After thinking for a moment, Xin Xianyun said, "She's currently facing other troubles." Then, Xin Xianyun revealed the whole situation. It turned out that the Lu family was pressuring Lu Qian to marry into another family. Naturally, Lu Qian refused. Subsequently, the Lu family cut off Lu Qian's cash flow and demanded early repayment of her debts, threatening to seize her assets if she didn't comply. This left her in a tight financial situation. Even though the amusement park business was doing well, it couldn't cover such a huge gap all at once. Therefore, she was currently in distress. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen almost slapped his thigh, thinking, here's the opportunity. It was clear that this should have been Yi Nanchang's opportunity. With Lu Qian in crisis and about to be forced into a marriage, Yi Nanchang could step in to help. The subsequent plot didn't need much explanation. Those who understood, understood. However, now that the old man, Zhou Chen, knew about it, it wouldn't make sense not to intervene. But when the time came, the following plot would have to change a bit. It would shift from a sibling romance to an old man's joy. Immediately, Zhou Chen shared his thoughts with Xin Xianyun. If we lend her money, could she get through this difficult situation? Xin Xianyun nodded. It's possible. However, the Lu family had already anticipated this, so they spread the word that no one should help Lu Qian. And the few families capable of helping Lu Qian were eyeing her with greed. This left Lu Qian in a dilemma. Hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded. After all, she had started her business to escape the arranged marriage. Now, if you hand yourself over again just to get through a difficult situation, what does that count as? After saying this, Xin Xianyun suddenly seemed lost in thought. Old man, are you trying to lend money to Lu Qian? I'd better not meddle in this matter. The person the Lu family is going to marry is the third son of the Luo family, Luo Yu. Even I have to show some respect to the Luo family. Although you owe Chairman Feng a favor, he may not necessarily interfere in other people's affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned, then he chuckled. The Luo family? What a coincidence! He happened to know someone from the Luo family, and he still owed him a favor. So, Zhou Chen smiled mysteriously. If I can persuade the young master of the Luo family, Luo Chen, would that be enough? After leaving Zhou Chen, Xin Xianyun took a deep breath to calm himself. The reason was simple. The old man's words were too astonishing. He never expected that. He actually knew people from the Luo family. And it sounded like he could easily persuade the young master of the Luo family to provide substantial funds to help Lu Qian. If it were someone from within the Luo family saying this, he wouldn't be so surprised. However, this was spoken by an outsider. It was quite intriguing. The old man's identity may be even more formidable than I imagined. I must make friends with such a person in the future. No, I should work for him. Perhaps then, I can persuade him to help Shen Bailong with his illness. After Xin Xianyun left, Zhou Chen was about to call Luo Xiao when suddenly his phone rang. He checked and surprisingly, it was Su Yuyan calling. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen immediately answered the phone. Su girl, why are you calling me today? Is it because you felt a bit reluctant last time, so you thought of me again? Su Yuyan didn't hold back on the other end of the line. Bah, who would miss you, old man? I'm calling you out of necessity. Didn't you say last time that it's best to do that thing every 3 days, or else the black lines will slowly extend? Have you forgotten? Hearing this, Zhou Chen slapped his forehead. Oh no, he actually forgot about this. Blame it on Su Yuyan being too charming at the time. he only remembered the pleasure and forgot about this matter. He quickly apologized. Sorry, it was my negligence. So, are you free now? I'll come over right away. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Su Yuyan pretended to be proud. Humph, you better come quickly. By the way, don't let anyone see you on the way, or I won't spare you. With that said, before Zhou Chen could respond, she hung up. Hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This Su girl, she's really stubborn. Clearly, she begged me to do something, but her tone is so arrogant, as if I'm just an old servant under her. But it doesn't matter to me anyway. I'll make sure she can't be arrogant later. Then, Zhou Chen hummed a tune as he walked towards Su Yuyan's place. Upon arriving, Zhou Chen saw Su Yuyan still in her purple dress, gray knee-high socks, with a face full of pride. Along with the pride, there was a hint of disgust towards Zhou Chen. However, even though she was disgusted, she had to submit to Zhou Chen because of the poisoning incident. After all, she had consulted many famous doctors, but no one could help her except this old man. And this pride was her last stand. Humph, at least I won't be led by the nose by this old man. I won't let him dictate everything. Just as she was thinking this, Zhou Chen didn't say a word and just embraced her. This startled her. Unable to maintain her pride, she became flustered. You. Wait a moment, let me change into something else. However, Zhou Chen waved his hand and said, It's okay, I'm not picky. No, I'm not ready yet. By the time you're ready, the food might have gone cold. And this toxin treatment can't wait. If it drags on, who knows what might happen. Then, at least let's go into the room first, not in the living room. What's there to fear? There's no one else at home. Ding! Successfully deepened interaction with Su Yuyan at a special location, lifespan plus 20 days. Su Yuyan's favorability plus 5, current favorability minus 25. When Su Yuyan's favorability returns to 0, special rewards can be unlocked. After the interaction, Zhou Chen was satisfied. Su Yuyan, on the other hand, kept wiping her tears, muttering curses at Zhou Chen under her breath while wiping away the traces. This old rascal, making a mess everywhere. Suddenly, she remembered something and glanced at her arm. The black line had indeed shortened. Seeing this, she felt relieved and continued complaining. Once all the poison in my body is gone, I'll show you. I'll make you kneel down and lick. At that moment, Zhou Chen's voice interrupted. Su girl, what did you say? Su Yuyan froze in her actions. I didn't say anything, did you mishear? She became nervous again. After all, if Zhou Chen heard her, what if he got angry and refused to help her with the treatment? Su Yuyan sneakily glanced at Zhou Chen and saw that he didn't seem to mind anymore, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. This old rascal, he's in his 70s and still has such good hearing. Just then, the doorbell at Su Yuyan's house rang. Yuyan, open the door, it's me. Luo Xiao's voice came through. Su Yuyan was taken aback, then felt somewhat speechless. How coincidental. She quickly told Zhou Chen, hurry, hide in the room. Zhou Chen shrugged, it's fine, I have a way to handle this. You have a ghost of a way. Without another word, Su Yuyan pushed Zhou Chen into the adjacent room connected to the living room. She calmly opened the door. Despite being extremely nervous, she managed to force a smile. Luo Xiao, why are you here at this hour? Hee, nothing much, just wanted to see you. Then, come in first. She then invited Luo Xiao in to sit and chat. As soon as Luo Xiao entered, he noticed 2 wet handprints on the living room wall. Yuyan, why are there handprints on this wall? Su Yuyan panicked at the sight. Oh no, she forgot to clean this area. Thinking quickly, she explained, oh, I just did it on a whim after washing my hands. Luo Xiao, you won't find me too childish, will you? Luo Xiao chuckled at her explanation. I think you're adorable. Why would I ever find fault with that? Relieved by Luo Xiao's response, Su Yuyan chatted with him while she went to make tea. As Luo Xiao sipped his tea, he watched Su Yuyan's back with a playful look in his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed something. The handprints from earlier seemed to be more than one pair, with another pair slightly dried up and less distinct. Assuming Su Yuyan had pressed her hands on the wall multiple times, he shook his head with a smile. Such an innocent and romantic woman, hard to come by nowadays. With her around, I'm truly fortunate. Soon, Su Yuyan brought the tea over. As Luo Xiao drank, they chatted casually. Eventually, the conversation turned to Zhou Chen. Whenever Zhou Chen was mentioned, Luo Xiao couldn't help but feel irritated. Ah, that old man, I really fell into his trap last time, now I have to bow my head whenever I see him. If I get the chance, I'll definitely turn the tables. Then, Luo Xiao began to speak ill of Zhou Chen. Su Yuyan was taken aback. How could this work? That old rascal is in the next room. If he overhears us, won't he hold a grudge? Su Yuyan quickly advised, Luo Xiao, maybe we shouldn't talk about him. I always feel it's not right to talk behind someone's back. Luo Xiao disagreed. What's the big deal? That old guy isn't here anyway. And you often curse him too, don't you? I'm quite touched that you stand with me against him. Su Yuyan was speechless. Just because you curse him and I curse him, doesn't make it the same thing. And if you curse him, why drag me into it? Who can I reason with? Thinking about this, Su Yuyan felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, she heard an elderly voice. What were you two talking about just now? She looked over and was shocked to see Zhou Chen had come out on his own. Her mind went blank. How did he come out? Didn't he promise me he wouldn't reveal himself? How do I explain this now? Luo Xiao was also startled, almost falling off his chair. He looked at Zhou Chen in panic. Sir, what are you doing here? Zhou Chen snorted, if I'm not here, how could I have heard what you just said? Luo Xiao swallowed hard. Let me explain. He thought of dozens of reasons, but none seemed right. In the end, he gritted his teeth, knelt down, and said, Sir, I'm sorry. I've offended you. Luo Xiao spent a lot of effort and promised many benefits. This made Zhou Chen nod and forgive him. He didn't dare to sit down but offered his chair to Zhou Chen. He stood obediently to the side. Then he quietly asked Su Yuyan, why is he here? Su Yuyan was at a loss. She couldn't possibly reveal everything, could she? Just as Su Yuyan was feeling extremely anxious, Zhou Chen's voice came, why wouldn't I be here? Su Yatu is my adopted granddaughter, can't I come to her house for a visit and a cup of tea? Luo Xiao was full of question marks. Adopted granddaughter? When did this happen? Su Yuyan was also puzzled. When did I become your adopted granddaughter? What is he talking about? Luo Xiao was stunned for a moment, then quickly took over the conversation. Of course, no problem. But why were you hiding just now? I was hiding to hear your true thoughts. I didn't expect you to be two-faced. Sir, I've offended you. Please forgive me. After a while, Luo Xiao seemed a bit overwhelmed. He quickly excused himself and went to the bathroom. Su Yuyan saw Luo Xiao leave and hurriedly approached Zhou Chen, looking annoyed. Old man, when did I become your granddaughter? Zhou Chen confidently said, oh, didn't I say I had a solution just now? This is the solution. Your solution is for me to call you grandpa? Su Yuyan was full of question marks. Yes, Zhou Chen said firmly. Once I'm your grandpa, I can come and go as I please here, right? And we don't have to worry about Luo Xiao seeing us. As long as he doesn't catch us in the act, it's fine, right? You. Su Yuyan was furious. Is this even a human conversation? But at this point, she had no choice but to agree. She didn't want Luo Xiao to figure out their relationship. After a while, Luo Xiao returned. Zhou Chen started chatting with him. As they chatted, he suddenly looked at Su Yuyan, granddaughter, don't you think so? Su Yuyan was too angry to pay attention and didn't hear clearly. Being called like that left her confused. But after seeing Zhou Chen's meaningful gaze, she weighed the pros and cons and finally, she eventually nodded, feeling both angry and helpless. What Grandpa Gon said is true. The topic that Zhou Chen and Luo Xiao were just discussing was about Lu Qian. Based on his understanding, in order to help Lu Qian through this difficult situation, at least two small goals were needed. It was quite a large sum of cash to come up with all at once. Even Luo Xiao would probably hesitate for a moment. Originally, Zhou Chen was thinking about what to do if Luo Xiao didn't agree, whether he needed to resort to other methods. However, as soon as Luo Xiao heard about someone badmouthing him behind his back, he immediately agreed without hesitation. Just as Zhou Chen brought up the matter, Luo Xiao readily agreed as if pecking at grains like a chicken. After agreeing, Luo Xiao looked dejected. This was over 200 million. Although it wasn't much for the entire Luo family, it was almost emptying his own cash reserves. Sigh, how many fewer times do I have to go to the club in the future? This is really a loss. He suddenly looked somewhat distressed. Seeing this, Zhou Chen took the initiative to speak again. I remember you've always wanted to deal with Yi Nanchang, right? Don't worry, I won't just take your money for nothing. I promise to give you some guidance at the right time. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao was immediately overjoyed. The old man's connections far exceeded those of the Luo family, and his identity was very mysterious. There were even rumors that the Li family in the southern province showed great respect for this old man. Although the truth was unknown, as long as he could help deal with Yi Nanchang, it was like a gift from heaven. Old man, are you serious? Of course, but the reward cannot be small. Don't worry about the reward, I guarantee there won't be any issues. Luo Xiao wasn't just talking big. Before, he could afford to underestimate Yi Nanchang. But now, after just a few days, Yi Nanchang had become the biggest threat to the Luo family. Therefore, when it came to dealing with Yi Nanchang, the Luo family would spare no effort, including in terms of rewards. As long as it was about dealing with Yi Nanchang, he could request resources from the top levels of the family. This could mobilize much more than just his own small treasury. However, the reward Zhou Chen wanted was not just that. While Luo Xiao went to the balcony to make a phone call and raise funds, Zhou Chen took the opportunity to whisper to Su Yuyan. After a few words, Su Yuyan widened her beautiful eyes. What? You can help me deal with Yi Nanchang, but the condition is, you help deal with Yi Nanchang once, and I have to pay you back once? Zhou Chen nodded. That's right. Doesn't it feel like a good deal? Good deal, my foot. Luo Xiao already agreed to your reward. Why do you still? His reward is his, yours is yours. Even real brothers need to settle their debts clearly. You two aren't even real brothers, so shouldn't you be even clearer about it? You. Su Yuyan was so angry she couldn't speak. This old man was always thinking about those things. His arguments were twisted and endless. What was most infuriating was that she couldn't argue with him. Seeing that Su Yuyan was not very willing, Zhou Chen deliberately sighed. Well, if you don't agree, then forget it. When Yi Nanchang drives you both to a dead end, don't blame me for not helping. With that, Zhou Chen stood up directly, pretending to leave. Su Yuyan immediately panicked. She had already tried many methods to deal with Yi Nanchang. However, without exception, they all failed. Even with the Luo family's help, it would probably be difficult to harm Yi Nanchang. Without the help of this old man, things would probably. Just as Zhou Chen stood up and took a step, he felt his hand being grabbed. Surprisingly, the small hand was quite smooth and soft to the touch. It was Su Yuyan who held onto him. Zhou Chen didn't say anything, just looked at her like that, quietly waiting for her answer. Su Yuyan, unlike her previous arrogance, looked somewhat aggrieved. Her expression was reluctant and helpless. Don't leave, can't I just agree to you? When Luo Xiaotong finished his phone call and returned, Su Yuyan was already sitting properly again, looking as if nothing had happened. Zhou Chen's whereabouts were unknown. Upon inquiring, it was revealed that he had gone to the restroom. Luo Xiaotong suddenly realized, no wonder I heard such loud water sounds from the restroom. So it was the old man washing his hands. Startled by the recent events, he dared not speak ill of others behind their backs anymore. Even his way of addressing Zhou Chen became more respectful. Soon, the sound of water stopped. Surprisingly, the faucet sound started again. This left Luo Xiaotong utterly bewildered. What's going on? Do you need to wash your hands twice? Wait, wasn't it the faucet earlier? Luo Xiaotong suddenly fell silent. In his mind, he couldn't help but curse. This old man, who was in his 70s or 80s, could still be so vigorous? Wasn't that too unbelievable? Reflecting on himself, Luo Xiaotong couldn't help but feel a hint of inferiority, coughing lightly to conceal his embarrassment. I should visit the club less often and take better care of my health. I can't even compare to an old man, how embarrassing. At that moment, he noticed that Su Yuyan's expression seemed off as well. He thought to himself, she probably finds this old man outrageous too? When Zhou Chen emerged, Luo Xiaotong immediately stood up, respectfully approaching Zhou Chen and nodding. Sir, I have already arranged the money. It should be ready within 2 days, and I will have it delivered to you. Zhou Chen nodded, indicating that he had heard. They exchanged a few more words before Zhou Chen excused himself, taking his leave. Watching Zhou Chen walk away, Luo Xiaotong finally breathed a sigh of relief. In front of Zhou Chen, he didn't even dare to breathe freely, fearing to upset the old man. Then, he remembered something and turned to Su Yuyan, asking, Yuyan, how did you establish such a relationship with the old man and treat him like a grandfather? It's because I helped him with something. So, I see. Hey, why are you stuttering? What? Why are you interrogating me like this? Do you doubt me? Do you not love me anymore? If you don't love me, just say it, there's no need to pick on me. No, absolutely not. Hey, Yuyan, wait for me. 2 days later, Zhou Chen received a message from Luo Xiaotong, stating that the funds had been raised. Zhou Chen immediately went to the amusement park run by Lu Qian. On the way, he pondered on how to collect his reward from Lu Qian. Unlike Su Yuyan, a woman like Lu Qian, who is soft on the outside but tough on the inside, won't respond well to direct pressure. Moreover, she also knows Yi Nanchang, so if I push her too hard, she might turn to Yi Nanchang. But women like her have a particular trait, they respond better to gentle persuasion. Perhaps I can use that to my advantage. As Zhou Chen contemplated, he made his way there. Upon arrival, he revealed his identity. The amusement park staff remembered him as the old man who had helped out the other day. Upon learning that he wanted to see their beautiful female boss, the staff made a call. Soon, Zhou Chen spotted Lu Qian from afar. Every step she took was graceful, her figure exuding charm that captivated onlookers. However, there was a hint of weariness in her expression compared to before. It seemed she was troubled by recent events. Lu Qian soon approached him, saying, "Sir, you're here." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Chen inquired about her recent situation. Lu Qian sighed, "To be honest, things haven't been going well for me lately." She then explained about the pressure from the Lu family to marry and the disruption of her cash flow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded. "I see, it seems the rumors I heard were true." Surprised by his words, Lu Qian asked, "Sir, why are you here?" Before Zhou Chen could respond, an employee rushed over to report, "Bad news, General Manager Lu, that man surnamed Luo has come with people again." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian immediately apologized to Zhou Chen. "I'm sorry, old man. I have something urgent to attend to right now, so please excuse me." Then, Lu Qian hurried towards the office. Zhou Chen naturally wouldn't just stand there. He smirked and quietly followed her. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Yi Nanchang had just dealt with a group of thugs and successfully subdued the mastermind behind the underground fighting ring. It was this mastermind who had tried to take him down before, but he ended up turning the tables on him. Now, the mastermind was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Yi Nanchang with fear. Just as Yi Nanchang was about to strike again to assert his dominance, he suddenly felt a palpitation. He couldn't help but look in a certain direction, and that direction was where Lu Qian was. Soon after, he received intelligence from his men. What? Third young master Luo is forcing sister Lu Qian to marry him, or else he'll ruin her and her family? They are already on their way to seal off her place? Damn! Yi Nanchang immediately jumped into his car and rushed towards Lu Qian. "Sister Lu Qian, wait for me. I won't let you fall into that man's clutches." Back at the amusement park, upon entering the office, Lu Qian immediately noticed Luo Yu with his legs propped up on the table. "Put your feet down for me," Lu Qian commanded. Luo Yu turned to see Lu Qian and his face lit up. "Oh, Sister Lu Qian, you're here? You want me to put my feet down? No problem. As long as you agree to follow me, I'll do whatever you say." Lu Qian spat, "Disgusting. You want me to follow you? Forget about it." Luo Yu's expression turned cold. "Well, Lu Qian, I don't have that much patience. I came here today with your creditors. Either you comply with me, and I'll help you sort things out, or you can wait for bankruptcy." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian was furious. "Didn't we agree to give me another month? How long has it been? Is it necessary to rush us like this?" The creditors nearby looked embarrassed. "Sorry, Boss Lu, we are also in a tight spot recently, and we have no choice but to resort to this." Lu Qian glared at them. "It's not about being in a tight spot. It's Luo family sending you here, right?" The creditors chuckled. "Since you know, don't blame us. We have no choice, after all, we can't fight against the powerful. Why don't you just agree to third young master Luo from the Luo family? It's better for everyone." Luo Yu also nodded. "Yes, it's good for everyone to agree now. If you wait until you go bankrupt and become a defaulter, it won't be the same deal. By then, it won't be a marriage alliance, but you'll become mine." He didn't finish his sentence, but Lu Qian knew it wasn't a good term. She raised her eyebrows. "Disgusting. No way." Seeing this, Luo Yu seemed to lose his patience and waved his hand. "Since she refuses to repay the debt, what are we waiting for? Men, move everything from here. Seal off her place, including this amusement park." Before anyone could react, a group of people moved to seal off the area. Lu Qian was frantic. This amusement park was her entire savings and career. If it were to be sealed off, just the debts alone would leave her with no hope of recovery. She tried to stop the people from sealing off the area. However, as a woman facing a group of people, how could she possibly stop them? Some employees wanted to help, but with one word from Luo Yu, anyone who dared to interfere would be thrown in jail for a few days, which frightened the employees. Seeing that the situation was beyond salvage, Lu Qian was on the verge of tears. Is there really no way out? Just as Lu Qian was sinking into despair, a commanding voice rang out. "Stop!" The powerful voice shook everyone's eardrums. The people present involuntarily looked towards the source of the voice. The one who roared was none other than Zhou Chen. Luo Yu was initially startled by the roar, but when he turned around, he saw an old man. He couldn't help but feel disdainful. "Old man, who do you think you are? Do you want to meddle in this matter? I'm afraid you can't handle it." On the side, Lu Qian hurriedly approached. "Old man, you..." Before she could finish, Zhou Chen interrupted. "Lu lass, rest assured, I won't stand idly by on this matter." But Lu Qian looked troubled. "You may not know, the Lu family is pressuring me to marry the third young master of the Luo family, Luo Yu. Even if you have connections with Shen Yun, he is just a nouveau riche after all. The Luo family has been entrenched in Dongling for many years. With strong local influence, they won't fear Shen Yun. If you help me, it might bring unnecessary trouble to you. Zhou Chen patted her hand. Don't worry, old man, I have everything arranged. Luo Yu saw the two whispering and completely ignored him. This made him somewhat annoyed. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Am I invisible? Old man, who are you exactly? Zhou Chen patted his chest. I am the security guard of Mr. Lu's amusement park. Protecting the company's property is my duty. Do you think I should intervene? This statement stunned the people on Luo Yu's side. What's going on? A security guard? Just a moment ago, they thought he was someone else, and now this? Lu Qian was also a bit confused. She wanted to ask Zhou Chen why he said that, but he signaled her not to speak. Lu Qian had to suppress her doubts. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Luo Yu sneered. Let me tell you, old man, this is none of your business. She either agrees to my conditions or pays back the money she owes. Zhou Chen stepped forward. Humph, it's just about money, right? Let me tell you, mister, Lu and I have already discussed the investment. Someone will bring the money over soon. What? Luo Yu furrowed his brows. The next moment, he shook his head. Who are you trying to deceive? Don't you know I've already spread the word? Who dares to help her is going against me? Right now, there's probably no one in Dongling who would go against me for a Lu Qian. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? The person will come with the contract soon, believe it or not. Seeing Zhou Chen so confident, the several creditors looked at each other, unsure. If they could really get their money back, they wouldn't be able to seal off this place anymore. Luo Yu sneered disdainfully. Fine, let the person you contacted come over. I want to see who has the guts. Zhou Chen held up 5 fingers. He'll be here within 5 minutes. Luo Yu said, I'll give you 5 minutes. If the person doesn't show up after 5 minutes, we'll continue sealing off the place. While waiting, Lu Qian hurriedly pulled Zhou Chen aside. Old man, I haven't contacted anyone for investment? What are you? Zhou Chen pressed her hand. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. When the 5 minutes are up, the truth will be revealed. Although Zhou Chen's tone was firm, Lu Qian still felt uneasy. She wondered if Shin Qianyun would come with the money. Would he really offend the Luo family for this? If not Shin Qianyun, then who else could it be? The 5 minutes passed quickly. However, no one appeared. When the time was up, Luo Yu immediately started shouting, Time's up. Where is the person? Why isn't there even a ghostly figure? Lu Qian's heart clenched. Could it be that the old man deliberately said this to delay time? Zhou Chen remained calm. However, Luo Yu misunderstood his calmness. This old man seemed to be completely helpless. I knew no one would dare to go against me. Even if there is, I can make sure that person can't survive in Dongling City. Let him be completely finished. At that moment, the office doors suddenly opened. Luo Yu fixed his gaze. Big brother? What are you doing here? Luo Xiao, seeing Luo Yu, was also somewhat surprised. What are you doing here too? Brother, I came here for something. What about you? Luo Xiao raised a document in his hand after hearing that. Oh, I'm here to invest in the amusement park here. Look, I brought the contract. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu was first stunned, then he realized. Wait, the person they are talking about. Could it be their own big brother? At the same time, when others heard Luo Xiao's words, they were also puzzled. Wow, Lu Qian actually managed to negotiate an investment. And it's from the young master of the Luo family. Young master Luo Yichen is the future successor of the Luo family. No matter what, Luo Yu can't compete with him. Looks like Luo Yu's plan is probably ruined. While everyone was discussing, they couldn't help but glance at Lu Qian. However, Lu Qian was equally surprised. What's going on? How could someone really come to invest? And it's the young master of the Luo family, someone Luo Yu absolutely can't mess with. What on earth is this? Suddenly, Lu Qian remembered Zhou Chen's words. She immediately turned to look for him, as if seeking an answer. Zhou Chen noticed her gaze and just smiled faintly. I said there would be a way, right? Lu Qian was somewhat enlightened. It seems that this old man really arranged everything. Even the young master of the Luo family could be brought in for help. What kind of background is this? In the eyes of everyone, Luo Yu was full of question marks. Damn it, the duck that was just about to reach his mouth, he hadn't even tasted it yet, and it flew away. And it was released by his own big brother. How could he bear this? Big brother, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to compete with me for a woman? Hearing this, Luo Xiao frowned directly. Compete for a woman? I'm not as idle as you. Then why are you ruining my good thing? Bringing investment to this woman, Lu Qian? I see potential in her amusement park, is that not allowed? Luo, you wanted to say something more. However, Luo Xiao just snorted directly. Do I need your permission for what I do? In the future, will the Luo family listen to you or to me? As he said this, he exuded dominance. Everyone could hear the displeasure and unquestionable tone in his voice. It seemed like, with just one more word from Luo Yu, he could directly strip Luo Yu of his current position and kick him out of the Luo family. Luo Yu naturally sensed the threat in Luo Xiao's words. In the end, he could only bow his head and say, "No. I was just impulsive, please forgive me, big brother." He said this with an extremely low posture, almost kneeling in public. "That's more like it." Luo Xiao no longer looked at him, but handed the contract to Lu Qian. "Ms. Lu, a big shot is interested in your amusement park and wants to invest. Of course, the profits will be shared according to the investment ratio. Other than that, there are no other requirements. Do you have any questions?" Lu Qian was still a bit puzzled, and Zhou Chen nudged her quietly. Only then did she come to her senses, took the contract and said, "No problem. Thank you very much for your help." Luo Xiao just waved his hand. "Don't thank me, thank that big shot." After signing the contract, Luo Xiao left in a carefree manner. Everyone watched his back and couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of being the young master of the Luo family, exuding dominance in every move. Indeed, Luo Yu looks like a little chick in front of him, not daring to lift his head. Luo Xiao walked with a self-proclaimed heroic and carefree stride, reaching a corner. He heard someone calling him from behind, "Luo Yichen." Luo Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. How dare someone address me directly by my name? Simply ignorant of their place. He turned around, ready to show off his dominance again. But when he looked, it was Zhou Chen calling him. His dominance instantly dimmed. He jogged up to Zhou Chen and asked, "Old man, did I perform well?" Looking at his demeanor, there was no trace of dominance left. Zhou Chen nodded and said, "Yes, not only did you not expose me, but you also successfully handled everything. You are truly a promising young man." Being praised like this, Luo Xiao's tail was about to wag up to the sky. "You flatter me. But I have a question. Why did you come specifically to help this woman surnamed Lu? Could it be that you have feelings for her?" Zhou Chen pretended to be profound and rambled, "You wouldn't understand. She is related to Yi Nanchang. By helping her, I can indirectly get closer to Yi Nanchang. This way, we know each other's strengths and weaknesses, making it easier to work together in the future." Hearing this, Luo Xiao was so impressed that he was full of admiration. "Indeed, old man, you easily came up with such a good idea. I will rely on you in the future." Zhou Chen nodded, continuing to pretend to be a wise man. After seeing off Luo Xiao, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels behind him. Without looking, he knew it was Lu Qian coming over. The corners of Zhou Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Next, it was time for him to shine. After coming to Zhou Chen's side, Lu Qian hesitated. She thought she knew Zhou Chen's background and was still considering him, not wanting him to get involved in this mess. However, the recent events made her feel like she couldn't see through this old man at all. What exactly is his identity? Why can even the young master of the Luo family be found by him? She was very curious about the answers to these questions. But she was afraid of offending Zhou Chen by probing too deeply, so she didn't dare to ask. In the end, Lu Qian still felt that it was too impolite to ask directly about his identity, so she decided to learn more about it when she had the chance in the future. For now, she had to thank the old man properly. So she spoke up, "Old man, thank you. If you hadn't brought in the investment, I'm afraid." Zhou Chen chuckled at her words, It's nothing serious. I just couldn't stand seeing them bully others, so I helped out a bit." Hearing Zhou Chen's casual tone, Lu Qian felt even more convinced of his extraordinary identity. "I don't know how to thank you. If there's anything you need my help with, just say it, and I will do my best." Hearing this, Zhou Chen muttered to himself, "Need my help? Hey, there are plenty of ways you can use my help. But for now, it's not the right time. I need to push a little further." After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen said, "Have you forgotten? You still owe me a meal from last time. Why don't you treat me to a meal?" Hearing this, Lu Qian was surprised. "Just a meal is enough?" Zhou Chen nodded, "Of course. What else were you expecting? Are you thinking of offering yourself?" Lu Qian blushed, but not like a shy young girl. Instead, she carried herself with a mature composure. "Old man, you're joking. Since you want to have a meal, I'll call the hotel now to make a reservation." With that, she took out her phone to make the call. But Zhou Chen reminded her, "Lu girl, I have to tell you, my identity is a bit sensitive, and I have enemies outside. So I want to discuss with you. You must not tell anyone about the help I gave you. Otherwise, I might get into trouble." Hearing this, Lu Qian's expression turned serious. She didn't expect the old man to have such a secret. If it were someone else saying this, she might not take it seriously and think it was a joke. But coming from the old man, she absolutely believed it. After all, for someone as mysterious as him, having a few troublesome enemies was quite normal. So she nodded and said, "No problem, old man. I, Lu Qian, will keep it a secret. At this moment, at the entrance of the amusement park, Yi Nanchang had just arrived and heard someone say that the situation had been resolved. He was instantly puzzled. What's going on? How was it resolved? Since Yi Nanchang had helped out here a few days before, the staff here had a good impression of him. So, the employees didn't hide anything and told him the truth. What? The eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Yichen, brought an investment contract and didn't ask for anything else? Yes, it's true. It's like a timely help. Hearing this, Yi Nanchang couldn't help but frown. How could this be? Why did Luo Yichen come specifically to help Miss Lu Qian out of trouble? After thinking for a while, he can only come up with one possibility. Luo Yichen must have set his sights on Miss Lu Qian, which made Luo Yu deliberately make trouble, so that he could help at a critical moment. This way, he can capture Miss Lu Qian's heart. It must be like this. Just then, he saw Luo Xiao coming out of the amusement park with a proud look on his face. When enemies meet, jealousy arises. Seeing Yi Nanchang, Luo Xiao smiled provocatively. This made Yi Nanchang even more certain that Luo Yichen must have his eyes on Lu Qian. Humph, I won't let you succeed. Later, he found Lu Qian and inquired about the situation. Upon learning that Luo Xiao had temporarily not been bothering her much, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing he didn't come bothering her, or else I wouldn't spare him. At that moment, Yi Nanchang suddenly felt that Lu Qian seemed burdened with something, as if she was hiding something from him. However, after asking, Lu Qian said it was nothing, just that she was considering the future development of the amusement park. Despite getting an answer, Yi Nanchang still had some doubts. But in the end, he could only attribute it to his own illusions. Forget it, I probably just overthought it, right? Yi Nanchang thought to himself. On the way to the hotel, Zhou Chen opened the system. A prompt suddenly popped up. Ding! Lu Qian's favorability +5, current favorability 25, full value 100. Looking at the increased favorability, Zhou Chen nodded. Not bad, just 5 more points of favorability and I can get another reward. I wonder what the reward is. There's nothing much to say about having a meal. After all, he's not a dragon king. There won't be waiters looking down on customers who come in, saying they're not allowed in. Nor will he encounter an ex-girlfriend accompanying a wealthy man, making snide remarks right away. Upon arrival, Lu Qian took the initiative to lead him to the seat. Zhou Chen performed steadily, using his years of experience to flirt. He made Lu Qian laugh uncontrollably. Of course, some parts of her were also trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Chen was so engrossed in admiring her that he almost forgot to eat. Fortunately, Lu Qian took it all as a joke. As they chatted, Zhou Chen couldn't help but notice Lu Qian's female suit attire. Although it covered her whole body securely, it accentuated her figure perfectly, leaving much to the imagination. Under the table were feet wrapped in black silk stockings. The toes were pointed in high heels, swaying back and forth. It looked mischievous yet suggestive. Compared to the Lin sisters and Su Yuyen, each had their own beauty. Zhou Chen thought, if he had to choose one of these women, there was only one answer. I want them all. The meal was quickly finished. Due to having some drinks, Lu Qian was slightly tipsy. Zhou Chen suggested that it wasn't safe for her to walk back alone and offered to escort her home. Lu Qian didn't think much and agreed. Zhou Chen hailed a taxi, helped Lu Qian get in and settled down. The driver in front widened his eyes as if to say, "Oh my, at your age, you're still playing this game? The old man is really in good shape." Zhou Chen just smiled without explaining and asked the driver to start driving. When they arrived, Zhou Chen helped Lu Qian out of the car. The driver looked at Lu Qian's figure with some reluctance. Oh, she's a real beauty. This old man's luck is really damn good. At home, Zhou Chen helped Lu Qian lie down on the sofa. At that moment, Lu Qian was lying down, her clothes slightly disheveled, revealing a bit of her pure white skin. She seemed completely defenseless. However, Zhou Chen could tell from her breathing and pulse. She was just pretending to be drunk. I guess she's not very reassured and wants to test me. But in front of my medical skills, this acting is still not convincing enough. He remained calm and collected, then gathered some materials and made a bowl of sobering soup. Next, he handed it to Lu Qian. Lu, have some sobering soup, you'll feel better. Lu Qian was helped by Zhou Chen to sit up and drank the sobering soup. Soon, the remaining trace of drunkenness disappeared. Lu Qian felt a bit relieved. After all, the old man appeared out of nowhere to help her. She couldn't help but think he had ulterior motives. But now it seemed she was overthinking. The old man is so upright, and I actually suspected him maliciously, it's really. She couldn't help but feel guilty. So, she acted as if she had just woken up from a hangover and sat up. First, she thanked Zhou Chen for helping her back and making the sobering soup. Zhou Chen said it was nothing. Lu Qian smiled and then started chatting with Zhou Chen. As they chatted, Lu Qian suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Zhou Chen quickly asked her what was wrong. She waved her hand. It's nothing, probably because I've been worrying about that thing for the past few days. Just relaxed, and fatigue suddenly hit me all at once. Zhou Chen immediately perked up upon hearing this. Hey, wasn't this a foolproof trick he had used many times before? So Zhou Chen suggested he could give her a massage. He said that if she didn't get a massage, it might take 10 days or half a month to recover, which would affect her work and life afterward. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian hesitated. Zhou Chen persuaded her, don't worry, I come from a family of medicine. The bowl of sobering soup I just made is also a recipe passed down from my ancestors, you can tell me if it works or not, right? Lu Qian agreed with these words. Zhou Chen continued, and your symptoms don't need anything else. Just a foot massage to promote blood circulation and relieve stasis, making you feel 100 times better. With that, Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Then, I'll trouble the old man. With that, she extended her foot wrapped in thin silk stockings. Seeming a bit embarrassed, she quickly added, old man, I'm a bit afraid of pain. Please, don't press too hard. Zhou Chen patted his chest. I'm a professional old man. Just relax. This is the gushing spring point, which connects to the kidney meridian, promoting blood circulation and relieving stasis. This is the great bell point, which governs the spleen meridian and stomach, and can also help reduce mental stress. Zhou Chen explained professionally as he massaged, but Lu Qian was not in the mood to listen. The tingling and refreshing sensation on the soles of her feet had already occupied her attention. And somehow, even though it was just a foot massage, she felt a special sensation brewing. It made her breath quicken involuntarily. However, she was afraid of revealing too much, so she had to bury her head in the pillow to hold herself back. Done. Zhou Chen's voice came. Lu Qian felt relieved. Just as she was about to get up, Zhou Chen said, it's not completely done yet, only one foot is better. The other one needs to be massaged too, or else it will be unbalanced and harm your body. Lu Qian had no choice but to extend the other foot. While massaging her feet, Zhou Chen put his coat aside and only wore a vest for convenience. However, this also allowed Lu Qian to see his muscular physique. He didn't look like an old man at all. As the foot massage progressed, the touch of Zhou Chen's large hands came through. This also made her start to have some fantasies. Imagining Zhou Chen with her, she shook her head involuntarily. How can I think like this? However, the sensation on the soles of her feet kept coming. She began to have wild thoughts again. Just when she thought she couldn't bear it, Zhou Chen's voice came, all done, see if you're still tired. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian finally came back to her senses. The exhaustion on her body was indeed swept away, and she felt much refreshed. However, it seemed like something was still missing. Suddenly, Lu Qian felt a bit parched. The air she exhaled became hot. Then, Zhou Chen, seemingly oblivious to everything, bid farewell and left directly. Lu Qian felt the heat in her heart growing stronger. Seeing Zhou Chen finally leaving, she exhaled a breath of hot air and reached out her hand. Ding! Lu Qian's favorability +5, current favorability 30. Seeing the prompt of increased favorability, Zhou Chen was pleased. It wasn't in vain to give her that foot massage just now, I even used a special technique. Now the favorability is at 30, let's quickly see what the reward is. Ding! Favorability has reached 30, gained new ability, mind reading. Ability effect, concentrate and hear the thoughts of the target. Seeing the effect, Zhou Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wow, this reward is incredible. Not only can he detect lies, but he can also accurately grasp a woman's true thoughts. Wouldn't he be invincible in the future? Just then, he suddenly remembered. He seemed to have forgotten his coat at Lu Qian's place. So, he thought of using this opportunity to test this ability. However, as he reached the doorway, he suddenly saw through his clairvoyance that inside the house, Lu Qian. Zhou Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, the technique just now was so effective. Maybe I should watch for a while and disturb her later. Sometime later, Lu Qian snapped out of it. Seeing the water stains on the sofa, she blushed involuntarily. She quickly got up to grab some tissues. Just as she was about to wipe the sofa, the doorbell rang. Startled, she thought she wouldn't have time to tidy up the sofa. She hurriedly straightened out her clothes first. Then, she opened the door. Seeing Zhou Chen at the door, she felt a bit flustered. After all, she had just been thinking about Zhou Chen, and now seeing him suddenly made her feel a bit flustered and confused. Upon learning that Zhou Chen had come to pick up his coat, she volunteered to help and handed it over to him. She didn't want Zhou Chen to see the water stains on the sofa. Zhou Chen didn't linger and left directly after taking his coat. Lu Qian felt relieved. That night, after taking a shower, Lu Qian lay on the bed. Suddenly, she remembered the feelings from before, and her heart started to race again. Subconsciously, she looked around the room as if she was about to do something mischievous. Then, as she imagined Zhou Chen, The next day, Zhou Chen went to Lu Qian's place again, just to see if she still needed his help. If she did. After knocking on the door, Lu Qian quickly came to open it. Today, she was still wearing that women's suit, accentuating her figure. Although covered up, her charm was evident. The only difference was that the silk stockings on her feet had changed from black to nude, very sheer. Looking hazy, it added a touch of charm. Her eyes were also tender. Seeing Zhou Chen, she seemed a bit embarrassed yet somewhat expectant. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen used his mind-reading ability. Then, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, last night wasn't just once. After returning to the room, there were 2 more times. And she was thinking about me while. No wonder she looks so embarrassed now. This girl really can't tell. A bit reserved. With the situation in mind, Zhou Chen had a plan. It seemed he could make more progress in this aspect in the future. On the other hand, seeing Zhou Chen not speaking, Lu Qian took the initiative to ask if he had come for something. Zhou Chen, hearing this, gave the reason he had prepared in advance. Oh, didn't I give you a foot massage last night? After thinking about it, I feel like you've been overworked. 1 massage probably isn't enough. So I think it's best to come every few days, which will also help consolidate the therapeutic effect and ultimately achieve a complete cure. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lu Qian pondered for a moment. Although she was somewhat resistant to a man touching her, she thought that the old man was of a great age, and he didn't take advantage of her vulnerability last night. She didn't seem to need to be too guarded against him. And she couldn't forget the feeling from last night. She even looked forward to it happening again. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall that feeling from back then. Her legs began to restlessly rub against each other. It wasn't until Zhou Chen asked her again that she came back to her senses and quickly nodded. Okay, then. I'll trouble the old man. Zhou Chen smiled and waved his hand. Don't call me the old man, it feels strange. My surname is Zhou, and my given name is Yi. How about you call me Yi Bo? Hearing this, Lu Qian pursed her lips. Yi Bo? Just then, she suddenly stopped and sneezed, several times in a row. Seeing this, Zhou Chen immediately asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Do you have a cold? Lu Qian nodded, a little. At this moment, she seemed to remember something else. A blush flashed across her cheeks. Zhou Chen, using his mind-reading ability, suddenly realized. Oh, it's because the bedsheets and blanket got damp last night, so I had to wash them overnight. That's why I caught a cold. This girl. Upon learning the truth, Zhou Chen didn't ask further but said directly that he could make her a pot of detoxifying herbal soup. As long as she drank a bowl at a fixed time every day, within 3 days, the illness would be completely cured. Hearing this, Lu Qian nodded. Thank you, old man. Zhou Chen smiled. Why do you still call me the old man? Ah. Lu Qian hurriedly covered her mouth, then smiled embarrassedly. Thank you very much, Yi Bo. Hearing Lu Qian change her way of addressing him, Zhou Chen was very satisfied. Alright, I'll go buy some medicinal herbs now. I'll come back later to help you brew the medicine. After buying the medicinal herbs and returning, Zhou Chen immediately started brewing the medicine. Soon, the herbal soup was ready. After drinking a bowl of the herbal soup, Lu Qian immediately felt a warm sensation spreading through her body. The slight stuffiness she felt before in her nose disappeared in an instant. She also felt rejuvenated. How is it? Did this bowl of soup work? Zhou Chen asked with a smile. Lu Qian nodded. Yes, it's very effective. I feel much better now. Let me tell you, if you combine this soup with the foot massage from last night to promote blood circulation, it will be even more effective. Are you serious? Of course, I never lie. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's breathing became slightly more rapid. Even the air she exhaled felt warm. It seemed that Zhou Chen's words had a greater effect than the herbal soup she drank. Then, I'll rely on you, Yi Bo. Saying this, she pursed her lips, looking a bit shy. She slowly extended her feet, wrapped in sheer flesh-colored stockings, once again. Ding! Successfully increased Lu Qian's favorability rating, favorability +5. Current favorability rating 35, maximum value 100. Friendly reminder, unlocking the next stage of rewards requires a favorability rating of 60. Zhou Chen calmly turned off the system prompt. This time, he didn't hold back. He massaged until the end, until Lu Qian suddenly shivered. Zhou Chen pretended not to notice Lu Qian's unusual expression and took his leave graciously. After leaving Lu Qian's house, he used his clairvoyance to take a look back. Lu Qian hurriedly went to the washing machine, changed a few pieces of clothing, and threw them in the machine. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhou Chen nodded. It looks like a few more times should do the trick. On the way back, Zhou Chen suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, it was none other than Yi Nanchang. He also saw Zhou Chen and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Ibo." Zhou Chen remained composed and exchanged pleasantries with him. At the same time, he secretly listened to his thoughts using his mind-reading ability. Is he going to check on Lu Qian to prevent her from being taken away by Luo Xiao? It seems he doesn't know it was me. But when did the Dragon King become such a bootlicker? Heroes are always at the mercy of beauties. He's planning to make a move on the Su family and the Luo family in a few days? This is valuable information. Upon learning this news, Zhou Chen quickly ended the conversation. Then, he hurriedly left. Watching Zhou Chen suddenly leave in a rush, Yi Nanchang was a bit puzzled but didn't dwell on it. After all, he had more important matters to attend to. That was to check on Lu Qian. However, when he arrived at her door, Lu Qian refused to open it for him. Upon inquiring, he found out that Lu Qian was not wearing anything at the moment. She explained that she had just finished her morning run and was washing her clothes in the washing machine. She would put them in the dryer and wear them later. Yi Nanchang imagined for a moment and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Lu Qian's figure is so good, if only I could have a closer look. Even just a glimpse would be a feast for the eyes. He subconsciously wanted to peek in a certain direction but then shook his head abruptly. No, I can't do such a thing. What would Lu Qian think if she caught me? I must let her know I am a gentleman. I must win her favor in this way. At that moment, Lu Qian asked if he had something important to discuss. Yi Nanchang didn't linger and said it was nothing, just wanted to chat with Lu Qian. Since she was busy at the moment, he would come back another time. Inside the house, Lu Qian's voice came through. Well, let's talk next time. I'm really sorry this time. Then, Yi Nanchang left straight away. On his way back, he pondered over the matter. Lu Qian's tone was so apologetic, she must be worried I would be upset. It seems she cares about me. With this thought, Yi Nanchang's mood improved. Back at home, Zhou Chen immediately called Su Yuyan. Hey, granddaughter, have you missed this old man recently? As soon as Su Yuyan heard it was Zhou Chen on the phone, she got angry and hung up instantly. Zhou Chen saw this and thought, this girl is throwing a tantrum again. He called again, but this time she hung up even faster. This made Zhou Chen raise an eyebrow. This Su girl, looks like she needs some discipline. The third time, he said directly, oh, feeling down lately. How about we watch some videos online to cheer up? Oh, and let's post the one from last time. How dare you? This time, Su Yuyan didn't hang up but got flustered. Zhou Chen chuckled, feeling impatient now? Su Yuyan was at a loss for words. Seeing her quiet, Zhou Chen continued, let me tell you, I have information about Yi Nanchang's next moves. It concerns both the Su family and the Luo family. Interested in hearing it? Hearing this, Su Yuyan became serious. Really? Absolutely. Where are you now? I'll come to you and tell you in person. After a moment of thought, Su Yuyan gave an address. Zhou Chen agreed, alright, I'll come over right away. And maybe help you detoxify. You. Su Yuyan was both embarrassed and angry. She was about to scold Zhou Chen, but the call was abruptly cut off. She almost got an internal injury from the anger. This old man. Su Yuyan gritted her teeth. The agreed meeting place for the two was a coffee shop. Su Yuyan sat alone, wearing a purple dress with gray high heels, exuding charm. People around couldn't help but glance at her. She gently picked up a teaspoon and stirred her coffee. Just as she was about to drink, she heard a familiar voice, granddaughter, the old man is here. She immediately got furious. Don't call me granddaughter. I have nothing to do with you. Don't say that. We have been open with each other, getting to know each other well. How can it be nothing? You. Su Yuyan was so angry that she almost dropped the coffee cup in her hand. After a while, she managed to control her impulse and set the cup down. You said Yi Nanchang wants to deal with our Su family and Luo family, right? What exactly is the situation? Su Yuyan asked. Zhou Chen didn't answer directly but just smiled. We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about the reward first. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan almost lost her composure again. What other reward could it be? This old man must be up to something again. Seeing Su Yuyan looking upset, Zhou Chen showed a pleased smile. It seems you understand. So, do you think it's appropriate or not? Not appropriate. Su Yuyan stubbornly replied. Zhou Chen pretended to be angry. Fine, in that case, I'll take my leave. It's not me being targeted by Yi Nanchang anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he was about to leave. Seeing Zhou Chen about to leave, Su Yuyan panicked again. If what this old man said was true, knowing it in advance would allow their Su family to prepare early. If she drove him away with her angry words, wouldn't that be a huge regret? Wait. Su Yuyan hurriedly stopped Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen still pretended to be unhappy. What's up? Why are you calling me? Reluctantly, Su Yuyan said, don't go. I promise you to accompany you once. Is that not enough? Hearing this, Zhou Chen chuckled inwardly. But after a second thought, he pretended to be angry again. Humph, you ignored me before, now you remember to negotiate terms with me? Sorry, I'm out of your league. I'm raising the price now, at least twice. What? Su Yuyan felt wronged and angry. However, she had no choice. After all, the fate of the entire Su family might be in Zhou Chen's hands. If Zhou Chen didn't speak, their Su family would be in trouble. In the end, Su Yuyan said with a resigned look, twice. Just twice. Then she thought for a moment and added, but you also said before, if things don't work out, there's no need to pay. So this time. Zhou Chen patted his chest and said, this time too. If the information is ineffective, you don't need to pay anything. Old man, I keep my word. Hearing this, Su Yuyan regained her pride. Alright, it's a deal. However, her pride didn't last long. Zhou Chen, who leaned in, shattered it. Su Yuyan suddenly panicked. What? What are you trying to do? You're not thinking of doing it here, are you? This is a coffee shop, there are people around. And, isn't it after confirming its effectiveness that you pay? Zhou Chen smiled, you misunderstood. This is not about the reward we just discussed. Have you forgotten? The poison on your body hasn't been cured yet. It needs treatment every few days, or it will erode your heart again. Listening to Zhou Chen's words, Su Yuyan subconsciously looked at her arm. The black line had indeed not faded away. Helplessly, she had to agree, then. Let's find a place where there's no one. Zhou Chen smiled, no problem, follow me. With that, Zhou Chen led Su Yuyan out of the coffee shop. Take care. The waiter at the coffee shop saw the two leaving and called out. However, in that instant, the waiter suddenly saw the old man put his hand on the woman's waist and even pinched it. Although the woman slapped his hand away, the old man seemed relentless and reached out again. Watching this scene, the waiter swallowed hard. Wow, how can an old man have such good fortune? He's really going strong. Shortly after, the two arrived at Su Yuyan's doorstep. Strangely, Zhou Chen kept sighing incessantly. Just now, he found a small grove and invited Su Yuyan to go together, but was ruthlessly rejected. Then, he found a public restroom, but Su Yuyan refused again. Finally, he pointed to his Aston Martin supercar. Su Yuyan was even more furious at the sight of it. Seeing this car made her think of the day she was first betrayed by Zhou Chen. Moreover, the car was parked by the roadside. If there was any movement inside, wouldn't it be like a live broadcast? In the end, there was no other way. Zhou Chen had to follow Su Yuyan back to her house. However, how could he miss such a great opportunity to double his lifespan? So, he suggested going to the bathroom again, mentioning that he had already been rejected 3 times and had compromised enough. This time, it should be your turn to compromise. Su Yuyan realized she was in the wrong. Besides, in her own bathroom, there shouldn't be anyone watching. So, she agreed. Hee, I won't be polite to the old man. Then, he hugged the embarrassed Su Yuyan and walked into the bathroom. Ding! Successfully deepened communication with Su Yuyan at a special location, lifespan reward doubled, plus 20 days. Su Yuyan's favorability plus 5, current favorability minus 20. Friendly reminder, when Su Yuyan's favorability reaches 0, you can unlock rewards. Listening to the prompt sound and reminiscing about the recent interaction, Zhou Chen felt like he was elevated. Su Yuyan, on the other hand, blushed with a hint of resentment, looking at the faint black lines that hadn't completely faded. She sighed, when will this black line disappear? Zhou Chen remained composed. He wouldn't mention that the black lines could have disappeared long ago. The regenerative ability of the Pengzu health method was unparalleled, capable of healing any poison or injury. He was just deliberately delaying to have more interactions a few times. That way, he could maximize his lifespan. Sorry, Su Yadu, I'll have to trouble you for a bit longer. With this thought, he hummed a tune, feeling quite pleased. Seeing this, Su Yuyan was about to say something when they heard a knock on the door. Yuyan, it's me, Luo Chen, open the door. Hearing the voice, Su Yuyan panicked, Luo Xiao? What's going on? Why is he here again? She was about to let Zhou Chen hide in the house, but Zhou Chen said, don't forget, I'm now your recognized godfather. There's no need to hide, right? Initially, Su Yuyan was a bit annoyed by this, but upon second thought, it seemed true, so she could only accept it reluctantly. She quickly got dressed. Turning around, she saw that Zhou Chen was already ready. Su Yuyan hurriedly opened the door to welcome Luo Xiao. As Luo Xiao entered, He was about to say something when he suddenly saw Zhou Chen and was startled. Oh my. No, the old man is here too? Why are you here at Yu Yan's place? Su Yuyan was a bit flustered, trying to come up with an excuse, but Zhou Chen nodded knowingly and said, yes, you came at the right time. I was just about to ask Su Yada to call you. Luo Xiao was a bit puzzled. Huh? Ask her to call me? What's going on? He looked at Su Yuyan, who also seemed confused. At this moment, Zhou Chen spoke again. I received some information that Yi Nancheng is planning to target both of your families. That's why I came to Su Yada's house specifically and had her call you over. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao immediately became serious. I see. Please, sir, guide us. However, Zhou Chen didn't say a word, just raised 3 fingers and rubbed them together. Luo Xiao immediately understood. Sir, rest assured, our Luo family will definitely show our gratitude. Until you are satisfied. With these words, Zhou Chen nodded and began, alright, listen carefully to what I have to say. What? Yi Nancheng is actually planning to make a move on us in 3 days. And they will also unite with a dozen other families to crush all the industries of our family? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao was instantly unsettled. If what Zhou Chen said was true, then Yi Nancheng was aiming to wipe out both their families in one fell swoop. If left unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Yuyan's face also changed. However, Luo Xiao did not fully believe it directly. Instead, he asked Zhou Chen for instructions. Old sir, this matter is of great importance. May I arrange for someone to verify it, please? Zhou Chen nodded. You may. After all, this information came directly from Yi Nancheng's own words, so its reliability was absolutely guaranteed. He was naturally calm. After getting permission, Luo Xiao went to make arrangements on the side. Su Yuyan looked nervous. Is what you said all true? Is Yi Nancheng really planning to make our Su family? Zhou Chen smiled lightly. Of course, it's all true. Then, what should we do now? Su Yuyan became even more flustered upon hearing this. If it was said that the Luo family could barely hold on in this situation, then their Su family was almost on the brink of collapse. They had no means to fight back. Just as Su Yuyan was getting desperate, a hand suddenly rested a few inches below her waist. Su Yuyan tensed up, turned her head, and saw it was Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen said, don't worry, I'm here, remember? Didn't I say before? I can help you, but there's a price. You know. This time, Su Yuyan did not push Zhou Chen's hand away. Her emotions were complex as she said, then, let's do it this way. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao returned after making a phone call. Su Yuyan felt Zhou Chen's hand still there and couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, it was blocked by the table. Luo Xiao didn't notice anything and went on to say, old sir, as you said, those families have indeed started making moves. Our Luo family's top management had also heard some rumors, but we never expected they were actually targeting us. Your information is simply amazing. Faced with the praise, Zhou Chen responded nonchalantly, it's nothing, just something I casually heard along the way. Naturally, Luo Xiao didn't believe this statement. Even the Luo family would need some effort to find out such information, so how could it be something casually heard? Maybe he had powerful forces backing him, far beyond their imagination. He must make every effort to ingratiate himself with Zhou Chen at all costs. And now, they had to seek his help first. Although they weren't too afraid of Yi Nancheng alone, if a dozen families united, even Feng Qian would have to handle it carefully. As for their Luo family, they would be powerless. The only lifeline might just be this old man in front of them. Thinking of this, Luo Xiao knelt down in front of Zhou Chen without hesitation. Old sir, please help our Luo family. We will definitely repay you in the future. Su Yuyan hesitated for a moment, then said softly, please, help us. Hearing this, Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. I can help you, but it will come at a different price. Luo Xiao immediately declared, no problem. Whatever you want in return, just name it. As long as you can help our Luo family get through this crisis. Seeing this, Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, let me calculate a divination for you, to see how your fortunes will turn out. Upon hearing this, both Luo Xiao and Su Yuyan were stunned. What? A divination? For such a big matter, you're going to decide with a divination? Are you kidding with us? Old sir, are you really going to use divination? Luo Xiao's tone was hesitant. Zhou Chen raised his hand directly to silence him. Then, he used plum blossom divination to calculate a hexagram and came to a conclusion. There's a result. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, take bus route 1, and pay attention to an old lady buying vegetables on the bus at any time. After the old lady gets off the car, she will be robbed by someone in a speeding car. Remember, even if it means sacrificing your life, you must save her. She is the benefactor of both your Luo family and Su family. Zhou Chen's words were so certain. Luo Xiao was even more confused. Could fortune-telling be so accurate? Wouldn't this be predicting the future? He wanted to ask more questions, but Zhou Chen waved his hand at him. I've said enough. As for how to build a relationship with the benefactor after meeting her, it's up to you to figure it out. Luo Xiao could only nod in agreement, understood. After that, Zhou Chen left. In the room, Luo Xiao and Su Yuyan looked at each other. After a while, Luo Xiao sighed. Well, there's only this one way left, might as well trust him for once. Su Yuyan also nodded. Yes, for now, this is the only way. The thought of either the Su family being ruined or herself falling into poverty made Su Yuyan feel very uneasy. However, for some reason, when she thought of Zhou Chen, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. It seems that submitting to that old man might have more prospects than Luo Xiao, and when communicating with him, he made me feel very comfortable. Realizing this, she suddenly shook her head. Why am I having such thoughts all of a sudden? When I get the chance, I must show that old man what I'm made of. However, despite the determination in her heart, she felt quite uncertain. The next day, Luo Xiao unusually didn't drive his luxury car. Following Zhou Chen's instructions, he went to the No. 1 bus stop. People within the Luo family were puzzled by his actions, wondering if he had lost his mind. His younger brother, Luo Yu, worried and followed him. They arrived at the No. 1 bus stop together. Since the last time their agreement was intercepted, Luo Yu had resented Luo Xiao for a while. However, after realizing that Luo Xiao had only invested there and had no further contact with Lu Qian, he felt somewhat ashamed. After all, Lu Qian's amusement park was indeed profitable, and it was reasonable for his elder brother to invest there. On the other hand, he himself seemed petty for only chasing after women. Moreover, he had clashed with his elder brother last time, so to show loyalty, he had been following him closely. When Luo Yu saw that Luo Xiao was really there to take the bus, he was also puzzled. Big brother, are you out of your mind? You have a luxury car, why take this bus? Luo Xiao gave him a look. You don't understand a thing. I'm doing this for the Luo family. Luo Yu was even more confused. What was going on? Taking a bus for the sake of the Luo family? Could his big brother really be that foolish? Just then, Luo Xiao seemed to spot someone and hurriedly followed. Luo Yu quickened his pace and boarded the No. 1 bus as well. Once on the bus, Luo Yu felt how crowded it was. After squeezing his way to Luo Xiao's side, he noticed that Luo Xiao was occasionally staring in a certain direction. Turning his head, Luo Yu saw an old lady buying vegetables. He was a bit dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Could it be that his big brother had a thing for this old lady? Luo Yu quickly asked Luo Xiao, Big brother, are you planning something with that old lady? Luo Xiao was also taken aback. What? Luo Yu continued, well, big brother, although people's preferences are their own business. Isn't this a bit too strange? That old lady is in her 70s, are you really interested in her? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao finally understood. This guy thought he was interested in that old lady. He was furious. Idiot, as I said, I'm doing this for the survival of the Luo family. Survival? Are you saying if we don't do something to that old lady, our Luo family will perish? Yes, that's. Oh, forget it. I'm not that kind of person to do anything to her. Are you staring at that old lady all this time? Helplessly, Luo Xiao explained the whole story to Luo Yu. Luo Yu was also puzzled. Is it really possible? Who can predict so accurately? And she just looks like an ordinary old lady buying groceries. How could she be the benefactor who can save the Luo family? I'm puzzled too. Luo Xiao scratched his head. But we have to give it a try. And there was something else he was concerned about, what the old man said. Sacrifice your waist if needed, but you must save her. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but rub his own waist. Could this be a kidney harvesting scheme? Just then, the bus pulled over. Maybe it was the skill acquired during the mall's discount season. The old lady squeezed through the crowd and managed to get off the bus smoothly. But the 2 brothers from the Luo family behind her were out of luck. They couldn't get off after struggling for a while. In the end, with no other choice, they opened the window and jumped out directly. Onlookers commented, wow, young people these days. After getting off the bus, Luo Xiao immediately looked around to find the old lady. Just then, a motorcycle zoomed into view. Luo Xiao tensed up. Could this be a motorcycle robbery targeting her? However, the motorcycle just brushed past the old lady. Luo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. So it's not that after all? I thought. At that moment, the sound of a revving engine suddenly rang out, and a motorcycle raced towards the old lady. Luo Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This is the opportunity the old man mentioned. So, he rushed forward in a stride. A few minutes later, the 2 brothers from the Luo family worked together. They chased away the motorcycle thief and successfully rescued the old lady. After inquiring about the old lady's situation, Luo Xiao was shocked to discover that she was actually the matriarch of a prominent family in the southern province. She had settled in Dongling in her later years because she didn't want to deal with the trivial matters of the family. Unexpectedly, he had encountered her by chance. No, it was predicted by the old man's divination. His eyes widened in amazement. Wow, the old man's divination is so accurate. He even predicted this. As long as we establish a good relationship with her, then our Luo family will be saved. Just then, Luo Xiao suddenly saw Luo Yu standing across the street waving and shouting, "Big brother, behind you." Luo Xiao was puzzled, then felt a chill on his waist. He turned around and saw the same motorcycle thief he had chased away before. For some reason, perhaps out of anger, the thief gave him a stab and hurriedly fled. Luo Xiao was dumbfounded. What the? The thief, thinking he had killed someone, panicked and ran away without pulling out the knife. Feeling his strength draining, Luo Xiao suddenly remembered something. It was what Zhou Chen had said before. Sacrifice your waist if needed, but you must save her. So it was here? The old man's divination is truly miraculous. He's like an immortal. Shortly after, amidst the exclamations of Luo Yu and the old lady, everything went black before him, and he collapsed. Sometime later, Dragon King Yi Nancheng frowned as he read the message from his subordinates. What? Luo Yichen risked his life and saved the matriarch of the He family in the southern province. In gratitude, the He family sent someone to mediate, and the more than 10 families originally involved backed out? How did he suddenly have such good luck? Initially, Yi Nancheng was confident that this plan would be a sure success. After crushing the Luo and Su families, he could absorb both families' power and strengthen himself to confront higher-level enemies. But now, this turn of events had disrupted his plans. Damn, I have to rethink my strategy. Yi Nancheng had a hunch that there must be a mastermind behind the Luo family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such good fortune. Who could it be? Yi Nancheng gradually fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Chen received a phone call at home from Lin Wanru. She said something had happened at their family's place in the southern province. They might have to stay longer before returning. Zhou Chen asked what had happened. Lin Wanru sighed and said, "What else could it be? Even at our branch of the family, there are dramas of the wealthy and powerful unfolding. Although we are just a branch in Dongling, we can't leave at this time for the sake of propriety. Old man, I'll have to inconvenience you a bit longer. I'll make it up to you when we get back. I'll make up for these days." Lin Wanru blushed a bit as she spoke. Later, Lin Ro also called Zhou Chen. She said she had bought a very nice swimsuit and would wear it to the beach on the next live stream. She promised to show it to Zhou Chen and mentioned there would be a hidden reward to compensate him, but he would have to discover it himself. After the call, Zhou Chen sighed, "These two sisters are really carefree now. All my hard work and efforts have not been in vain. It's a pity that Lin Ro's favorability rating is not yet at 80, otherwise, maybe I could try to pursue a relationship with both of them." He had always remembered the hidden task from the system before. It was to raise the favorability ratings of the two sisters to 80 simultaneously, which would unlock the upper limit of favorability. After unlocking the limit, there was a chance to agree to special requests. If he could pursue both at the same time, the efficiency of gaining lifespan would double directly. He had been wanting to try this, but the timing wasn't right yet. At that moment, another call came in. Zhou Chen looked closely and saw it was Luo Xiao. As soon as he answered, he heard Luo Xiao's extremely excited voice on the other end of the line. "Old man, you are simply amazing. I followed your advice and went to rescue that old lady at the bus stop. Guess what happened? That old lady turned out to be an elder from a major family in the southern province. She was grateful to me for helping her despite getting injured. With her intervention, the conflict between our Luo family and the Su family was resolved in an instant." Hearing this, Zhou Chen understood. It seemed that things were unfolding according to his predictions. It was time to collect his dues. Shortly after, in a 5-star hotel, Zhou Chen arrived at the reserved private room. Inside, he found Luo Xiao and Su Yuyan. However, Luo Xiao was still holding his waist, seemingly in pain. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Luo Xiao praised his fortune-telling skills, calling him a true master. Su Yuyan was also surprised. She hadn't expected Zhou Chen to be so accurate in his divinations. It made her feel that this old man was becoming more mysterious by the day. In the face of praise, Zhou Chen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of pride. When the time was right, he asked Luo Xiao about the payment. Luo Xiao respectfully said, "Rest assured, I have prepared it in advance." He then took out a diamond-studded black card and said, "This is the top black card awarded by the current family head. With this card, you can not only access any place in the Luo family freely but also enjoy free consumption at any establishment under the Luo family's name. In addition, there is 5 billion inside for you. I hope you are satisfied. Zhou Chen took the card and simply nodded. Seeing his reaction, Luo Xiao couldn't help but admire. Indeed, you are a true master. If an ordinary person received this card, they might be overjoyed to the point of fainting. Yet, you remain calm and composed, truly a person of great demeanor. After handing over the payment, Luo Xiao went to order food to entertain Zhou Chen. As Luo Xiao left, Zhou Chen turned to Su Yuyan with a meaningful look. Su, his payment has been settled, what about yours? Oh, and I still need to detoxify you. When would you like to start? Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan blushed and kicked Zhou Chen under the table. However, to her surprise, Zhou Chen was quick to react. He swiftly caught her leg mid-kick. Zhou Chen had the upper hand and was planning to take the opportunity to tease Su Yatu a bit, enjoying her sulky appearance. However, Luo Xiao returned after ordering the dishes, so he had to give up. Since their little actions were under the table, Luo Xiao didn't see them but felt something was off. Luo Xiao didn't pay much attention and continued chatting with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was about to show off his superiority when he suddenly felt a touch under the table, making him stunned. Su Yuyan, for some reason, didn't pull her leg back but moved it forward, touching a certain place on Zhou Chen. And then, he immediately looked at Su Yuyan, furrowing his brows slightly. Su Yuyan just smiled at him without saying a word, watching Zhou Chen like that. Zhou Chen immediately activated his mind-reading ability. You old man, don't you like to act superior? Then I'll let you act. See if you can still keep up with this situation where I have you in my grasp with my foot. Besides that, Su Yuyan was also thinking, was this considered getting back at Zhou Chen? This thought left Zhou Chen in a dilemma. This Su Yatu really played a trick on him. It seemed like he really needed to be taught a lesson. On the other side, Luo Xiao felt that Zhou Chen seemed a bit strange, so he asked, "Old man, what's wrong with you? Why does your face seem a bit off?" Feeling the touch from a certain place, Zhou Chen lightly coughed and chuckled. "It's nothing, after all, I'm getting old. It's normal to feel a bit uncomfortable here and there." "I see." Luo Xiao nodded. Seeing Zhou Chen so composed, Su Yuyan was a bit annoyed. This old man can actually endure it. In that case, let me take it a step further. With this thought, she blushed slightly and reached out with another hand. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was chatting and laughing. Suddenly, he stiffened and looked at Su Yuyan without changing his expression. Her thoughts also reached him. "How about it? Old man, can't hold it anymore, right? I want to see how you embarrass yourself in front of others." Su Yuyan's expression became more triumphant, but the blush on her face became more apparent, as if she felt embarrassed. However, to her surprise, Zhou Chen's composure exceeded that of an ordinary person. They chatted and laughed with Luo Xiao for a while. Apart from a few seconds of confusion at the beginning, he showed no signs of wavering. Seeing this, Su Yuyan couldn't help but feel frustrated. What's wrong with this old man? With his previous awkward personality, how can he endure it now? Just then, Luo Xiao received a call. Upon answering, he realized it was from the old lady who had helped them before. She said she needed to talk to Luo Xiao about something and also brought the best doctor to re-examine his injuries. Luo Xiao immediately apologized to Zhou Chen and said that all expenses were on him, allowing Zhou Chen to spend as he pleased. He then left. Seeing Luo Xiao leave like that, Su Yuyan sighed. She couldn't continue teasing the old man like this. But when she turned her head, she saw Zhou Chen looking at her with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Su Yuyan suddenly felt guilty. Her body trembled. I was wrong. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Where were you wrong? Su Yuyan lowered her head. I was wrong not to do that to you just now. In that case, what punishment should you receive? Well, although Su Yuyan was somewhat unwilling, Zhou Chen had indeed helped a lot, and they had agreed on it earlier. She sighed. Do as you wish. Just, can you be gentle this time? And, not here. Lingjiang District, luxury villa area. Xiaoli was humming a tune while strolling around. Recently, he found a new place to freeload. It had to be said that Aunt Lu was especially good to him. Not only did he feed him oysters and wolfberries every day to nourish his body, but he also personally brewed a pot of health soup every 2 days. Moreover, Aunt Lu, despite being in her 40s, still had a charming demeanor. Compared to Aunt Ding, who weighed 200 catties, it was like night and day. This made him feel very satisfied, as if this was the pinnacle of life. However, occasionally he would feel like something was missing. I haven't seen Lao Zhou for a while. Could it be that his rich wife found out and kicked him out? This Lao Zhou, if you ask me, even if he wants to live off a woman, he should do it wholeheartedly. Trying to have the best of both worlds will end up with nothing in the end. Want it all? Only children want it all. Adults know the kidneys can't handle it. Thinking of this, Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he suddenly saw a luxury car on the side of the road in the community. He immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This car, an Aston Martin supercar? Why does it feel like I've seen it before? Wait, could this be Lao Zhou's car? With that thought, he walked over. As he got closer, Xiaoli tentatively called out, Lao Zhou? Is that you? After calling out, he suddenly noticed. Why did the car seem to be slightly swaying? Could it be that? At the thought, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Just then, the car window rolled down. The person sitting in the driver's seat was none other than Zhou Chen. He looked normal, as if nothing strange had happened. Was he overthinking things? Xiaoli. Long time no see. Zhou Chen greeted warmly. Xiaoli didn't think much and walked over directly. As he approached, he thought about sharing with Zhou Chen the news of him finding a better rich wife, to make him envious of his achievements. As he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a particularly beautiful woman in the passenger seat. Moreover, she was someone he had never seen before. Xiaoli was dumbfounded. What the heck? What's going on with this Lao Zhou? Could he have quietly taken on another mistress? Most importantly, why did he feel like he knew this woman? While chatting with Zhou Chen, Xiaoli glanced at the woman in the passenger seat from the corner of his eye. It took him a while to recognize her. Oh my, isn't this the daughter of the wealthy Su family? I saw her at the banquet with Aunt Ding before, and now she's with Lao Zhou. Oh! In that instant of realization, Xiaoli felt his scalp tingle. Thinking back, every time he saw Lao Zhou, he was with a different woman, each one young, beautiful, and wealthy. And now he even managed to get the daughter of a wealthy family? This Lao Zhou was simply unbelievable. Faced with such scandalous behavior, Xiaoli could only think, damn, he's really making people envious. After chatting for a while, Zhou Chen bid farewell to Xiaoli and headed to the seaside villa. Watching Zhou Chen leave, Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. Only children want it all. Adults know the kidneys can't handle it. But, unless that person is Lao Zhou. He shook his head, realizing he was far from reaching Lao Zhou's level. He decided to go back and drink the soup Aunt Lu had made. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. The beautiful woman in the passenger seat seemed to have some curly hair stuck to her mouth, and when the car window was just rolled down, it seemed like the woman hastily sat up straight, coupled with the slight swaying of the car. Xiaoli couldn't help but swallow hard. Oh my, Lao Zhou, you really know how to play, don't you? To make a wealthy family's daughter do that in the car, you're truly something. At the entrance of the seaside villa, Su Yuyan got out of the car and was still wiping her mouth with a tissue. At the same time, she kept complaining to Zhou Chen, you old rascal, you just had to make me do that in the car. I think we were almost caught. If this gets out, what am I going to do? Zhou Chen laughed, it's okay. I was watching, no one saw anything. It's better this way, or else we're not done. With that, Su Yuyan turned around and saw the seaside villa in front of her. Just like the Lin sisters, she was also very surprised. After all, this seaside villa was very famous throughout Dongling. Many important figures might not even be able to own it. And now, Zhou Chen had become its owner. This really made Su Yuyan somewhat puzzled. Who is this old man? Could he be some top-level family's old dignitary? Just then, an old hand rested on her waist. Then, Zhou Chen's voice sounded. You said we're not done, right? Then shall we continue? Upon hearing this, Su Yuyan blushed instantly, but she didn't say much. Instead, she let Zhou Chen hold her and walked into the seaside villa. Ding! Successfully deepened interaction with Su Yuyan in the living room, lifespan plus 20 days. Su Yuyan's favorability plus 5, current favorability minus 15, full value 100. Zhou Chen listened to the system prompts while reminiscing about just now. He had to admit, Su Yuyan's reluctant yet compliant appearance was truly irresistible. And unexpectedly, she had some unique preferences. When Su Yuyan snapped out of it, she looked resentful and aggrieved. Didn't I tell you to be gentle? As she spoke, she twisted her waist and pointed to a certain place behind her. Look, it's red and swollen, all because of you. You old rascal, you're truly wicked. Zhou Chen wanted to say, your words and actions don't match at all. Otherwise, how did that large water stain on the sofa come about? It couldn't possibly be from me knocking over a teacup, right? However, when Su Yuyan pointed like that, Zhou Chen had an idea. So, he directly approached with a smile. Seeing this, Su Yuyan became a bit flustered. What? What are you doing? You don't want to. Hey, you read people really well. But didn't we already finish once? How can you? This time is to detoxify you. Didn't you agree to me twice before? To prevent more trouble, let's do it together. Wait, at least let me. It's okay, old man, I don't mind at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Nancheng suddenly remembered Su Yuyan for some reason. He took out his phone and found Su Yuyan's number. Although he had long severed ties with Su Yuyen, they were once nominally husband and wife, with a bit of sentiment. Even though he had poisoned her before, it was just in a fit of anger. He decided to call her this time. If Su Yuyen was willing to yield, he would help her detoxify. Thinking of this, Yi Nanqing couldn't help but sigh. Alas, his heart was still not ruthless enough, still so sentimental. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello? Su Yuyen? It's Yi Nanqing. On the other end of the phone, Su Yuyen's voice came intermittently. Yi Nanqing? Why are you calling me now? What's up? Hearing this, Yi Nanqing couldn't help but feel strange. Why did she sound a bit out of breath? Without much thought, Yi Nanqing directly told Su Yuyen. As long as she yielded, he could help her detoxify, and they would go their separate ways in the future, owing nothing to each other. However, Su Yuyen seemed to ignore it completely. She had no intention of responding to Yi Nanqing, just wanting to hang up quickly. This made Yi Nanqing somewhat annoyed. No one dares to ignore me like this. Su Yuyen, I'll ask you one last time, do you want me to help you detoxify or not? At this moment, something seemed to happen on the phone. Su Yuyen's tone suddenly became urgent. I don't want it. Yi Nanqing became even more furious. What? Only I can detoxify you. Are you really not afraid of death? I forgave you out of softness for our past as a couple, but you. Before he could finish, Su Yuyen's response became even more urgent. Wait, I said not to. You must hang up quickly. Then, the call was abruptly disconnected. Yi Nanqing thought Su Yuyen wanted to confront him. He couldn't help but look furious. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being heartless. Ding. Successfully communicated deeply with Su Yuyen at a special location. Lifespan plus 20 days. Su Yuyen's favorability returns from negative to 0, mission completed. Unlock reward, divine singing voice. Ability description, allows the host to possess the singing ability of a Heavenly King superstar. Looking at the reward he finally obtained, Zhou Chen was very satisfied. After 2 deep conversations, Zhou Chen saw that the favorability was still 5 points away from completing the task. So, he decided to overdraw once again, promising not to charge her next time, finally meeting the requirements of the task. Of course, Su Yuyen was also somewhat overdrawn because of this, but she still didn't forget to complain to Zhou Chen. You old man, why are you so bad? I didn't want to answer Yi Nanqing's call, but you insisted that I answer, and she couldn't continue. Seeing this, Zhou Chen smiled awkwardly, not saying much. After all, he was indeed in the wrong. And letting Su Yuyen say a few more words wouldn't cost him anything. Let her speak her mind. After tidying up, the two stayed here for a night. Then they each went their separate ways. Back at home, Su Yuyen lay on her bed. Every time she closed her eyes, she remembered her interaction with Zhou Chen. She couldn't help but feel resentful. It's all because of this old man. I can't forget about this at all. I've lost count of how many times. However, she also faintly realized that although she had been complaining about this old man, she didn't seem to dislike him as much as before. Even if I don't dislike him as much, he's still a terrible old man. I will never develop any feelings for him. Not in this lifetime. Su Yuyen thought angrily. A few days later, Zhou Chen was leisurely drinking tea when Feng Qian suddenly visited. As soon as he saw Zhou Chen, he quickly greeted him. Old sir, I'm here to disturb you again. I'm really sorry. Zhou Chen chuckled. I happen to be free, no disturbance at all. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Qian got straight to the point. Old sir, there's a jade appreciation event in a few days, and I want to buy a piece of jade artifact to gift to a dignitary in the southern province. I'm not knowledgeable in this area, so I thought of you first. I wonder if you... Zhou Chen thought for a moment. Sure, I do have some free time in a few days. I can accompany you to see the jade. Feng Qian smiled. Great, then I'll rely on you at that time. After discussing the matter, Feng Qian chatted with Zhou Chen for a while before leaving. As he was about to leave, Feng Qian suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, is Lin Ro not at home? Why does it seem like she's not around? Zhou Chen thought that there was no need to hide this. So he said, they went to their family in the southern province. Heard there was some trouble at home. It would take some time before they could come back. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian sighed. I wanted to invite Lin Ro to come along. My daughter will also be going to this appreciation event, so I thought, let the two of them go together. Unfortunately, it's too late now, there's nothing we can do. With that, Feng Qian shook his head, then bid farewell directly. However, Zhou Chen had other thoughts in mind. Feng Shuiying will also be coming? Can I take this opportunity to enhance our relationship? A few days later, Zhou Chen arrived as scheduled. Feng Chen brought his daughter, Feng Shuiying, and upon seeing Zhou Chen, he greeted him first. Afterwards, the three of them entered the venue of the Jade Appreciation event together. At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly noticed that Feng Shuiying seemed to be stealing glances at him. Zhou Chen smiled, knowing that the girl was quite interested in him because of the last time. That's why she kept looking at him from time to time. However, he didn't show any reaction and pretended not to notice. Let this girl be curious for now, he thought. There was nothing much to say about identifying Jade. As long as his heavenly eyes were open, nothing could escape Zhou Chen's sight. Soon, he helped Feng Qian choose a piece of jade. When Feng Qian saw the quality of this top-grade jade, he couldn't bear to let it go and was extremely grateful. "Thank you so much, old man. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Zhou Chen modestly said, "It's nothing, just a small matter." Feng Qian waved his hand, "You can't say that. If I gave someone a fake one, I would be in big trouble. You helped me out, so I owe you a favor. Whatever you need, I'll do my best to fulfill it." Zhou Chen accepted this result. After that, Feng Qian said he had something else to do and had to leave first. Just as he was about to ask Feng Shuiying to go back with him, Feng Shuiying refused. "Dad, I'm going to KTV with friends later. I won't go back with you for now." Hearing this, Feng Qian looked helpless. "Well, but remember, don't stay out too late. And, girls shouldn't drink outside. It's not allowed." Listening to Feng Qian's advice, Feng Shuiying immediately covered her ears. "I know. Please stop talking. If you're really worried, just let the old man follow me." Feng Qian was taken aback. How could this be possible? The old man had a distinguished status. How could he follow you like that? Wouldn't he become an old servant? However, to his surprise, Zhou Chen said it was no problem. Feng Qian was stunned. "My daughter just said that casually. How could I really let you, old man?" Zhou Chen chuckled. "It's okay, I happen to enjoy playing with young people. To be honest, these young people might not even be able to keep up with me." Zhou Chen was quite confident about this. After all, some of the tricks he had played before were extraordinary. Feng Shuiying also chimed in, "Dad, did you hear that?" The old man agreed, "So stop nagging." Seeing this, Feng Qian sighed helplessly. "Well, then I'll have to trouble the old man." Afterwards, he gave some more instructions before leaving. As soon as Feng Qian left, Feng Shuiying approached Zhou Chen with a smile. "Old man, I'll be counting on you next. If I happen to encounter any special situations, you have to help me out." Zhou Chen smiled slightly. "That's no problem." Along the way, Feng Shuiying turned into a curious baby. Since last time, she had a bunch of questions she wanted to ask Zhou Chen, but she had no chance until today. Now that she finally caught the real person, she began to bombard him with questions. "Old man, where did you learn your martial arts from? Is it from the Shaolin Temple?" "Hee, it's a family tradition, not Shaolin's martial arts." "What about your medical skills? I heard from Aru that your ancestors were imperial physicians." "Well, let me tell you." They didn't chat for long before they arrived at the meeting point. Several young men and women were waiting there, and when they saw Feng Shuiying, they immediately greeted her. "Shuiying, we're here." Seeing this, Feng Shuiying first made an appointment with Zhou Chen to continue their conversation later. Then she also greeted the others. However, when the group saw Zhou Chen, they were surprised. "Shuiying, who is this old man?" Without much thought, Feng Shuiying said that Zhou Chen was a good friend of her dad. Her dad was worried, so he asked Zhou Chen to accompany her. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. "Oh, I see." Although they had never encountered a situation where an old man went karaoke singing, having him accompany them shouldn't be a big deal. Most people were thinking like that. However, one young man frowned. His name was Sun Shihai, and he had a crush on Feng Shuiying, always wanting to pursue her. This time, coming out to sing karaoke, he also wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to her. But now, there was an old man following them. And he knew Feng Shuiying's father? How could he get closer now? "Humph, just an old man, watch how I deal with him later." Let him get fed up and leave on his own. However, just in case, Sun Shihai still wanted to probe the old man's intentions. After all, this old man knew Feng Shuiying's father. If he had any status and Sun Shihai unintentionally offended him, it would be embarrassing. He approached, smiling, and asked about Zhou Chen's situation. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" "I'm surnamed Zhou, given name E, you can call me Ebo." "Sir, what did you do before?" "I used to work as a security guard, now I'm working as a steward for someone." With a few questions, Sun Shihai had a rough idea. It seemed that this old man was just an ordinary person. His relationship with Feng Qian was probably just distant relatives or fellow villagers. After all, Feng was high and mighty. How could he have a security guard as a good friend? Maybe Feng just asked him to keep an eye on Feng Shuiying. "Report to Feng if anything happens." Dealing with such a person, he didn't need to worry too much. Thinking like this, Sun Shihai started to plan. However, what he didn't know was that Zhou Chen heard his thoughts loud and clear. Want to play tricks on me? Young man, I'm afraid you're still too green. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. Zhou Chen remained calm, ready to see what this young man would do. On the way to the KTV, Sun Shihai boasted about how expensive the place was. The minimum spending was over 10,000, not including drinks and such. And it was a membership system. But don't worry, I'm a platinum member there. Not only can I go in by myself, but I can also bring a few friends, and I'm covering all expenses tonight. Upon hearing this, the young people cheered. While Sun Shihai was feeling proud, he glanced at Zhou Chen from the corner of his eye. Others can go in, but not you. He had already come up with a plan. That is, using the excuse that the membership card can only bring in a fixed number of people, he would keep the old man outside. This way, the old man would have nothing to say and couldn't blame him. It was a win-win situation. Behind them, Zhou Chen heard his thoughts. After some contemplation, Zhou Chen asked, which family owns this KTV? It's so luxurious, they must have a significant background, right? Several young men and women expressed their ignorance. To show off, Sun Shihai said, this KTV belongs to the Luo family. They are old money in this city, with deep roots. Even our Sun family in the north of the city is not as good as them. But, I also know a few people from the Luo family. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Shihai boasted about his connections. The young people were all stunned by his words. Except for Feng Shuiying. But it was understandable, after all, her father was Feng Qian. This level of connections wouldn't surprise her. Zhou Chen heard Sun Shihai's words and chuckled inwardly. The Luo family's business? What a coincidence! He happened to have a top black card from their family. Not only could he freely enter any place owned by the Luo family, but he could also enjoy all expenses. Entering this KTV was a piece of cake. Soon, they arrived at the place. The KTV was indeed luxurious, with bright lights and vibrant colors. There were two big strong men standing at the entrance. They seemed to be bouncers. Sun Shihai went forward first, said something to the two bouncers, and showed his platinum membership card. Then he called out to the young people, alright, come over, you can go in now. The group happily entered the venue. Zhou Chen walked at the back, about to enter. But he was directly stopped by a burly man. Sorry, you can't go in. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, why can't I go in? On the other side, Sun Shihai pretended to be apologetic, oh, I forgot about that. This platinum member can only bring in up to 5 people. They won't allow more. Then, he pretended to discuss with the security for a while. Seeing the security at the door still shaking their heads, he looked at Zhou Chen helplessly. Ah, old man, it's not that we don't want you to come in. It's just the rule of this place. I really can't do anything about it. How about you? Go do something else? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Counting the number of people, they realized there was indeed one person too many. Sun Shihai said that if they really wanted the old man to come in, someone else would have to leave. It was up to whoever was willing. Upon hearing this, several people hesitated. They all came out to have fun together. Who would want to be the one pushed out? Seeing everyone's reactions, Sun Shihai felt even more pleased with himself. This is my plan. Let's see if this old man knows his place. Feng Shuiying also felt anxious seeing Zhou Chen being blocked outside. She had called the old man to come so they could sing karaoke together and have fun. But now, the old man couldn't even enter the door. It was really disappointing. She was about to say something when she suddenly heard Zhou Chen speak up. It's okay, it's just a membership card. Coincidentally, this old man also has one. With that, Zhou Chen took out a black card shimmering with a metallic sheen. Just ask if this card can get in? Sun Shihai laughed as soon as he saw the black card. He had never seen a black membership card before. Did this old man really take out a bus card or a senior citizen card, thinking he could fool his way in? Treating people like fools. He was about to mock, but then he saw the two security guards' expressions change. Then, the two of them respectfully said, he can enter, of course he can. We were offensive just now, please forgive us. Seeing this, Sun Shihai was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did these two let the old man in? Could there have been a misunderstanding? He went over to the two security guards. Brothers, why did you let that old man in just now? I see that the card in his hand isn't a membership card from here, right? The two security guards glanced at him sideways. You don't know? Although it's not a membership card from here, it's the top-level black card within the Luo family. All of the Luo family's industries have free access. This place is no exception. Upon hearing this, Sun Shihai's eyes widened instantly. What's this? The top-level black card within the Luo family? How could this old man have something of that level? While Sun Shihai was still puzzled, Zhou Chen walked over and greeted him. Xiao Sun, what are you standing there for? Let's go in. Oh, okay. Sun Shihai suppressed his doubts and then led the way to the reserved private room. On the side, Feng Shuiying, who had witnessed the whole process, was also amazed. She had originally thought of using her father's influence to ask for some leniency, but she didn't expect Zhou Chen to come in on his own. It was quite unexpected. That black card seems to be something only available within the Luo family. And unlike regular internal black cards, it's not only lined with gold but also has a unique pattern on it. Only the high-ranking members of the Luo family or the young masters of the family can have this kind of black card. How did the old man? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Zhou Chen again. Her curiosity grew stronger. On the way to the private room, Sun Shihai couldn't figure it out. Zhou Chen, an ordinary old man working as a security guard, how could he have the top-level black card within the Luo family? Could there be something wrong somewhere? Forget it. I won't think about it. Anyway, this old man can't do anything to me. The earlier incident can be completely blamed on the rules here. Since I can't rush this old man away, I'll just show off during the karaoke session. It's also a good opportunity for Feng Shuiying to take notice of me. Before long, the group entered the private room. Sun Shihai first adjusted the equipment, then suggested, how about we have a competition? Whoever gets the highest score in karaoke can make one request that the rest of us must fulfill. Upon hearing this, the young people got excited, chattering away. At that moment, Sun Shihai signaled to someone. That person understood and stood up, saying, just fulfilling one request is too broad. How about this? The winner can choose someone to kiss. What do you think? This proposal sparked a commotion among those present. Feng Shuiying was initially hesitant, feeling it wasn't appropriate. However, with continuous encouragement from the others, Feng Shuiying reluctantly agreed to avoid dampening the mood. Sun Shihai couldn't hide his triumphant smile at the sight. Little did he know, Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, smirked slightly. This guy surnamed Sun probably conspired with someone. He wants to get close to Feng Yada through this method, and maybe gain some advantage. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen wouldn't let him have his way. After all, he possessed a divine singing voice. Winning at karaoke would be a piece of cake. Sorry, young man, this old man here. I'm going to intercept. Let's learn to meow together, let's. In the private room, an ordinary-looking young woman sang Learning to Meow. Although her singing was average, she received unanimous applause. After finishing, the scoring system rated her performance at 80 points. Oh, my singing still needs improvement. The young woman sighed. The young man beside her immediately approached and complimented, nonsense, you sing so well. I really like it. Subsequently, the two started getting cozy. However, the young woman maintained a certain distance from the man. No matter how he tried to please her, she remained indifferent, only occasionally engaging. It seemed like she was leading this licking dog on. Zhou Chen didn't comment on this. After all, it was consensual, so what could he say? He decided to focus on his own matters. He turned to Feng Shuiying. Next up was Feng Shuiying's turn to sing. She chose a challenging song, and although her voice was pleasant, the difficulty level resulted in a score of only 82 points. Nevertheless, it was the highest score so far. Others praised Feng Shuiying, who modestly said, "It's not that great, I don't sing well. It feels like you're all letting me win." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen silently agreed. He knew from Sun Shihai's intentions. Before coming here, Sun Shihai had conspired with others to intentionally sing poorly, clearing the way for him to win the karaoke competition. But plans don't always work out as intended. Zhou Chen chuckled inwardly. Next was Sun Shihai's turn. He deliberately chose the song Love Song for singles, one he had practiced for a long time. As he started singing, the atmosphere heightened. Find the dearest, most beloved, deeply loved person to bid farewell to being single. He indeed put in a lot of effort. Singing with great emotion, he occasionally glanced at Feng Shuiying, seemingly trying to move her or perhaps confess his feelings. Others joined in to create a lively atmosphere. However, Feng Shuiying remained unmoved, politely applauding. Sun Shihai didn't rush, observing the situation. Anyway, he didn't expect to win Feng Shuiying's favor just by singing a song, and there was also an interactive session afterwards. After the song ended, the score quickly appeared. 95 points. Seeing this score, Sun Shihai couldn't help but feel proud of himself. His hard practice wasn't in vain. Others were amazed when they saw it. Wow, this score is too high. Who can beat that? Exactly, Sun Shihai must be the first now. At the same time, someone started teasing, who do you want to kiss? Is it Shuiying? Wow, I noticed something was off with your eyes just now. You've been interested in Shuiying all along. Sun Shihai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, so he deliberately lowered his head and grinned foolishly, basically admitting it. Then, a few people started cheering as if they had planned it. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Feng Shuiying was caught in a dilemma by the teasing, not knowing what to do. She didn't like Sun Shihai, but now the atmosphere had escalated to this point. For some reason, she turned her head and sought help from Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and stood up immediately, saying, "Young people, have you forgotten something? There's still one person who hasn't sung yet." Seeing Zhou Chen stand up, the people who were teasing were stunned. "Ha? Is this old man going to join in?" Someone wanted to stop Zhou Chen, but Sun Shihai stopped him, saying, "It's okay, let him sing. He's just an old man, probably out of breath if the notes are a bit high, definitely can't score high." Upon hearing this, the person sat back down. Later, Sun Shihai smiled and said, "Old man, why don't you sing a song too? Do you know what song you want to sing?" Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Let's go with a classic, Hypocrisy." Upon hearing this, Sun Shihai was first surprised. Then he disdainfully smiled. Hypocrisy is a difficult song to sing, not everyone can hit the high notes, and you have to quickly switch between chest voice and head voice. Even talented people have to undergo extensive training to sing without going off key, let alone sing perfectly. An old man dares to sing this kind of song? Overestimating himself. In Sun Shihai's mind, he had secured his victory. Just as Sun Shihai was feeling smug, the prelude played, followed by a perfect whistle note. "Someone asked me and I will tell." Upon hearing this whistle note, Sun Shihai was stunned. Oh no! This old man's skills are not low. And the others were even more shocked. Although they weren't music students, they could still tell if a song was sung well or not. Just the opening alone immersed them in the emotions of the song. This level of skill was simply extraordinary. Feng Shuiying was also surprised. "I didn't expect the old man to sing so well." Then, as the melody changed, Zhou Chen's voice followed suit. Whether it was high notes, low notes, chest voice, or head voice, every aspect was perfectly executed. Not only did he vividly portray the inner struggles and pain of the characters in the song, but his voice was also highly infectious. It moved all the young men and women listening to the song. Even the young woman who had been teasing earlier couldn't help but shed tears, leaning on the man beside her like never before. A few minutes later, the song ended. The people present were still immersed in the emotions. Sun Shihai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He never imagined that someone could sing this song to such an extent. It was as if the original singer had entered the room. And most importantly, this person was an old man. Right. The score. Sun Shihai quickly looked at the screen. Then, he froze in place. The screen displayed 100 points. He couldn't believe it, rubbed his eyes, but the score remained 100 points. How can this be? He was frustrated but helpless. On the side, the crowd finally came to their senses and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this old man is amazing. I thought it was the original singer. The infectious power of his singing is incredible. Today feels like we've attended a mini concert. What a great experience." Feng Shuiying was also deeply impressed. Especially in the middle part, it was as if he had truly experienced the vicissitudes of life, seen through the world's vanity. Wait, considering the old man's age, maybe that wasn't a performance but genuine emotion? Let's check the score. With that, everyone turned to look at the score. The prominent 100 points once again amazed everyone. Oh my, it's the first time I've seen someone score 100 points. Don't be cynical, when others score 100 points, it's indeed 100 points, but this old man got 100 points because the highest score is 100. That's true, the old man's talent is extraordinary. At that moment, someone suddenly said, "Does this mean the old man won? Who will he choose to kiss him then?" All eyes were on Zhou Chen. For some reason, Feng Shuiying suddenly had a feeling. Could it be he will choose her? Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Chen smiled and said, "Oh, it seems I'm the first. Should I choose someone to kiss me now? In that case, who should I choose among these old folks?" With that, he began to scan the crowd. Several young people's hearts were also on edge. The young woman who had just flirted a bit was a bit nervous. She wondered if he would choose her. However, Zhou Chen's gaze just casually swept past her after a glance, leaving her stunned and muttering to herself, "Why did he skip me? Am I not pretty enough?" With that thought, she deliberately unbuttoned a few buttons, swayed her body slightly, showing off her assets. This immediately caught the attention of the male flirts nearby. However, Zhou Chen remained unfazed. After all, he had seen so many beauties already. This kind of ordinary display was nothing to him. When Zhou Chen's gaze skipped the girl and landed on the young man, including Sun Shihai, several young men couldn't help but tense up. Damn! Could this old man have some strange preferences? Just as everyone was getting nervous, Zhou Chen's gaze stopped on someone. Everyone looked and saw that he was looking at none other than Feng Shuiying. Feng Shuiying was suddenly at a loss. Although she had a premonition when she was actually chosen, she was still very nervous. What should I do? Do I really have to go up and kiss the old man? But my first kiss is still intact. Feng Shuiying hesitated, feeling conflicted. Sun Shihai also became anxious upon seeing this. This was an opportunity he had worked hard to create. How could it be snatched away? Seeing this, he was about to step forward to intervene. But Zhou Chen chuckled, making a little girl like you kiss an old man is really unfair to you. How about this, let's change it to singing a song together. Everyone must have heard of Everywhere Kiss, right? Let's use this song instead of a kiss. With that, he slightly bowed, palm facing up, and extended his hand towards Feng Shuiying, inviting her like a gentleman. Feng Shuiying was surprised, but Zhou Chen's gallant demeanor made her instinctively nod. Well, let's sing Everywhere Kiss together. With that, Feng Shuiying reached out and held Zhou Chen's hand. This girl's hand is quite tender. Zhou Chen gently held Feng Shuiying's hand and led her to the center. Then, the two began to sing together. You love to kiss but never love. As the duet began, the people around were once again captivated by their singing. Zhou Chen's voice was astonishing, drawing people in from the very first note. Feng Shuiying had good singing skills herself, and her voice matched the rhythm of the song perfectly. In perfect harmony with Zhou Chen's singing voice, it could be said that it was as if they were made for each other. Several people couldn't help but exclaim, the level of this duet is too high. Why does it feel like these two are so compatible? Indeed, if it weren't for the old man's age, I would have thought they were a couple in love. Hearing these words, Sun Chihai standing nearby was puzzled. Why do I feel like I've planned everything out, only to end up making wedding clothes for others? Damn, am I the clown myself? However, he still comforted himself in his heart. After all, he was just an old man. Feng Shuiying couldn't possibly have any real connection with him. So, he still had plenty of chances. After the song ended, the young people applauded enthusiastically, some even whistled and cheered for the two. After singing, Feng Shuiying followed Zhou Chen back to her seat. Whether it was from singing or for some other reason, she had a slight blush on her face. When she saw Zhou Chen choosing her just now, Feng Shuiying was a bit nervous and at a loss. However, she didn't expect Zhou Chen to skillfully diffuse the awkward situation, which made her breathe a sigh of relief and feel a bit grateful. After singing, she asked Zhou Chen why he chose her. Zhou Chen just smiled and said, "Girl, I was just joking with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? If you really want to kiss this old man, I wouldn't mind." With that, he even flicked Feng Shuiying's nose. Feng Shuiying was a bit displeased. "I've said it, I'm not a child anymore, stop flicking my nose." Zhou Chen's response also made her somewhat doubtful. She had thought that Zhou Chen had chosen her because of her charm. But unexpectedly, it was just a joke? Am I not pretty enough? Thinking of this, Feng Shuiying felt a bit upset and quickly pushed these thoughts aside, then muttered softly, "This old man looks kind, but he's actually quite mischievous." However, she then thought again, "But this kind of charm is quite attractive too." Ding! Feng Shuiying's favorability +5, current favorability 25. When favorability reaches 30, a brand new reward will be unlocked. Hearing the reward notification, Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. However, after hearing Feng Shuiying's conflicted thoughts, he understood. I didn't expect that move just now would work so well. Should I put in more effort and capitalize on this success? After the recent incident, the atmosphere in the KTV suddenly heated up, and others also started to sing one after another. Although Zhou Chen's singing voice was enough to overshadow everyone present, no one was afraid to go up and sing again. After all, when one's level is slightly lower than others, there can be some stage fright. But when the gap is too big to bridge, people just don't care anymore. While singing, the other two young women also envied Feng Shuiying. When the old man reached out his hand just now, he was so elegant, like a noble gentleman. If someone could treat me like that, I would be willing to marry him even. If the old man were 40 or 50 years younger, I think I would have fallen for him. The young men, including Sun Chihai, felt that something was off. Why did it seem like the girls' attention was all on that old man? Everyone came to this KTV to pick up girls, not to watch an old man pick up girls. No, this couldn't go on like this. So, they wanted to show off a bit more through singing. However, no matter how hard they sang, it seemed that they couldn't capture the interest of the girls. On the contrary, they all gathered around Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was the center of attention, chatting away. "I'll tell you a secret, I can also tell fortunes and read palms, want me to take a look?" Upon hearing this, the girls were both excited and curious. "Really? Then please take a look at ours." Saying that, a girl reached out her hand. Zhou Chen took her hand and began analyzing her palm lines. According to this marriage line, your marital luck is excellent. You will be able to marry your ideal partner. However, your career line is not good. It's interrupted in the middle, indicating you might encounter significant setbacks. It's best not to start a business in the future, and neither should your partner. The lines at the back indicate that both of you will support each other and overcome difficulties together. Overall, your fate is quite good. Upon hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. Another girl, upon hearing it, quickly asked Zhou Chen to read hers too. Zhou Chen took a look and said, "Your fate is also good. Although you won't be extremely wealthy, your life will be stable. Moreover, you will find a man who genuinely loves you." This made the girl smile with happiness. At that moment, a delicate hand reached out. "Uncle, how about you read mine too?" Feng Shuiying pursed her lips, looking expectant. Zhou Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. "All right, let me take a look." He then took Feng Shuiying's hand. Her skin was flawless. Her 5 fingers were as slender as spring onions, captivating to behold. The touch was exquisite, as smooth as jade. "Uncle, have you finished reading?" Feng Shuiying asked uncertainly. Zhou Chen snapped out of his trance and said generously, "Oh, blame it on your beautiful hands, Feng Yadu. I got mesmerized. Sorry about that. Let me read your palm now." "Oh, okay." Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Feng Shuiying felt a little happy inside. "Humph, my charm is still effective. Let's see if you dare treat me like a child again." Hearing Feng Shuiying's thoughts, Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She's truly an adorable silly girl. He then looked at Feng Shuiying's hand. What he saw made his brows furrow. "Ha! This palm reading. This shouldn't be. How could it be like this?" Feng Shuiying was taken aback by Zhou Chen's words. What? What's wrong? Is my palm reading bad?" Zhou Chen nodded and shook his head. This left Feng Shuiying bewildered. "What do you mean?" Zhou Chen explained, "I'm not sure if I should tell you. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it." Upon hearing this, Feng Shuiying's heart tightened. "Please, just tell me directly, I can handle it." Zhou Chen sighed. "Alright, then listen carefully. In your life, not only will you be prosperous and healthy, but you will soon find the one you love and have 5 or 6 chubby babies. Moreover, you will live in harmony with that person forever, growing old together, always in love." Feng Shuiying had prepared for the worst, but Zhou Chen's words left her dumbfounded. This is my palm reading? It doesn't sound too bad, does it?" Feng Shuiying turned to look and saw Zhou Chen smiling mischievously. That's when she realized. Uncle Zhou was teasing her on purpose. "Uncle, how did you become so mischievous? If you continue like this, I won't talk to you anymore." Feng Shuiying pouted, but it didn't seem like she was angry, more like she was being coquettish. Zhou Chen shamelessly continued teasing her, making her both annoyed and amused. However, amidst the teasing, Zhou Chen was also pondering over the palm reading he had just seen. The front part was indeed true, but he had kept half of it to himself. Feng Shuiying was destined to face a calamity. If no one helped her, her family would surely be ruined, and she would end up in despair. But now that I've discovered this, there's no reason not to intervene. Moreover, I can take advantage of this opportunity to help her and win her over. Additionally, Zhou Chen thought of another layer. In theory, Feng Qian was originally connected to the Dragon King. Feng Shuiying probably knows Yi Nansheng, and later, Yi Nansheng helped her family through a crisis, earning their gratitude. However, now it has turned into me. I wonder if this can be considered as intercepting. On one side, Zhou Chen and the girls were chatting and laughing. On the other side, Sun Qihai and a few other young men were not happy. How could all the girls go to his side? He had to come up with a plan. Let's challenge the old man to a drinking contest. We can easily get him drunk. He's just an old man, he definitely can't outdrink us. But what if he refuses to drink, citing his age? Then we'll gamble with him for something big, make him join in for the sake of profit. With a decision made, Sun Qihai proposed. If not, they could play something else, like landlord. The loser would have to drink a glass of wine. As for the one who won the most, Sun Qihai slammed a set of car keys on the table. The one who wins the most gets this Mercedes-Benz S. Upon hearing this, the young men started cheering. Taking advantage of the atmosphere, Sun Qihai asked Zhou Chen if he wanted to join. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chen shook his head directly. "I'll pass." Sun Qihai was taken aback. The plan had just started, how could it end so abruptly? He quickly asked Zhou Chen for the reason. Zhou Chen smiled. I happen to have a limited edition Aston Martin supercar. This Mercedes-Benz S doesn't really catch my eye, so I won't compete with you guys." Sun Qihai was shocked and infuriated. Shocked because, how could this old man have a limited edition Aston Martin supercar? Wasn't he just a security guard? Infuriated because, his Mercedes-Benz S was being looked down upon. Even the girls were giggling behind their hands. This was embarrassing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and in a fit of rage, he slammed something else on the table. Everyone looked and saw it was a property deed. This is a shop I just bought today, prime location, worth 15 million. Whoever wins, gets this property deed. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and praised Sun Chihai's generosity. Sun Chihai felt like he had salvaged some dignity and then turned to ask, "Old man, are you in or not? If you don't come, you'll miss out on this opportunity." Jochen smiled, "Alright, I'll play a few rounds with you guys. Don't cry if you lose." He said this with absolute confidence. Not only did he have the ability to see through things, but he could also hold his liquor. Last time he drank with someone, he not only won their car but also their girl. Now, there was no need to say more. "I'll thank you in advance, son." Zhou Chen chuckled inwardly. After a while, plain, straight, bomb. "Sorry, I've won again." Zhou Chen beamed with joy, prompting the others to drink up. Looking at the current situation, Sun Chihai's face turned pale. In this game of landlord, for some reason, they were always losing more than winning. And Zhou Chen? He was almost always winning. This led to Sun Chihai and the others getting a bit tipsy, their heads buzzing. They were having trouble keeping up, let alone beating Zhou Chen. And now, Zhou Chen had won another round. Seeing the glasses being refilled, some couldn't take it and excused themselves to go vomit. "Wait for me. I also." Sun Chihai couldn't hold it in and hurried to the restroom. After vomiting, Sun Chihai returned. He saw Zhou Chen smiling at him. "Son, about the property deed for the shop." Sun Chihai felt a pang of pain. But since the words were already out, if he were to back out now, how would Feng Shuiying see him? So, he gritted his teeth. "It's yours." After playing to their heart's content, everyone went their separate ways. As they left, Sun Chihai looked dejected, his face showing how miserable he felt. But it was understandable. After all, not only did he fail to pick up any girls this time, he also lost the shop he had just acquired, leaving him with nothing. How could one word describe such a situation but miserable? In comparison, Zhou Chen was in a very good mood. With this shop, whether it's for renting out or opening my own storefront in the future, it's a good choice. Hey, this time not only did I pick up a girl, but I also got a shop for free. I'm making a killing. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Shuiying called out to him. "Yibo, do you want to come to my house? For a visit?" Feng Shuiying suggested. "Ha? For a visit?" Zhou Chen looked a bit puzzled. Feng Shuiying nodded. "I remember last time you said my hip bones were misaligned and needed long-term massage therapy, right? So I thought, why don't you come and give me a massage again?" As she spoke, she became a bit embarrassed. After all, the last massage had left a deep impression on her. Not only did it make her feel very comfortable, but it also gave her that kind of particularly embarrassing feeling. It stayed with her until today. But this is all for my health. If I don't do this, I'll be paralyzed. There's no other way. Feng Shuiying kept finding reasons for herself. Naturally, Zhou Chen readily agreed to her initiative, no problem. But what? Feng Shuiying quickly asked. Zhou Chen sighed. "If your dad sees us, he might get the wrong idea." He seemed quite helpless. After thinking for a moment, Feng Shuiying blushed and said, "It's okay. My dad is out of town for a meeting and won't be back until late, so I'm the only one at home." Hearing this, Zhou Chen suddenly had an idea. Only she was at home? Wouldn't that mean he could take advantage of the situation? Ahem, as a gentleman, how could I take advantage of the situation? This is called showing concern and care. He immediately replied, "Alright, let's go to your place then." Feng Shuiying was delighted to hear that. "I'll leave it to you, old man." Soon, the two arrived at her house. Feng Shuiying took off her shoes and casually lay down on the sofa. Her fair feet kept swinging, showing her lively and active nature. With hot pants and a bare-shoulder long-sleeved top, her slender legs were highlighted, without an ounce of excess fat. Zhou Chen couldn't help but admire her. Sensing Zhou Chen's gaze, Feng Shuiying felt a bit embarrassed. "Yibo, what are you looking at?" Zhou Chen replied calmly, "I'm admiring this beautiful lady." This made Feng Shuiying happy again. The old man no longer treated her like a child but called her a beautiful lady. However, she still pretended to be a bit annoyed. "Staring at beautiful women all day, old man, you're too lecherous." Zhou Chen justified himself. "Everyone has a love for beauty, how can that be called lecherous? Besides, scientific research has shown that looking at beautiful women can prolong life. Maybe if I keep looking at you, I'll live to be 150? By then, you'll be my benefactor." With Zhou Chen's words, Feng Shuiying burst into laughter. This old man had a way with words, but it was quite amusing. At that moment, she remembered Zhou Chen's elegant demeanor when he invited her to sing together. That deep and restrained aura was truly rare. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. If he could be 40 or 50 years younger, I might really consider marrying him.